3 years ago, the white tiger divine beast descended, touching down in the western territory of the Qin State right in the West Ridge region. In just 3 years, that white tiger teamed up with the Qin King, waging war left and right. They completely wrecked 6 entire kingdoms and united half of... But wait, it wasn't just the white tiger. Another divine beast dropped down to the Fire Vermilion Bird, landing straight in the Southern Wasteland. Over at the Great Zhao sect, a disciple named Zhao was out grinding for experience and literally stumbled right into the divine bird. Talk about insane RNG. Fast forward 3 years, Zhao came out of nowhere, snatched the Sect Leader title, and absolutely rolled through 19 different sects in the Southern Wasteland, turning the Great Zhao sect into the undisputed top-tier power in the region. But, plot twist. Nobody knew that on that exact same day, 3 years ago. There were actually 3 divine beasts that dropped, not 2. The third one, just a totally average-looking MUD LOACH, and it landed right in the hands of our guy here. As a Transmigrator himself, when Sun Changming caught the thing, he fully thought he just scored an incredibly overpowered pet. Thinking it was his golden finger from crossing over, he completely rushed in and signed a soul contract with it. But for the past 3 years, the only thing he could do was slip his soul into its body and share its senses. He didn't find a single damn special ability. In other words, this Loach was complete trash. Sun Changming was absolutely devastated, but he still had to survive in this bizarre world. Today, just like every other day, he transferred his consciousness into the Loach and tossed it into the river. Only today, that useless fish decided to swim way deeper than usual, freezing him half to death. Right there in the ice-cold water, Sun Changming suddenly spotted a super faint glow, drifting along with the current. The Loach swam a bit closer, and boom, he realized it was a glowing pearl. Bro thought he just hit the jackpot. Who would have guessed the second he got close, he would get jumped by a school of insanely aggressive fish? Sun Changming yelled out of pure reflex and literally passed out. Who knows how much time passed before he finally dragged himself back home. The second the door swung open, he was greeted by the bright, innocent eyes of Sun Changyan, his little sister in this new world. She was so hyped, she practically tackled her big brother. Changyan, chill out a bit. You are going to wreck my internal organs over here. Saying that he pulled out the pearl he had literally risked half his life to get just to show it off to his sister. Look at this. Your big bro scored some major loot today. This is more than enough to cover tomorrow's taxes. Changyan's eyes completely lit up. Wait, does that mean we can eat everything left in the house tonight? Yep, tonight we feast. He called it a feast, but let's be real. All they actually had left was 1 potato, a single carrot, 1 radish, and exactly 1 bowl of rice. 0 meat in sight, but little Changyan was still absolutely thrilled. She was happily shoveling food into her mouth. Sun Changming made up some excuse about already eating outside, so he wouldn't have to take her food. He just wanted to watch her eat. But his little sister saw right through him. Nah, I don't believe you. You are definitely lying to me. I literally heard your stomach growling. Sun Changming felt completely busted and finally awkwardly took the bowl of rice she handed him. After finishing her meal, Changyan glanced under the table only to see her brother's little Loach munching on the remains of those aggressive fish. Terrified it might catch the frost poison, she looked super worried. But its actual owner, Sun Changming, he couldn't care less. Hey, as long as it stays alive, it's fine. If we don't let it eat, that it's literally going to starve to death. But ironically, the one who wasn't okay was him. Later that night, Sun Changming got hit with a violent fever and chills. It was definitely from the struggle to grab that pearl. He got bit by those savage fish and ended up catching the frost poison himself. With 0 money in the house, calling a doctor was out of the question. Sun Changming just had to grit his teeth and push through it. He swore that one day he would take his sister far away from this godforsaken place. They were never going to live this trash life worse than strays ever again. In the dead of night, Sun Changming had already completely slipped into a feverish coma, but the little Loach sleeping right next to him, it suddenly snapped wide awake. It sensed something was seriously wrong. A massive horned creature with glowing, piercing eyes was standing right outside the door, silently watching them. Without a second thought, the Loach leaped right onto Sun Changming's chest. Suddenly, its tiny body started radiating this intensely warm, glowing aura. It instantly started soothing his freezing body. And that golden light, it actually made the bizarre monster outside freeze in its tracks before it eventually turned. It wasn't until the next morning that Sun Changming finally opened his eyes. And man, he felt completely weirded out. Like he was 100% sure he caught the frost poison yesterday. He had been freezing, shivering, and feeling absolutely terrible. But waking up today, his body was practically overflowing with energy. How the hell was he supposed to explain this? Sun Changming shot a look at the little loach, which was sleeping completely knocked out next to him. Based on his years of binging web novels, could it be that this little guy actually saved him? Just thinking about it got Sun Changming unbelievably hyped. It's been 3 years. Is this it? Obviously, Sun Changming hit the nail right on the head, but he had zero clue about what actually went down the night before. And honestly, that fish was doing an award-winning job at playing the part of pure trash, so that guess was just Sun Changming's theory, though. Anyway, him and his little sister lived in the Great Wu Empire, stuck in a tiny dump called Juehu Village, literally the poorest place in the entire empire. Everyone in the village was either dirt poor or completely down on their luck. It's not like Changming actually wanted to live here, but bro had zero choice. Thanks to the Great Wu's brutal laws, he was practically trapped in this hellhole. Today, the second he stepped outside, one of the village uncles urgently waved him over. The old man dropped his voice and warned him to watch his back. Why? Because last night the monsters showed up again and flat out trampled 2 whole families to death. The uncle begged him to take his sister and sleep in the caves tonight. Surviving was the only thing that mattered. Changming's face went completely pale. He was dead right. This Juehu village wasn't just completely broke, it was straight up cursed. Every now and then monsters would just randomly crash the place. The only reason these beasts kept spawning was because of the massive mountain behind the village. The elders swore it was the ancient tomb of a literal demon god. Every night, the demon god's descendants would pull up to worship their ancestor. Living in this village was basically like camping right on the doorstep of hell. Thankfully, they dodged a bullet last night, but right in the middle of their chat, an ear-piercing gong shattered the silence. The next absolute nightmare for Juehu Village had just arrived: tax collection. Because the environment was completely toxic, nobody could grow a single scrap of food. They had to literally risk their lives diving for pearls just to survive, yet the taxes were still insanely high. Those corrupt officials had zero humanity. If anyone missed the deadline, they'd get beaten half to death. And of course, their food rations would be completely cut off. This time, Changming handed over the fresh pearl he had just risked his life to find. The second those 3 greedy officials laid eyes on it yesterday, they were practically drooling. It was top-tier loot, the color, the shape, absolutely flawless. A pearl that OP should have easily gotten him at least 4 bags of rations. But out of pure greed, these scumbags trashed it, calling it worthless trash, and threw Changming 1 single pathetic bag of food. Clutching that tiny bag of food, he was so furious his entire body was shaking. The taxes were already a joke. Just like everyone else, he put his life on the line for a few scraps to eat, only to get robbed blind by these absolute parasites. He couldn't hold it back anymore. Changming muttered under his breath, calling them a bunch of animals. But plot twist, one of the 3 guards actually heard him. The guy instantly lost his mind, whipped around and barked, "What the hell did you just mutter? If I don't end you right now, you'll never learn your place. Let this officer teach you a lesson." As he spat those words, he launched a heavy fist straight at Changming's face. But everyone has a breaking point. Completely fed up, Changming threw a punch of his own to block it. Blocking was pure instinct. But Changming was absolutely stunned to realize his body had suddenly become insanely strong. The guard got blasted to the ground, the bones in his hand practically shattered to pieces. "You little punk, you got a death wish?" He screamed in pure rage, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, the other 2 guards thought Changming was actually starting a rebellion. They instantly drew their swords. But right at that moment, the same uncle who warned him about the monsters rushed in quickly, forcing Changming to his knees and shoving his head down. He desperately pleaded for Changming officers, "Please, he's just a dumb kid who doesn't know any better. Please, have mercy." Then he whispered fiercely into his ear, "Little son, suck it up. If something happens to you, who's going to take care of your sister?" On the other side, the 2 guards quickly scrambled to help their captain back on his feet. They quickly talked him down, warning him that these Juehu villagers were already pushed to the absolute edge. They had nothing left to lose and literally didn't care if they died. If they actually tried to trade blows with a crazy kid like Changming right now, they'd be the ones taking the L. The captain realized they had a point, so he just scoffed and stomped off. Once those scumbags were finally out of sight, reality hit Changming. He stared at his own 2 hands, literally yelling internally, "No way." Last night, right after that little loach ate the raw fish, he actually felt a wave of warm energy wash through his entire body. It looked like that actually gave him a buff. If that was true, Changming absolutely had to go test it out. So he quickly thanked the uncle, bolted out of there, and rushed straight to the lake. Changming pulled the loach out of his gourd and tossed it right into the water. And you better believe the way he talked to it had completely changed. He definitely wasn't calling this fish trash anymore. Come on, my little treasure, show me what you can really do. Underwater, the loach instantly locked onto another fish. It lunged and aggressively clamped onto the fish's tail. Boom! At that exact second, Changming felt another surge of pure power flood into his body. He was right. As long as the little loach ate, it transferred all that raw energy straight into his body. Without missing a beat, he ordered it to keep eating. Eat. Keep eating. Just absolutely devour everything in sight. That crazy fish kept eating nonstop from broad daylight until a crescent moon was hanging right overhead. It finally popped back up. Changming couldn't believe something so tiny could pack away that much food. Bro realized right then and there this fish was literally his ultimate cheat code. That is pure main character energy right there. He finally felt this massive wave of hope. Like, yeah, it's my time to rise up and absolutely dominate. It was getting pretty late, though. Not wanting his sister Sun Changyan to stress out, Sun Changming just dragged that massive fish and headed straight home. But bro barely took 2 steps when, boom, out of nowhere, this blinding ball of light just crashed down from the sky. It landed dead smack in front of him, scaring the living daylights out of him. Like, seriously, what the heck is dropping on him this time? Instinct kicking in, he immediately ducked for cover. Peeking out, he spotted a bunch of weirdos showing up. Looked like high-level cultivators, and plot twist, they didn't land here on purpose. Nah, they literally lost control mid-flight and crashed. Because of that epic fail, the squad leader was convinced this village was cursed or had some wicked, demonic aura that grounded them. Sun Changming held his breath, watching their every single move, but bro was way too tense and accidentally made a sound. Oh, he's cooked. Almost instantly, some dude from the squad barked out, "Who is hiding over there? Get your butt out here right now." And without missing a beat, he fired a deadly sword beam straight at him. Sun Changming was absolutely terrified. But thank God the blade stopped just a hair away from slicing him open. Why? Because the guy finally realized our MC was just an ordinary, powerless mortal. Before he could even sigh in relief, the arrogant mob demanded, "Hey kid, we need directions, and you better answer honestly. You know where Chukyo is." The second he heard that name, Sun Changming instantly knew, yep, just another bunch of clueless fools rushing in to meet their maker. So he played dumb and hit them with a confused, "Chukyu, what is that?" But who would have thought these guys would look down on him so hard? Why are we even asking this clueless trash? How would a filthy brat like him know anything about Chukyu? If you ask me, there is zero reason for us to waste our time slaying demons for these useless mortals. Just let them rot and die on their own. That was just one sentence, but bro, managed to trigger every single red flag, clueless trash, useless mortals. Rot on our own Sun Changming was absolutely fuming. He originally played dumb just to save their sorry lives from walking straight into a death trap. But since they wanted to step on his pride like that, nah, he was about to feed them the fattest lie right now. Smirking inside, Sun Changming looked up and asked, "Wait, are you guys talking about Chukyu, that massive mountain behind our village?" The cultivator snapped back, "Nope. But the village elders talk about it all the time. They say there is a ginormous tomb up there that buried some literally unkillable monster. People have tried going up there before, and guess what? Not even a single bone made it back down." Hearing that, the squad's faces totally lit up. They nodded like crazy, shouting, "That is it. This is 100% the right place." Sun Changming even put on a whole Oscar-worthy performance begging them not to go. He was all like, "The elders swear no one makes it out of Chukyu alive," but he already knew these stuck-up cultivators had god complexes. They legit thought they were the absolute peak of existence. The more he warned them to stay away, the harder they wanted to rush in. "All right, we are done with you. Scram, kid. Just remember that us grandmasters came here to slay demons and save you pathetic peasants. You should be grateful." Dropping that totally toxic line, the squad just took off. The second they were out of sight, Sun Changming completely dropped the act. His face was just pure, unfiltered disgust. Bro was thinking, wow, what a bunch of clowns rushing to respawn. If they did not want to listen to his warning, they could go ahead and get team wiped for all he cared. Real talk, though. It was not like the cultivator squad completely ignored Sun Changming's warning. It was just that in their arrogant minds, he was literally nothing but a brainless peasant. Obviously, regular mortals would wet their pants over a monster, but they were high-ranking cultivators. Why on earth would they be scared of some cheap horror story? Following the exact route Sun Changming gave them, the squad pulled right up to the edge of Chukyu. Before heading in, they dumped all their backup magical artifacts and gear outside. They only kept their soul-bound god-tier weapons equipped, so the evil aura would not corrupt them. Meanwhile, Sun Changming had been stealthily tailing them the whole time. Watching them confidently march right into their own graves, Bro could only shake his head and sigh. He thought to himself, it is totally over for them. They are not making it out alive anyway, so all that sweet OP loot they just left behind. Oh yeah, he is definitely claiming that drop. Just doing his part to recycle and prevent waste, you know. With that big brain logic, Sun Changming unleashed his little loach. And just as expected, that flimsy little barrier the cultivators threw up stood absolutely zero chance against it. He peeked inside the bag and wow, it was loaded with crazy high tier. Such a shame he could not actually flex any of it while stuck in Juehu village. Sun Changming decided to stash it all into his inventory for now. It would definitely be fire when he finally left this place. But just as he was making plans, he looked down and saw his loach literally swallowing an entire dagger. Sun Changming completely freaked out. No way this gluttonous little freak actually shoved that whole thing right down its throat. Bro was literally planning to equip that dagger for self-defense. But nope, too late. That thing just went straight down its belly. Seconds later, the loach started twitching and looking seriously sick. Sun Changming panicked like, oh crap, he is cooked. He instantly dove in, desperately squeezing it to puke the weapon out. After wrestling with it for a hot minute, the fish finally hurled the dagger back up. But as Sun Changming took a closer look, wait, that definitely wasn't the exact same dagger the little guy just swallowed. More like the thing it just spat out looked like a brand new, upgraded piece of loot. After a few seconds of pure shock, Sun Changming realized he just hit the absolute jackpot. This little loach could literally eat trash and spit out OP gear. He wouldn't have dreamed of a broken skill like this. And right then, a perfectly toxic capitalist scheme popped into his head. Bro was ready to milk this little guy dry, making it binge-eat absolute garbage just to farm high-tier loot. But after a bunch of failed tests, he quickly realized, he couldn't turn this into a crazy mass production glitch. Out of all the magic artifacts those Taoists left behind, there was only one piece of trash left. So he just chucked it to the loach to finish off. This time around, he could feel a surge of warm energy flowing straight through his own veins. Except that warmth was way more intense than before. It literally felt like he was sitting inside a blazing furnace. At the same time, a weird mark showed up on his left chest. It looked like some kind of unfinished badass rune. When he finally snapped his eyes open, his little loach was completely bloated like a balloon. He panicked, thinking the little guy was totally cooked. But before he could even figure out how to save it, the fish suddenly stretched out a bit. Hey, at least it didn't look like total trash anymore. No way is this an evolution. All that panic instantly vanished, replaced by pure hype. Let's go. He could feel it in his bones. Both he and his little pet had just gotten a massive stat boost. With this kind of buff, they were totally ready to dive into the super dangerous deep water zones later on. So the very next day, Bro was itching to grind. He dipped out of the house super early, leaving Sun Changyan behind to hold down the fort. They hit up the lake just like usual. The little loach, carrying a chunk of his actual soul, dove straight into the water. With how broken their current stats were, he could easily attach his consciousness to its body, steering it like a drone to hunt for high-tier loot in the deep zones. While cruising through the water, he couldn't help but sigh. Man, I am way too young for this. Barely a teen, and I am already out here risking my life in the big river for some loot. But hey, we gotta keep it low-key even if we start rolling in cash. After all, the village is full of desperate people, plus those psycho death row convicts who have absolutely nothing to lose. If I accidentally flex this ability, I am totally cooked. Tailing his little loach, he started daydreaming about that rich life, finally grabbing his little sister and ghosting this cursed, trash-tier village for good. It wasn't long before he spotted 2 bone orbs that looked way more expensive than regular pearls. Bro was hyped and ready to dive straight for them, but the loach kept holding back, making these weird grunting noises to warn him. Massive red flag, it was at the end of the day, Sun Changming was just a land dweller. There was no way his game sense for underwater traps was as cracked as this fish's. Plot twist. Those 2 bone orbs weren't loot at all. They were just the glowing lures of a giant anglerfish. This psycho was literally using its own body as bait, just camping there to one-shot its prey. Sun Changming realized this thing actually had an IQ. It definitely wasn't normal. This mob had already awakened into a monster. But wait, it didn't really look like it was just hunting. If anything, it seemed like it was guarding something top secret. So he made the little loach hold its position to scout the air. A few minutes later, the anglerfish finally swam off. Perfect timing. They instantly snuck over to its patrol route and boom, right under the moss. There was an actual hidden item. It looked exactly like some kind of command token. Honestly, bro, didn't even care what the heck it was right then. He just knew he had to snatch the loot and dip. But right as they were about to make a break for it, busted. The anglerfish spotted them. His heart literally dropped. He saw the boss mob turning right back around to aggro on them. He instantly steered his little loach into a super tight crack in the rocks to take. Once they squeezed inside the mini cave, they thought they had successfully lost the aggro. He was just about to command the little guy to rush back so he could appraise their shiny new drop. But out of nowhere, bam, a totally different boss appeared. It was a massive, freakish eel, and it had 2 freaking heads. Razor-sharp teeth, totally psychotic eyes. This thing wasn't just a regular mob, it was an absolute monster. And its speed, completely broken. Before he could even mash a button to dodge the giant eel, had already coiled its massive body right around the little loach. Then it just unhinged those terrifying jaws and clamped down hard. He was panicking, but bro was completely stunned. He couldn't do a single thing. Splash. The water went absolutely crazy. The 2 beasts were thrashing around so violently that they literally broke the surface. Without even a second thought, he chucked himself straight into the water. No way was he letting his little buddy get ganked. The giant eel just kept twisting around it, literally whipping up a whirlpool right in the middle of the lake. He whipped out his dagger. It was do or die time. He was ready to wreck this thing. But the eel completely switched aggro instead of keeping the loach in a death grip. It whipped around and coiled straight onto Sun Changming, choking him out till he was practically 1 HP away from suffocating. He started wildly spam slashing with his dagger. It chipped the giant eel's health a bit, but honestly, it was doing 0 real damage, and he could literally feel it crushing him. Bro was terrified, thinking he was actually cooked this time. But the little loach wasn't complete trash. Once it broke free from that giant eel, it spun right around and started biting the crap out of that monster. Stung by the attack, the giant eel loosened its grip just enough for Sun Changming to break out. Good boy Sun Changming hyped it up. Now that his hands were free, it was time to counterattack. Turns out the dagger that little loach puked up was actually absolute fire. Sun Changming just needed a few slashes to slice that giant eel right in half. After all that chaos, the threat was finally wiped out. He hauled the monster's corpse onto the shore. While Sun Changming was still catching his breath, the little loach was already feasting on the eel meat. As it was gobbling down the meat, Sun Changming finally noticed that the little guy was severely injured too. Feeling a sting in his chest, he reached out. "How did you get so beat up? You almost died, man." "You idiot." The little loach actually thought Sun Changming wanted to hug and comfort it. It instinctively reached its 2 fins forward like a kid wanting a hug, only to get smacked right on the head. "You absolute dummy. If you can't win, don't you know how to run? Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about all day. Do you literally have a death wish? If I was even 1 second late, you would have been the one getting eaten." Getting roasted like that, the little loach was obviously super annoyed, but it wasn't like it could rebel against him. Still, even with those heavy injuries, its wounds were healing ridiculously fast. By the time Sun Changming got tired of yelling, the gashes on the loach had already closed up. Looks like he seriously underestimated this little guy. It was getting late, so the duo packed up to head home, dragging the leftover eel corpse with them for good measure. On the way back, Sun Changming bumped into a guy from his village looking completely wrecked. He was leaning against a tree, looking like he was about to pass out from starvation. Even though Sun Changming wasn't rich by any means, he still tossed the guy a chunk of eel. The man was totally shocked, bowing over and over to say thanks until the kid was out of sight. Right after that, Sun Changming ran into another guy, a total stranger, probably an outside cultivator. Guessing it was just another dude heading to the back mountain with a death wish, Sun Changming didn't even bother wasting his breath to warn him. But just as Sun Changming was about to walk right past him, the man actually spoke up first. "Hey, little bro." His voice was dead serious, giving Sun Changming a massive jump scare. What the hell? He literally just glanced at the guy. He didn't even provoke him right. Sun Changming quickly waved his hands. "Uncle, whatever it is, let's just chill and talk." The older man slung an arm over his shoulder, his face relaxing into a smile. Then he told Sun Changming not to stress out, claiming he was just asking for directions. Sun Changming let out a sigh of relief, but a new question popped up, asking for directions. You could have just grabbed any random villager to ask, "Why wait right here to ambush me?" Those are 2 totally different vibes. The stranger immediately fired back his gaze, sweeping over Sun Changming like he was seeing right through his soul. After all, normal villagers don't have spiritual energy running through their veins. Am I right? "Little bro, In the middle of this rundown remote village, the evening wind kicked up clouds of thick dust everywhere. With a gentle expression, Dongfang cupped his hands politely. "Little brother, what is your surname?" Still totally dumbfounded, the kid secretly analyzed the stranger in front of him. Who the heck is this guy? A wave of anxiety washed over him as Changming completely panicked inside. How does he know I have spiritual energy? Old memories flashed through his mind as he tightened his grip on his sword, calculating. Normal cultivators look down on mortals like they are trash. He wouldn't care, unless he was planning something sketchy against me. Bursting into a loud laugh, Dongfang patted his shoulder and smiled warmly. "Ha ha ha, little brother, don't be so on edge. I just didn't expect to find a kid who awakened their spiritual energy in a wasteland like this. Just curious, that's all." Realizing how abrupt he sounded, Dongfang added sincerely, "My bad, I didn't mean to give you a jump scare. Sorry about that." Glancing around the village, he slowly asked his next question. "Little brother, do you happen to know where Chu is?" Changming pointed toward the back, answering with a flat tone. "It is the massive mountain right behind our village." Hearing that cursed name, a bad feeling crawled up his spine. Chu again, Dongfang nodded his thanks, getting ready to dip. "Got it. Much appreciated, little brother." Watching his retreating back, Changming let out a heavy sigh, totally fed up. Sigh. Just another guy looking to get himself killed. But after walking a few steps, Dongfang tossed out one last question. "Oh, right. Little brother, do you have a master?" He gave a slight shake of his head, answering nonchalantly, "Nope. I was born right here." A flash of pity crossed his eyes as he let out a soft sigh. "Is that so, man? It is such a pity you are doing so well." With a flick of his wrist, Dongfang tossed a silk pouch right at him. He smiled and said, "Catch this. Consider it a favor." Dongfang tossed over a silk pouch. He chuckled, "I don't need it anyway. You're a good kid, so it's yours." Changming turned, took a few quick steps, and waved back, shouting, "Thanks, mister." Looking into the distance, he mumbled that all-too-familiar warning. "Once you go in, you're not coming out." Night fell, wrapping the lonely little wooden house on the hillside in total darkness. The little girl slumped onto the table, whining in a tired voice, "I'm starving." Right on cue, Truong-min called out, letting her know he made it back safe. "I'm back." Truong-yin bolted over, playfully smacking him as she yelled, "You're super late. Let's just eat." He quietly placed the stone he found onto the beat-up wooden table, looking deep in thought. Sitting across from him, the little girl cheerfully called her brother to start eating. Mid-bite, Truong-min kept side-eyeing the stone, muttering in pure confusion, "It doesn't even look special. Why was that beast so obsessed with it?" Deciding to drop it for now, he reached over to open the pouch. "Whatever, let's put it away. Time to see what that cultivator guy gave me." Spotting the name embroidered inside Truong-min, muttered it to himself. "Dongfang, is that his name?" He kept digging through it, carefully checking out every single item. "Let's see what kind of loot we got." Staring at the stash of treasures, Truong-min was absolutely floored. No way. 3 bottles of pills, a full set of armor, a heavy broadsword, and a flying sword. All of them top-tier artifacts. Cracked. Seeing her brother totally zoned out, Truong-yin playfully threatened him. "Bro, if you're not going to eat, I'm taking your food." Truong-min snapped back to reality. He smiled. All right, let's eat." The little loach on the table lifted its head, staring curiously at the faintly glowing sword. It wiggled over, opened its mouth, and straight up swallowed the sword whole. Truong-min freaked out and jumped to his feet, screaming, "Spit that out right now. You can't eat that." Suddenly, the loach's belly started glowing like crazy. Massive energy was just building up nonstop. It spat out a volley of bullets, blasting through the window at terrifying speed. The sheer impact wiped out the trees outside, leaving them completely wrecked. One of the bullets ricocheted off a wall, snapped directions, and zipped right back into the tiny room. And then the loach just swallowed the whole thing right back up. Truong-min's eyes went wide, completely hyped and terrified at the same time. Holy crap. The firepower on those things is literally armor-piercing level, and it has a recall function. Wait, is this a new skill for the little guy? Suddenly it clicked. Truong-min narrowed his eyes, plotting. Wait a minute. A smirk crept onto his face as he cooked up the most reckless idea. "If you're actually this OP, I've got a wild idea." Boom! Lightning fiercely struck down, ripping right through the dead, silent night sky. Over by the beaten-up road sign, a flash of light went off. Drama incoming. The silhouette of someone's back quietly appeared inside the silent house, giving off a completely unfamiliar vibe. Under the flickering oil lamp, dark shadows stretched across the walls. The air instantly got suffocatingly thick. Niam-an stood face to face with Van Nu, her figure blurring between the light and shadows. Van Nu gave a faint smirk, her calm voice cutting through the dead silence. "You're finally here." Niam-an took a slow step forward, every footprint heavy with whatever was weighing on her mind. She stopped. Her eyes were full of guilt and worry as her voice dropped. "Senior sister." Van Nu gently set her book down on the table, her eyes softening. "Hey, don't look so down. I'm the one who asked Thien Ho to lock me up in here. It's the only way to make sure I don't lose control of this demonized shaman god arm and end up hurting innocent people." Niam-an gripped her sleeves tightly, her voice shaking as she asked, "How much longer are you going to be stuck here?" Van Nu gave a sad little smile, sounding totally numb to her fate. "I honestly don't know. Could be 3 days, could be 3 years. Hell, it might just be the rest of my life." Van Nu looked right into her eyes, sounding concerned but curious. "What's going on? Did you come here for something specific?" Niam-an took a deep breath, looking completely dead set on her choice. "I came to say goodbye. My spiritual energy still can't condense into a rune no matter what I do. I'm heading out to train in the real world." Van Nu let out a soft laugh, her voice dripping with nostalgia for their glory days. "Haha. We used to be the genius prodigies of the Tianba mansion, always so full of ourselves." Van Nu let out a long sigh, staring off into the distance. She gave a bitter little smile. "I get it. Watching everyone your age slowly leave you in the dust. It sucks." She waved her hand gently, dropping her tone to give some real advice. "Forget it. Go do your thing. Just promise me you'll be careful out there. The outside world is completely ruthless right now." Van Nu narrowed her eyes, looking way more serious than usual. "And hey, keep your head down out there. Don't go acting all arrogant, okay?" She bowed her head deeply, her voice steady. "I got it. Thanks, senior sister." Cut to the sparkling riverbank, the flowing water reflecting the deep setting sun. Truongmin hyped up the little loach, absolutely dead set on taking out that aggro fish from earlier. "All right, little guy, today's the day. We absolutely have to take down that huge, vicious fish." Boom, the giant fish suddenly launched into the air, its massive body completely blocking out the light. The little loach replied calmly, its crisp voice dripping with confidence. "Yep." The giant fish unleashed a furious surge of power forward, churning the river into violent waves. The loach watched quietly, its cold eyes looking like it had already completely read the attack. Truongmin urged it on, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Little Loach, use that move and finish him off." The loach gathered its spiritual energy, firing a blast packed with terrifying power. The giant fish slammed hard into the dirt, completely motionless in a massive splash of water. He let out a sigh of relief, sounding totally surprised. Man, that literally took 0 effort. Truongmin dragged the massive fish's corpse onto the shore, moving like he'd done this 1,000,000 times. He opened his hand, staring at the 2 softly glowing bone cores right in front of him. Truongmin said casually to the loach, "These 2 bone cores look pretty freaking valuable. I'm keeping these, the rest of the meat is all yours." Like he just remembered something he tossed over a pill and kept talking. "Oh yeah, there's also the pill Uncle Dong Fuang gave us. Here, you eat some too." The loach let out a short squeak. It completely refused to sit still, wagging its tail and letting out soft little protests. Truongmin frowned, a weird feeling rising in his gut. Is it happening already? A strange sensation washed over him, like a surging wave of warm water, endlessly flooding into his stomach. He thought, this feels totally different from last time. The warm energy felt like a massive river, pouring endlessly into his stomach. Suddenly, a glowing, blurry mark appeared, right on Truongmin's stomach. He looked down, totally confused. What the heck is this mark? The sky slowly faded into a golden orange with the sunset painting the whole area. Truongmin muttered while stretching, "Man, time really flies." Before this, an ability mark formed right on my left chest. Now there's another mark on my stomach. What is actually going on here? He let out a sigh, laughing at himself. Thinking about it, I just realized I have literally 0 clue how the ranks work in this world. Truongmin waved it off and dragged the loach along, deciding to just drop the subject for now. Whatever, let's just head home first. He smirked, half joking. Once we finally leave Tuyet Ho village, let's see if I can find a sect to join and get a master. Preferably a sect packed with gorgeous senior sisters, haha. Up in the sky, Niam-an was totally panicking. She frowned and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with my flying sword?" The flying sword shook violently, and Niam-an completely lost her balance, plummeting straight down. She screamed, "Ah!" Truongmin jumped and spun around quickly, asking, "Whoa, what's all that commotion?" Niaman's face went pale, sensing the impending crash, and she screamed out a warning, "Hurry, get out of the way." He didn't even have time to react, barely managing to blurt out a gasp of shock. Holy crap, they suddenly crashed way too close, her chest pressing right against his face, making him turn bright red. The two of them collapsed into a tangled pile. Truong Min awkwardly yelled out, "What the heck is going on here?" The evening sky was painted a rich gold and the wind blew through the trees, making everything gently sway. Niaman frowned and let out a soft groan from the crash. "Ouch! I can't believe my flying sword actually gave out. If I had known..." She suddenly snapped to reality, rushing to speak when she realized the incredibly awkward position. I'm so sorry." Blushing fiercely, Niaman scrambled off of him. "That..." Truong Min replied, his voice pretty damn chill. "I run into this kind of thing all the time. If we're done here, I'm heading out." She quickly called out after him, her eyes turning dead serious, as she demanded answers. "Hey, stop right there." Niaman straightened her posture and pulled the official card. "I'm an officer of the Imperial Court, and I have a few questions for you." Truong Min stopped in his tracks and looked back, looking totally clueless but a little cautious. "What's up, officer?" She raised a hand pointing toward the hazy mountain range in the sunset. "Is that the Soku area of Tuyet Ho village?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yep." Niaman quietly analyzed the terrain, her mind filling with suspicions. Just like the rumors said, the evil aura around Soku is incredibly dense. Anyone who wanders in there will absolutely get eaten alive by it. Her gaze swept over the teenager in front of her, her thoughts running even deeper. Logically speaking, the villagers living near Soku should be physically ruined and drained of energy. So why the hell is this kid so healthy? Truong Min frowned clearly, running out of patience. "Is there anything else, officer?" Niaman suddenly stepped forward, holding her hand out right in front of him. "Give me your hand." Truong Min took half a step back, his face full of caution. "Officer, I have no idea what you're trying to pull." He mentally panicked. "Oh, hell no, I'm cooked. I literally just ran into a psycho." She frowned, her voice turning into a strict command. "I said hurry up and give it here." Truong Min snapped back, clearly annoyed. "Why are we getting physical now?" Niaman channeled her internal energy, pressing her fingers against his wrist pulse to check it carefully. Truong Min shouted in anger, his voice dropping low as every single word hit with absolute finality. "Let go." She was roughly shoved back and cried out, "Ouch." His voice was ice cold, his eyes glaring with pure hostility. "You're the one who got physical first, so don't blame me for getting rough." Niaman steadied her, breathing absolutely shocked on the inside. His spiritual energy is insanely strong. He's at least at the ability mark condensation rank. She stared straight at him, her voice probing for answers. "How old are you exactly?" Truong Min answered instantly, not bothering to hide it. 15. "Why is there a problem?" Niaman was completely shook, her eyes shifting in disbelief. "He's a whole year younger than me, but his spiritual energy has already condensed into an ability mark. On top of that, it's completely... that ultra-rare Gengjin spiritual energy built for pure offense. Something's definitely off about it." She gave a light cough, pulling herself together. Got a little carried away there. My bad, he just turned around, ready to head out. "If we're done here, I'll be taking off." Nianying instantly cut him off. "Hey, wait up." She went full serious mode to drop her title. "I am Yun Nianying, an official envoy of the Great Wu Nation's Heavenly Bureau. I'm here investigating that bizarre demonic aura around Chukyu." Changming repeated the name, acting all surprised. "The Heavenly Bureau." Nianying gave a smug little smirk. "Pretty badass, right?" He just looked at the darkening sky and dropped a warning. "Yeah, but it's getting dark. You better go find a place to crash. The night is crazy dangerous, literal monsters out there." She just shook her head, her eyes locked on the deep mountains. "The demonic aura gets way too thick further in. I'm not pushing it." Changming followed up, actually looking worried. "Then where are you going to stay?" Nianying stepped up, whipped out a tiny gourd, and shoved it right in his face. "Right here." She tossed the gourd down, and a blast of spiritual light wrapped around it. Nianying threw up a hand, seal, spiritual light exploded, and the spell popped off. The empty clearing totally transformed. He stared wide-eyed at the scene, thinking to himself, "Holy crap, is the tech..." Nianying literally laughed out loud, her voice dripping with teasing. "Never seen anything like this, huh? Want to come inside and check it out?" Changming hesitated, his guard instantly going up. "Not good, it's almost dark." He quickly backed away, but still didn't forget to warn her. "My bad, I gotta bounce. But seriously, I wouldn't sleep in that house if I were you. Just dig a hole and sleep in there. It's way safer that way." Nianying watched him leave, muttering under her breath, "Dig a hole to sleep. What an absolute weirdo." The sky went pitch black, and a dead cold chill crept through the dead silent air. Deep into the night, she sat in her house, thinking to herself, the whole point of this trip, Besides breaking my bottleneck to condense my ability runes, I still need to track down the source of this demonic aura. Ugh, but getting close means getting corrupted by the aura. How am I even supposed to investigate this? Wait a sec, that guy I ran into at dusk, he didn't seem affected by the demonic aura at all. She let out a soft sigh, actually regretting it a bit. Man, I totally forgot to ask for his name. Still, the guy is weird as hell, claiming there are midnight monsters and telling me to sleep in a literal hole. Suddenly, a creepy rustling sound echoed from outside. Nianying furrowed her brows, straining to listen, a hint of panic slipping into her voice. What is that noise? She whipped her head around to look outside, and right in front of her was a massive demonic, aura-dripping monster. The monster let out a deafening roar, its massive body charging straight at the house. Nianying's eyes bugged out in pure terror as she screamed, "What the hell is that thing?" The house was absolutely shredded in a split second, her scream tearing through the pitch-black night. Man, what an exhausting day. Changming stepped into the courtyard, calling out, "Xiaoyan, your big bro is home." Hearing that familiar voice, Changyan couldn't hide her hype at all. "Big brother." Seeing his little sister rushing him so fast, he quickly called out, "Xiaoyan, wait up." Totally losing it from happiness, she just threw herself at Changming, wrapping him in a huge hug. "You're really back." Changyan dragged him by the arm to sit down, giggling while rushing him. "Hurry up and eat, don't just lay there." After dinner, she immediately started clearing the table. "All right, I'll go do the dishes." Changming watched her back and gave a soft nod. "Sure, thanks for the hard work." Staring at the little loach, he started doing the math in his head. This little guy is eating way too much lately. The pills that old man left behind are already I can't exactly feed you my armor and horse chopper sword. After hesitating for a second, Changming pulled out his very last item. Guess this is the only option left. The second the loach saw the turtle shell, it lunged forward and started tearing into it without a second thought. Right after that, a bizarre beam of light suddenly shot right out of his head. A blinding pain hit him out of nowhere, making Changming grit his teeth as his vision went totally black from the dizziness. A super familiar stream of data flashed through his mind. 3 different spirit origin arts. As his head finally cleared, he quickly analyzed the new skills he just unlocked. Spirit taming, spirit draining, spirit enraging. These were literally designed to counter the evil ghost and vengeful spirit magic of all the different races. Figuring out the system. A super calculating smirk crept up Changming's face. So basically, if I just feed you the right technique manuals, I get to instantly learn them. The next morning, pale sunlight hit Juehu village, which was still totally blanketed in early morning mist. He stood up, stretched his arms out, and sighed. Welp, today's the day we got to pay the survival tax. Changming tightly gripped the 2 buffalo bone beads in his hand. Today, I'm using these 2 bone beads to trade for some meat for Xiaoyan. Walking past the spot from yesterday, this was that girl's house from yesterday. Staring at the absolute ruins, Changming let out a sigh. Yep, it literally turned into a wasteland. Don't tell me she's actually cooked. I swear, staying alive out here is pure luck. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly dropped from above. Hey, Nianying forced the words out, sounding incredibly awkward. Do you have any spare clothes on you? My house got totally trashed last night. I had to run for my life and didn't have time to grab anything. Changming looked up, an extremely unholy thought flashing through his mind. Holy crap, that angle. He just stood frozen in place, staring blankly up at the tree branch where Nianying was sitting. Catching that exact look in his eyes, she was instantly hit with a mix. Nianying gritted her teeth, her voice turning absolute freezing. Where the hell are you looking? In a flash, she dropped down a bright red slap mark, stinging right across Truongmin's face. He quickly held out his jacket, looking hella awkward as he apologized. This coat is a bit beat up, but just make do with it for now. Niam An pulled the coat over her shoulders, keeping her head down as she tied it up. Her movements were much calmer now. She looked up shyly, meeting Truongmin's eyes. Thank you, but you still haven't told me your name. He replied, his voice calm but crystal clear. I'm Tan Truongmin. Niam An looked at him curious. By the way, what are you doing at the village gate so early in the morning? He answered flatly, here to pay the survival tax. The familiar rundown sight of his village flashed through Truongmin's mind. He slowly explained Tuyet Ho village gets eaten away by demonic aura every single year. We villagers have no choice but to scavenge for treasures just to make a living. The officials regularly send out their men to collect the survival tax. And this is the only time we actually get to trade for food. Truongmin suddenly narrowed his eyes, going on high alert. The government officials are here. She glanced over and made a split-second decision. We'll finish this talk later. Seeing the crowd gathering, Niaman quickly slipped away into the shadows. There's way too many people. Walking around dressed like this is way too embarrassing. I gotta hide first. A rough, arrogant voice completely shattered the quiet morning. Time to pay up. You Tuyet Ho village trashes, get your asses out here and pay your taxes right now. Loka scowled, his eyes full of pure disgust as he muttered, Damn it. Sent to this godforsaken wasteland again. It's miles away and the cut is absolute trash. Jia Hao bowed, flashing a boot-licking smile. Boss, the past few days have been a real grind, you know. Loka gave him a nasty side-eye dripping with sarcasm. You sneaked into the widow's house 4 times in 5 days. How could you not be exhausted? Jia Hao just snickered, utterly shameless. Come on, you know, that's exactly my type. Loka waved his hand, shutting him up. Whatever, just squeeze them for a bit more this time. Jia Hao instantly bowed his head. Perfect. Thanks, boss. The villagers slowly dragged themselves over to pay their dues, a heavy, suffocating silence hanging over the wide courtyard. Suddenly, Jia Hao's eyes locked onto a familiar figure. It's that little punk who stirred up trouble last time. Jia Hao suddenly barked out, The rest of you get the hell out of the way. A flash of pure, murderous intent crossed his mind. Perfect. With this massive crowd, it's the perfect time to finish this brat off for good. The goons immediately stepped up, slowly tightening the circle right around Truong. Watching from the high ground, Niaman kept a close eye on the situation. What the hell are these officials trying to pull? Jia Hao jerked his chin, barking an order to his men. The boss said to make that little punk pay up first. The gray uniformed thug started closing in. With pure greed shining in his eyes and a nasty smirk, Jia Hao stared at the 2 bone beads in Truong Min's hand. This little rat actually got lucky. These 2 bone beads are pretty high quality. He raised his hand, making his voice sound dead cold on purpose. Hand over the beads. The payout is exact. The surrounding villagers instantly went into an uproar, completely shocked. Are you kidding me? What kind of scam is this? Truong Min stepped forward, his eyes turning ice cold. Barely holding back his raging fury, he snapped his face completely frozen over. I clearly handed you 2 beads. Are you blind? Give them back to me. Jia Hao let out a mocking laugh, insulting an official of the royal court. Are you asking for a death wish, you little brat? The atmosphere instantly turned lethal, a cold breeze rustling the leaves above. Watching from her vantage point, Niaman frowned hard. Have the low-ranking officials of the Great Ngo dynasty really become this corrupt? Truong Min stared dead into his eyes, his voice completely calm but sharp as a knife. Being sent down to our Tuyet Ho village to collect taxes has to be the absolute worst job in the entire county office. We're all at the absolute bottom of the barrel here. So why the hell are you trying to screw us over? Jia Hao's face flushed bright red with pure rage. He roared like a completely provoked beast. You arrogant little rat. Today I'm going to teach you who the real pathetic dog is. Truong Min didn't even flinch. He just casually tilted his body, dodging the heavy punch coming right at him. He countered in a flash. Boom! A clean, brutal kick planted right into Jia Hao's gut. The sheer force sent the guy flying back, flipping violently through the air. He crashed into the dirt, screaming in agony. The goons, completely panicked, rushing over to surround him and check the damage. Loka stepped forward, glaring at the boy with ice-cold eyes. You've got a lot of nerve, brat. He flared his spiritual energy. His artifact materialized into a massive iron chain shooting straight at Truong Min. Truong Min narrowed his eyes, going on full guard. No way. These trashes actually have an artifact. But it didn't matter. Truong Min simply raised his hand and snatched the flying chain right out of the air, his feet planted to the ground like absolute iron. Loka's eyes went wide with pure horror. He couldn't even process what he was looking at. No way, what the hell? In one smooth motion, Truong Min whipped out his hunting knife. The strike was mercilessly precise. Flash. The blade slashed right across the man's arm, making Loka instantly lose his grip and drop the chain. He clutched his arm and shrieked in absolute agony, thick blood soaking right through his sleeve. My arm. The villagers just stood there, completely frozen, whispering in shock. Since when is that kid so OP? Completely losing his mind to rage, Loka screamed at his goons, Jump him. Kill this brat right now. Right at that second, a glowing sword slammed down from the sky, stabbing violently into the earth right between them. And standing dead center on that flying sword was a single silhouette. A freezing, absolute pressure crashed down on the entire courtyard. Her voice echoed out, dripping with undeniable authority. I am Van Niam-an of the Trio Tien Bureau. Niaman glared down at the corrupt officials, her voice booming like thunder. You call yourselves officials of the Great Ngo Empire. Instead of upholding the law, you scum are out here secretly oppressing the innocent. Get the hell out of here right now. The whole squad of guards stood there, frozen, literally nailed to the spot, too scared to even move a muscle. Clutching his bleeding arm, he gritted his teeth and barked out a desperate order. "Fall back!" Niam-an casually flicked her finger, sending out a wave of invisible spiritual energy. It wrapped right around the bags of grain, slowly floating them over to the villagers. Her voice was dead serious, heavy with guilt. "Everyone, what just happened here is an absolute disgrace to our great Wu. I apologize on behalf of the government office. Please take this food as a small compensation." The villagers stepped up, trembling, whispering super cautiously, "Let us just take the food." Niam-an floated down right next to Truong-min, her voice softening as she said, "With everything that just went down? I am so sorry." He just shook his head, his voice totally chill as he replied, "It is fine. This was not even your fault anyway." Truong-min looked at her super curious and just had to ask, "But with your Trio Tien 2 having such a massive reputation, why are you guys even handling something so small?" Niam-an tilted her chin up a bit, sounding pretty proud as she said, "That is an absolute given here in Great Wu. Our Trio Tien 2 uniforms are basically an all-access VIP pass." He glanced at the super thin clothes she was wearing and busted out laughing. "But you are literally wearing a thin set of pajamas right now. Did they seriously buy that?" The second he said that, a crisp slap echoed right through the quiet air. Niam-an was totally panicked and embarrassed, muttering under her breath, "I am absolutely cooked. I literally gave an official order without... According to the law, I am definitely getting reported for this." Truong-min put on a dead serious face and said, "Hitting people for absolutely no reason. Yeah, I am going to report you too." "Bro, I was obviously just joking." She hopped right onto her flying sword, her silhouette flashing, before she completely vanished from the spot. Right before she left, her super rushed voice echoed back from a distance, "I have got to go sort things out. First, I will return your coat some other time." He could not help but think to himself, this girl has literally zero street smarts. Is she seriously not going to get scammed out there? Niam-an looked down at the official guard uniform she had on and cringed hard, muttering, "How the heck did I forget to change? This is way too embarrassing for the Trio Tien 2's reputation." She shook her head, trying to snap back to the main quest. "No way, I need to focus on the real mission first." Niam-an lowered her head, totally lost in deep thought. "But this demonic aura in the village is incredibly dark and toxic. I cannot just rush in recklessly." Remembering what happened to her senior sister, she thought to herself, demonic aura is literally the biggest enemy for any cult. Once that demonic aura enters your body, it might not even do anything at first. A cultivator would not even feel a single thing, completely unaware that they have been infected. But then, right at the most critical moment of their cultivation, Niam-an sadly recalled the memory. Her senior sister was at the absolute most crucial stage of mastering the Shaman God Arm skill, just seconds away from success. When the hidden demonic aura inside her body suddenly erupted. Her arm mutated into something completely terrifying. And the worst part, that aura can only be suppressed. She clenched her fist tightly, hyping herself up. "I absolutely have to uncover the dark secret of Tuyet Ho Village and find a way to counter this demonic aura, so I can help my senior sister recover." Thinking of Truong-min, she started scheming. "Looks like I'm going to have to start with that guy." Bro is just casually sitting out here in a place packed with demonic aura, yet he still has his cultivation. He either has some insanely OP skill or there is a straight-up master. After piecing all her thoughts together, Niam-an made up her mind, "I am 100% going to stalk him." She called out to her subordinate and ordered, "I want to accept absolutely every single quest related to Tuyet Ho Village. Bring me the official government token for this area right now." Gripping the token, Niam-an gave a super confident smirk. "There is zero chance I will not find an opening to get close to him now." Meanwhile, Truong-min and Little Loach were deep underwater, swimming through the riverbed on a treasure. Right at that moment, a pair of glowing green eyes was watching them from the shadows behind. Truong-min and Little Loach immediately sensed the danger. They whipped around, totally startled by the massive thing. It was a freaky four-eyed monster. It had the shell of a turtle, the stinger of a scorpion, a back completely covered in razor-sharp spikes, and a mouth full of deadly teeth just glaring right at them. Truong-min immediately turned to his pet, cheering with total confidence. "Do not even sweat it." Little Loach wrecked that thing. Hyped up by his words, the little guy charged straight at the giant beast, dodged, weaved. Boom. Little Loach used its tiny size to effortlessly avoid every single attack. Catching the monster completely off guard, Truong-min gripped his dagger and dashed in, slashing a deep cut right across its neck. Blood immediately sprayed everywhere. Screaming in pain, the monster threw its head back with a furious roar, thrashing around like an absolute maniac. Little Loach saw the opening and dashed in, whipping its tail extremely hard right into the monster and sending it flying. The second its feet hit the riverbed, the monster instantly regained its balance, pushing off the ground. It snapped its massive jaws in pure rage, completely ignoring its bleeding wound as it blindly chased after Little Loach. Little Loach kicked into high gear, swimming at maximum speed to put some heavy distance between them and the beast. Once it hit a totally safe distance, Little Loach whipped around, took a massive breath, and sucked a huge amount of the surrounding water straight into its belly. Using all its strength, it fired an insanely powerful high-pressure water beam straight at the giant beast. The force was so cracked that it literally, with the monster totally destroyed, Truong-min dragged himself up onto the riverbank. Still shaking, he panted, "You crazy little brat, you literally scared your big bro to death." Little Loach literally did not even care. It just happily dove right back into the water to feast on the monster it just wrecked. As Little Loach's meal slowly converted into pure spiritual energy and flowed straight into Truong-min's body, he grinned in total satisfaction. Truong-min looked at the shifting mark on his stomach, absolutely hyped. That's what I'm talking about. Went from a basic stamp straight up to a heaven-sent jade seal. He rubbed his belly, checking out the mark. Bro, this thing actually levels up. He had zero clue what it actually did, but Truong-min looked at the Little Loach with a huge grin. Something this massive has got to be absolutely broken. Right as he said that, the Loach suddenly started throwing up, looking dizzy as hell. He panicked. "Whoa, what's wrong? I literally just hyped you up. Did you overeat or something?" Down on the ground after the Loach devoured the monster, the only thing left was its back shell. Truong-min raised an eyebrow. "A shield." He pulled out his bone knife to inspect the monster's shell. "This thing looks solid," he muttered. "Let's see if the bone knife can pierce it." With that, Truong-min drove the knife straight into the shield with everything he had to test its durability. Even after that massive strike, there was barely a scratch on it. Realizing he just scored a god-tier drop, he hugged the shield and yelled, "S-rank loot!" Truong-min instantly started planning if things went south, he'd just turtle up behind the shield. But then his hype instantly died down. Picturing it in his head, something felt off. He suddenly realized, wait, I'd literally look like a coward hiding in a turtle shell? Shrugging it off, Truong-min shoved the shield into his inventory. Whatever, as long as it works, let's go time to head back to the second boss. But the Little Loach refused to leave, just staring at him like it wanted to say something. Truong-min turned back and asked, "Yo, what's up?" "Something else." Right after that, the Loach dove back into the water, leading him straight back into the cave from earlier. Truong-min swam after it, wondering, why the heck are we going back? As they went deeper, he noticed some seriously weird statues lining the cave walls. He gasped, "Wait a minute." Truong-min took a closer look. The statues looked exactly like stone chillins. Judging by the carvings, this place was definitely man-made. Deeper down, a massive gate blocked their path, guarded by two giant warrior statues on either side. Truong-min was stunned. Is there a whole hidden dungeon down here? The guy and his fish peeked through a crack in the stone gate. Truong-min whispered, "Let's go in and check it out." They phased through a shimmering mirror-like portal. "Looks like some kind of ancient temple," Truong-min muttered. He took a few cautious steps, slowly making his way inside. Even though they were deep underwater, the inside was completely dry. Truong-min was shocked. The water is totally gone. Inside the temple, scattered dry bones littered the floor. There wasn't a single sign of life anywhere. He sighed. These bones are so old, they're literally turning to dust. And the pressure in here is insane. Truong-min and the Little Loach moved toward the center of the temple when he suddenly spoke up. But the craziest thing is, Truong-min locked eyes on a weapon jammed into the ground ahead of them. What is up with that long chill went down his spine? That black spear, the aura on it is absolutely terrifying. Unless all these bones are from the monsters it slaughtered. Truong-min turned around. "Little Loach, we need to dip now." But before he could even finish, he saw the Loach floating toward the spear, literally drooling over it. Truong-min instantly grabbed it. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Look at the bones everywhere. We wouldn't even survive one hit from whatever lived here. And they were all wiped out by that spear." Right then, the spear seemed to sense them. It suddenly flared up with a blood-red glow, and a massive surge of energy erupted around it. Truong-min knew they were cooked. He screamed, "Run, let's go." The Loach realized this thing was way out of its league. Snatching a small bone as a quick snack, it bolted after Truong Min. The spear's energy moved like it was alive, locking on and chasing. Truong Min was panicking. "Drop the freaking bone," he yelled. "That thing is literally out for blood. Surviving is more important right now." The two of them swam up to the surface with absolutely everything they had, desperate to escape. By some miracle, they made it to the shore. They collapsed on the ground, gasping for air and totally drained. But the spear wasn't done. From underwater, it shot an absolutely massive beam of energy straight into the sky, leaving them both speechless. Truong Min's jaw dropped. That's way too OP. Just what the hell is the origin of that spear? Literal nightmare fuel. Meanwhile, the loach still had the bone clamped in its mouth. Truong Min grabbed it, trying to pry its... Suddenly, a blinding golden light exploded from the little loach's body, forcing him to let go. Seeing that, it instantly clicked for Truong Min. So this little guy actually got a buff from eating that ancient bone. He sat back down watching the loach bask in the glow and grumbled, "Yo, pass some of those stats over here." Hearing that the little loach completely avoided his gaze, playing dumb like it had no idea what he was talking about. Before he could even say another word, it dipped straight back into the gourd to hide. Truong Min got triggered. "Don't play dumb with me, spit out my share right now." Suddenly, a streak of golden light shot out from the gourd and flew straight into Truong Min's body. He instantly sat cross-legged to absorb the energy. He was totally stunned. "Wait, is this..." He closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and started absorbing the raw power into his body. A moment later, a glowing golden mark suddenly spawned on Truong Min's chest after he finished absorbing the energy. It slowly morphed into the shape of a peach. He pressed a hand to his chest. Compared to the one down there, this thing is tiny. Truong Min compared it to the dragon mark lower down. The massive seal on his stomach was way bigger, practically the size of a giant longevity peach. He closed his eyes and channeled his internal energy. "Still, my physical stats feel way more broken than before," he thought. Meanwhile, a shadow was slowly creeping up on him. Truong Min had zero clue someone was there. He slowly opened his eyes, snapping out of his cultivation state, but the second he saw who was standing right in front of him, his eyes shot wide open. Niam An was leaning in, staring dead at him. Truong Min jumped, looking up at her. "Bro, since when were you standing there?" Scanning the area, Niam An was absolutely sure of her theory now. Cultivating right next to a lake overflowing with demonic energy. "And you're seriously not affected by the corruption at all." She stepped right into Truong Min's personal space, demanding answers. "How the heck are you doing that? Is it some OP technique, a secret skill, spill it?" He scowled, muttering to himself, "Man, this girl is doing way too much." Truong Min quickly made up an excuse to dip. "None of your business. I'm out of here." But Niman wasn't letting him go that easy. She chased after him. "Perfect timing, actually. I was looking for you for something else." Truong Min didn't even slow down, literally zero interest in whatever she wanted. He just shot back. "Nah, pass. Not doing it." Niam An stopped chasing him, just dropping a massive flex. "That's a shame. If we pull this off, you get totally exempted from the survival tax." Truong Min practically got whiplash. He snapped his head back to look at her eyes, literally sparkling as he yelled, "Say less. Whatever you need. Consider it done right now." Niam An gave him a dead serious look. "I need to find some top-tier pearl divers to help me dredge up a corpse." Truong Min fell into step beside her, totally suspicious. "A corpse." "Yeah," she replied. "The more people, the better. Just joining the quest gets your survival tax waived for 3 whole months. And whoever actually finds the body, a whole year tax-free." He gave her a massive side-eye, frowning. "Are you actually for real right now?" Niam An patted her chest, totally full of herself. "Obviously, I literally hold the investigation authority for the entire Tuyet Ho village right now." Seeing how confident she was, Truong Min hesitated for a second before nodding. "All right, fine. I'll help you gather a squad." Niam An literally tossed a token right at his head, barking orders. "Once you get the team, head straight to the lake. Then hit me up using the Jade Talisman." Truong Min rubbed the fresh lump on his head, super annoyed. The second Niam An was gone, Truong Min's whole vibe flipped. Gripping the token, he was practically grinning from ear to ear. "That girl is way too naive," he thought. "Just finding a corpse gets my survival tax totally wiped. That's literally free loot. Besides, is there a single person in this village who isn't desperate for a paycheck?" He rubbed his chin, smirking to himself. "Since you're so desperate to hand out free cash, don't blame me when I pull up with the whole village." Meanwhile, in a massive deserted clearing behind the Grand Mountains, Niam An scoped out the area for a sec, then tossed an artifact onto the dirt. Instantly, a massive, crazy, luxurious mansion spawned right out of the empty ground. Niam An looked at it, totally satisfied. "I'll just pack it back up when I'm done." She went inside, changed into some comfy clothes, and chilled on the porch. Out of nowhere, a spark of fire flashed across the roof, startling her awake. She looked up, only to see a literal fireball flying straight toward her front yard. Up in the sky was an insanely luxurious chariot being pulled down to the ground by two massive flaming tigers. Van On stepped out of the chariot smirking. "I could see your giant house from miles away." "Do you still love flexing this much?" Neemon groaned, totally annoyed. "Auntie, what are you doing here?" Van On totally ignored her, lunging forward to playfully grope Neemon's chest. "My sweet little Anon, let me get a quick feel and see if they've gotten any bigger." Neeman jumped back, blushing furiously as she pushed her away. "Auntie, stop it." "Seriously." Van An just looked at her teasingly. "Wow, someone's all grown up. Have you been seeing some guy out here?" "Hell no!" Neeman snapped. She glared at Van On and asked, "But seriously, Auntie, why are you here? Wasn't I supposed to be soloing this quest?" Van On instantly dropped the joke and got serious. "This quest is major. The higher-ups sent me as backup." "What's the status right now?" Neeman lowered her head. "Since we couldn't just walk straight into the village, I had to use a survival tax exemption as a quest reward for the local pearl diggers. Right as she said that, the comms token she had given to Truong Min started glowing. Neeman's eyes widened. "They're here." "Nice," Van An replied quickly. "Let's head inside and check the hologram first." Meanwhile, down by the river, Truong Min and a bunch of villagers had already grouped up to check out the situation. He pulled out the comms token, slowly channeling his mana into it to connect with Neeman. The token blasted a blue light floating up into the air and forming a slick mirror-like screen. Inside the glowing light, Neeman and Van On's holograms finally popped up. She asked urgently, "Well, is the whole squad here?" Seeing the two of them, Truong Min replied, "Yeah, everyone's here." The villagers standing around were totally mind-blown, seeing such a crazy artifact for the first time, gasping. "This magic is insane." Neem Thuat, this massive, buff dude, stepped up quickly, bowing with his hands clasped together. "Greetings, esteemed officials. Are the rewards Truong Min mentioned actually legit?" She announced it loud and clear, no cap at all. "Our Chow Tiansi always keeps our word. If you can fish that body out, the reward gets doubled." Yun Ying confirmed it. They looked at each other hyped and replied, "Thanks, boss." Niem An sent out the orders through her comms token. "The corpse you guys need to find surfaced on the Man River. It should be right around where the Man and Mud Rivers meet. Split up and search the area." Hiem Thuat suddenly spoke up, confused. "But this lake is absolutely packed with monsters. A corpse hitting the water would get picked clean in less than 12 hours. Nieman, clearly knowing her stuff, replied, "Don't worry. This corpse is built different. Those regular monsters wouldn't even dare take a bite." Standing nearby, Truong Min rubbed his chin deep in thought. If it surfaced on the Man River, logically speaking, there's absolutely no way it could drift into the Mud River. "Wait, don't tell me this corpse knows how to swim." Neem An quickly gave them a friendly warning. "Everyone stay on high alert. If things go south, get back to shore immediately and report in. We'll figure out how to deal with it." Hearing the order, the crew immediately went to gear up. Suddenly, a loud voice cut in. "Hold up." Keho swaggered over and smirked. "If we're diving into the river, how could you possibly leave me Truong Keho out of this?" His lackey of a little brother chimed in right on cue. "Yeah, you can't do this without Boss Ho seeing this." Hiem Thuat stepped up to block him. "Truong Keho, what the hell are you doing here?" Keho totally ignored him. He walked straight up to Neeman, gave a slight bow, and said, "Officers, my guys should be the ones taking this quest." Seeing Keho trying to snatch their job, one of Truong Min's guys rushed forward furious. "Based on what?" "We were here first." Keho pointed at himself and fired back, arrogantly. "In this entire Tuyet Ho village. Besides me, Truong Keho, who else has actually survived?" He pointed right at the rival crew and scoffed, "You guys are absolute trash. If you screw up this major quest for the officers, can you even handle the consequences?" He glared at Truong Min, interrogating him. "The officers handed you such a crucial quest, and you just brought your buddies along. That's honestly pathetic." Meanwhile, Van An shot Nieman a disapproving look over this messy situation. Niem An gave her aunt an awkward smile while mentally cursing out Ton Truong Min. This guy is so unbelievably unreliable. Truong Min finally stepped up, his face dark with anger. "With me leading the squad, success is 100% guaranteed." "But you, what circus did this clown just crawl out of Keho?" Wasn't backing down either, his voice dropping to a growl. "A babyface punk like you thinks he can dive into the Man River, hurry up and run home to your mommy Van An, getting a massive headache from their bickering?" Finally spoke up. "Enough, both teams go in. Whoever finds it first gets the reward." At that, the massive crowd of people started making their way toward the riverbank. Looking down from the edge, the depths were pitch black and murky, with massive vines twisting endlessly below the surface. It was an absolute nightmare for any salvage op. Niam Thuat looked at Truong Min, clearly feeling guilty. Truong Min, uncle, really made you lose face this time. He just smiled, comforting him. Hell no, don't even sweat it. Truong Min thought to himself, completely confident. With me here, Truong Ke-ho's squad is utterly cooked. None of the guys were scared as they geared up and slowly waded into the dark water. Truong Min stayed back on the shore. Catching a moment when no one was looking, he quietly slipped his little loach summon into the water. Watching it swim off, he ran the numbers in his head. This quest is no joke. I'll have the little loach shadow Uncle Dew 2's squad to keep them safe while I stay up here and play it by ear. Suddenly, Ke-ho strutted right up to Niman and bragged, Officers, this afternoon I can even sweep the Man River to search for the others. Just send these losers home so they don't throw their lives away for nothing. Truong Min stepped up right then and cut in. Hold up. I'm going to. Ke-ho glared at him with pure disgust. You please, give it a rest. Watch your back or you'll be tossing your pathetic little life away. Neem An quickly stepped in to brief them. All right, listen up. Dongkuen Gorge is a notoriously lethal dead zone in the Dinba prefecture. It's packed with ancient battlefields, demonic beast graves, and a yin energy ghost domain. It is insanely dangerous. Van An chimed in, her tone dead serious. Deep inside the gorge, there's a massive zone filled with coffins. Literally no one knows who put them there. She gave them a quick rundown of the lore. But over the years, the water levels have been surging. Some of those wooden coffins flooded, totally wrecking the seals on the corpses. And those bodies washed straight into the Man River, Van An stated flatly. Usually the Trio Tien Bureau handles the corpse salvaging right outside the gorge. But somehow this ancient corpse actually managed to bypass their entire patrol grid. She sounded genuinely stressed. If it keeps drifting downstream, a lethal hazard like that could absolutely wreck our territory. Niam An, standing nearby, added in a total panic. And if it corrupts the food supply, it's going to trigger a catastrophic disaster. Van An nodded grimly. Exactly. That's why we have to secure that corpse no matter what. Suddenly, Niam An realized something didn't add up. Plot twist. Auntie, how could an ancient corpse defy physics and drift upstream against the Man River's current? Van An explained. Because absolutely no one downstream has spotted it. So we're banking on finding it somewhere in the upstream branches. It's basically a massive luck check. Niam An let out a huge sigh of relief. Oh, so that's what's going on. Her mind drifted back to Truong Min's squad. Thank God that ancient corpse isn't chilling in the main lake, or those villagers would be entirely cooked. Meanwhile, back on the riverbank, Truong Min was sitting cross-legged. His eyes were completely shut in deep focus. He shifted his divine sense straight into the Loach summon, basically he was on overwatch duty for Niam Thuat's squad. Down in the water, Niam Thuat's guys were sweeping along the pitch-black riverbed. The little Loach was tailing them silently from behind. Suddenly, Truong Min's radar went off. A massive monster was locking onto their position and swimming straight for them. He panicked. Oh no, Uncle Yao and the others are in trouble. The massive monster, built like a giant centipede with 4 eyes and sharp head spikes, lunged straight at the little Loach. The little Loach used its tiny size to swiftly dodge the attack. Changming immediately barked an order. Little Loach, stop that thing. The Loach whipped around and sank its teeth hard into the centipede's tail, making the monster flinch and spin back around. Seeing the tiny Loach, the furious beast opened its massive jaw full of razor-sharp teeth and lunged. But the Loach didn't even flinch. It locked its jaws and refused to let go. Looking down at the river from above, strange, violent ripples broke the surface like some massive entity was thrashing around down below. Suddenly, the giant centipede exploded out of the water. Right behind it, a terrifying surge of power shot up from the depths and completely pierced straight through the monster's chest. Watching through her communication token, Nianying saw the beast and screamed in sheer panic. Oh no, that's a giant heavenly centipede demonic beast. Yunying saw it too and gasped in shock. That thing is known as the absolute deadliest rank 1 venomous beast. It's one of the 5 divine poisons. Even again, the villagers are in serious trouble this time. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the area, snapping Yunying's attention back to the scene. She stared in pure disbelief at the sight in front of her. The giant heavenly centipede that had just breached the surface was now ripped completely in half. Blood rained down into the water, and a massive whirlpool formed in the middle of the river, sucking the beast right in. The giant heavenly centipede showed 0 signs of life. The whirlpool mercilessly dragged it down, swallowing the monster deep into the riverbed. Yunying muttered in absolute shock. The giant heavenly centipede was actually killed. Don't tell me. Is there a rank 2 beast hiding in this water? Standing next to her, Nianying asked curiously. Yunying turned to her and started explaining the connection between the First Great Realm and the Spirit Body Realm. The power pyramid of the First Great Realm is divided into 6 tiers. Tier 1 is Spirit Aura. Tier 2 is Spirit Vein. Tier 3 is Spirit Node. Tier 4 is Mystic Rune. Tier 5 is Item Manifestation. And Tier 6 is Artifact Mastery. Yunying looked at Nianying and explained further. Cultivating in the First Great Realm is called the Spirit Body Realm. The vast majority of cultivators across the entire world are stuck right here in the First Great Realm. The Second Great Realm is called the Ignition Realm, which also has 6 tiers. A rank 2 demonic beast is completely equal to a human cultivator in the Second Great Realm. Even the high-ranking officials of the Skyward Bureau are only in the Second Realm. Hearing this, Nianying grew highly anxious. Then this beast is way too dangerous. If things get totally out of hand, I'll go request a set of evil warding armor from the magistrate's office. And I'll go down there to check it out myself. Yunying immediately blocked her. Absolutely not. Are you crazy? That's suicide. Evil warding armor provides 0 defense underwater. Plus, there is literally a rank 2 beast down there. Cutting back to the riverbank, it had been quite a while since the group started searching underwater. Jihu slowly waded back to shore after coming up totally empty-handed. The others were completely drained and couldn't handle the freezing water anymore, so they also dragged themselves ashore to catch their breath. Jihu walked up to Yunying and said, "Officers, I can still go back down the Meng River to search this afternoon. Just let the others head home so they don't throw their lives away for nothing." Changming was also worried that the group would be in mortal danger if they ventured further. He stepped up. "Hold on, I'm going too." Jihu thought the kid just wanted to show off and scoffed with pure contempt. "Just you, seriously. Give it a rest, kid, before you get yourself killed." Nianying also asked, clearly stressed, "Are you sure about this? There's a literal rank 2 beast in that water. Even I couldn't handle that thing. Don't just go throwing your life away." Changming smirked with absolute confidence. "Relax, I'm way stronger than you. I'll make it back in one piece, guaranteed." He thought to himself, that so-called rank 2 beast is basically my own little sidekick anyway. What the hell do I have to be scared of? Yunying spoke to him like he was already a dead man walking. "If you don't make it back, I will take your little sister in and take care of her." Changming suddenly remembered his little sister's infamous iron head technique and a shiver ran down his spine. He thought, if you guys try to take care of her, she'd probably headbutt you straight through a wall. Brushing the thought aside, Changming and Jihu dove straight back into the river to resume the search. Not even a few moments after they started, a massive swarm of bizarre-looking eels appeared right in front of Changming schooling together. Up on the surface, Nianying was praying frantically in her head, "Son Changming, please, you have to make it back alive." The swarm of eels spotted Changming swimming closer, immediately pivoted and launched a vicious attack. They locked dead onto Changming, completely ignoring the little loach swimming right next to him. Big mistake. The loach stared at the eels with absolute gluttony, baring its 2 razor-sharp front teeth, ready for it. Noticing the loach, the eel swarm suddenly panicked. They awkwardly tried to turn away, totally terrified to attack it. But the loach wasn't waiting around. It bolted after the free buffet that just delivered itself. It clamped its jaws onto the slowest eel, instantly drawing a spray of blood. It plowed straight into the swarm, herded them into a corner, and started absolute munching time. Seeing his pet arrive, Changming's face lit up. Shark Yu came back. In the blink of an eye, it had utterly devoured the entire swarm of eels. Seeing this, Changming quickly warned, "Yo, chill out. You're gonna eat yourself to death." The greedy little shark now looked hilarious. The loach's belly was bloated up like a giant balloon. Before it could even digest anything, it let out a massive loud burp. Once it finally processed the massive meal in its stomach, the loach started channeling pure spirit energy straight into Changming's body. He smirked in praise. Good boy Look, who finally learned to share the loot without being asked. Feeling wave after wave of spiritual power flooding through his veins, Changming couldn't help but gasp. This energy is absolutely broken. That's a rank 1 beast for you. Plus those piranhas gave massive XP. Truong-min felt his meridians completely open up. The dragon mark on his stomach. Yeah, it grew even bigger from that boost. Truong-min opened his eyes, getting dead serious. Cultivation time is over. Time to get down to business. After searching around for a while, Truong-min sighed, looking pretty bummed out. "I've been looking for an hour now. Don't tell me that corpse got completely eaten up. Suddenly a weird bubbling sound echoed. Truong Min narrowed his eyes. What the hell is that sound? He peeked down into the depths and spotted it, a massive octopus, rocking 6 glowing eyes and a giant conch shell on its head. It had Keiho wrapped up tight, dragging him straight to the bottom. Keiho thrashed around, trying to break free from the tentacles, but they just squeezed harder. Slowly, it pulled him toward a gaping mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, totally ready to munch on its fresh prey. Keiho stopped, struggling, absolute despair in his eyes. Is this it? Am I seriously going to die here? Out of nowhere, the little loach darted in, sucked in a ton of water, and blasted a high-pressure water beam straight at the octopus. Boom. A clean headshot. Startled by the sneak attack, the monster dropped Keiho. But the guy had been dragged under for way too long. Completely out of breath, he passed out and started sinking. Seeing that Truong Min whipped out his blade and dived in to save him. He locked onto the tentacle reaching for Keiho and slashed down. One shot. The tentacle was sliced clean off. Panicking, the monster completely let go of Keiho. Taking advantage of the chaos, Truong Min grabbed Keiho by the collar. Teaming up with the little loach, they dragged the guy straight up to the surface before he could drown. Half conscious and feeling himself being pulled up, Keiho weakly thought, I'm saved. Watching the whole thing through the token, Van An smirked. This kid, not bad at all. Beside her, Nieman let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness they're safe. Back on the shore, Truong Min wrung out his wet shirt, thinking to himself, he's definitely poisoned. Not lethal, but the debuff is pretty nasty. Sun's almost down, gotta lug him back to the village ASAP. Through the token's projection, Nieman asked worriedly, are you guys okay? Truong Min replied, sounding totally stressed. I'm fine, but Truong Keiho got jumped by a monster. He glanced back at Keiho, quickly making up a lie. But this dude got super lucky. The monster got snuck by an even stronger boss, giving me the perfect window to pull him out. Van An gave Truong Min a deep, suspicious look. Did you find anything in the... Feeling incredibly guilty, he frantically shook his head at Van An's question. Scratching his head, he stuttered, and nope, honestly, I bet it's not even in the Man River. I'll go check the Bun River tomorrow. Nieman looked at him softly. All right, thanks for the hard work, but please stay safe out there. Truong Min looked at the background on her side and pointed out, but hey, your house is looking way fancier than before. You girls better watch your backs tonight. Hearing that, Van An frowned and turned to her niece. Anshan, what does he mean by watch our backs tonight? Remembering her near-death experience, she nervously explained, this Tuyet Ho village gets swarmed by terrifying monsters at night. Last time I almost got completely crushed to death. Nieman hyped herself up, grabbing a hoe. We should totally dig a safe cave right now. Van An looked at her niece, completely speechless, and stopped her. Nah, forget digging. Let's just find a spacious cave nearby. Later that night at Ton Truong Min's place, the vibe was super peaceful. Fireflies flickered inside the house under the glow of an oil lamp. Truong Min was whipping up dinner for his little sister, Truong Yen. She dug in with a massive smile and happily cried out, Big bro, this meat is fire. Truong Min looked at her with pure affection. Good right. It's real meat. Your big bro literally put his life on the line for this today. He stood by the window lost in thought. Me and the little loach searched the entire Mant River today. We only skipped one spot because it was way too sketchy. He remembered that creepy underwater cave they found and started putting the pieces together. Wait, could the corpse they're looking for be hiding inside that giant? A wave of anxiety hit him. I didn't have time to recall the little loach today. This is its first time staying out overnight. Man, I hope nothing bad happens to it. Suddenly, a weird sensation sparked through Truong Min's body. Confused, he muttered, what is this feeling out of nowhere? A massive surge of energy flooded right into his system. His eyes lit up with hype. No way the little loach must have fully digested that monster. Meanwhile, under the starry sky, deep within the massive mountains, a creepy rustling sound echoed through the darkness. The two girls stood on a high cliff, staring down at a massive snail-like abomination crawling below. Van An broke the silence. These anomalies are heading straight for Tuyet Ho village. Is that... The legendary Fan Kao Nieman watched the beast visibly shaking. Yeah, it is. Fan Kao has always been a cursed zone. I wonder if the missing corpse has anything to do with this sudden boss wave. And coming from Fan Kao. They were so locked in on the snail monster and their conversation they completely missed it, a massive dark shadow looming right above them. A pitch-black humanoid nightmare was staring dead at them. Later, back at Truong Keiho's house, the guy was still out cold, desperately recovering from the poison's debuff. By the bed, a dark shadow crept right up to Keihu. It sneakily dropped a box covered in weird patterns right by his headboard. Mission accomplished. It glared back at Kehu eyes, completely full of malice. Plot twist. It was the exact same monster stalking Van An and Niamian earlier. The freak just slipped out the door, totally undetected. Next morning at Tuyet Ho village. Weather's looking crisp and clear. The whole crew is gathered by the lake, hyping up for day 2 of the hunt. Truong Min is on the shore too, getting his warm-ups in. A second later, boom, he dives right in and gets to work. One of the village elders couldn't help but hype him up. Little Ton is seriously cracked, and he's so young too. The whole crowd was buzzing. One guy muttered Truong Kehu really caught an L this time. Another dude chimed in for real. The poison got him bad. Bro is cooked for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, at Kehu's place, Bro was looking like absolute trash. The poison had his face totally pale, and his forehead was pitch black. Suddenly, he flinched. Bro weakly slowly opened his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Kehu pushed himself up, struggling just to sit. He thought to himself, who would have guessed that punk Ton Truong Min got so incredibly OP without anyone noticing? He actually saved my life, even though they had major beef before Kehu still had some basic decency. He figured he really owed the guy a massive thanks. Tomorrow he'd tell the whole village he was stepping down and letting Ton Truong Min lead the pearl hunts from now on. But then his eyes shot wide open. He just stared in pure shock at the thing sitting right on his headboard. It was that exact same freaky wooden box the monster sneaked in yesterday. Totally confused, Kehu reached out and touched it. What the hell is this? Never seen anything like it. Curiosity totally took over his brain, and he slowly popped the lid to see what was inside. Bam! A blast of pitch-black smoke exploded from the box, completely swallowing Kehu. Bro flinched hard and slammed his eyes shut. After a few seconds of dead silence, Kehu slowly peeled his eyes open and peeked into the box. Then, boom, he shot straight up. His whole vibe completely changed. His eyes went dark as he muttered, hell no. Why does Ton Truong Min get to hog all the glory? He whipped his head back to the weird box. That black smoke from earlier had straight up hijacked his brain. Staring into the box, the dark smoke completely boosted his inner demons. A little punk thinks he can steal my throne in this village. Keep dreaming, kid. I'm taking absolutely everything from him. Inside the box, there were exactly 3 items. A human skin mask that grants underwater breathing. The god-slaying bow, anyone under the 2nd great rank taking a hit from this is completely cooked. And the great freedom divine pill. Pop this bad boy and your power skyrockets. Even a total noob could jump up 3 levels in 0 time. Kehu snatched up the box, grinning like a maniac. Ton Truong Min, let's see how long you can keep smiling. Meanwhile, Truong Min and the little Loach were already doing a full scouting run down at the bottom of the river. He suddenly gave the Loach a look over. Haven't seen you for 1 night, and you already gained 1.5 kilograms. The boy and his fish swam straight toward the cave they spotted yesterday. The blind turtle cave. Thick, pitch-black streams of yin energy were just pouring out from inside. Truong Min thought this freezing energy is exactly like the poison hitting our village. There's definitely a boss in there. The Loach practically smelled the premium loot and swam straight in eyes full of pure greed. Truong Min trailed right behind it. Hey, don't get too greedy now. But out of nowhere, the Loach hit the brakes and bam. Truong Min slammed his head right into it. He immediately snapped, "What the hell? Why did you just stop?" But before he could even finish the scene in front of him, had his jaw totally dropping. Dead ahead at the end of the cave, there was this freaky corpse tied down tight. Bro was rocking a full official's uniform, but he had the head of a literal wolf. Its right hand was gripping a wooden token, and its left hand was clutching a solid gold seal. Truong Min went completely pale. Yup, we actually ran into a freaking ghost. Turns out all that freezing energy leaking out of the cave was coming straight from this dead body. Truong Min zoomed in on its forehead and actually gasped. No way, another vertical eye. The little Loach instantly sensed the danger and scrambled to hide behind his back. Truong Min just sighed, totally helpless. Bro, are you seriously betting that my tiny body can block that absolute unit? Out of nowhere, an eerie green flame flared up right inside the zombie's chest, and its whole body started reacting to the fire. Watching that flame flicker and burn, Truong Min quickly put 2 and 2 together. Looks like this ancient corpse is currently wrestling with that weapon's aura. Boom. The zombie suddenly snapped back to life and let out a massive roar. That green flame had totally engulfed its entire body now. Truong Min panicked. Wait, is this ancient corpse actually trying to absorb that weapon's aura? He whipped around to instantly dip out, but the greedy little Loach was already charging straight at the zombie. Truong Min yelled, "Hey!" He grabbed it tight and hissed, "Bro, do not get involved in this mess. Let's just play it smart. We report this to the Heavenward Bureau, grab the easy reward, and let their guys catch a headache dealing with this freak. But the Loach wasn't having it. Hearing that boring plan, it just started shaking its head like an absolute maniac. Changming grit his teeth and whispered aggressively, "Hell no!" But the Loach refused to give up, violently flapping its tiny little fin and pointing right at that zombie. It turned back to Changming, practically begging with its eyes, trying super hard to get its point across. When nothing else worked, the Loach just hit him with the most basic move. It swam fully upright, grabbed its belly with both tiny fins, and rubbed it. Bro was just hungry. Changming warned, "If you even think about snitching, your snacks are gone. Period." I gotta think of something. Suddenly a light bulb went off. He shouted, "Got it." Turning around, he tried to sweet-talk the little Loach into following him. "How about we head up there first?" Suddenly, a noise echoed behind them. Changming whipped his head around instantly on high alert. A massive beam of light blasted right at them. Changming quickly whipped out his turtle shell shield to block it. Even with his crazy reflexes, the sheer impact knocked him back. He panicked, thinking, bro, that was too fast. Gripping the shield for dear life, he still got pushed back. Changming yelled out in panic, "What the hell is that thing?" Zero time to breathe. From the epicenter of that energy, a second wave of attacks was already charging up to obliterate them both. Right then, the little Loach threw caution to the wind and dashed in front of Changming. It opened its tiny mouth and straight up swallowed. Plot twist. The Loach literally just snacked on that deadly attack, like it was nothing, looking totally unbothered. Seeing his attack totally nullified by a fish, the attacker snapped his bow in half, cursing under his breath. "What is this trash weapon? I can't even kill a damn animal." The attacker in the shadows was none other than Kehoe. He swam away fuming but smirking, but taunted Changming. "I've got your secret now. Once I expose you for controlling demonic beasts, the Heavenly Bureau is going to end you." Changming finally spotted the guy causing all this mess. His heart dropped as he realized, oh no, someone just saw the little Loach's OP ability. Wasting zero time, Changming darted after him. He knew right then he had to silence. Once he closed the distance, he finally recognized the face. It was Kehoe. So it was you all along, he thought. Instantly, Kehoe whipped out a blade and lunged at Changming. Dodged again. Changming was effortlessly dodging Kehoe's strikes, shouting in pure frustration, "Are you kidding me? If I knew you'd pull this crap?" Changming saw an opening and grabbed Kehoe's knife arm. He clamped down on his wrist and squeezed with insane force. Crack! He shattered the guy's bones to pieces. Kehoe screamed in pure agony, trembling as the blade slipped from his useless hand. Seeing the guy totally disarmed, Changming locked in. He pulled his fist back and unleashed a merciless full-power gut punch. Boom! Kehoe was completely wrecked, zero strength left to fight back. Taking that hit, Kehoe coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he instantly blacked out. The stolen loot spilled out of Kehoe's box as he went limp. Changming swam over and found a literal human skin mask along with the legendary. Changming immediately turned and gave the Loach a quest. Go search around and see if there's anything else. Hearing that, the little guy literally started drooling. Its greedy eyes lit up as it nodded enthusiastically. Suddenly, Changming's entire body started glowing. He panicked, thinking this crazy surge of power. Did that little glutton secretly eat something again? Changming closed his eyes to absorb the energy. Out of nowhere, a high-tier manual flashed in his mind. The God-slaying refinement. Forging record. "What even is this?" he muttered. "Nah, forget it. The rewards aren't even that good." While Changming was distracted, the Loach started sneaking toward that ancient zombie from earlier. Seeing this tiny idiot literally risking its life for a snack, Changming shouted to stop it from getting wrecked. He swam right up to it, pointing a finger directly at its face. "Do not go near that thing. There's something seriously cursed about that ancient corpse." The Loach just gave him a blank stare, violently shaking its head like hell no. Changming sighed, totally defeated. "So you're really not leaving? Fine, I'm heading up myself." The pitch-black river was dangerous as hell, with barely any sunlight reaching the depths. After wasting way too much time arguing with a fish, Changming just gave up and swam to the surface. A guy waiting on the shore called out, "Yo, you good? What's the situation down there?" Changming brushed it off. "I'm fine. Still nothing today. We'll try again tomorrow." It was getting super late. The moon... Out of nowhere, a massive tremor from the bottom of the lake sent shockwaves across the surface. Deep underwater, entire layers of the riverbed were violently forced upwards. The stubborn little Loach that stayed behind was now curled up, trembling at the bottom of the lake. Meanwhile, Truong Min was completely clueless, dead asleep in his cozy house. Back down in the depths, the loach was still hiding inside that giant turtle shell from earlier. Suddenly its eyes darted up, looking insanely hyped. Up on the surface, Truong Min jolted awake in a cold sweat. His stomach dropped as he thought, something feels incredibly wrong. Within seconds, he activated his mental link with the little loach. Right in front of the loach was the ancient zombie from earlier, completely tangled up in a disgusting mass of black seaweed. Truong Min was stunned. What the hell is that, some kind of demon phantom? Right in the center of that tangled, gross mass, a horrifying blood-red eye snapped open. And the little loach. Truong Min immediately yelled through the link. Chill out. We need to assess the situation first. Suddenly, that creepy black mass started pulling itself together. With a flash of purple light, it literally morphed into a 3-horned demon with a freakishly long tongue. Truong Min was absolutely terrified. What kind of monstrosity is that? The 3-horned monster started pumping its dark, evil aura straight into the ancient corpse. Watching this happen, Truong Min started panicking. Bro, what is it trying to do? Is it trying to hack and control the ancient corpse? Suddenly, an intense blue flame flared up around the zombie, fighting back to protect its master. But despite its desperate struggle, the 3-horned monster's power was just too broken. Slowly but surely, the protective blue flame began to fade away. The monster dragged the Zhangshi closer. Just as the greedy beast closed in, boom, a tiny blue flame sparked right out of the Zhangshi's chest. Seeing this, Truong Min already knew what was up. That ancient corpse was about to get completely absorbed. Waves of black smoke from the 3-horned monster rushed in, trying to swallow that blue flame on the Zhangshi's chest whole. But suddenly, that tiny flame flared up like crazy, blasting the black smoke completely out of the way. Truong Min analyzed the situation. This was the spear aura inside the ancient corpse. It looked like the aura was there to seal the body, which explains why the phantom triggered a massive clash. The Zhangshi snapped back to reality. It clenched its fists and let out a deafening roar, forcing the monster to back off. The Zhangshi's pressure was so overwhelming it literally melted, the monster shattering its original form. Meanwhile, the little loach was over here hyping up, wagging its tail like crazy. Its eyes were literally glowing as it stared at the 3-horned monster. Truong Min linked his consciousness with it and instantly knew exactly what the little guy was plotting. He was stunned. Wait, what, you want to eat that phantom? He closed his eyes, searching through his spiritual knowledge. Hold up, this phantom is basically a spirit body. Perfect timing. That divine wind skill I picked up earlier targets spirit bodies. This is going to be totally OP. With the plan locked in Truong Min, sharing the loach's body charged straight in. Screw it, let's test it out. Let's go. The loach swam out to the cave entrance, right where the Zhangshi had blasted the phantom. Following Truong Min's command, he yelled, "Skill activated." The loach puffed up its cheeks, sucking in a massive amount of water. He called out the next move, 3-part origin spirit skill. Immediately, the loach blasted out a brutal water vortex, shooting straight for the phantom and trapping it. The phantom was absolutely trapped inside the giant vortex, spinning wildly in the water. It thrashed around, trying to break free from the loach's whirlpool. But nah, it was hopeless. It got dragged straight. The loach started shrinking the vortex, sucking the phantom right into its belly. The phantom got smaller and smaller as the whirlpool closed in. The little loach happily downed its delicious meal. Now the phantom was literally just dust. Truong Min hyped up. Let's go. It actually worked. We wiped him out. But right after swallowing the phantom, the loach started looking a bit sick. Its belly swelled up like a balloon, and black smoke started wrapping all around it. The phantom inside was acting like it was still alive, thrashing around violently. Truong Min panicked. Oh crap, that phantom isn't fully dead yet. The phantom kept viciously ramming into the loach's stomach, trying to break out, making the poor guy writhe in absolute agony. But even then, the loach locked its jaws shut. Hell no, it wasn't letting that meal go. It collapsed exhausted at the bottom of the lake, fighting with everything it had to digest the phantom. Truong Min yelled out, "Spit it out right now. Your life is way more important." But after a tense moment, the loach's expression actually started to clear up. It flipped over, happily, wagging its tail like nothing happened. Seeing that it had completely digested the phantom and was back to normal, Truong Min let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God. But plot twist. Right after the loach recovered, a glowing, blazing mark suddenly appeared, straight on Truong Min's forehead. Truong Min was totally caught off guard. Wait, what? He closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy, absolutely mind-blown by what he felt. No way. The energy from swallowing that phantom. It's literally turning the strange pattern on my forehead into a physical relic. A crazy amount of spiritual energy swirled around it, making it grow larger. Truong Min figured it out. Being near that ancient corpse was actually buffing his soul energy. So the forehead relic links directly to my soul's power. Does that mean this thing is basically a massive stat buff? I seriously didn't expect swallowing one single phantom would give me such a broken reward. He opened his eyes, grinning to himself. Man, now, I'm super curious. What kind of insane loot would I get if I swallowed its... Back inside the turtle cave, things went dead silent after the intense monster brawl. The phantom's main body was still hiding in there, totally wrecked. Curse it all. What the hell just swallowed 3 of my demonic clones? It gasped weakly. It coughed up blood, its freakishly long tongue spilling out as it laid on the ground, absolutely fuming. What kind of freak devours my clones, walks away completely fine? Meanwhile, over at the ancient corpse, after clashing with the phantom, the thing had gone completely still. Truong Min stared at it, super confused. No movement at all. Still in the loach's body, he swam closer to check it out. Looks like the spear aura inside the corpse drained way too much energy fighting that phantom. Suddenly, a weird glowing mark appeared right on the corpse. Seeing this, the little loach excitedly swam even closer. Out of nowhere, the mark started getting sucked right off the body. Bro was literally so greedy that it was snacking on the ancient corpse's mark, too. After that little snack, the loach let out a huge, satisfying burp. Back on Truong Min's side, a massive wave of spiritual energy rushed into his body, making him literally glow from whatever the little loach had just absorbed. After swirling around for a bit, all that energy focused right onto Truong Min's chest. Right next to where his peach-shaped mark was a brand new mark just spawned in. Truong Min was hyped. Another ability pattern just dropped. Who knew third-partying this fight would give me and the little loach such insanely free loot? He clenched his fists, grinning as he calculated his gains. Not only did we get crazy buffs, but we also finally bagged the ancient corpse. First thing tomorrow, we hand this in to clear the quest. The next morning, the sun slowly peeked over the horizon, lighting up Tuyet Ho village. After a whole night of soaking up spiritual energy, Truong Min stretched his arms, feeling absolutely refreshed. From now on, I don't even have to hide the fact that I survived. My peak era is officially starting, but suddenly he froze. There was a bunch of whispering nearby. Squinting into the distance, Truong Min watched the massive crowd of villagers rolling up and wondered, why are there so many people out today? He grabbed Neem Thuat and asked, Yo, what's going on? Are we not searching today? The guy hyped him up. Little Tun, you're just in time. We're watching the officials bust out their most OP artifact. Shoving his way through the hyping crowd, he got on his tiptoes to peek inside, totally lost. Artifact. Turns out it was Neem An rocking a weird outfit with glowing armor plating on her arms and back. Truong Min's eyes literally sparkled as he stared. That is badass. What even is that? Van An smiled from the sidelines and explained, that's the Demon Purging Star Armor. Put that on, and you get a temporary buff against the dark aura in the water. Catching sight of Truong Min, Neem An practically skipped over. Ton Truong Min, you made it. She leaned in happily, flexing her new gear. Well, is this armor fire or what? Truong Min didn't hold back the hype. It's peak. Where did you even get that? Neem An grinned. Straight from the military. Then she whipped out a bazooka, looking thing shaped like a dragon's mouth, flexing even harder. And that's not all. This is the Great Ngo Army's main combat weapon. Its firepower can actually damage a rank 2 beast. Neem An then whipped out a glowing talisman. Plus I got this diamond talisman. If I take a fatal hit, it auto-casts Diamond Divine Light. It can literally block a one-shot from a high-tier expert. Seeing her geared up like a raid boss, Truong Min had to ask, Hold up, why did you bring all this gear? Van An chimed in, hyped up. Didn't you say there was a rank 2 beast down in the lake? We figured the ancient corpse is probably in its territory, so we called in the heavy artillery to deal with it. Neem An grabbed Truong Min's hands, absolutely buzzing. Today I'm diving down there with you. Don't sweat it. No matter what goes down, I've got your back. Being cared for like this for the first time. The dude was literally holding back tears. Such a pure-hearted girl. Since he got isekai'd, this was the first time anyone had shown him this much genuine kindness. Neem An didn't waste another second. She spun around to lead the way. Let's roll. But then it hit him. Something was way off. Truong Min froze in his tracks, his brain buffering. Hold up, panic set in. If she dives down there with me, isn't she going to find out I've been capping this whole time? If I get exposed, am I going to get locked up for lying to the officials? Just picturing himself, the Loach, and Truong Yen getting slapped in cuffs and dragged away made Truong Min break into a cold sweat. He bolted over to Nieman, grabbed her hand, and yanked her back, yelling, "Wait, time out." She jumped, spinning around. "What's wrong?" Truong Min scratched his head, scrambling for an excuse. "Lady Van, you're literal royalty. How could I let you do something so dangerous? I should just go solo." She puffed her cheeks, a little ticked off. "Who do you think you're looking down on? I told you I'm more than strong enough to carry you." Seeing her completely miss the point, he was internally screaming, "That is not the issue here." Truong Min frantically tried to explain. "No, seriously, it's a bad idea. You cannot go seeing him panicking." Nieman put her hands on her hips, demanding answers. "Why not give me one good reason and I'll stay?" The villagers around them heard the shouting and started gathering, whispering out of pocket. "Yo, what's the drama with those two?" Someone snickered. "Why do they look like an old married couple having a fight?" Meanwhile, the two of them were completely oblivious to the crowd. Truong Min couldn't explain himself without selling himself out. No just means no, but Neem An was stubborn as a mule. "Well, I'm going anyway." She squinted at him. "You trying to stop me? Are you hiding a secret from me or something?" Hearing that the two escort guards next to Neem An instantly got suspicious. A secret. The other guard narrowed his eyes. This kid always insists on diving solo. Unless... They both glared at Truong Min, the suspicion hitting max level. Sweating bullets, he avoided their eyes. He's cooked, he thought. If I want to survive this crisis, I've got to use the ultimate distraction. Suddenly, he lunged forward, stopping inches from Nieman's face. He looked dead serious, making her jump. Out of nowhere, Truong Min grabbed Nieman's hands. Her face instantly turned beet red. "You're right. I do have a secret." Completely short-circuiting, Nieman stared up at him, flustered. What are you? He completely cut her off, leaning right into her ear to whisper, "My secret is..." Bam. Truong Min gripped her hands tighter, pulling her flush against his chest and dropped the bomb. "I like you." His eyes were literally shining. He tilted his head down, gazing at her with absolute heart-melting affection. Neem An was blushing so hard she was practically steaming. Her brain was glitching. You like me." One of her guard dogs was not having it, barking out, "Hey, brat, what the hell are you whispering to our commander?" Truong Min completely ignored him, his voice soft and smooth. "As a man, how could I ever let you walk into a place that dangerous?" Neem An stuttered, completely flustered. But she was panicking internally. "We've literally only known each other for 2 days. Sure, you're super handsome, but you can't just drop a confession like that." Truong Min, wrapping both his hands around hers, Truong Min gave her his most reassuring look. "If I'm wearing your gear, it'll feel exactly like you're right there fighting beside me. I'll be totally safe. You'll let me do that, right?" Scene shifts to a dead, empty forest. Thick fog rolls in everywhere. Nian Ying's face is pure anxiety. She clasps her hands together, her voice practically begging. "You better make it back in one piece, you hear me?" Gear up complete. Changming straps on Nian Ying's armor and hoists a massive hand cannon onto his shoulder. Badass. Changming gives a soft smirk. "Relax, I got this." Without missing a beat, he walks straight to the lake and dives right in. The giant mud loach is already waiting down in the depths. Changming swims over and whispers to his bizarre pet. "All right, number 2, here's the game plan. I fake an attack on you and you make a huge scene. After that, we just hand over the ancient corpse and we are golden." The loach just floats there, staring blankly at Changming. It starts swimming away like it is demanding something. Total awkward silence. Man and fish just having a staring contest. You can literally see the veins popping on Changming's forehead. He loses it. "Bro, seriously, we are in the middle of a mission and you want snacks." The loach shuts its eyes and turns to swim off like a total diva. Changming sighs internally. Whatever. If I do not feed this glutton, he is going to throw the match. Changming reaches out and grabs one of its fins. He sounds so done. "Fine. You win. Deal." Instantly, the loach shoots upward, thrashing its massive body to create a violent shockwave. Changming just hovers below, unfazed. Gotta admit, this guy's getting pretty busted, he thinks. A smirk creeps onto Changming's face as he watches his pet go to work. He unslings the heavy cannon from his back. Aiming it dead ahead, boom, a massive energy beam blasts from the barrel. The laser zeroes in on the loach, slamming right into its gut. The shot leaves a nasty scorch mark on its belly. It thrashes wildly, actually feeling the sting. Changming quickly swims over to calm his bro down. Suddenly, the surface above starts trembling. In a split second, the lake absolutely erupts. Water blasts into the sky, followed by a geyser of thick, dark blood. Yun Ying watches the chaos unfold. He popped the wolf howl skill, she guesses. Nian Ying clenches her fists. This is it. Do or die. Pure dread washes over Nian Ying's face. Please let him be okay. He has to be okay, she prays in her head. Out on the lake, a massive whirlpool forms, violently twisting down into the abyss. Yun Ying clenches her fist tight. Her voice is dead serious. With that much blood, whatever he hit is an absolute monster. Nian Ying is terrified. Where is he? Why isn't he surfacing? Long, agonizing seconds pass. Then the water ripples. Splash Changming finally breaks the surface, gasping for air. Grand Shu is jumping up and down on the shore, waving his arms like a madman. It is the boss. He actually pulled it off. Let's go. Changming's speed swims to the shore, hauling the massive ancient corpse right behind him. He plants a boot in the mud, his grip iron tight on the rope binding the corpse. He is completely drenched, but looking like an absolute boss. Changming claps his hands together and shouts, "Package secured, the corpse is ours." Nian Ying stays silent, a hand over her racing heart, watching him safely through the observation time skip. The chaos is over. High above, fluffy white clouds drift lazily across a crystal clear sky. Yun Ying raises a hand, barking orders. "Load up the corpse right now before we attract any more heat." Her two guards snap to attention. "Yes, ma'am." Cut to Yun Ying's squad lugging over a heavy coffin. Changming is chilling in the distance waiting for them. They dump the ancient corpse into the box, and one of the guards slowly, carefully slides the lid shut. Yun Ying leans casually against the coffin. She shoots Changming an impressed look. "Not gonna lie, you cooked out there. How would you feel about joining the Heavens Watch Bureau?" Changming awkwardly breaks eye contact. Yun Ying steps right up into his personal space, placing a hand on his shoulder. She drops her voice to a whisper. "I will hook you up with an officer rank. You would be strictly in charge of the cursed village sector. Take the job and you and your little sister will never have to worry about rent or food again." Changming strokes his chin, the gears turning in his head. Honestly, that sounds like a massive W. At least that bottomless pit of a sister at home won't starve. Changming cups his hands and gives a polite bow. "Well, who am I to refuse a VIP offer?" Yun Ying smirks, turning on her heel to walk away. Without looking back, she tosses something through the air right at him. "Hold on to this for now," she calls out. Yun Ying casually points over at a super confused Nian Ying. "From now on, you report directly to Yun Nian Ying. She is your boss." Changming visibly flinches. He whips his head toward Nian Ying, utterly stunned. "Wait, hold up. She is going to be my commanding officer." Changming's eyes dart around in pure panic. "Oh, hell no. Don't tell me she thought my fake confession earlier was actually real. I gotta fix this, or my life is literally over." Changming clears his throat. Boss Yun Nian Ying snaps her attention to him. "What is it?" Changming squares his shoulders and speaks deadpan. "Boss, I highly recommend we establish a strict no-office romance policy here at the Bureau. We need to stay on our grind. Focus on cultivation, protecting the peace, Sigma male stuff." Nian Ying raises a hand, completely flustered. But earlier you literally said..." Changming leans in close and drops a whisper bomb. "Correct me if I am wrong, but didn't you say you still haven't unlocked your ability crest sounds? Like, Boss Yun..." Nian Ying's face goes beet red. "Shut up. You don't have to rub it in." She furrows her brows, getting super fired up. "Watch me. I am unlocking that ability crest." Deep down, she knows she has to. "I completely forgot about this." Niamon snapped at Truong Min. "You've got some nerve, Truong Min. Haven't even officially joined yet, and you're already talking back to your boss." Truong Min put a hand behind his head, giving a faint smile. "Nah, how could I?" Van An stepped up, laughing out loud. "All right, you two stop bickering. This ancient corpse is a huge deal. We're taking it back to the station soon." You coming with Niamon clenched her fist. Her tone was dead serious. "Hell no. I'm not going back until I form my ability rune." Van An hopped onto the carriage, and it shot straight up into the sky. Van An's voice called out, "Then we'll head back and wait for orders." Niamon turned her back and walked away. Truong Min raised a hand. He called after her. "Chief Van, where are you heading?" Niam An shot back, totally salty. "None of your business." Scene transition. Text appeared on screen, Truong Min's house. Truong Min's voice echoed. "I invited everyone over today for a celebration feast." Truong Yen sprinted toward the door, yelling excitedly, "Big Bro is home!" She swung the door open and peeked outside. Truong Min was standing there with Niem Thuat and the rest of the crew. Before anyone could even say a word, bam. Truong Yen slammed the door shut. Truong Min and the guys just stood there completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Truong Yen was scrambling around in the kitchen. Truong Min walked in and asked, "What's wrong, kiddo?" Truong Yen dropped to the floor, eyes welling up with tears. Her voice trembled. "Bro, we don't have a single piece of meat left in the house." Truong Min reached down into a small hidden stash, grabbing a massive chunk of meat and pulling it out. Holding the huge slab of meat, Truong Min grinned at Truong Yen. Is that so? Then what's this? Truong Min scooped Truong Yen up in his arms, his voice softening. This is a party to celebrate everyone's hard work, right? We can't be stingy now. Hearing that, Truong Yen mumbled softly, okay. Scene transition. Truong Min held up a bowl of booze, clinking it with the guys. Everyone yelled in unison. Cheers, one of the guys in Hiem Thuat's group spoke up, totally amazed. Truong Min really is getting more OP the older he gets. Holding his breath underwater for a solid 2 hours, that's insane. Hiem Thuat chuckled, teasing him. Are you the reincarnation of a merman or something, kid? Truong Min scratched his head and laughed. Huh, no way, man. Hiem Thuat grabbed a jug of booze. His voice was full of gratitude. We're super lucky Truong Min brought us along this time. We didn't even have to do the high-risk quests. Would have wasted months of rations otherwise. Truong Min, us old guys, don't know how else to thank you, so here's a toast to you. Truong Min put a hand behind his head, replying bashfully, Uncle Tu, what are you talking about? If you guys hadn't looked out for me, I wouldn't be where I am today. Another guy in Hiem Thuat's crew raised his bowl and yelled, We absolutely got a drink to that. Hiem Thuat chimed in right away. Our Truong Min is built different. If he scores a huge promotion later on, we'll all get to ride his coattails. Truong Min flashed a bright smile. You bet. Thanks, guys. But then his smile vanished, and he darted his eyes away. A thought popped into his head. Honestly, I wonder what my oh-so-great boss is up to right now. Scene transition. Deep inside a hidden cave in the forest. Rain was pouring down in buckets. Niam-Ain sat cross-legged inside the cave, her hands resting on her knees. Her eyes were shut tight as a thought crossed her mind. Crap, I failed again. Niam-Ain opened her eyes, looking down in frustration. I was so close, just one step away from condensing my ability rune. The image of a demonic beast flashed in her mind. She clenched her fist, her thoughts rock solid. I've been grinding out here, constantly observing high-tier beasts these past few days, trying to comprehend my own ability rune, but it's just not enough. I need a much stronger... Boom! A deafening crash echoed as a blinding bolt of lightning struck the ground. Right in front of Niam-An, an image of Truong Min popped into her head, mocking her. How come my boss isn't even as OP as me? Furious Niam-An thought, hell no. I can't let that guy look down on me. She snapped back into her training, shutting her eyes once more. Suddenly, a glowing blue light started to materialize. Niam-An brought her hands close together, the light condensing right between her palms. The radiant blue energy completely engulfed her body. She stayed dead silent for a moment, her eyes tracking the energy shift. The results were totally cracked. Niam-An screamed in her mind, I did it. My ability rune scene transition. Early morning the very next day. Clouds drifted lazily across a crystal-clear blue sky. Down below, Truong Min was taking a solo walk passing by the villagers' houses along the way. A little further down the road, Niam-Ain was already standing there waiting for him. She let out a fake cough to get his attention. Truong Min just ignored her, totally brushing past her without a second glance. Frustrated, she yelled out, Hey, son Truong Min! Truong Min turned around with a slight smirk. Oh, if it isn't Chief Van, did you need something from me? Niam-An cleared her throat, speaking with total confidence. You do know I'm a famous genius over at Dinba Prefecture, right? Anyway, I just made a huge breakthrough in my cultivation, so I'm in a pretty good mood today. I figured I'd give you a few pointers. Truong Min acted surprised, his eyes going wide as he gasped. No way you're really that OP. Niam-An covered her mouth with a hand, laughing proudly. The more complex the condensation process, the stronger the ability rune's power, and the higher its potential. Niam-An steps closer, getting right up in Truong Min's face. She asked, Kid, what's your ability rune? Draw it out for me to see. I'll give you some pointers. A line of text pops up in Truong Min's head. He thinks to himself, let's see. I actually have a few ability runes inside me. Truong Min grabs a small branch. He crouches down and replies to Niam-An sure thing. He grips the branch tight. His hand moves, dragging a line across the dirt. A moment later, Truong Min finishes drawing a complete rune on the ground. He lets go and stops drawing. Truong Min slowly stands up and calls out softly, I'm done writing, boss. Truong Min turns to Niam-An, who is standing there looking completely dumbfounded. He gently calls her, Boss. Niam-An stays dead silent. She's panicking in her head. This rune is so complex, it's way more broken than mine. How the hell am I supposed to judge this? Niam-An's face flushes slightly. She awkwardly clears her throat and says, For someone your age to manifest a rune like this, but don't let it go to your head. At the end of the day, you're still my subordinate. Truong Min replies politely, You're absolutely right, boss. Niam-An turns her back to leave, calling out, I'm heading off. Use the token if you need anything. Suddenly, Truong Min grabs her hand, stopping her. Wait a second. Boss. Niamon glances back, confused. What is it? Truong Min looks away. He explains, I don't really get how cultivation ranks work. Please enlighten me, boss. Niamon crosses her arms and scolds him. You've been training out here and you don't even know the basics? Truong Min hesitates. Well, about that. Niamon smirks and says, but since you asked nicely, I'll tell you. An image of the 9 cultivation ranks flashes in her mind. She explains, in this world, cultivation is divided into 9 major ranks. Niamon pictures a cultivator training. She continues, most cultivators in the world are hard stuck at the very first rank. This first rank is called Spirit Body, which is broken down into levels like Spirit Vein, Spirit Node, Ability Rune, Manifestation, and Artifact Mastery. Truong Min listens closely. Wondering to himself, I've already reached Manifestation, but what does Artifact Mastery mean? Truong Min raises a hand. He asks, Boss, can you explain exactly what Artifact Mastery is? Niamon nods in agreement. Of course I can. In Niamon's mind, images of cultivators wielding magic artifacts appear. She explains, the Artifact Mastery stage happens after you've chosen a rune to form your manifestation. Through non-stop nurturing and leveling up, you eventually reach the point where you can control... Truong Min looks up at the sky. He blurts out, so that's how it works. Niamon glares at him, suspicious. Are you for real right now? You seriously didn't know that Truong Min looks back at her. He asks curiously, Boss, does a person only get 1 spirit node? Niamon crosses her arms and replies, duh. Once your spirit node is set, it can never be changed. 1 spirit node equals 1 ability rune. It literally dictates your entire cultivation foundation. An image flashes in Truong Min's mind. He asks himself, then why the hell do I have multiple spirit nodes and a whole bunch of runes? Truong Min raises his hand again. He continues, so boss, once you hit Artifact Mastery, how do you break through to the 2nd major rank? Niamon puts both hands on her hips. She lectures him, the most important thing in cultivation is patience. Don't get arrogant. You're barely at the rune stage. Worrying about breakthroughs is way too early for you. Truong Min glances down. He thinks to himself, I seriously need to find a spot to test if I've hit the Artifact Mastery stage yet. Scene transition. The sky clears up as it gets closer to noon. Truong Min walks up to the edge of a lake, muttering to himself, this water zone is packed with monster beasts. Perfect place for an experiment. Truong Min brings his hands together and closes his eyes. He focuses and summons a massive dragon seal. Truong Min holds the seal in his hand, wondering, let's see what this big guy can actually do. Truong Min thrusts his hand towards the sky, and the seal instantly glows, shooting up into the air. He yells, go! The seal flies out over the lake. Truong Min's voice echoes from a distance. No way this thing can actually summon beasts. In the blink of an eye, the water starts churning. A massive swarm of beasts erupts from the surface, gathering right behind the dragon seal. Facing the horde of beasts, Truong Min shouts in pure hype. Peak, it even makes them obey my commands. Is this my manifestation power? Absolutely broken. Watching the beasts swirl around the seal, Truong Min says, I knew this manifestation was OP. But I didn't expect it to be this cracked. Suddenly an explosion of water blasts into the sky in the distance. Truong Min instantly snaps his eyes toward the noise. A colossal beast breaches the surface, sporting 3 incredibly intimidating horns on its head. Its eyes are glowing blood red. Truong Min yells in shock, a rank 2 beast. The beast lets out a deafening roar. The wind around them starts whipping up wildly. Truong Min throws an arm up to shield his face, thinking, looks like the seal can't control rank 2 beasts. Truong Min pulls the seal back between his palms, grinning with excitement. Let's see what else this thing can do. Truong Min shoves both hands forward, and the seal rockets straight into the beast's jaw. Boom. Truong Min's voice rang out. Go, the seal flew right back into his hand, and he shouted, return. The monster turned around and dived back into the water. Truong Min looked pretty disappointed as he thought a rank 2 beast is just this. Seriously. Truong Min tipped the gourd in his hand upside down, and something slipped right out of the bottle. He yelled out, your turn to shine, buddy. The loach popped out. Keeping its eyes dead ahead, it tried to scope out the situation around them. Right in front of the loach, a whole swarm of fish-type beasts were staring it down. The loach stayed completely silent before flashing a wicked, satisfied grin. Its tongue slithered out of its mouth, practically drooling with hunger. Sitting on the bank and watching the loach face off against its enemies, Truong Min teased it. Bro, just needs to eat to level up. Just don't evolve into a pig later on. Scene cuts to a tavern. The air outside was completely swallowed by a thick, heavy fog. Right outside one of the private rooms, a waiter was whispering. That customer inside has been eating literally all day. This is already their 7th table full of food. The guy across from him replied, Man, that is absolute. You wouldn't even be able to tell just by looking at her. Inside the room, Niam-an was still chowing down, surrounded by massive stacks of empty plates. She shouted out, "Why aren't the next dishes out yet?" The tavern owner walked over, looking super awkward as he replied, "Dear customer, our ingredient supply is pretty limited. We are literally totally sold out." Niam-an's thoughts started racing. Why hasn't my informant gotten back to me yet? She was honestly a little bummed out. She just sighed and replied, "Fine, whatever." Then Niam-an glanced over at the absolute mountain of plates she had just cleared, thinking to herself, "It's not like I wanted to eat this much. If my ability didn't literally require me to absorb flavors and aromas to level up my stats, a refined girl like me would never eat like this." Feeling a bit awkward, Niam-an asked the owner, "Well then, boss, do you have any snacks or desserts left? Just bring it all out." The owner replied, "We're wiped clean. There's absolutely nothing left." Commander A's sudden shout made Niam-an jump a little. She whipped her head toward the voice. A guard came sprinting in, completely out of breath, panting. "It really is you, thank God." He looked super panicked. The guard looked right at Niam-an and said, "Boss, I've got an urgent report." Niam-an just raised one hand. A glowing aura flared up around her hand. Niam-an gave a cold, deadpan order. "Speak." She snapped her fingers. A magical barrier instantly popped up. The guard started his report. Rumor has it that there's an insanely powerful demon god buried over in Fan Khao. Inside the guard's mind, the terrifying image of a massive demon god's eye flashed by. He kept going. They say a top-tier powerhouse from the third great rank went in to investigate that demon god, and they literally never came back out. Niam-an looked confused. "The third great rank." The guard quickly added, "Well, it's just a legend." In his mind, silhouettes of different cultivators started taking shape. They were all marching toward the exact same spot. The guard stiffened up and continued his report. "Recently, a whole squad of cultivators has been planning to head straight into Fan Khao. They want to loot the demon god's rare artifact. We tried warning them over and over, but they won't listen. There's zero chance they make it back. Worst case scenario, they get totally corrupted by the evil aura, turn into monsters, and start wrecking everything." Niam-an just nodded smoothly. "Got it. I'll definitely be keeping a much closer eye on this from now on." Scene cuts to Thanhungia standing by a riverbank, staring off at a massive, fog-covered mountain range in the distance. Thanhungia smirked, cheering under his breath with pure hype. "So this is the legendary Fan Khao. Getting that demon god's artifact is just a matter of time now." Suddenly Van An spawned out of nowhere, her voice dripping with venom. "Just a bunch of weak, pathetic trash. And you actually think you're worthy of Fan Khao's fated treasure?" Thanhungia whipped around, clearly caught off guard, as he yelled out, "Who the hell is there?" Luke Ni just smirked, his tone totally mocking. "The guy who's about to send you straight to the afterlife." Thanhungia looked up and instantly threw his hand into the air. He instantly magnified his sword completely out of proportion, making it thousands of times bigger. Thanhungia's arrogant laughter echoed out. Luke Ni effortlessly dodged the massive blade crashing toward him. He turned and called out to Van An, "Madame Kai, I'm leaving this clown to you." Holding a silk scarf in her hand, Van An just flashed a wicked smile with pleasure. Van An tossed the scarf straight at Thanhungia. Horrifying monsters instantly started materializing out of nowhere, hunting down a completely terrified Thanhungia as he ran for his life. Over on the other side, Din Neem turned his back and started walking away, calling back to them, "Let's roll. The fated loot of Fan Khao is waiting for us." Van An and Luke Ni yelled out in perfect sync, "Understood." Scene cuts. Another squad that tried to fight Din Heem's group had just been totally wiped out. Every single one of them was lying dead on the ground. Din Neem casually walked past, muttering, "That's the fourth squad down." All the annoying obstacles had been cleared out, walking right behind him. Luke Ni bowed his head respectfully and sucked up to him. "It's all thanks to you that this is going so smoothly, boss." The image of a creepy village flashed through Luke Ni's mind as he spoke up. "There is seriously something wrong with this village. The whole place is practically choking on evil energy. We absolutely shouldn't just rush in blindly." Luke Ni pulled out a mystical chessboard and made a suggestion. "How about I send my Dao soldiers in to scout out the area first?" Din Neem nodded along. "I've heard for a while now that your Six Harmonies Dao soldiers are a literal god-tier skill. Perfect time for me to finally see it in action." Luke Ni threw the chessboard up, and all the pieces started glowing with intense light. They hovered right in midair as Luke Ni yelled, "Go!" The pieces instantly shot down to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into massive, towering Dao soldiers. Way off in the distance, Truong Min was just chilling on the riverbank, while the loach happily swam around in the water. Suddenly catching a weird sound, Truong Min flinched. He jolted upright to see what the hell was going on just as a massive Dao soldier stomped into view. Joints popped, a heavy creaking sound echoing through the air. Truong Min stared down the army of puppets, yelling out in shock. What the hell are these things? Two puppets drew their bows, locking their aim straight at Truong Min. They released the bowstrings. Swish. Two arrows shot straight for him at crazy speed. Before he could even process what was happening, the enemy attacked. Truong Min threw up a shield just in time, blocking the incoming arrows. Clash. He wondered who the hell was ambushing him. Tossing his dragon seal into the air, he made his choice. Their arrows are fast, but if they want smoke, I'm not holding back. The dragon seal floated into the sky, expanding until it was absolutely massive. The puppet army looked up at the giant shadow covering them. Boom! The seal slammed down, instantly crushing the entire squad into the dirt. Meanwhile, blood violently spurted from Luke Ni's mouth. Van An gasped in panic. What happened? Luke Ni gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with absolute rage. He growled, "The puppet's vision is limited. All I saw was some insane divine power crashing down. My connection with them is completely severed." Ding Niem chimed in, looking grim, wiping out 5 puppet squads in a single strike. "I'm afraid he's already reached the second great realm. Looks like this old man has to step in personally." But Van An, holding a strange vase, just smirked. "Not necessarily. Let my little babies go check him out first." She brought a finger to her lips, biting down hard on the tip. Drops of blood started oozing out. She pressed her finger against the vase, letting her blood seep right into the surface. Tracing her finger, she drew a cursed symbol on the clay. Instantly, a creepy black shadow slithered out from the vase. Ding Niem praised her, completely impressed. Madame Kai's dark arts are truly formidable. To think you have a dark spirit even stronger than a ghost king. Back on the battlefield, Truong Min was inspecting the wooden remains of the puppets. He stared at the pile of junk. He thought to himself, wooden mechanical puppets. Whoever made these must be broke. Why not use metal to craft them? Since there's only this trash left, I might as well let little Loach eat it. Who knows, maybe I can extract the crafting core. Truong Min grabbed the puppet scraps and started dismantling the components. He muttered, confused, "But why did these monsters suddenly show up in the village, and why target me?" He leaped up onto a nearby tree branch. "Better hide first and figure it out later," he thought. He sent a mental message to the Loach hiding at the bottom of the lake. "Little Loach enemies incoming. Hide nearby and protect your boss." Truong Min crouched in the canopy, brushing aside some leaves. He kept his eyes glued to the ground, silently watching the situation unfold. Far away, Van An crossed her arms, her tone dripping with arrogance. "This little pest is pretty agile, isn't he?" But right behind Truong Min, a massive, terrifying black shadow suddenly materialized. It crept closer and closer to him. Completely unaware of the danger, he kept his focus locked on the ground below. Ding Niem glanced at Van An. Based on the memories left behind, it doesn't look like that guy has any accomplices. Van An smiled, reassuring the old man. "Don't worry, just leave him to me." She slipped her hand inside her robes, slowly pulling out a small, eerie wand. Tapping the wand against her vase, she sneered with pure arrogance. "You poor, pathetic little thing. Big Sis is going to give you a very comfortable death." Suddenly, Truong Min sensed it. His face went pale, his eyes wide with absolute panic. He whipped around only to see the creeping shadow closing in. A chilling thought hit him. Since when? His whole body felt like it was being crushed. "I'm cooked. They ambushed me," he gasped out helplessly. He was trapped right in the middle of an illusory vortex. His body started shivering violently. "It's so cold." But a split second later, his pupils flared with intense light veins bulging all over his face. At that exact moment, a brilliant golden rune ignited right on his chest. On the outside, a massive surge of dark energy tried to pierce straight through him. But in a flash, Truong Min absorbed the entire thing. The deadly attack completely neutralized. The backlash hit Van An, instantly making her cough up a massive mouthful of blood. Seeing her wrecked, Ding Niem yelled in panic. "What just happened?" She wiped the blood off her chin, shaken. "This guy's power is absolutely broken. Sir, you might need to unleash your falling beard, rooting divine art." Hearing that, Ding Niem slowly stroked his long white beard. "Let's see just what kind of tricks this brat has up his sleeve." Instantly, his beard shot out, extending all the way to the ground like wild roots. Watching the terrifying aura warp the space around him, Van An praised, "Falling beard rooting, a rank." 2 divine art back to Truong Min, who had just snapped out of it. That felt like some kind of ghost monster just now. "I didn't even get a good look before my swastika mark obliterated it." He had no idea the whole forest was currently shaking violently around him. Suddenly, thick white beard roots completely entangled him. What the hell is this? In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped up into a giant white cocoon. On the other side, Din Neem was pulling with all his might to drag his roots back, but it wasn't budging. "Why won't it pull?" he yelled. Right then, an absolutely blinding golden force field erupted from the white cocoon. Truong Min gritted his teeth, his inner voice furious. "I don't care what you are. Now, it's my turn to strike back." With that thought, he triggered an explosive burst of energy, completely shattering the cocoon trapping him. Boom. Only now did Din Hiem realize he messed up big time. Pure terror washed over the old man's face as he stared at his long-nailed hands. The old geezer scrambled to reel in his white threads, but because of that, Truong Min's energy locked right onto the spot he couldn't cut. Oh, he's cooked. And it didn't stop there. That absolutely broken power surged straight toward Van An and Luke Ni. They tried to bolt, but that dark aura already grabbed them by the throat. In a split second, the dark energy drained every ounce of their power. Poof. Gone. Wiped from existence without a single trace. Job done. Truong Min pulled his energy back into his palm. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, who the hell were those guys? Well, at least they were good test dummies for my new rune abilities, Truong Min thought to himself as he walked away. Why would a bunch of cultivators jump a random civilian anyway? Talk about asking for bad karma. He bent down and scooped up the loot bags scattered on the ground. Curiosity taking over, he eagerly cracked one open to take a peek. Bro was legit moved to tears. Look at all these mats. The little loach won't even be able to finish this. We're finally eating good tonight. Hyped up, he ripped open the next bag. All right, let's see what kind of drops we got in vault number 2. No way. The loot was absolutely cracked. This guy was an OCD hoarder. Just look at this inventory space. We hit the jackpot. 16 rank 1 artifacts. 10 rank. 2 items and wait. 1 rank 3 gear. Plus 50 spirit jades. Right on cue, the little loach flopped. He instantly knew what it wanted and blocked it. Hell no. These spirit jades are premium currency. You are not eating them. Pointing at a pile of trash loot nearby, he bargained, "I'll let you munch on this scrap if you clean up those puppet soldiers for me." Deal. Bro, what's with that attitude? The loach just rolled over and went to sleep, making Truong Min absolutely lose it. Spit it back out, then, you freeloader. He took a deep breath and sighed. Whatever. The drop rate today was pretty fire anyway. Still, why are there suddenly so many outsiders swarming the server? Another day was wrapping up the sunset, painting the horizon in a golden glow. Over by the city gates, some guys were gossiping. Those 3 bosses have been camping there all day. Right then, a pair of legs stepped up. The moment Thon Na entered their line of sight, the 3 of them bowed. "Young masters, you're finally here." Thon Na just casually waved his fan. "What's the rush? Those NPCs are just speed running to their own deaths." His lackeys quickly chimed in, spitting facts. "Young master, that hidden quest in SoCal is..." Thang Na cut them off. "All right, enough glazing. Give me the intel. Who's in the lobby this time?" One of them quickly reported back. "There's a bunch of random mobs, but as for players actually worth your time, there are only 2. First is Van An de Long, a major boss from the north. He brought 2 second stage awakened as his backup." He continued, "The other one is Tu Phuong Ka, the top disciple of the Nien Ngok sect, also a second stage user. He brought 6 juniors with him. If they set up their ultimate Hellfire formation, their power level spikes up to the 3rd stage." Hearing their stats in background, Thon Na smirked. "Now that's what I call a challenge." He snapped his fan shut. "Let's roll. We can't let them steal our XP." They moved out immediately, heading straight for SoCal before anyone else could snipe their loot. Lu Bin stared at his boss's back, totally confused. Wait, didn't he literally just say that rushing in was a death wish? Suddenly remembering something, Lu Bin yelled out, "Oh, right, boss. Watch your step out there. Rumor has it a ghost domain just spawned in. So, cow, if you walk into that zone, it's instant permadeath." Meanwhile, deep in the creepy woods, 3 silhouettes on horseback emerged. Duong Suai led the pack. "How much further?" The guy behind him answered, "Boss, the Man River is about 30 miles out." Suddenly, Duong Suai's eyes locked onto an eerie green glow up ahead. "That's weird. Why is there a whole buzzing town out here in the middle of nowhere?" His right-hand man chimed in. "Boss, even if we speed run it tonight, the main city gates are already locked down. Might as well set up camp here for a bit." Duong Suai made the call. "All right, we rest here for the night. Keep a low profile, no unnecessary aggro." With that, the trio spurred their horses and rode straight toward the mysterious little town. Out in the pitch black, a flock of birds suddenly scattered into the sky. Back with Truong Min, he was busy inspecting his ground loot artifacts. Potions, you name it. Eating together like this, pretty decent meal, right? He smirked, eyeing the loach while doing some mental math. This little dude used to spit out some decent drops, but now he's just a black hole. Maybe I should feed him something spicy. Feeling devious, Truong Min shoved the creepy long beard he just looted from Din Neem straight into the loach's mouth. Clueless, the little guy just happily munched away. But a second later, its face turned completely green and its tongue practically dragged on the floor. GG. It instantly gagged, throwing up a disgusting puddle of green and yellow bile. Seeing that Truong Min intentionally trolled it. Bro, you tapped out on item number 1 weak. I haven't even gone through my whole inventory yet. But the loach was absolutely furious. It leaped up and smacked Truong Min dead in the face. Watching it slither away, he let out a heavy sigh. Is this dude hitting his rebellious teenage phase or something? Whatever. Let him go touch some grass and cool off. As for the loach, it dove deep into the water, still throwing a massive tantrum. But suddenly, it spotted a bizarre, glowing green light. So that place right there, the ghost realm. Countless shadowy figures popped up on the deck, and one of them started whining. Bro, why is it so dead tonight? I'm literally starving here. The ghost across from him just clapped back. You think we get fresh meat every single day? Dream on. Meanwhile, the little loach was quietly rolling up to this so-called ghost realm. But the ghost guards instantly spotted its moves. Yo, looks like a massive beast is swimming our way. Let it in, that's my dinner. Even so, they couldn't stop complaining. Such a bummer. It's just a fish. Man, if that was a plump human, it would totally hit the spot. Butcher Truong, do your thing, hack it to pieces, and we'll split the loot. The loach just stared up at them, totally curious, completely clueless that it was in danger. Butcher Truong swaggered over, grumbling, you guys seriously only call me for this trash-tier grunt work. Since the loach had 0 defenses up, he just reached out and yanked it by the tail. Then the butcher dragged its massive body straight onto the shore, but right then he paused, totally confused. Wait, what the hell? Why is this thing so insanely heavy? But that didn't stop him from slamming it onto the chopping block. The goofy loach even did a little spin, letting out a few soft squeaks. Its eyes were just full of pure curiosity. The butcher actually smirked at that. Well, aren't you a good boy, lying down nicely so I can chop you up without a fuss? Saying that, he ripped his razor-sharp cleaver out of its sheath. The demons around them were locked in, hyping him up. Kill it, time to feast, boys. The butcher went totally cold-blooded, raising his blade with everything he had. But the second that blade came down, the loach casually flicked its tail and shattered the cleaver. And then it hit him with a follow-up tail slap, straight to the face. The absolute force of it sent the butcher flying backward in an instant. He crashed hard into the dirt. No way. This thing literally just flicked me and wrecked my blade. How is that even possible? Seeing the loach sliding towards him, he started panicking and backing up. Stay back. Don't you take one more step, and I swear I'm calling out the Ghost Kings. The second the loach closed in, the butcher screamed at the top of his lungs, Lord Ghost, save me. Just like that, a massive, terrifying ghost head materialized right behind him. It was one of the 4 great Ghost Kings, the Ghost Consort. Niche knew. She screeched with a piercing voice, what the hell is so important that you had to summon me? How dare you interrupt my rest? The butcher practically fell over himself to report, my lord, a ridiculously overpowered beast just invaded the ghost realm. We need you to wipe it out. Hearing that Niche knew, flashed a twisted, hyped-up smile and lunged straight at the loach. But literally, 2 seconds later, bam. The loach tail slapped her so hard her face swelled up. The butcher froze, staring at the empty space where she just got vaporized. What the actual hell? A lady ghost just got one-shotted. You've got to be kidding me. Suddenly, the water started boiling, and a massive wave of bone-white human skulls floated to the surface. Even the butcher was totally clueless, just standing there like an absolute idiot. Right in front of him, a giant tower of skulls erupted from the water. But then something else totally caught his eye. It was a massive blazing fireball hurling straight toward them at insane speed. Then Yan showed up. Bro is literally one of the 4 great Ghost Kings, the Lord of the Bone Sea. And right behind him was Thebat, another Ghost King. Yan shot the loach an absolutely disgusted look. Butcher Truong, you're a demon too. You really summoned us over this pathetic little trash, whatever. I'll squash this bug myself. But bro couldn't even finish his sentence before the loach had him sweating bullets. What the hell is going on? Why is this stupid beast's glare giving me absolute chills? Yan tried to just shake it off. His dark aura exploded, suffocating the entire area. Watching him flex, the butcher screamed, The Lord of the Bone Sea is pissed. He's about to drop his God mode down on us. This time Yan's eyes were practically dripping with pure bloodlust. You're cooked, you little freak. Thinking he had it in the bag, Yan pushed his aura even higher, turning the air completely toxic with death energy. But the loach zero fear. It actually looked like it was drooling over him. That's when Yan finally realized he messed up. Hold up. Why does it feel like this thing has a target lock right on my bones? My bone structure is my weakest point. If it hits me there, my entire cultivation rank is going to drop. Nah, screw this. I can't fight it. Right then, the gluttonous loach zoomed straight for his skull collection. Yummy bones. In the blink of an eye, Yan's terrifying aura totally dissolved into thin air. The butcher watched the fight absolutely flabbergasted. Bro, what kind of plot twist is this? Standing off to the side. The bat started laughing at them. You Ghost Kings are absolute trash hearing him talk. Smack the loach. Turned its gaze straight at him. The bat instantly flared up his core energy. Step aside, let me handle this. Plot twist. The loach just opened its mouth and vacuumed all that blazing energy straight into its belly. Then it let out a massive, satisfying burp, looking absolutely stuffed. The bat was completely speechless. He shrieked, "Wait, what?" Desperate T-Bat chucked out a few more massive fireballs. Let's see if your stomach can handle this. Meanwhile, back in Tuyet Ho village, the night was super chill and peaceful. Inside his house, Truong Min was just kicking back on his bed. His whole body was glowing with this insane golden aura. A second later, Truong Min jolted up, instantly realizing what was going down. He let out a huge yawn. Man, this little loach is actually broken. Feeding me all this warm energy this late at night. Peak behavior right there. He was absolutely hyped. Hell yeah, I just condensed a brand new ability mark. Gotta give that little loach some props when he gets back. But right then, Truong Min's face went completely pale. Oh crap, why is it getting so crazy hot in here? Worse yet, the flames inside his body literally erupted outward. Scorched by the blazing heat, he was screaming his lungs out. Damn it! What the hell did that little beast eat this time? I swear I'm gonna wring his neck. Outside, a dead, gloomy night completely choked the air around Tuyet Ho village. Pissed off, Truong Min fired a telepathic message straight to the loach. You little punk, are you trying to roast your own bro alive? The second he said that, his eyes flared up with a blinding golden light. Just like that, Truong Min synced directly with the loach's consciousness. All right, let's see what the heck you're actually up to. Ton Truong Min fully possessed its spirit. Looking through the loach's eyes, he spotted Thebat looking like a literal dried-up skeleton. Bro really devoured all of my flames, and we don't even know each other. Truong Min instantly went off. Why are you eating random junk? You almost burned our whole damn house down, you idiot. Knowing it messed up the loach, just let out a pathetic little whimper. Scanning through its vision, Truong Min took in the surrounding area. A ghost domain. No way. Why is there a whole ghost domain popping up right outside Tuyet Ho village? Right then, a massive vortex ripped through the pitch-black sea. What's going on? Why are they here? A second later, the myriad Soul King's twisted voice echoed out. You trash are getting weaker the longer you live. Hearing that Nietzsche, Niu Yen, and Thebat just kept their heads down and took the verbal beating. Pulled into the open, the myriad Soul King demanded, "Spit it out. What the hell is going on here?" Du Ho immediately reported, "My lord. Here's the situation." I actually managed to catch this shark, but his voice started trembling with pure panic. This monster completely wrecked Lady Ghost Consort, the Bone King, and Lord Thibat. Hearing that, a teasing smirk crept onto Truong Min's face as he figuratively glanced at the loach. For real. Meanwhile, the myriad Soul King was still high on his own ego. If you three are really that utterly useless, then this king will just have to handle it himself. Instantly, he unleashed a deadly surge of ghost aura. Whoever dares to trespass in my ghost domain, drop dead. Watching this whole circus play out, Truong Min could only sigh. I freaking knew it. This guy staying out all night meant he was definitely starting drama. Suddenly, the seal on Truong Min's chest started glowing. The evil spirit energy inside this guy feels kind of familiar. The spirit divination stick is a magical artifact used for sealing ancient corpses. Maybe it can actually devour the power of that evil aura. Let's test it out. With that thought, a brilliant idea clicked in his head. Truong Min immediately channeled the power from the spirit divination stick. Boom. A massive beam of golden light crashed right onto the ghost domain's barrier. That's when the myriad Soul King finally realized he was cooked. What the hell just entered my ghost domain? And it didn't stop there. That sheer power dragged down countless bolts of lightning, ruthlessly blasting the domain's barrier. In a split second, the myriad Soul King was forced to burn all of his energy just to defend. What is this broken power? but that golden light was already zeroing in on him. This pressure is insane. With no other choice, the myriad Soul King whipped out a talisman packing a similar level of power. But reality hit him fast. His dark attributes and rank were getting absolutely suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Where the hell did this thing even come from? Truong Min let out a smug laugh. Looks like my spirit divination stick is totally overpowered. Guess I'll just wipe all of you out in one shot. On the other side, Du Ho suddenly spoke up like he just cracked the code. So that's exactly how it is. Seeing the chaos, Yin nervously suggested, should we go help? Du Ho instantly snapped back at him. Why the hell are you still talking? Let's jump him together. There's no way we lose. But before they could even make a move, the myriad Soul King barked an order to stop them. You absolute morons, do you have a death wish? Look closely at the power radiating from that stick. Nietzsche New, still submerged in the freezing water, went wide-eyed. Wait, no freaking way. Yen stammered out a guess. Are you telling me this aquatic creature is actually wielding the supreme power of the Yellow Springs, the myriad soul? King grimly confirmed it. Yes, that is the absolute power of the Yellow Springs. The second he heard that, all the fight totally left Thai Bat's body. The supreme power of the Yellow Spring, why on earth would it pick a lowly beast like that as its host? Suddenly, Truong Min's voice echoed straight out of the Loach's mouth. Yo, who the hell are you calling a beast? It was only then that he realized something crazy. Wait, I can actually talk through the little guy's body? Across from him, the myriad Soul King's tone completely flipped. Excuse me, sir. Is this treasure yours? The Loach fired back with pure disrespect. Yeah, what of it? You guys still want to throw down. For a split second, the myriad Soul King fell into deep thought. A ghost domain is just a temporary rift, but to think we'd stumble upon such an insane opportunity here. The supreme power of the Yellow Springs, that is the absolute foundation of the underworld. The bat nervously tested the waters. Are we actually going to fight this guy? Because I'm pretty sure we're going to get completely clapped. At that moment, the myriad Soul King slowly muttered, Don't panic. I've got a strategy. His expression suddenly turned deadly serious. Since you dared to barge into our ghost domain, there is only one way this ends. Dead silence hung in the air. The only sound was the myriad Soul King lightly stepping down onto the deck of the ship. The second he landed, he dropped straight to his knees. I pledge my absolute loyalty to you. Please accept this ghost domain as my gift. The Loach let out a shocked squeak. Wait, what? Nietzsche New couldn't even process it. Are you seriously offering up our entire ghost domain plot twist? The myriad Soul King totally admitted it. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I've decided to offer this entire ghost domain to His Eminence. The drowned ghost was totally confused. The myriad Soul King dropped his voice and explained, if their ghost domain could get backed by the massive underworld power of this exalted one, then they'd actually have a shot at forming their own mini underworld. Once that happens, they wouldn't have to stress about the grim reapers from hell knocking on their door. Truong Min was mind blown. So the underworld actually had a strict rank system too. Right then, the myriad Soul King kept going. That spirit token definitely flew in from outside our domain, no doubt about it. The one on that green rock is just a clone of His Eminence, but it seems he already read my mind. Just a clone was this broken. How insanely OP was the main body. The Corpse Fiend totally agreed, offering up our ghost domain. And having the four of us serve under His Eminence makes perfect sense. Truong Min scratched his head, thinking to himself, I'm really not that strong, guys. The drowned ghost finally spoke up from the water. I guess that works, but she slowly stepped onto the shore. His Eminence probably won't stay here to watch over things. The domain is going to need a liaison to pass on and carry out his orders. Since His Eminence and I are both aquatic beings, we naturally have a connection. How about I take the job? Plot twist. The Bone Sea immediately shut her down. Open your eyes. Didn't you see how His Eminence looked at me? It was completely different from how he looked at you. That is a real connection. I'm obviously the best fit to be his right. Out of the whole squad, only the myriad Soul King was actually taking this seriously. Fools. We haven't even proven our worth yet. Behave yourselves. We have to make His Eminence accept us. The moment he said that, the myriad Soul King dropped to his knees, dragging Your Eminence. Seeing them randomly drop to their knees, the little Loach was totally stunned. What exactly are you guys doing? The myriad Soul. King looked dead serious this time. We wish to serve under you, my lord. We pray you won't reject us. Even though we're creatures of the dark, our hearts seek the true path. We have some decent power. Enough to handle your dirty work, at least. The loach spread its little fins and pointed at the token floating above. You guys want to serve me because of this. The second they saw it, the myriad Soul King and his crew slammed their heads against the ground. Exactly. Your power is absolutely God tier. We beg you, please take pity on our struggles and guide us in the future. Right then it clicked for Truong Min. The whole reason he had that spirit token was because of that ancient demon corpse his loach body had devoured earlier. Unless they all knew each other from way back. But wait, that demon corpse was way weaker than these 4 bosses. So there could only be one reason he literally couldn't hold back a smug grin. Heh. It's just because I'm built different, I'm him. But meanwhile, the myriad Soul King was sweating bullets. His eminence has been quiet for so long. So is he going to reject us? Panicking, he slammed his head onto the ground again. My lord, please take pity on us. Cultivating in the dark is pure torture. Just give us one chance. We swear absolute loyalty. We would never dare betray you. Truong Min pretended to think it over. I guess letting you tag along isn't impossible. But I don't just take in anybody. Tell me, have any of you ever consumed human flesh? Hearing that the myriad Soul King shook his head aggressively. Never. The 4 of us have never committed such wicked, twisted crimes. But the little loach looked at them like Cap. He squinted, totally scanning them, and interrogated Spill the truth. What about the zombie guy over there? You're telling me he doesn't drink blood. The corpse fiend waved his hands in a panic. My crimson flame doesn't need humans. I just consume yin fire into my body to convert extreme yin energy into extreme yang energy, I swear. The loach instantly snapped his head to the next guy, and you're going to stand there and say, you've never killed anyone. The Bone Sea sounded frantic. Please see the truth. My lord, I built my body by digging up skulls from ancient battlefields. Plus, the skulls of those ancient warlords are way stronger than regular humans. Anyway, I have absolutely zero reason to go around murdering random civilians. Obviously, Truong Min wasn't buying it. He narrowed his eyes. Are you guys for real? Then the loach shifted his gaze. All right, what about the ghost girl over there? With lips that read, how many gallons of human blood have you drained? Called out the drowned ghost, awkwardly wiped the red tint off her lips. This is literally just makeup. Right in front of everyone, she put on this super gentle, absurdly shy act. I'm just a poor, innocent girl who drowned by accident. I only fight to keep the other lake ghosts in line, and I'm just a proper young lady who doesn't like talking to strangers. Bro, even Truong Min was about to act up. He coughed to hide his blush. That reaction hit the other bosses like a truck. Their jaws hit the floor. Holy crap, bro's down bad. Finally, the loach made his decision. Well, since it's like that, I'll let them serve me for now. Better to have them manage this place than let them run wild and wreck the whole region. The Bone Sea stepped up to answer. We obey your every command, your eminence. We wouldn't dare act up. Please tell us, how should we develop this ghost domain from now on? That actually got Truong Min thinking hard. True, what should I even make them do? Suddenly a big brain idea popped into his head. You guys should start a business. You're monsters, but you've still got your humanity and morals. Going into business would literally be perfect for you. Saying that, the loach snapped the golden token in its mouth and turned away. All right, I've got stuff to do. I'm out. With that, nothing was left but ripples on the water. His figure vanished over the side of the boat, leaving the myriad Soul King's squad completely frozen, their brains literally lagging behind. A little while later, Truong Min was already chilling on the sandy beach, waiting for that loach to breach the surface. The second its goofy mug popped up, Truong Min marched over with absolute murder in his eyes. He instantly let out all his pent-up rage. I take my eyes off you for 1 second, and you cause a massive disaster. You almost got yourself turned into sushi out there, you know that. Knowing it couldn't win this argument, the loach, it just hit Truong Min with a goofy, innocent smile, but he wasn't buying it. He immediately snatched the loach by the tail and dangled it in the air. Oh, so you're talking back now? Bold move. What followed was, of course, a brutal lesson for the troublemaking loach. Only when it was knocked out cold did Truong Min finally look satisfied, dragging it away. All right, let's go home and sleep. Meanwhile, in the Ghost Realm, Van Hon Vuong's crew had gathered on a boat for a meeting. After a while, Nich Nu broke the silence. The boss completely vanished. Who knows when he's coming back? If he forgets about us, this rare opportunity we finally got is completely cooked. Hearing this panic, Van Hon Vuong quickly stepped in to calm the team. No matter what, we have to run this ghost realm right and make the ghost market boom. When the boss sees the market thriving, he'll know we're absolutely loyal. Right then, someone raised a question. So how exactly do we make the ghost market pop off? As the room went dead silent, Nichnu suddenly lit up. I've got it. Instantly, all eyes locked onto her. Van Hon Vuong leaned in, curious. What's the plan? Turns out Nichnu's big brain idea was to straight up copy the human realm's night markets. Cut to the human realm. A bright crescent moon hung in the sky. Deep on a pitch-black forest trail, 2 scholars were walking along. Truknon turned and suggested Brother Lo we should find a place to crash and wait for sunrise before moving on. Lo An, looking a bit paranoid, replied, Makes sense, but we're in the middle of nowhere. Where are we supposed to stay? Right on cue, 2 bony hands reached out from behind them. Are you 2 looking for a room? Nichnu stepped out of the shadows holding a lantern. I saw you 2 were lost, so I was just trying to be nice and ask. No need to scream like that. You're going to scare the ghosts at this rate. Truknon was still suspicious. There's actually an inn out here Nichnu enthusiastically motioned for them to follow. Of course there is. Just follow me. Even though they definitely thought this was sketchy, Truknon and Loan had 0 options left, so they followed her. On the way, Loan whispered to Truknon, Bro, you think this girl's baiting us into a trap? Truknon tried to play it cool. Nah, probably not. After what felt like forever, Nichnu finally stopped. We're here. When they looked up, their jaws dropped. Right in front of them was an insanely packed, bustling town. Trailing behind Nichnu, Truknon looked around in pure shock. No way. I never expected a night market out here to be this lit. Nichnu smirked. Hey, don't sleep on the mountain nightlife. A few minutes later, she led the boys to an inn. Welcome to our inn, pretty sick, right? A premium VIP room plus beautiful girls to bathe with, all for just 1 silver tael. Hearing that, Truknon slammed down a shiny silver ingot. Say less. We're in. Nichnu happily snatched it up. Thank you, VIPs. Tonight, I'm hooking you guys up with the absolute best experience. The second they walked in, Truknon and Loan were hit with a massive high-tier feast. Outside their VIP room, Nichnu was eavesdropping with a huge grin as they kept shouting, Bro, this is so good. After that, Nichnu excitedly ran over to Kot Hai. Your cooking skills are absolute peak. The customers are loving it. He puffed his chest out with pride. You're too kind. Back when I was alive, I was actually a head chef at the Vongjiang restaurant, you know. Later, playing the perfect tour guide, Nichnu officially introduced the next spot. And here's our premium bathhouse. You can even adjust the water temperature. She asked with a bright smile. How's the water? Truknon chimed in. It's actually a little chilly. Can we turn the heat up a bit? Nichnu happily nodded. You got it. Let me go get the staff. She immediately ran to the back and yelled for Thebat. Guys, push it to the limit. The water isn't hot enough yet. Checking back at Nichnu asked politely, How's the temperature now? Loan let out a satisfied sigh. Perfect. This is heaven. Meanwhile, Truknon's face was turning beet red. Hey, what about those, beautiful girls you mentioned? Nichnu gave him a knowing wink. My girls just need a minute to finish their makeup. Let me go hurry them up. A few minutes later, sweet voices echoed into the bathhouse. Hello there, handsome. Come on, girls, hurry it up. Put a little more powder on. We don't want to scare the VIPs. One of the girls then asked in a super sweet, flirty voice, Do you boys want us to scrub your backs? The gorgeous girls with their perfect curves and snow-white skin strutted over. Hey, handsome, don't you want a massage? Truknon was living his absolute best life, chilling like a king. Wow, you ladies actually have some crazy grip strength. One of the girls giggled softly. Aw, thank you, I'm doing my best. On the other side, Loan was awkwardly trying to push them away. No, thanks, I'm good. But while Truknon was completely distracted, one of the girls suddenly stretched her neck out, revealing it was unnaturally not bad at all. This little resort is actually fire. Meanwhile, this entire ghost town spectacle was being watched by someone else. It was the gold token acting as a surveillance drone for Truong Min to keep an eye on everything. Watching the hustle and bustle below, he couldn't help but nod. Not gonna lie, they really cooked with this resort idea. But right at that moment, a notification popped up. It's this late. What does the Trio Tien Bureau want with me? Turns out Niam had tracked him down. Orders from the top. We've got a quest. Meet at the village tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. sharp. The next morning, Truong Min showed up right on time. Morning Officer Van. As soon as he walked in, he noticed Niam looking completely drained. What's up, why the long face? She rested her chin on her hand, looking super stressed. Just annoying work stuff. Truong Min raised an eyebrow like what? So Niam spilled the tea. The Celestial Bureau just sent down a new boss for us, and I can't stand her. Thinking about their history, Niam couldn't help but sigh. Our families have been close for generations. My relatives are literally always comparing the two of us." She pouted in annoyance. She just thinks she's all that because she joined the bureau before me. She literally came here just to flex on me. Plot twist. A voice suddenly rang out, "Who's out here trash-talking their boss?" First thing in the morning. It was Din Tai Lin strutting in like she owned the place, the Din family's eldest young miss and a centurion of the Celestial Bureau. She looked around and scoffed. "Wow, look at this. Is this the new lackey you just picked up? He looks like a broke, starving beggar." Oh, nah. That instantly bruised Truong Min's ego. Man, I really want to punch her right now. Luckily, he managed to keep his cool. "Well, I actually haven't eaten yet. How about you buy me some breakfast, Centurion?" Niam An stepped right in front of Truong Min, blocking him. No need for the Centurion to worry about him. At least if he eats, he gains weight. Can't say the same for you. Faced with her sudden badass energy, Tai Lin actually backed down a bit. But of course, she couldn't leave without throwing some shade. "Van Niam An, you only have a slightly better family background. What are you flexing for?" But Niam An wasn't backing down. "Din Tai Lin, watch your mouth. I've already awakened my ability runes, you know." Tai Lin clenched her fists. "So what if you have ability runes? Big deal." Niam An smirked and flexed. "I'm already at the treasure vault rank. Who even knows if you actually cultivated that rank yourself?" Right as things were heating up, a subordinate stepped in. "Lord Din, official business comes first." Hearing that, Tai Lin finally dropped it. "Whatever, I'm not going to waste my time on you." Then she finally got down to business. "Recently, the authorities got intel that a lot of people have been heading to the burial mounds, but none of them are coming back. I came here specifically for the burial mounds case." Truong Min fell deep into thought. "Looks like the Celestial Bureau wants to clean up the mess at the mounds." Tai Lin was also here to hand down an official order. "I've decided to send your lackey here, Truong Min, to scout the burial mounds. Keep those suicidal idiots from rushing in and causing an even bigger disaster. If you catch anyone trying to break in, report to me immediately." Truong Min looked visibly annoyed. "Stopping people? Isn't that literally just a security guard's quest?" "Officer Din, this quest has some serious risks. Is there a reward?" Tai Lin didn't even hesitate. She slapped down 2 heavy cloth bags. "This is the reward for 1 month of guard duty. Unlike some people, I don't treat my subordinates like trash." Seeing the cash, Truong Min did a complete 180. "Centurion, I'll head out and patrol the burial mounds right now. Don't you worry, I'll keep my eyes peeled." Bag secured. He quickly dashed into the deep mountains to scout out the cultivators heading for the burial mounds. These guys have some creepy skills. I definitely need to craft some gear for self-defense. In a flash, he tracked down a hidden cave deep in the forest. Inside, Truong Min took inventory of his loot. Got the materials, got the manual, got the fire. Suddenly it hit him, and he completely froze. The materials were perfectly fine, but Truong Min's abilities, yeah, not so much. "Ah, crap, I forgot I have 0 idea how to craft." But then his eyes lit up, locking onto the little loach. No time for games. Truong Min straight up grabbed the loach. Without hesitation, he started shoving all the materials right into its mouth. "Don't even try to run. You went to the ghost zone and ate random garbage, and we still haven't settled the score for burning big, bro. High's hair. Now hurry up and help me craft the god-slaying arrow." He shook the poor thing until its eyes were spinning. "Come on, big bro believes in you." A hot minute later, the loach couldn't take it anymore and threw up a puddle of water, along with a bunch of arrows. Truong Min happily snatched up the arrows from the ground. Not bad at all. After a good wipe down, the arrowheads were looking terrifyingly sharp. The loach started squirming and complaining, so Truong Min patted it. All right, I'll feed you more later. Chill." Saying that, he completely ignored it and went back to collecting the rest of the arrows. But then Truong Min suddenly spotted a really weird chain. What the heck is this curiosity getting the better of him? He reached out and picked up the strange chain. Compared to Truong Min's hand, the chain looked way too small, but in the blink of an eye, the chain suddenly extended and wrapped tightly around his wrist. Luckily, it didn't end up causing any real damage. "What did you even throw up? Is this some cheap 9.9 Wen bracelet from Taobao?" Just then, the loach let out a few soft squeaks from its throat. Truong Min instantly understood. "Wait, you're saying I should try injecting some spiritual energy into it?" Following the tip, Truong Min quickly channeled a surge of intense spiritual energy right into the chain. Sure enough, in seconds, the chain on his arm completely expanded. It grew. Not just that, he realized something even crazier. It can shrink and expand on command, too. That is peak. Truong Min was absolutely hyped about his new toy. This is OP. This chain doesn't just lock down cultivators. It can literally trap the souls of evil spirits. Plus, channeling his mana into that chain, it felt absolutely perfect in his hands. Seeing it completely tamed, Truong Min made the call. This chain was broken. Might as well use this overpowered gear for now. Still, something felt off. Just forging these artifacts wasn't giving him that God mode sense of security yet. Could he make something else? Right then it hit him. Oh, light bulb. Those mech soldiers from before, he still had a ton of their bone materials left over. Without missing a beat, he stepped up and grabbed that poor little loach by the tail again. Seeing it squirm, he just patted it. Don't run away now, we've got more forging to do. Meanwhile, massive explosions rocked the wasteland. Plot twist. It was the Blazing Jade Sect, the top 3 faction in the Din province. 3 disciples who specialized in true fire were flexing their skills. Leading the pack was their top dog, Tu Fuong Ka. Wherever their flames hit the ground, literally turned to ash. Fuong Cha and his squad were pushing straight ahead. We are at the Burning Mound stay, sharp, no slacking, roger that. But deep down, this guy already had his own sneaky agenda. I have been hard stuck at the second tier of the natural realm for way too long. 0 breakthrough chances. I absolutely need the loot from this Burning Mound to level up. Otherwise, my spot as the top dog is history. Suddenly, Fuong Ka threw his hand up, stopping his crew. Hold up, he shouted into the clearing. Who is hiding up there? Slowly, Truong Min stepped out of the shadows. I am a captain from the Sky Court. This area is locked down by official orders. You guys need to turn back. Of course, Fuong Cha looked at him like he was trash. Listen here, kid. We are from the Blazing Jade Sect. I suggest you mind your own business before things get ugly. Truong Min just let out a tired sigh. It is a royal order. Plus, there are literally man-eating monsters behind this mountain. You go in there, you are cooked. Fuong Ka scoffed. The royal court, who cares? Stop wasting breath on this nobody. Grab him, strip him down, and absolutely wreck this clown. Hearing that vile trash talk, Truong Min had to step in. You really want to catch hands that badly, huh? One of his lackeys rushed in, super hyped. Nah, you are the one who is cooked. But in a split second, Truong Min's chain whipped out and wrapped right around his wrist. Yeet. That unlucky mob was instantly sent flying by the chain. But these guys just did not learn. Another one jumped in. Take this. Truong Min did not even blink. Honestly, he looked a little hyped as he swung his weapon. The glowing chain slashed through the air, carving out a massive, brutal shockwave. Watching this, Fuong Ka finally realized. This guy had to be at the first major stage of the anomaly realm. He immediately barked at his crew. All of you jump him at once. On command, the whole squad swarmed Truong Min, but our MC, his face was completely deadpan. 0 panic. He gripped the chain tight. With one massive sweep, he completely shut down their entire push. Right in the heat of battle, Truong Min suddenly froze. Uh-oh. He backstepped instantly, barely dodging a dirty sneak attack. Good thing he moved, because where that strike landed, the ground was literally shattered into pieces. The sneaker, Fuong Ka himself. His eyes were glaring with pure malice. Looks like Truong Min was officially getting on his nerves. To think a trash-tier guard from the Sky Court is forcing me to get my hands dirty. Truong Min just tightened his grip on his chain. My bad, but I am thinking you guys are just a bit too weak for this. Hearing that MC diff flex, Fuong Ka cracked a twisted psycho smile. You are going to pay for that ego, kid. His eyes were literally screaming, murder. Just die. Staring him down, Truong Min did not wait. He launched the first strike. But wait, his mana chain completely failed to block Fuong Cha's aura. Truong Min was actually shook. He looked visibly confused, and it was not over. Fuong Cha ramped up his mana, firing off another barrage of energy spheres. Then with a smug little smirk, Fuong Cha yelled out his command, Split! On cue, those 2 starter spheres instantly cloned themselves into a massive bullet hell of energy blasts. Faced with that spam, Truong Min had to coil his mana chain around himself like a shield. Then Fuong Ka slammed his hands together. Converge, time to go apologize to the Grim Reaper kid. Truong Min's chain barrier was completely melting under Fuong Ka's barrage, but seeing that Truong Min just cracked a hyped smile. Gotta admit, this guy's skill spam is pretty annoying. That's when he pulled out a certain gourd. Wait, I have got just the thing. Doesn't my artifact gourd absorb fire elements? Without hesitating, Truong Min aimed the gourd right at the incoming blasts. Absorb. Watching his ultimate move just get vacuumed up. Fuong Ka's jaw literally dropped. No way. How? Brushing off the attack like it was nothing, Truong Min smirked. My turn. He tossed the glowing golden gourd into the air. In a split second, that tiny bottle expanded, landing on Truong Min's shoulder as an absolute giant heavy weapon. And then, boom, a glowing golden python shot straight out of the vase. Its target this time, Fuong Ka, standing right across from it. Bro didn't even realize he was in danger. He literally just stood there with his arms out like he wanted to catch the thing. Instantly, two opposing forces clashed midair. But honestly, just looking at Fuang Cha's strained face, it was obvious who was winning this clash. MC Diffie. Sure enough, it only took a split second for Truong Min's attack to force Fuang Cha to stumble back. Fuang Cha's confidence just took a massive hit. He thought, just a lowly patrol officer? How is he this broken? But crazy enough, that only made the guy even more hyped. This punk's got a lot of tricks, Fuang Cha snapped at his goons. The hell are you still on the ground for? Get him. The goons scrambled up. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Truong Min just casually pulled out a handful of white orbs. Oh, so you guys want to play the numbers game? With a quick leap backward, Truong Min casually tossed the white orbs right at them. The second they hit the ground, those orbs instantly morphed into skeletal figures. A whole squad of Dao soldiers materialized right in front of the mob. Then don't blame me for fighting dirty. The moment he said that, the skeletal soldiers drew their bows in perfect sync. Fuang Cha was the only one smart enough to realize they were cooked, and he immediately made a run for it. Oh crap! And then a massive rain of arrows poured down, wiping out the entire mob in seconds. It was a complete bloodbath. Seeing his goons get one shot like trash, Fuang Cha was absolutely terrified. How the hell does this guy know 5 elements magic and weapon forging? Unless he's a young master from one of those top-tier families. Realizing this, he made a split-second decision. Nah, I gotta get out of here. But before he could even take a single step, a chain made of pure spiritual energy wrapped tight around his ankle. Truong Min just gave this totally badass smirk and yanked the chain back like a fisherman reeling in his catch. Fuang Cha was officially stuck, 0 chance of escape. But bro was still trying to resist. You think a cheap trick like this can stop me? He grabbed the energy chain, desperately trying to snap it. But right at that moment, a skeletal soldier stepped up on Truong Min's command. Spoiler alert, you're not just fighting me. Fuang Cha's face was completely shadowed. The only thing illuminating it was the deadly gleam of a blade flashing right in front of him. Standing right in front of Fuang Cha was a skeletal soldier raising its razor-sharp sword for the kill. Swish! The blade sliced cleanly through the air. 1 shot. Done. Truong Min only strolled over after making sure every single one of them was dead silent. He looked down and scoffed. You're this trash and still dared to sneak into the back mountain. Is having a death wish. The new trend or something. Truong Min then glanced over at his skeletal soldiers looting the bodies. Man-mind controlling these things is kind of a drag. Right on cue, that little loach finally popped its head out, its eyes literally sparkling. Seeing it, Truong Min got low-key annoyed. Where the hell were you during the fight? Seriously, what am I supposed to do with you? Even so, he pulled out a glowing green ring. You slack off during forging. He tossed the item straight to the loach. But you're a freaking champion when it comes to eating. Ignoring the little glutton, Truong Min quickly looted the rest of Fuang Cha's crew. Plot twist. He actually looted a skill book. The 7 Absolutes Lightning Fire. Great array. But Truong Min looked completely unimpressed. Burning Jade Sect, huh? Figures they'd specialize in fire arts. But honestly, this trash is nowhere near as good as my gourd. After skimming through it, he casually tossed the rare skill book over his shoulder. Absolute garbage. Now Truong Min was scratching his head. Okay, so how do I clean up this massive mess? If the higher-ups handle it, I might actually score a sweet reward. Right then, the communication badge on his waist buzzed. Ton Truong Min get ready for shift change. Did you run into any trouble out there? He reported back totally deadpan. Yeah, I ran into a squad of cultivators. Commander Van is on her way. A bit later, Neem An arrived with Tai Lin right behind her. Ton Truong Min, are you hurt? I'm totally fine, Truong Min replied casually. He quickly gave them the rundown. I spotted these guys sneaking over to the burning mound, trailed them for a bit, and then called it in. Hearing that, Tai Lin waved her hand to her squad. Go check out the bodies. A minute later, a subordinate ran back. Ma'am, this is the head disciple of the Burning Jade Sect. Tu Fuang Cha. Tai Lin's jaw dropped. No way! Tu Fuang Cha, he's literally a stage 2 powerhouse. Truong Min fought back a smirk. Just as I thought. A completely trash sect. How is their head disciple such a total noob? But it seemed like the Imperial Guard actually considered this guy a big deal. Suddenly, Tai Lin whirled around and interrogated Truong Min. Did you kill these people? Instantly, he slapped on his best clueless, innocent face. Me, hell no. How could I do that? I just wanted to stop them from trespassing. But then out of nowhere, this guy covered in armor just spawned, and Truong Min waved his arms around, acting out the whole fake scene. He pulled out a bow and boom, arrows rained down like crazy. wiped them all out. And to top it off, he literally one-shot that 2 guy with a single sword strike. Good thing I dodged or I would have been cooked too. Tai Lin still looked extremely suspicious. Did you manage to get a good look at his face? Without missing a single beat, Truong Min lied straight to her face. Nope, he was completely covered in golden armor. Hearing this, Tai Lin's face instantly went dark. I can't believe the incident at the Burning Mound attracted a literal god of death. This just made our quest 10 times harder. She turned back to Truong Min. This situation is way too strange. We need to strategize. You're dismissed. He wasn't about to argue with that. He gave a quick salute. Understood. On the inside, Truong Min was absolutely cheering. Perfect timing. Now he could rush back and feed his little loach without anyone bothering him. Man, this little guy's been crying for food all day. Once Truong Min was gone, Niam An spoke up. If that mystery guy's actually overpowered and ruthless, it's way too risky. Tai Lin threw her hand up. Hell no. Truth was, she had her own agenda. This was her very first case as a centurion, and she absolutely had to clear this quest to secure her rank. Niam An was still hesitant. But what if innocent people get dragged into this? Tai Lin shut her down instantly. No buts. She pointed dead ahead. Send out the cloud-piercing signal. Summon Commander Thoy. Her 2 subordinates froze. Wait, you mean Commander Thoy Than Hop? He's a legendary powerhouse in Din Bakan Centurion. Din actually get him to come. That guy's already hit the 3rd Great Realm. He's broken. Tai Lin replied with zero hesitation. Exactly. With Commander Thoy here, any monster or demon will get absolutely wrecked. Knowing she couldn't stop her, Niam An just sighed. Man, I really hope you're right. Meanwhile, Truong Min had already left and made his way to a steep cliff. Right then, the mud loach popped out, panicking like crazy. Truong Min quickly tossed it another blue ring. Chill, what's the rush? You think adults don't have to work for a living. A second later, the mud loach was happily hugging its bloated belly, rolling around on the dirt. Truong Min watched it and kind of sweat dropped. Didn't you eat a bit too much? Right as he said that, a blinding light blasted out from the loach, making him jump. Whoa, what the glow coming from its belly kept expanding, forcing Truong Min to back up. He stared at it in pure shock. Bro, what is even happening right now? And it didn't stop there. The light shot straight right into Truong Min's chest. A hot minute later, that blinding flash finally shrank down into a tiny floating spark. From the center of that spark, little star-like specks started popping up. That's when it clicked for Truong Min. The 2nd Great Realm ignition stage, no way. Truong Min instantly dropped into a cultivation trance. The ignition realm is split into 6 tiers. Igniting acupoints. Igniting meridians. Igniting spirit illuminating acupoint. A blinding light erupted from his core. In the igniting acupoints tier, a person's aura literally turns to fire, burning through at least 108 major nodes before breaking through to the next stage. Right on cue, the energy nodes all over his body lit up like a Christmas tree. Now some crazy geniuses, thanks to their insane buildup in the Strange Runes tier, can ignite way more than the base 108 nodes. The more nodes you ignite, the more total energy you get later on. Talk about a god tier foundation. In just a flash, Truong Min was completely wrapped in a glowing aura. On top of that, he scored a beautifully carved, pure gold seal. Truong Min could feel the absolute power overflowing in his veins. He's him. Hitting the 2nd Great Realm was a total game changer. His energy reserves were massively boosted and his aura control flawless. But wait, there's more. The real hack, he could now use way less energy to dish out even more insane damage than before. Right then, some noise nearby grabbed Truong Min's attention. Turns out the Mud Loach had evolved too. Yu leveled up too. Double win for the squad. Truong Min pulled it into a warm hug. Good boy. That's what I'm talking about. You seriously carried my rank up. You want food. You can have whatever you want, buddy. Saying that he tipped the whole gourd straight into the loach's mouth. Chug it down. But this time, it didn't just swallow. It burped out a literal spark of spirit fire. Without even thinking, Truong Min held out his hand and caught the glowing flame. Only one thought crossed his mind. Bro, is this your new skill? Seeing Truong Min totally stunned, the mud loach started squeaking with pure hype. Hearing that he was fully fired up. All right, let's go. Time to test out this new skill by the lake. The second they hit the lake, a massive wave of white foam crashed down on them. Standing right across from the loach was a Tier 3 monster, the giant dragon lizard. Seeing it, Truong Min just grinned and rushed straight in. 1 slash. That's all it took to slice the giant dragon lizard clean in half. Absolute MC diff. But wait, a weird sound came from behind, putting Truong Min right back on high alert. Over on the other side, the mud loach had barely dodged before a water monster started closing in on it. Truongmin immediately yelled out, "Quick, use your new skill. Try it out." Hearing that the mud loach powered up and instantly sucked in a massive amount of lake water. The suction was so insane that even the fish at the bottom of the lake got dragged into the vortex. What neither of them realized was that they'd literally altered the entire water current. Meanwhile, on a boat nearby, sir, the currents ahead are getting chaotic. It's going to get super rocky. You should probably head inside the cabin to be safe. Manwha didn't even flinch, calmly brushing off his subordinate. Relax. Stop making a huge deal out of nothing. I am a commander, a powerhouse of the third great realm. You really think a little water's going to scare me? This is what happens when you slack off on your cultivation. Look at how weak you are. Where is the pride of the Trio Tien Bureau? Trio Tien Bureau's commander, Thoi Than Ha, rank third great realm. At that exact moment, the mud loach finally stopped sucking in water and blasted out a massive fireball of spirit energy. Boom, just like that, the fireball blasted right through the water monster. Up on the deck, Than Ha was busy chewing out his subordinates when he noticed something off. Worse yet, a massive wave slammed into the bow, violently rocking the whole ship. All that smugness on his face gone in an instant. Bro was absolutely panicking. Seconds later, freezing lake water crashed right over him. Only then did Truongmin and the Loach finally notice the ship floating above them. Which bastard did this? You dare use spirit skills to attack a government official? Spotting the boat, he curiously popped his head out to check. What's going on? That's when it hit him. This wasn't just any boat. It was a Great Wu Navy light-armored warship. He just hit a military ship. Oh, he's cooked up on the deck. Than Ha spotted the scruffy Truongmin, and his arrogant attitude instantly came right back. He was absolutely furious. It was you, wasn't it? Don't you dare run. Truongmin didn't even hesitate. He turned around and swam for his life. Time to dip. Truongmin didn't dare look back even once. Just swim home fast, keep your head down, and lay low. What he didn't know was that behind him, Than Ha's eyes were completely bloodshot with rage. You little peasant! I'm going to remember your face. Who knows how long it took, but Truongmin finally threw open the old wooden door with a smile. I'm home. Truongyin excitedly raised her chopsticks. Get ready to eat, big bro. Truongmin grinned back. You got it. But before he could even sit down, a loud voice called out for him. Ton Truongmin, get to the village gate right now. We're out here welcoming the Lord Commander. Hearing this, he immediately guessed a major VIP had just rolled into town. Figuring as much, Truongmin quickly told his sister, Little Yen, you go ahead and eat first. I've got to step out for a bit. Meanwhile, by the lake, Neem An and Tai Lin had been waiting for Than Ha for a while. The second he showed up, he started interrogating them. So Centurion Din is saying a mysterious guy in a gold mask showed up in Fan Kao, and his power level's already at the third great realm. Has anything else weird been happening around here lately? Startled by the sudden question, Tai Lin panicked. She quickly blurted out, You are absolutely brilliant, my lord. She then bowed respectfully and reported, To answer your question, my lord, nothing so far. Right after, Neem An chimed in to add some context. Lord Commander, a local named Ton Truong Min, knows the ins and outs of Tuyet Ho village in Fan Kao perfectly. We could ask him. Before she could finish, Than Ha ruthlessly cut her off. I heard you're the one managing him now, right? Not that Than Ha actually gave a damn. He's just some trash-tier rogue cultivator. What could he possibly know? That was too much even for Neeman. She was just about to snap back at him, but Than Ha arrogantly kept running his mouth, letting a nobody with zero background into the Skyward Bureau. Centurion. To really slipped up this time. Hearing that Neem An was incredibly annoyed. This guy was such a headache. Looks like this Lord Commander Thoi is just another one of my little aunt's crazy exes. Did he seriously get rejected and turn into a hater? And now he's taking it out on the guy my aunt hired. So petty. But she only dared to grumble about it in her head. Even if Ton Truong Min is just a rogue cultivator, his actual power is no joke. Plus, he gets the job done fast. He hasn't made a single mistake so far. Hearing that, Than Ha narrowed his eyes in pure disgust. Oh, really? And what exact rank is he? Tai Lin quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He's probably in the rune tier. Commander Van mentioned his runes are actually pretty OP, but hearing that only made Than Ha look even more smug. When I was his age, I was already at the Acupoint Ignition tier of the second great realm Hell. I had already ignited 150 Acupoints. Tai Lin totally played along. Exactly how could a guy like him ever compare to you? Lord Commander Neem An just rolled her eyes and didn't even bother arguing. You're a rich kid from a top noble family, comparing yourself to a broke teenager from the slums. Do you seriously think that's a flex? Right on cue, the absolute center of all this drama finally showed up. Truong Min had just arrived and had zero clue what they were talking about. He just noticed the vibes were incredibly awkward, but the second Than Ha saw his face, the commander's expression completely darkened. "It's that little rat who messed with me the other day." At the exact same moment, Truong Min realized the guy standing in front of him was the dude from the boat. Breaking the tension, Tai Lin finally spoke up. "Ton Truong Min, come over here and greet the Lord Commander," but Than Ha was already glaring daggers at him. "So you're the famous Ton Truong Min. Tell me, where does a filthy peasant like you get the resources to even practice cultivation? Don't tell me you've been messing with demonic arts." Hearing that loaded question, Niamon started sweating for him. He really needed to answer this perfectly. Otherwise, this Thoi Than Ha guy was totally going to execute him on the spot as a demonic monster. Thank God Truong Min suddenly remembered Dongfang. "A little while back, an older guy came through our village. I totally warned him not to go to the back of the mountain, but he insisted on going anyway. Right before he left, he handed me a few things. Inside, there was a manual and 3 bottles of pills. He told me to pop 1 pill every day and practice the technique in the book, saying it would help me resist the freezing poison around the village. And that wasn't all. Truong Min had actually scored some insanely powerful weapons from that drop too. But Than Ha clearly wanted to keep grilling him. Oh, really? Our random, overpowered encounters just handed out that easily in this world." Truong Min was super annoyed, but didn't dare say a word. This Lord Commander is totally holding a grudge from the other day. He's just trying to pick a fight with me. A high and mighty Lord Commander bullying a low-level captain like me? Talk about petty. Meanwhile, even Niamon was actually super curious about the guy from his story. "What was that uncle's name?" Truong Min answered, honestly. "I don't actually know his full name. I just know his surname was Dongfang. I just called him Uncle Dongfang." Hearing just that one detail, Tai Lin's eyes widened. She had already figured out exactly who it was. "No way. Is that the Wealth King Dongfang Wuwo?" Nian Ying chimed in. 3 months ago, this absolute unit of a 5th-rank powerhouse suddenly vanished. Turns out he went straight into the fen. Hearing that, Changming gasped. "Is he really that OP, bro? I literally just used Uncle Dongfang to make up a fake story. Who knew he was actually him?" Kai Ling's voice was dead serious. OP isn't even the word for it. Dongfang Wuwo's other title is the Wealth King. The man's got an insane amount of loot. There's even a saying among the cultivators of the Great Wu Dynasty, finding the Wealth King is like hitting the absolute jackpot. This kid's RNG is crazy good. How on earth did the Wealth King choose him? Nian Ying brought up another point. "I heard Dongfang Wuwo has been desperately searching for his dead older brother, trying to help him reincarnate and restart his cultivation. Him entering the fen mound, it's probably connected to that." Ching, he suddenly cut them off. "All right, that's enough gossip. Right now, we need to inspect this wandering cavalry captain and see if he's hiding anything." Sensing the bad vibes, Nian Ying immediately stepped in front of Changming. "Lord Commander, what exactly are you trying to do?" That's when Ching. He flashed a toxic, sinister glare. "Juehu village is crawling with evil energy. Since he's from there, it's highly likely he's been corrupted by demonic monsters. I will absolutely not let any filthy monsters infiltrate the Heavenward Bureau." He then looked straight at the captain and interrogated, "Do you have any demonic marks?" Changming answered without a second thought. "Yeah, obviously." "Wait, just because I bumped your boat, you're holding a grudge like this. You're actually pathetic." That played right into Ching He's trap. He instantly barked out an order. "Zhao Kui, handle him yourself." Hearing the call, Zhao Kui stepped forward, cupped his fists, and coldly replied, "Understood." The moment he spoke, explosive killing intent flared up around Zhao Kui. Countless iron chains shot out from his palms, lunging forward and wrapping tightly around Changming's neck. In an instant, the whole situation turned insanely bad for Changming. Nianjing desperately tried to reason with them. Sun Changming isn't a criminal. He's a trainee captain for the Heavenward Bureau. "Zhao Kui, are you seriously using these tactics on one of our own?" Zhao Kui smirked, his voice ice cold. "Commander Yun, you better watch your mouth. If we find out he's a demon, you're going down with him." Seeing this, Changming quickly reassured her. "I'm fine, just step back and let them do their little investigation." Hearing that, Zhao Kui gripped a red object in his hand and scoffed. "Nice. Got some guts, I'll give you." That the item he pulled out was the bone-melting seal, a blood-red artifact representing his rank. In a flash, a suffocating force erupted from the seal, completely crushing down on Changming. Nianying tried to rush in and stop him, but she was blocked. "Zhao Kui, the Bureau's rules are crystal clear. The bone-melting seal is only for major felons. You're literally using torture for an interrogation. You guys are just abusing your power for a personal vendetta. On the other side, Changming was caught off guard, his face twisting in agony. Seeing him suffer, Qing, he looked ridiculously satisfied. This is Juehu village. Bro has been living here for years, so the demonic corruption is probably deep in his bones. Of course, we have to use the level 5 seal on him. Just at that moment, a blinding light flared up right in the middle of Changming's forehead. Feeling its power, he hyped himself up. Thank God I still have the ancient lamp on me. Meanwhile, Nian Ying was still arguing. He's not showing any signs of demonic corruption. Isn't that enough? Can you stop now? Zhao Kuei just pulled out a golden seal. All right, then, let's move to the next phase. This time, the maniac went straight for the 9 heavens and 10 earths, demon-slaying golden needles. Even Kai Ling's face went completely pale when she saw that thing. No way those golden needles will force his meridians to flow backward just to squeeze out any hidden evil energy. It's pure agonizing torture. He's cooked. The commander is literally trying to execute Sun. Changming Nian Ying clearly realized it too, immediately tightening her grip on her sword hilt. This time, Nian Ying didn't hold back. She took a step forward and flat out threatened Qing He. Don't blame me for not showing any respect. This isn't an inspection. You're trying to straight up murder him. She glared at them. If you cross the line, I'm reporting this directly to the chief commissioner. Let's see who ends up paying the price then. But Qing He actually had the nerve to laugh. I've heard rumors that the Yun family had a spoiled little brat. Seeing you today, the rumors were spot on. He paused, then smirked. Since Commander Yun is playing bodyguard, I'll give you 2 options. Option 1, endure the demon-slaying golden needles. Option 2, head into the Fen Mound. As our Nian Ying snapped back. Are you kidding? Both of those are a literal death sentence. Lord Commander, why are you so obsessed with ruining a trainee, Captain Qing? He roared back. Watch your tone. I'm not picking on him. He either takes the golden needles like a man, or he pays with his life. Otherwise, what right does some low-class trash have to join the Heavenward Bureau? Nian Ying opened her mouth to argue, but right then Changming's voice rang out loud and clear. I accept. Ignoring Nian Ying's absolute shock, Changming doubled down. It's fine. I'll take the scouting mission into the Fen Mound. Qing He burst into laughter. Perfect. Zhao Kuei let him go. And just like that, Truongmin finally caught a break from those damn iron chains that left him aching all over. Right after Than Ha whipped out a token and held it up. With this, I'll be watching your every single move. Truongmin's face darkened as he snatched it. He was ready for a do-or-die bloodbath, but who knew they'd end up heading to Fan Kao instead? Plot twist. This actually gives me a perfect chance. Cut to Fan Kao, a totally chill spot, with lush green grass and rolling hills. Tucked in a corner, Truongmin was casually flexing his fire control skill. Then he tossed his gourd high into the air. All right then. Time to show off my Oscar-worthy acting skills. Than Ha's eyes went wide. Oh, seems like this brat is hiding a few secrets. Once he wrapped up, Truongmin pulled his flames back into the gourd. But wait, he suddenly noticed a spark that definitely wasn't his. Confused, Truongmin immediately started scanning the area. Who's hiding there? Silence, not a single sound. The only thing that stepped forward was a pair of iron legs entirely engulfed in flames. And honestly, that fire felt way more broken than Truongmin's. No freaking way. The guy stepping out of the smoke was none other than the golden-faced death god out of nowhere. Someone screamed, "It's the golden-faced death god." He actually showed up. Than Ha frowned completely. Lost. Golden-faced death god. Tai Lin quickly explained, Sir, you might not know this, but this death god's power level is on par with a 3rd Great Realm powerhouse. He's him. Not just that he's absolutely ruthless. Ton Truongmin is totally cooked. Than Ha muttered that last part to himself. Fan Kao actually has a death god. The gears in his head were already turning. That monster's entire body was packed with insane loot. By this point, the golden-faced death god had already closed in on Truongmin, raising his massive blade high. Bro knew what was up and instantly hugged the death god's leg. Hold up, big guy. I'm from the Night Watch Bureau. I'm here to help you out. The second he said that, the death god's blade slammed down, stopping mere inches from Truongmin's body. But, the pain he was bracing for never actually came. He slowly peeked one eye open. Off to the side, Than Ha and Niem An were just staring, completely clueless about what the hell he was trying to pull. Right then, the golden-faced death god planted his heavy blade into the dirt and boomed. Anyone who dares to covet Fan Kao, anyone who messes with the order here, will die. Truongmin frantically tried to explain himself. Bro, listen. I just wanted to know why so many people are suddenly rushing into Fan Kao looking for a death wish. I'm just trying to stop them, I swear. Please, my guy, look at the facts. For a good minute, the air between Truongmin and the death god was just awkwardly dead silent. Truong Min couldn't take it anymore and broke the ice. Are you by any chance the guardian of Fan Kao? Out of nowhere, the golden-faced death god let out a massive roar of laughter. Us having the skills to be the guardians of Fan Kao. Yeah, right. We're basically just the frontmen for this place. But make no mistake, everything surrounding Fan Kao is entirely under our control. Hearing that Than Ha leaned in, super intrigued, the death god used the word us, which meant he definitely wasn't flying solo. Tai Lin finally let out a breath of relief. If we can reason with it, that's a huge win. Looks like Tan Truong Min might actually make it back in one piece. But literally, the second she thought that the death god smashed his blade into the ground, turn back immediately. Get the hell out of here now. Anyone who dares to cross this line will be slaughtered. He shot a freezing glare and growled, "If I ever catch you here again, you're dead meat." Truong Min quickly turned back to his boss for orders. "Commander, what's the play here?" Than Ha barked his orders without missing a beat. "Head straight back to the village. Do not do anything stupid." Truong Min nodded. "Got it." Cut back to Tuyet Ho village. The mountain sky was getting darker and super creepy by the minute. Over on this side, Than Ha looked at his men. "Is everything prepped and ready?" His subordinate quickly reported back. "Sir Captain Tran said it'll be ready to go by tomorrow." Plot twist, Than Ha already had this whole thing planned out. "Understood. We're marching straight into Tuyet Ho village. I'll handle that golden-faced death god myself." Niem An was still second-guessing it. "But sir, the royal court never gave us orders to explore Fan Kao. Our job is just to block those greedy scumbags and make sure Fan Kao doesn't mutate. That's it." Than Ha just brushed it off like a boss. "They're just all bark and no bite. There's zero need to hold our..." Niem An was totally stressing out. Yeah, but Than Ha instantly cut her off with an icy glare. "No buts. Fan Kao is a massive deal. There's no way I can sleep at night without going in there to see it for myself. But the reality bro had a way more wicked scheme brewing. You'd have to be a total idiot to actually go exploring inside Fan Kao. If he could capture that golden-faced death god, man. Forget the solid gold artifacts on his body. Just getting those god-slaying spears from his 4 arms would make this entire trip insane." Time kept ticking. The very next day, while a thick fog was still choking Tuyet Ho village, Than Ha's entire squad rolled up with golden tokens hanging from their waists. Truong Min instantly saw right through their BS, just as he thought Commander Thoy had his eyes dead set on his golden-faced death god. Right then, Than Ha barked his orders. "Patrol Lieutenant Tan Truong Min, listen up. You're taking point. Lead us straight to Fan Kao." Truong Min gave a fake, upbeat smile. "Yes, sir." Seeing this whole circus, the local villagers started whispering, "Why are those kids leading an entire army toward the back mountain? Don't tell me they caused some kind of massive disaster." Cut to the outskirts of Fan Kao. The place was still completely untouched, packed with lush, wild greenery. Leading the pack, Than Ha suddenly threw his hand up, signaling a halt. "Tan Truong Min, go and invite that golden-faced death god out to play. I want to have a little chat with him." Hearing that Truong Min knew it was time for another damn quest, he cupped his fists, fully playing the part. "Understood." Saying that, he immediately turned toward the forest and shouted, "Sir, our 1,000 commander is here in person and wants to talk. Please show yourself." But the only response was a freezing cold voice echoing back. "I already said it. Trespassers will die." Than Ha smirked to himself. "All right, looks like the golden-faced reaper is actually here. Time to get rid of these 2 dead weights." Thinking that he put on a fake caring act for his subordinates. This operation is way too dangerous. Since General Banner Van and Colonel Tan Truong Min are still lacking in strength, I'll let you 2 head back to the village first. Truong Min knew exactly what he was playing at. "Wow, so generous of you. Honestly, though, if the Van girl stays here, it's going to be a pain for me to make my move." Niem An, totally clueless, actually tried to argue. "But Commander, this mission is extremely important. Only to get cut off by Than Ha's terrifying glare. This is a direct order. Is the General Banner trying to commit treason?" Niem An panicked, but just then Truong Min stepped up and grabbed her shoulder. He dropped his voice to a dead whisper, making sure only she could hear. "Let's just bounce." Without waiting for her to finish, he literally dragged her away, shouting back, "We'll take our leave." Once they were finally alone, Niem An yanked Truong Min back. "Tan Truong Min, what the hell was that? Why did you drag me out of there? Are you seriously that dense Than Ha kicked us out because he wants to hog all the glory for himself?" She crossed her arms, looking dead serious. "Look, I'm from a massive elite family. Whether I get the credit or not, I'll be fine. But you have zero backing, no connections. You just got completely robbed of a massive rank up." Hearing that Truong Min dramatically covered his mouth, pretending to be touched. Wow, I had no idea you actually understood how these guys operate. Niamon instantly got annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? Are you calling me stupid? Truongmin quickly waved his hands. Nah, I didn't mean it like that. Then he casually reassured her. Relax, I actually have a perfectly good reason for doing this. Based on what I know about the fan mound, not only is the commander going to fail the mission, but he's about to get absolutely wrecked. Niamon's eyes instantly lit up. No way, for real, I've been waiting for him to get humbled for ages. Truongmin gave a super confident smirk. Then just sit back and watch the show. Meanwhile, back at the fan mound, Thanha was busy scheming. The golden-faced Reaper had already set a trap to make sure nobody made it out alive. All right. With that thought, he aggressively swung his arm, signaling his goons to move in. Instantly, a heavily armored squad marched forward. But what was waiting for them was an absolute sky-filling rain of arrows. Directly facing the heavily armored front line was an insane barrage of incoming projectiles. Despite their heavy gear, one arrow completely bypassed the armor, pinning perfectly straight through the head of some unlucky mob. Just from the terrifying whistling of arrows tearing through the air, Thanha's squad was almost entirely wiped out. Seconds later, the green grass was completely soaked in the bright red blood of his men. Witnessing the sheer massacre, Thanha and Tai Lin were left completely paralyzed. What the hell? Above them, the sky was still crystal clear, with birds flying around as if that brutal slaughter never even happened. Over in the Extinction Village, Truongmin was literally just chilling next to Niamon. He smiled in pure satisfaction, as expected of the god-slaying crossbow forged by my little loach pet. That firepower is absolute. Back at the mound, Thanha was completely losing his mind. You animal, how dare you slaughter my personal guards? He immediately started barking orders. Trio Koi, take your men and push forward right now. Trio Koi, who was currently slapping defensive talismans all over his body, yelled back, understood. It seemed like Thanha's only remaining hope was entirely banking on those golden talismans. A moment later, Trio Koi was practically mummified in diamond talismans. If hit by a fatal attack, they would automatically trigger a diamond divine shield, completely tanking a one-shot attack from a second realm expert. Still paranoid, Thanha decided to drag Tai Lin into it too. Centurion Din, why don't you push up with them? Tai Lin instantly cowered, terrified. See, Commander, my stats are total trash. I should really just stay back and keep watch. Hearing that, Thanha let out a freezing scoff. You really think I want a piece of trash like you on the front lines? Take a good look around. Aside from you, do you see any other Centurions left to use? Catching the boss's drift, a few of his surviving goons immediately boxed Tai Lin in. Or are you telling me you're trying to defy my orders? Boxed in like that, Tai Lin completely lost her nerve to say no. I wouldn't dare, Thanha immediately burst out into a twisted, arrogant laugh. With Centurion Din backing you up, you'll definitely slaughter that golden-faced Reaper. Meanwhile, the fan mound looked incredibly peaceful from the outside, hiding the absolute bloodbath about to go down. Forced to the very edge of the barrier, Tai Lin slowly walked up, with a few grunts trailing right behind her. The absolute second she tapped the barrier, a blinding flash of light exploded outward. At the exact same time, a massive swarm of arrows blasted out from the canopy above. Seeing that, Tai Lin absolutely panicked. She desperately flared up her spiritual energy, throwing up a full-body shield. Surprisingly, it actually did something. The volley of arrows slammed into the shield and stopped right in front of her face. Only then did she finally let out a breath. Thank God the defense on these diamond talismans is actually overpowered. But it wasn't over. The golden-faced Reaper literally just dropped right onto the battlefield himself. Thanha and Trio Koi immediately dove out of the way. Crap move. But the Reaper's ultimate attack was already launching forward, and the person it was locked onto was Tai Lin. Frozen dead in her tracks like a deer in headlights, there was no plot armor to save her. In a split second, that massive spear totally impaled her. Right at that moment, Thanha frantically pointed forward. Right there, the golden-faced Reaper is hiding right there in the dust cloud. The golden-faced death god stood there looking absolutely badass. A few of Thanha's lackeys still didn't know their place and actually dared to rush him. This time he didn't even hold back. He aimed the heavy crossbow mounted right on his back. Boom. 2 bolts crackling with deadly red energy shot out, piercing straight through the heads of those 2 unlucky fools, sending them packing to meet their makers instantly. But the slaughter wasn't over yet. The death god drew his blade. Feeling the overwhelming aura radiating off him, Thanha turned pale. Oh, we are cooked. Right then, the death god was throwing hands with Trio Koi, but let's be real, that guy stood absolutely zero chance. Pure MC diff. The rest of the grunts froze in their tracks. 4 Centurions, all Cave Realm experts with maxed out defense, just got one shot. Thanha was fuming inside. Damn it. My elite squad and top guys are actually getting wiped out in this trash tier Tuyet Ho village. Even if he managed to capture this golden-faced monster, the losses were brutal. Do I seriously have to step in myself? But looking back, his remaining men were too terrified to make a move. Boss, what do we do now? He was completely cornered. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to flex. Otherwise, how could a heaven-rank commander like him? These cowards would probably stab me in the back the second I show weakness. Making up his mind, he had no choice but to pull out his trump card, his signature heaven-rank artifact. It was all or nothing now. Stand back, all of you, he yelled. Dust and aura exploded around him. Watch and learn how a real boss fights. Cut back to the lush green mountains of the Fankau region. Thanha channeled his power, darting through the empty forest like an absolute speed demon. Out of nowhere, a massive barrage of arrows came raining down right at him. He instantly threw his hand up, summoning a magic array to block the volley. Gritting his teeth under the pressure, he pushed both hands forward. A massive glowing hexagonal shield materialized from his palms. Shockwaves of white energy blasted out, obliterating everything in his path. Standing right across from him was a shadowy figure fully equipped with mechanical cyborg-like arms. Meanwhile, cut back to a super chill spot. Truong Min was sleeping like a baby. Back in Tuyet Ho village, a soft finger gently poked his deeply slumbering face. The man frowned, looking totally worried. Bro is knocked out cold. Did he even sleep at all last night? But internally, Truong Min was actually sweating bullets. He realized he had stacked practically every single OP artifact Uncle Dong Fuang gave him, straight onto the golden-faced death god puppet. There was no way Commander Thoi could handle that kind of... But the guy was a third realm powerhouse, for a reason Thanha had fully armored up, while his other hand kept pumping energy into the hex shield. Once his power levels peaked, he threw his hands to the sky. Ready to counterattack, he leaned in, drawing both arms back for the ultimate strike. With a totally smug smirk, Thanha fired his massive magic array straight at the death god. Realizing he was outgunned, the death god instantly dipped. Thanha's 2 surviving lackeys started hyping him up. Get him. Finish him off. Our heaven. Commander is literally him. The high-speed chase dragged on into a completely different zone. Welcome to Fankau, a literal oven. The death god immediately sensed something was off. The temperature spiked insanely fast, barely 100 meters in, and the puppet's core components were already starting to melt down. But you're burning in here with me. Let's see how long a big-shot commander like you can survive this hell. Thanha was completely losing his cool. The heat was cooking him alive, his face turning beet red. He gritted his teeth, panicking. Damn it, this place is cursed. The temperature scaling is completely broken. I need to fall back right now. Looking ahead, he saw the death god literally catching on fire, engulfed in flames. Thanha slammed the brakes, giving up the chase. He sneered. Looks like this so-called death god is cooked too. But greed took over, and throwing caution to the wind, he dashed forward one last time. Screw this. We've already come this far. I might as well risk it. Strip his body for all that sweet loot, and then get the hell out. Just then, the death god yeeted himself straight into a nearby river, instantly extinguishing the flames on his body. Seeing his loot getting away, Thanha didn't even hesitate, and dove right into the water after him. But the second he hit the water, his instincts screamed that something was horribly wrong. He instantly cast his defensive array, realizing he just walked right into an ambush. A massive, terrifying black shadow was circling right behind him, radiating pure danger. His eyes went wide with absolute horror as the gigantic creature revealed itself in front of him. Staring at the pitch-black monster and its rows of razor-sharp teeth, he choked out, a Tier 3 demonic beast. The death god just floated there calmly, thinking to himself, checkmate, Commander. Sacrificing this puppet was totally worth it just to drag you down to hell with me. Only then did it click for Thanha. He had been played. Damn it all. This golden-faced freak lured me here on purpose. He wanted me to get wiped out by this boss mob. With 0 escape routes left, he summoned his magic array. He had no choice but to fight for his life right there underwater. The energy sphere from his skill kept expanding. Meanwhile, the monster unhinged its massive jaws, fully ready to swallow him whole. Kaboom! A massive explosion violently shook the lake. A towering geyser of water blasted straight into the sky, leaving the surviving lackey up on the shore looking absolutely terrified. Who unleashed that massive beam of light just now? That was absolutely terrifying. No way. Is that a 4th realm being? The beast's corpse floated up to the surface. A subordinate spotted Than Ha swimming to shore and yelled, "Lord Commander!" Than Ha was completely drained from fighting the beast and barked, "Hurry up and pull me up now." But right behind Than Ha, a massive mutant loach was lunging straight at him with its jaws wide open. Chomp! It swallowed Than Ha whole. He was instantly eaten, leaving his subordinates screaming in pure panic. "Lord Commander!" After Than Ha got straight up devoured by the loach, the subordinate on the shore panicked. "He's cooked, what do we do now?" The fan cow puzzle is still unsolved, and the Lord Commander is dead too. He turned to Uncle Vuong terrified. "We aren't going to get punished for this massive failure, right? What the hell are we supposed to do now?" Uncle Vuong stroked his beard with a heavy sigh. "What else can we do? Just report the truth." The scene then switches back to the peaceful, majestic mountains of Tuyet Ho village. Niamian saw Truong Min open his eyes and sighed. "You're finally awake. You really sleep like the dead." Truong Min sat up stretched and said casually, "Let's go. The quest over there is basically done." Niamian was totally confused. "What quest is done?" Truong Min gave her a mysterious smirk. "You'll find out real soon." Right on cue, that familiar group of green-robed guys walked over to Truong Min and Niam An. Uncle Vuong spoke up, his voice shaking. "Lady Van, Commander Thoi, Centurion Din, and the others, they've all been slaughtered by the golden-faced killer." Niam An was absolutely stunned. "Wait, what?" Thoi Than Ha was a third-realm powerhouse, a commander of the Heavenly Authority. His power ranked in the top 10 of Dinba Prefecture, and he just died like. She thought to herself, "Wait, doesn't that mean I'm currently the highest-ranking person from the Heavenly Authority left here?" Uncle Vuong looked dead serious. "Lady Van, since things have gone completely south, the rest of us need to stick together. We will follow Captain Van's orders." Niman felt a bit awkward, totally caught off guard hearing Uncle Vuong volunteer to serve under her. Huh. Niaman looked at the teary-eyed group who looked like a bunch of headless chickens. "Are you guys—" Before finishing her sentence, she clenched her fists, full of determination. She placed a hand on her chest and declared, "Everyone, this is a massive deal. We still need to report this to our superiors." Uncle Vuong immediately cupped his hands to stop her. "Absolutely not. If this blows up and reaches the top, U.S. Guards will definitely lose our heads. Captain Van, you've always treated your subordinates so well. Please save our lives." The whole squad dropped to their knees, bowing to Niam An as they chanted in unison, "Please save our lives." Niam An was sweating under the pressure. What exactly do you want me to do?" Suddenly a pair of hands grabbed hers and pulled her away out of nowhere. Niam An looked at Truong Min, who was dragging her along. "Where are you taking me?" The vibe instantly turned totally romantic. Looks like Niam An was starting to catch some feelings. She stared blankly at Truong Min's broad back as he walked ahead of her, completely mesmerized. Without a single word, Truong Min suddenly pinned Niam An against the wall. Blushing hard, she stammered, "What are you doing?" Truong Min looked dead serious. "Boss Van, this isn't some trivial matter." Niam An looked away, pouting. "Of course I know that. Thoi Than Ha is dead, and the 4 Centurions are wiped out too. No one dares to take the blame for such a massive disaster. That's why they're trying to suck up to me." Truong Min was totally shocked hearing her breakdown. This girl looks clueless, but she actually sees right through it. Snapping out of his surprise, Truong Min asked, "So what's your plan?" Niam An looked down, thinking for a second, then said with a serious tone, "I actually want to take charge." She looked over at the panicking group with total worry. "If I don't step up, those guys are totally cooked. Their ending will be absolutely tragic." Then her mood flipped, and she joked happily. "Plus, I contacted my auntie yesterday. She told me that if I can just carry everyone through this crisis, I'll get a free promotion to Centurion." Truong Min narrowed his eyes deep in thought. This girl's family background is definitely OP. There are over 300 Heavenly Authority members left in Tuyet Ho village. Just managing them for a few days gets her an instant Centurion promotion. Talk about an easy level up. The two of them were walking together, but both were completely lost in their own thoughts. Then Truong Min remembered a huge issue. "Wait, can you really take the heat for Thoi Than Ha's death?" Niam An sighed, looking a bit stressed. "No, I don't need to. Thoi Than Ha literally had a death wish. His death has absolutely nothing to do with me. They'll just send a replacement." She added, sounding super drained. "The main quest right now is just holding down the fort until then." Seeing the girl start to look so defeated, Truong Min immediately hyped her up. "That's perfect then. You got this, Boss Van." Hearing that Niam An stared straight at Truong Min, he got a bit flustered. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Niam An blushed so hard and gave him the ultimate puppy dog eyes. "During this time, if things get tough, can you please help me out? You're literally my only subordinate." She immediately pulled out some snacks to bribe him. "If you carry me through this, I'll give you my absolute favorite crispy strawberry treat. Truong Min was fighting for his life, trying not to laugh. Nope, gotta hold it in. Nah, I can't let this cuteness take me down. He grabbed the bag of food and said, all right, if anything comes up, just hit me up through the token. The little loach swam up from the water toward Truong Min. Seeing it, he instantly hyped it up. Little guy, you are absolutely cracked. Did you seriously get this, chubby? The loach couldn't speak, but getting praised had it feeling on top of the world. It handed the pouch over to Truong Min. He stared at it and frowned. Wait, this is Commander Thoy's spatial pouch. He took the pouch and grumbled to the loach. What an absolute creep. Seriously, what kind of trash taste is this? Truong Min sat down, rubbed his hands together, and said, let's see what kind of loot we've gotten here. Without missing a beat, he ripped the pouch open. RNG, gods of the Isekai, bless me. Truong Min excitedly popped the pouch open, but the loot inside was completely unexpected. Holding up a pink silk scarf, he asked with a totally confused face, why the hell are there so many silk scarves in here? Was this guy running a host club or something? Truong Min kept digging through the pouch, desperately hoping to pull out some actually useful drops. He pulled out a bracelet and let out a whistle. This has to be that rank 4 artifact Commander Thoy was using. Now that's some peak loot. Without wasting a single second, Truong Min slapped the bracelet right onto his wrist. But deep inside the pouch, he found some seriously weird stuff. He tilted his head. Wait, what even is this garbage? Staring at a green jade pendant, he muttered, isn't this the kind of jewelry girls wear? Bro, was this noble kid actually a girl in disguise? Looking down at the leather whip in his other hand, Truong Min just sighed in pure defeat. Bro, what the? This one's even more cursed. It doesn't even feel like a legit artifact, let alone rank 4 quality. Suddenly, a weird rustling noise caught him off guard. He whipped his head to the side. That rank 4 artifact he literally just equipped. It was currently being tugged by 2 little orange whiskers. Of course, it was the little loach acting up again. Its whiskers were straining, trying to yank the bracelet right off Truong Min's wrist. He instantly started teasing it. What you looking for, buddy? Trying to snatch this. Caught totally red-handed, the loach immediately looked away, acting innocent. Truong Min started scolding it. This is a rank 4 artifact, bro. Not some cheap cabbage for your snack time. If you eat this, what the hell is your big bro supposed to fight with? He playfully gave it a little smack on the head. Keep it up and I'll let you starve. Truong Min let the loach off the hook and went back to his loot box. Let's see if there's anything else left in this pouch. Truong Min's face turned serious. I seriously didn't expect that pretty boy Thoy to be hoarding this many elixirs and spirit treasures. Massive W, he thought to himself, grinning from ear to ear. With this much loot, not only will the little guy stay fed, but he might even be able to forge some OP swords for me later. Right as he finished that thought, the loach started nudging him again. Looking at that hopelessly hungry face, he seriously had no idea how to fix this little guy's bottomless appetite. Truong Min just scratched his head in utter defeat and sighed. All right, I know you're starving. Here, eat up. Given the green light, the loach inhaled the loot in seconds. But the crazy part, as the loach devoured the elixirs and spirit treasures, Truong Min's body absorbed the energy too. Holy, that feels amazing. Leaving the loach to do its thing, Truong Min immediately sat down and focused his chi to fully absorb the power buff. Power surged violently through his entire body. Wait, is this the Ignite Acupoint stage? My ki absorption rate is literally 3 times faster than before. All 124 Spirit Acupoints are fully ignited. Ignite Acupoint Tier 4, Peak Mastery. Next step, breaking through to the Ignite Meridian stage. Truong Min analyzed his stats while keeping his chi flowing perfectly. If I can successfully ignite my meridians, my chi control will be insanely cracked, and my attack speed will get a massive multiplier. Truong Min snapped his eyes open and muttered, even though I hit peak mastery in acupoints, the secrets hidden in Fan Kao are still way too dangerous. If the new Centurion tries to use me as cannon fodder, I'm going to be in a rough spot. He glanced over at the clueless little loach, totally stressing out. If it was just me, whatever. But if I actually get cooked, what happens to my little sister, and who the hell is going to afford to feed this bottomless pit? Truong Min had to start big-braining a lot. Looks like I need to grind my cultivation hard for now, lay low, and wait for the perfect window to dip out of Tuyet Ho village. Packing up Truong Min and the loach, headed back to their usual stomping grounds, Tuyet Ho village. Meanwhile, A2 was hauling a heavy black sack over his shoulder. He barely took a few steps before a strange noise in the distance grabbed his attention. A2 waved casually at the 2 guys approaching him. Yo, if it isn't Uncle Triu and Brother Truong, you guys heading back from pearl diving already? He and Thuat nodded back. Yeah, we are. You better hurry up, man. Once it gets dark, Grinding for pearls is a total nightmare. Got it, thanks for the heads up, A2 replied. Watching his back as he walked away, Niamthuat muttered, That new guy A2 is actually pretty chill. Too bad he's completely clueless when it comes to farming pearls. His buddy nodded in agreement. True, but give him some time. He'll probably level up his skills eventually. Standing totally alone by the riverbank, A2 stared off into the distance and smirked to himself. Perfect. 0 NP. Seas around. Out of nowhere, a massive pitch-black monster violently erupted from the water. Without a single drop of hesitation, A2 swan dived straight into the raging deadly currents. The water instantly violently churned into a massive whirlpool, but this wasn't some natural disaster. Moments later, chunk by bloody chunk, the butchered remains and down at the bottom of the lake, A2 was casually sitting cross-legged, his entire body radiating an incredibly toxic pitch-black demonic aura. A2's eyes were bloodshot, bearing razor-sharp fangs. He snarled, Bring it on! The more dark energy I absorb, the more broken I get. He flashed back to before when he was fighting tooth and nail just to get his hands on that ancient corpse. A2 gritted his teeth, absolutely furious. Last time trying to turn that OP ancient corpse into a puppet cost me 2 whole avatars. Now I have no choice but to farm this dark energy to get my stats back up. His eyes went pitch black. Bloodthirsty A2 growled, I'm going to find a chance and absolutely wreck that monster who stole my avatar. Grinding through brutal battles and insane cultivation phases. 1 whole month passed just like that. Meanwhile, a fish with glowing eyes was literally chasing down demonic beasts, and these weren't just any mobs, they were a pack of rank 3 beasts. The fish opened its mouth, showing off those hilariously thick lips and 2 massive, super familiar front teeth. The little loach one-shotted the rank 3 beast without even breaking a sweat. After completely clearing the mob, it casually spat out the bones. Rocking a perfectly round food baby, the loach flopped down next to the bone pile, looking way too satisfied. Truong-min watched it highly amused. Looks like the little loach has practically become the final boss of these waters lately. Its abilities are getting way more diverse, and my own ki control has leveled up too. But he wasn't about to let it slack off for long. Truong-min called out to the loach, Let's go, time to head back. While walking, he suddenly spotted someone heading his way from the other side. He froze, squinting at the guy in front of him. It was A2 lugging a massive sack on his shoulder and walking the opposite direction. Truong-min was a bit caught off guard. Seems like he's a newbie who just showed up recently. Before he could even process it, a voice called out, Ton Truong-min. Truong-min was shocked to see Niam-an standing there. He blurted out, Wait, how did you guys even get in here? Niam-an flexed the token in her hand and smirked. We've got the evil warding token now. We can stroll into this village whenever we want. Remembering her squad behind her, Niam-an cleared her throat. All right, your commander here needs to go inspect Lieutenant Tan's house. You guys go ahead and patrol. Her subordinates instantly chorused. Yes, ma'am. Niam-an crossed her arms, tilted her chin up and teased. Well, Lieutenant Tan, aren't you going to lead the way? Truong-min scratched his head, looking totally awkward. What's there to inspect at my place? I'm broke as hell. But Niam-an completely ignored him. She literally dragged him along. I want to see your house, so we're going move it. Truong-min panicked. Okay, boss, Van, let go first. You're going to rip my clothes. The two arrived at his place, and he threw the door open, shouting, I'm home. His little sister Truong-yen ran out of the house, beaming with joy. Big brother. But instead of hugging her, Truong-min instantly yanked Niam-an in front of him. As a meat shield, Niam-an was completely caught off guard and confused. She looked forward, her eyes widening in horror. Before Niam-an could even process what was happening, Truong-yen literally yeeted her into the sky. You're back, Truong-yen cheered. Crashing hard into the dirt, Niam-an thought, what kind of cracked monster strength is that? Truong-yen finally noticed the extra person. She tilted her head. Who's this pretty big sister I've never met? Truong-min quickly grabbed Truong-yen by the collar and started apologizing. This little menace is my sister Ton Truong-yen. He turned to the girl. And this is my boss, Commander Vaughn. Rubbing her aching back, Niam-an groaned out, Hi there. She screamed internally. That hurt like hell. Is this kid even human? Meanwhile, Truong-yen happily chirped, Sister Van. You're super pretty. Niam-an immediately shoved a bag of snacks into Truong-yen's hands. The little girl blinked in surprise. Niam-an patted Truong-yen's head. The kid just stared blankly at her as Niam-an cooed, What a good girl, little Truong-yen. Niam-an turned to Truong-min, practically glowing. See, your sister actually has some amazing taste. Truong-min immediately scoffed. That's just my solid parenting. I taught her how to tell polite white lies. Munching on the snacks, Truong-yen called out, Big brother, Sister Van, come inside and hang out. Niam-an flushed, as if I'd ever hang out with him not backing down. Truong Min shot back like I've got the time to hang out with her. Niam-an faked a cough to recover her cool. This is your fault. Your commander is here for actual business. Truong Min instantly caught her drift. He ruffled Truong Yin's hair. Go on inside and eat. The little girl nodded happily. Okay. Once she was safely inside, Niam-an's tone dropped. During our recent patrols, we picked up the KE signature of a complete stranger. I might need you to help look into it later. Truong Min frowned. More cultivators trying to snoop around Fan Khao. What kind of insane loot is even hidden there that keeps drawing these guys in like moths to a flame? Niam-an looked just as lost. Who knows, there's a massive rumor going around that some secret artifact just spawned in Fan Khao recently. And let's be real, Fan Khao is creepy and mysterious enough as it is. So pretty much everyone is taking the rumor as fact. Truong Min thought to himself, if there's actually some god-tier loot in Fan Khao, why are all the cultivators showing up just a bunch of low-level NPCs? Plus, Uncle Dong Phuong looked like absolute death when he got back. Definitely didn't look like a guy who just bagged a legendary item. Suddenly, a massive Truong Min's head snapped toward the noise. Her subordinates busted the door open, completely out of breath. Commander Van, we've spotted traces of that cultivator again. We need backup to sweep the area immediately. Truong Min instantly jumped to his feet. I'll handle this. Commander Vaughn, you stay here and run the op. Niam-an gave a sharp nod. Got it. Keep your comms open. The second you see anything, you report straight back to me. Truong Min knew exactly what he had to do. Say less. Down below, everyone was rushing around, but up above the sky was crystal clear. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at Truong Min's door. Wait, didn't his squad just leave a second ago? Niam-an walked over to the door, totally confused. Why would they come back so soon? She grabbed the doorknob. Assuming it was Truong Min, she called out, Did you forget something or what? But the second she opened the door, it wasn't him. Staring back at her was a face with dead, lifeless eyes. Niam-an froze in pure terror. Who are you? She stammered. Scene cut. The sky was now pitch black. A 3-man squad was on the move. Welcome to Fan Khao. The guy in white was moving fast, so dialed in that he didn't even notice the hands creeping up behind him. Truong Min dropped a hand onto Vuong Bin's shoulder, giving him a hard warning. Yo, heads up. That area ahead is restricted lockdown by the Trio TN2. I'd strongly suggest you guys back off. Vuong Bin instantly pivoted. His agility was absolutely broken. With one clean leap, he launched himself straight into the air. Thanks for the heads up, but I've got a warning for you too. Vuong Bin whipped out his fan. He swung it right at Truong Min and sneered, Mind your own damn business, a total sneak attack. But Truong Min was quick and dodged it. Well, mostly dodged it. The attack still managed to slice a clean cut across his shoulder. This guy's actually cracked, he mentally noted. Truong Min pulled out a white pill thinking, nah, forget it. I really shouldn't throw hands right now. If my clothes get wrecked, I'll have to buy new ones. Better just let my summons handle this. The golden-faced death god spawned in a blinding flash of golden light. Vuong Bin pointed his fan at it and barked out, completely faking his confidence. Seize him. His goons rushed in all at once, screaming at the top of their lungs, Kill him! The death god just casually swiped his hand. Raw, explosive energy radiated from his entire body. His movements were ridiculously smooth and insanely fast. Just a couple of casual hits from the death god, and 2 of Vuong Bin's red-suited goons were already coughing up blood. Watching this, Vuong Bin snapped his fan shut and smirked. Okay, now, this is getting interesting. Then Vuong Bin opened his palm, summoning a tiny sword. Looks like I'll have to get my own hands dirty. Suddenly, that bizarre little blade started expanding. An absolute unit of a bird materialized its blade tip, looking like 2 massive talons diving straight down. The death god actually had to sweat a bit to dodge that one. He was being forced on the defensive. The massive golden eagle swooped in blindingly fast, gave a massive shove, and sent the entire blade shooting forward. Bam, that glowing golden sword punched straight through the armor, stabbing right into the death god. Truong Min stared at the blade and muttered, Wait, isn't that the exact flying sword I've been looking? Slowly, the sword levitated back up, sliding right out of the death god's body. It left a massive, jagged crack right through his armor. Vuong Bin recalled his sword pointed his fan straight at Truong Min and taunted, If you've got any other tricks, you bet. Truong Min just scowled, staring down Vuong Bin's cocky little pose. He gave him the silent treatment. Seeing that Vuong Bin instantly pressed the advantage. What's wrong? Too scared to even move. Then don't mind if I do. Watching the blade rocket straight toward his face, Truong Min still didn't even flinch. 0 attempt to dodge. Right before it could skewer him, Truong Min just casually swatted it aside. Damn, that blade is insanely sharp, he noted. Then he held up his bracelet. His brow furrowed, eyes dead serious, and he commanded, "Go." That tiny little bracelet instantly morphed into a massive heavy iron chain. Under Truong Min's control, it shot forward like a rocket. Vuong Bin scrambled, barking at his sword to activate its skill, Soaring Eagle Strike. But the golden eagle steering the blade was already completely wrapped up in the chains. A wildly satisfied smirk crept onto Truong Min's face. He knew right then and there this fight was basically a free win. Giving his opponent absolutely zero time to process or counter, Truong Min rushed him. Vuong Bin saw him coming and instantly knew he was cooked. "Oh crap," he screamed. Vuong Bin frantically threw his fan open to shield his face, kicking himself for getting cocky. "Damn it." Truong Min stared him down and smirked. "Too bad. You're one step too late." In a flash, that massive fiery gourd completely swallowed Vuong Bin alive. His entire body erupted into blazing flames. He was absolutely getting torched, leaving nothing but a furious face and a blood-curdling scream. When the smoke cleared, the only thing left was a single flying sword lying lonely in the dirt. It clattered to a stop right at Truong Min's feet. Truong Min scooped up the flying sword. He admired it for a second before grinning. "Now that is one gorgeous flying sword." He hoisted the blade high into the air, hyping himself up. Just bagged another OP item. But suddenly Truong Min's entire body was yanked clean off the ground. Wait, what the hell was happening? A shadow-drenched face radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust was hovering right behind him. Pure panic set in. Caught totally off guard, Truong Min was wide open. Who's there?" He gasped frantically, twisting around to look. He let out a massive sigh of relief when he saw Uncle Vuong. "Oh, thank God it's just you. What's going on?" But before he could even blink, Uncle Vuong violently lunged straight at him. He couldn't even process the betrayal. Since when did Uncle Vuong's hands mutate into a mass of long, razor-sharp claws? The crazy old man was actually trying to murder him right here in Fan Khao. Truong Min clutched his chest with one hand, screaming in absolute disbelief at the guy who just attacked him. "Old Captain, what the hell are you doing?" His hand pressed hard against the fresh gash on his chest, glaring dead at the old man. Suddenly, a golden light flashed from his palm. It radiated this crazy magical glow, healing his wounds in seconds. Boom. Not a single scratch left on him. Meanwhile, the captain was completely swallowed by black smoke, clutching his face in pure agony. He thought to himself, "This guy's acting way too weird. It's exactly like when Truong Ke-ho got demonized. Don't tell me he's possessed too," trying to figure things out. Truong Min reached out and yelled at the captain, "Who the hell are you? What did you do to the village?" Right as he said that, glowing red eyes glared back from under the captain's hands. Truong Min froze. His brows locked tight, cold sweat dripping down his face. Out of nowhere, the old man threw a punch. He dashed forward with a wicked smirk and sneered, "You'll find out once you're dead." Flashback to 12 hours ago at Ton Truong Min's house. Tu scratched his head, smiling awkwardly at Neem An. "I've got everything set up, officer. Please do us the honor and come to the banquet." Neem An shyly scratched her cheek, looking away as she nervously mumbled, all right then. Tu just grinned from ear to ear. "Thank you so much, my lord." After Tu left, she shut the door and leaned against it, letting out a deep sigh. The people of Tuyet Ho village are seriously way too nice. Suddenly a voice shouted from a distance, "Commander Van, the captain is here." She called back, "Got it." Then she turned to little Truong Yen with a soft smile. "Truong Yen, your brother and I still have some stuff to handle. How about you head over to Uncle Mao's house for dinner, okay?" The little girl shook her head. "No way. Nobody cooks better than me. I'll stay home and make dinner for you two, so you better come back and eat." Seeing her act so sweet and mature, Neem An smiled and gently patted her head. "You're such a good girl, Truong Yen. I promise I'll come straight home the second I'm done." Sunlight poured through the window panels, shining down on a massive mouth-watering feast laid out on the table. Holding his bowl with both hands, Tu looked out at the crowd and spoke up. "Everyone. Ever since I arrived in this village, it's all thanks to your kindness that I've been able to eat my fill every day. I honestly don't have the words to express my gratitude." Looking deeply at every person in the room, his voice softened. "So please eat up today. Don't hold back at all." Clink. The sounds of bowls cheering echoed through the room, drinks splashing over the edges. The crowd cheered back. "Oh, stop being so formal. We're all family in this village." Tu proudly raised his bowl again. "And a toast to our mighty officials. If it wasn't for you guys slaying demons and keeping us safe, we wouldn't even be standing here today." The guards raised their cups in return, laughing. "Hey, we're just doing our jobs." Suddenly, Tu let out a low chuckle. His entire vibe shifted as he practically whispered, "But actually, I do have one totally unreasonable request today. I really hope you all say yes." One second he was giving a heartfelt speech, and the next, total flip. His eyes flared a glowing blue and a psychotic twisted grin crawled across his face. "I'd like to borrow your bodies for a second." The guards' eyes widened in pure horror. Some clawed at their own throats, screaming in agony, while others violently puked up the drinks they just swallowed. With a single flick of his wrist, every single guard started mutating, and their eyes rolled back to pure white, thick drool dripping from their jaws. He threw his head back and roared, "Now become my pawns." Later that night, thick fog completely swallowed Tuyet Ho village. Niam-An dropped to one knee, bowing her head in ultimate respect to a man sitting high on his horse. "Welcome, Lord Commander." The man staring down at her was Qin Din. He hopped off his horse in a flash and gently helped her up. "Commander Von, please get up." He clapped a hand on her shoulder, his face beaming with pride. Taking on a mission when things are this cooked, stepping up to lead in such a deadly zone? You are truly a top-tier talent, Niam-An. Just blinked, totally caught off guard, and awkwardly muttered, You flatter me, sir." But deep down, she was just cringing hard. Like, "Bro, I know the higher-up sent you, but you're doing way too much right now." Snapping back to the mission, his face went dead serious. "Right. Give me the rundown on Tuyet Ho village." Niam-An gave a flawless report. "I've already deployed the Sky Wardens on patrol routes. We've got 5 squads running constant rotations over by the burial mounds." Impressed by her flawless setup, he nodded. "Perfect. Let's head into the village and see what we're actually dealing with." Niam-An saluted. "Yes, sir." But as they stepped closer to Tuyet Ho village, the entire vibe shifted. The place was drowning in a suffocating pitch-black fog. Qin Din froze, absolutely shook. He panicked and looked over at Niam-An, who was just as stunned. "Wait, what the hell's going on? Why is the demonic aura in this village so damn strong?" Suddenly, one of the guards pointed behind them, his voice cracking in pure panic. "My lord, the path we took to get here, it's completely gone." With years of battle experience under his belt, Qin Din instantly realized they had walked straight into a trap. Nobody panic. "It's a scorched earth array form up a defense. Stand back to back right now." The pitch-black fog started closing in, getting thicker by the second. Niam-An clenched her fists, her heart racing as she looked at Qin Din. "Commander, what kind of sick trick is this?" He held up a hand to calm her. "Hold on. Give me a second to sense the mana in the area." He squeezed his eyes shut, unleashing intense waves of his power to scan the entire village for threats. Realizing how bad things were in the village, he unsheathed his sword ready for a fight and gave the squad a serious heads up. Monsters might have spawned in the village, everyone battle formations. The squad shouted back, "Yes, sir? Got it." Niam-An's face was half hidden in the fog. She gritted her teeth, screaming in her head, "Monsters, no way." Suddenly she broke into a cold sweat. Plot twist. Wait. Little Changming is still home alone in this cursed village. Pitch-black aura poured out of the windows, shooting straight up into the sky. Seeing how cracked the situation was, Qin Din roared, "Activate the evil warding tokens." The glowing tokens instantly materialized in everyone's hands as they shouted in unison, "Copy that." They went back to back, staring into the pitch-black void. Then, hundreds of glowing green eyes pierced through the dark, completely surrounding them. Niam-An was tense as hell, beads of sweat dripping down her face. Her mind was racing, terrified for Changming's safety. There are way too many monsters in this village. Breaking formation right now is basically a death wish. But little Changming is still stuck at home, and that idiot Ton Changmin isn't even there. If I don't save her, nobody will. Making up her mind, she bolted, desperate to reach the little girl in time, but she threw one last look over her shoulder at Qin Din. "Protect the commander. I've got something to take care of." He tried to stop her panicking, but it was already too late. "Captain Van, it's too dangerous out there." Fallback. Meanwhile, deeper inside the village, every single house was dead silent, swallowed by absolute darkness. The infected villagers had completely mutated. Fangs bared, green eyes glowing, they looked straight up demonic. Niam-An sidestepped into an alley, watching the horde. One arm hung totally stiff by her side, while her other hand gripped her sword like her life depended on it. Her aura flared up as she muttered, "This many people got corrupted. Nah, this is wild." Her eyes went cold. "I'm just gonna have to wreck them all." Out of the fog, one of the corrupted shrieked, its sickly green eyes locking onto her as it stumbled forward. A whole mob of them was just wandering aimlessly through the thick, toxic mist. Suddenly she appeared right behind one of them, sword raised high. Swish! A clean, ruthless slash brought it down the monster, shrieking as it fell. It instantly lost all its HP, collapsing like a sack of potatoes right at her feet. But the aggro was real. The noise drew the rest of the horde, and they came swarming in to jump her. Flexing her top-tier skills, Niam-An instantly locked down the entire mob. She launched herself into the air, unleashing a massive AoE/straight forward. The trapped monsters ate the full damage, crashing into the dirt. Looking at the trash mobs scattered across the ground, she smirked. See that I'm pretty badass myself. She pouted, suddenly remembering Changming's smug face. If my mental state wasn't bugged and holding back my awakening, there's no way I'd be playing second fiddle to that jerk Tan Changming. Snapping out of her thoughts, she panicked. She almost forgot the whole rescue mission. Right, I need to speed run to his house and get little Chang Yin out of here. She spun around and dashed toward the house at full speed. Bursting through the front door, she yelled, "Little Chang Yin." Dead silence. The only thing moving inside was the dark silhouette of a corrupted monster, pacing back and forth. She instantly scowled, raised her blade, and fired off a massive razor-sharp energy slash right through it. Cupping her hands over her mouth, she called out, "Little Chang Yin, are you in here? If you can hear me call for Big Sis Van, I'm here to get you out." Just like she feared, nobody answered. Her anxiety spiked. She's not here, unless she's hiding somewhere. Suddenly, the feeling of being watched cut her thoughts short. Hearing a faint rustle nearby, she whipped her head around, searching the shadows. Movement in the kitchen, she noted mentally. Gripping her sword tightly in front of her, she crept forward. "Chang Yin, is that you?" Out of nowhere, a tiny pale hand peeked out from under a mat. It caught her so off guard, she literally shrieked, "Ah!" But the owner of the hand was just little Chang Yin, looking up with wide, teary eyes. Big Sis Van. At the end of the day, she was just a kid. Huddled in the corner, she sobbed helplessly. "You and Big Bro wouldn't come back. I was so scared." Niam Ayan was completely stunned, freezing for a couple of seconds. Seeing the poor kid break down, she immediately rushed over and pulled her into a tight hug. "It's okay now. Big Sis is going to get you out of here." She gave a warm smile, taking the little girl's hand. "Let's get outside first, okay?" Still worried sick about her brother, she sniffled, "But where's Big Bro?" Niam An gave her another gentle, reassuring smile. "Your brother's going to be perfectly fine. I'll take you to group up with the squad first, and then we'll go find him together." She gently pushed the front door open to lead her out, but what she saw waiting for them made her jaw drop in pure horror. Dozens of corrupted monsters, fangs and claws, completely out with their sick green eyes, locked directly onto them. They were totally cooked. Niam Ain shoved the little girl behind her, raised her sword defensively, and gave her final instructions. A blinding light burst from Niam An's chest, glowing intensely. Her mind raced. There is no way this many people just got possessed by dark energy. Who the hell is behind this? Meanwhile, in another area, bowls and plates were shattered everywhere with food scattered all over the floor. Ah Tu sat right there, raising a green-eyed skull into the air, his bloodshot eyes full of arrogant pride. Haha, the Bureau's puppets are not half bad. Cultivators really do have some skills. Thick black smoke spewed endlessly from the skull's mouth, spreading wildly in all directions. Ah Tu's greedy voice echoed, "But it is still not enough. I need way more puppets." The horde of possessed humans kept multiplying, going completely feral, exactly like he planned. "Every single person here today will die and become my sacrifice." A pair of blood-red eyes lurked in the shadows of the night. He glared down at the trio who had not been corrupted yet, flashing a sick, twisted smile filled with razor-sharp teeth. "Oh, still got some survivors. Guess I should go check out the place with the best materials then." Over on Qin Din's side, he was leading 2 officers. "Hold the line a little longer. Grip your warding amulets and keep the formation moving forward." The officer shouted back, "Yes, sir," finding this amusing. Atu let out a sly chuckle, rubbing the skull as he thought, "Well, now this is getting interesting." His fingernails, now razor-sharp and deep crimson, tapped against the top of the skull as he spoke. "Looks like I will have to do this myself." Suddenly, an incoming object from afar triggered Qin Din's danger sense. He froze in his tracks. A blast of dark energy shot straight at him. Qin Din gritted his teeth, whipping out his warding amulet just in time to block the strike. The sheer power of that aura was absolutely insane. It smashed into him instantly, forming tiny cracks on the warding amulet. It was not going to hold out much longer. The amulet shattered into a million pieces, making Qin Din yell out. Knowing he was cooked, he reacted instantly and roared Aura Shield. A blinding golden light flared up, completely wrapping around him, blocking the dark energy from invading his body. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as his eyes darted around, desperately trying to figure out a plan. If I expand the Aura Shield's range, the mana drain is going to be way too massive. I have to lead the guys and finish this fast. The golden light shined even brighter behind Qin Din's fearless figure. He clenched his jaw and growled, "Everyone get behind me. We are fighting our way out," watching from the sidelines. Atu was actually stunned. He muttered to himself, "The quality of this material is off the charts. Once he is corrupted, he is going to be an absolute beast." Perfect, I can use him to slaughter that sneaky little brat who destroyed my avatar. He opened his mouth wide, showing off those jagged teeth, and stared intensely at the skull in his hand for a second. Right after a wave of eerie green light completely engulfed Qin Din. It left him wide-eyed in sheer terror as horrifying, agonizing screams echoed from within the green glow. A grotesque hand with razor-sharp claws grabbed Qin Din's head as he thrashed around in absolute shock. No way. How is this possible? Why is there a Stage 3 ghost cultivator here? Atu stood there with his hands on his hips, laughing like a maniac. Just bagged myself another top-tier puppet. Not bad at all. Next, he raised 2 fingers and a streak of green light materialized. He smirked wickedly and declared, "Now it is time to deal with you two." The light ripped through the air, shooting straight toward Niamon and Truong Yen, along with his vile voice echoing, "What a fine pair of sisters, be my concubines." Refusing to back down, Niam An raised her warding amulet to block the strike. She steeled her resolve. "I just have to risk it all." Unfortunately, the sheer force was too overwhelming, shattering her amulet into dust. Faced with this disaster, Niam An gasped in terror. Oh crap. That terrifying light hurtled directly toward Niam An and Truong Yen as they held each other tightly. Niam An bit her lip, squeezing her eyes shut as her inner voice trembled. "Is this it? Am I really going to die here?" Just when she thought it was over, a golden cup materialized out of nowhere, radiating an absolute wave of golden energy, lighting up the entire sky. When the fatal blow never landed, a stunned Niam An asked, "Who is it?" It was none other than Truong Min, looking absolutely glorious, holding the cup with a confident smile. "My bad, I am late." Seeing her big brother Truong Yen sprinted over in pure joy, throwing her arms around his neck and cheering repeatedly, "Brother, brother." Niam An was totally speechless. "Ton Truong Min, is that really you? What took you so long with no time to chat?" Truong Min instantly spawned a golden ring of light around Niam An, saying, "Long story." He quickly flashed back to what had just happened and explained, "I ran into the old captain by the river. He was possessed by dark energy." He glanced back at the towering pillar of black smoke and continued, "Then I saw this dark fog rising from the village, so I knew things went south and rushed back to find you guys." He tilted his head, giving Niamon a sharp, intense look as he asked her, "What the hell actually happened? Why did everyone turn into..." That Niam An thought to herself, shaking her head non-stop. "I have no clue. The commander said this is the Demon Lake. It can corrupt any living creature. Just now some creepy vine completely wrecked my warding token." Truong Min's eyes narrowed in thought. "Looks like fighting our way out is our only shot at surviving." To play it safe, he gripped his sword and turned to Niman and Truong Yen. "You two stay right under this light. Don't even move an inch. I'm heading out to slaughter those monsters." Scared that Truong Min would get killed going solo, Niaman grabbed his sleeve, anxious. "Can you handle this alone? How about I go with you?" He just looked at her and ordered, "You better stay here and protect my little sister. Trust me on this." Knowing he had a point, she agreed, calling out to him as he leaped into the air, "Got it. You absolutely have to be careful out there." On his way, the second he spotted a corrupted, he totally wrecked them, leaving zero chance for them to hurt anyone else ever again. Standing in a corner, he muttered, "Rest in peace. I swear I'll personally destroy the mastermind who ruined our entire village and destroyed my home." The corrupted went absolutely berserk, swarming him like a broken anthill. Suddenly, a glowing golden dragon-shaped artifact flared up. It sent the corrupted flying piling on top of each other while screaming in pure agony. Then the whole mob of corrupted got blown away like a hurricane. Truong Min stood there, sword in hand, raising the golden dragon seal to command the corrupted mob. "Lesser demons, hear my command. Kneel." The second he finished speaking, the corrupted dropped to their knees one by one, submitting to his will. Truong Min raised his sword to the sky, whispering, "Rest now." A flash of light slashed right behind their heads, making them roar in pain. Truong Min kept pushing forward, leaving a mountain of corrupted corpses in his wake. Over at A2's side, he watched Truong Min's every move. His green eyes gleamed with a wicked smirk as he talked to himself. "Not bad, kid. You're actually pretty cracked. My demon army that I worked so hard to infect, and you just block them like it's nothing." Pausing for a second, he gritted his teeth in rage. "Fine, if that's how it is, I'll send someone to deal with this brat. After all, before you died, you were a top-tier general and absolute beast." Thinking he had cleared the mob, Truong Min confidently waved at Niman and his little sister. "Come on out, they're all wiped." Suddenly, a glowing vortex spawned right behind him. Niman screamed, a warning. "Danger, watch out," while his sister yelled, "Brother, behind you." Reacting just in time, he flexed his full power, bringing up his sword to block the light beam. Nieman tightly grabbed Truong Yen's hand, channeling her energy to keep the little girl safe. Peering through the fog, Nieman noticed something creeping closer, making her panic. What the hell is that? The figure slowly materialized from the mist, a massive, green, mutated giant. Seeing the familiar gold tag sticking out of its chest, Nieman was totally stunned. Realizing who it was, she screamed, "Commander!" Atu, in his mutated body, looked up at the sky and smirked. "A corrupted Stage 3, Master. That kid is completely cooked. Now that the live sacrifices are all prepped, I can go grab that thing with zero worries." After saying that, he walked over to the uncles who were still tied up. He raised one hand to the sky, and dark aura along with demonic resentment swirled all around him. Following a loud roar, fierce red-eyed monsters started charging in one direction. Riding on them was A2 with his arms crossed. He took the lead, dragging Truong Min's two uncles along. A2 stood there flexing with pride. The tomb is right up ahead. Back to Truong Min, he was facing the corrupted Qin Din. The guy was baring his fangs, laughing like a maniac with bloodshot eyes locked onto him, and suddenly swung his arm. A flash of energy blasted toward him, forcing Truong Min to block it with his sword. Mid-clash, he gritted his teeth, thinking this blade is no joke. Being a guy who takes responsibility, he was ready to fight to the bitter end. He swung his sword, unleashing a hawk avatar, and thought to himself, "But I absolutely cannot back down. My little sister is still in the house, and Van Neem and too." The sword dashed straight at Qin Din, but the guy just casually raised a hand and blocked it like it was nothing. The hawk was instantly tied down by that green aura, completely stuck. His face was covered in dirt and cuts, while his mind was totally blown. His power is insane. Then he placed a hand over his chest and tightly closed his eyes. A golden glow sparked right under Truong Min's hand. He tilted his face up, lips pressed tight, shining with light. Qin Din, completely corrupted, raised his giant sword and charged straight at Truong Min. Truong Min held up the golden seal with one hand, thinking to himself, "The OP part isn't the blade itself, it's the wind blade attached to it." He used the seal as a shield and rushed head-on toward the charging Qin Din. Just as they were about to clash, he shouted, "Freeze!" Qin Din's monstrous body froze on the spot, completely sealed. Taking full advantage of this perfect opening, Truong Min raised his sword and yelled, "Now's my chance." He came crashing down from above with his sword in hand. It looked like it was going to pierce right through that demonized wind spirit armor, but nope, didn't even leave a scratch. His sword couldn't break its defense like he planned. Bro was sweating, muttering to himself, "No way my sword can't even pierce his body." In that split second of shock, Qin Din slashed at him. Thank God he barely dodged that. He gritted his teeth, glaring at him. Damn it. If I can't wreck that armor's defense, I can't even land a scratch on him. Suddenly, Qin Din pulled out a magical artifact, his eyes shut close as he channeled its power. The moment Nieman saw it, she instantly recognized it. She panicked and yelled out, "Truong Min, watch out." That's Thien Ho's signature weapon. The artifact was a massive green fan with glowing text right in the middle. The dude let out a creepy laugh, swung it once, and roared, "Chaotic Sky Wolf Fan." Truong Min's agility was peak, though he dodged every single blast from that thing. But right in the middle of dodging, he noticed something. If all of Thien Ho's attacks are wind-based, he twisted his body, perfectly dodging Qin Din's strikes while doing the math in his head. Then I'll just hit him with a massive counter. He whipped out another artifact just as Qin Din dive-bombed straight at him. Then he just shouted one word, "Freeze." He raised a massive gourd high up. Qin Din totally lost control of his body and got dragged right toward it. Truong Min yelled out, "Absorb." Qin Din's freaky body got sucked straight into the gourd. Truong Min hoisted the heavy thing onto his shoulder and roared, fire fueled by the wind. He aimed the gourd at an empty spot, and a blazing stream of fire blasted out, completely trapping Qin Din. He didn't stop there. Heavenly inferno. Not missing a single beat, he gripped his sword and dashed forward at God's speed. Qin Din was frozen stiff like a statue, totally wide open for the strike. Boom! One shot. The sword pierced clean through. Qin Din's entire body started convulsing violently right in front of Truong Min. He ripped the sword out, breathing heavy, and watched as the guy literally shattered into pieces and collapsed. Truong Min had just turned around when Truong Yen screamed out, "Bro, watch out, right behind you!" He spun back around, looked down at his feet, and was totally speechless. He gritted his teeth, completely shocked. Oh, hell no. He's reviving. Is this guy literally immortal? While he was still trying to process it, Thien Ho fully regenerated and stood right back up, broken. Maybe the death energy in the command stick can actually finish him off, but the demonic aura in this place is way too thick. Out of options, Truong Min whipped out the command stick and aimed it straight at him. It's do or die. The stick lit up, and the body that had just reformed instantly rotted and melted. Then all of it just splattered onto the ground like a disgusting rain shower. Truong Min finally dropped to the dirt, totally exhausted. Man, it's finally over. Seeing her brother safe and sound, Truong Yen rushed right into his arms. Bro, you were absolutely fire out there. Meanwhile, Niam An was fuming. She stood there, hands on her hips, glaring at the siblings and ready to absolutely pop off. She started interrogating him. So you were secretly OP this whole time? How long were you going to hide this from me? Truong Min gave a nervous laugh. Well, you never really asked. Suddenly, Truong Yen pointed off into the distance. Bro, Sister Van, look at that. The two of them looked at the massive, dark shadow she was pointing at. It was stretching out, getting taller and taller by the second. Plot twist. It was a massive swarm of monsters. Truong Min immediately scooped Truong Yen up into his arms and turned around, his voice completely panicked. This is bad low levels. Like, us can't handle this mob. We need to dip right now. We'll find a safe zone and figure it out from there. Yeah, we have to. He pointed toward an exit, and the three of them sprinted for their lives. Over here, take a left up ahead. That's the exit. Oh, we're cooked. They barely made it a few steps before a blindingly bright light flashed out of nowhere, blocking all three of them. Truong Min and Niam An had to slide across the dirt just to stop themselves from crashing into it. What kind of psycho puts an invisible wall right here? She stood up, carefully pressing her hand against the clear barrier. Looks like someone really doesn't want us leaving. They actually set up a barrier around Tuyet Ho. The massive barrier completely covered the entire village, trapping them inside like a giant bubble. Let's stick to the edge of the barrier and look around. Maybe we can find a glitch in it, or at least a weak point. The two of them had just agreed on the plan when Truong Yen raised her hand like she was in class. Bro. Out of nowhere, she pulled out a shiny shovel, grinning from ear to ear. How about we just dig a tunnel out? Without waiting for an answer, she dropped down and started digging like a maniac, totally in the zone. Truong Min just stood there, completely speechless, watching his sister carve out a small hole and literally crawl right into it. Clank, clank. After a bunch of weird digging noises, Truong Yen popped her dirt-covered head back up. Her forehead was totally bruised, and she was giving him the ultimate sad puppy dog eyes. Bro, that trash barrier is under the ground too. Truong Min was so mad he gritted his teeth and whipped out his small gourd again. I refuse to believe I can't completely wreck this stupid shield. He aimed the tip of the gourd straight at the barrier. K tracked the spirit inside, heard the command, and instantly hyped up. Sword core ready to fire. He gripped the gourd tight. Swoosh! A massive stormy burst of power blasted out. K track, let's go. It left this pitch-black mark on the barrier, but the formation's power instantly pushed it back. Then it just healed up like brand new. 0 damage. He smirked, frowned a bit, and whispered to the loach in his gourd. How about another snack? Let's see that appetite of yours. Our whole squad is counting on you right now. The two of them exchanged this confident look, totally like they just made some shady deal. Truong Min pulled out a pair of dark shades out of nowhere and put them on, looking absolutely badass. The loach rocked its own pair of square shades too, flexing like the coolest fish alive. One guy, one fish. They aimed the gourd right at the barrier. Following his cue, the loach sucked in a massive breath, puffing up like a balloon, gearing up to blast out that storm-like power straight into the barrier wall all over again. Wreck it. This time the loach's power was completely broken. It actually punched a massive hole right through that invisible wall. Niam An and Truong Yen lost their minds. We did it. Truong Min packed up the gourd and stepped up. Let's move. He carefully glanced back at the mob of monsters hunting them down. Suddenly, Truong Min spotted something off, his brows furrowing tight. Wait, is that... He spotted Neem Thuat and the others tied up right at that guy's feet. Uncle Trio 2, no way. Truong Min clenched his fists, absolutely furious. The monsters took them. Memories of that tiny house and the heavy snow flooded back. My parents died on the coldest winter day in Tuyet Ho village. Back then, he was just holding his baby sister in her swaddle, staring out the window, completely crushed. This godforsaken place never had a shortage of scumbags. They bullied me and my fragile little sister, snatched the very last bit of food we had left. I really thought the two of us weren't going to make it through that winter. We were cooked. But then those two showed up, bringing actual warmth into his freezing life. Their appearance gave me the drive to keep surviving. He taught him martial arts right in that brutal wasteland. They weren't some OP heroes or anything, just normal, everyday people who willingly swallowed their pride and begged for my sake. He and Thuat helped pry that clamshell off his foot. In his darkest moments, he reached out to help. He taught me how to survive in this hellhole. That's exactly why his eyes were burning with pure rage right now. There's absolutely no way I'm leaving them here to die. I just can't. Truong Min looked back at the girls. I'm sorry, but I gotta head back. Niam An and Truong Yen panicked, trying to hold him back. Are you crazy? You know, going back is a death sentence? His little sister rushed over, hugging him for dear life. Brother, then I'm going with you. He just gave his little sister's head a gentle, reassuring pat. Be a good girl and follow Sister Van out of here first. Big Bro has to go save Uncle Trio 2's group and bring them back. He stood up, meeting Niam An's worried gaze. Niam An, we've been through enough together to be considered good friends, right? She didn't even answer. Tears just streamed down her face as she fiercely laid down an order. I am your superior, and I am ordering you. You are not going back there. But Truong Min wasn't listening. He crouched down and gently pushed a sobbing Truong Yen over to her. Do me a favor, get her out of here, and keep her safe for me. He didn't even wait for an answer. He turned and shot off, instantly leaving their desperate screams echoing behind him. Ton Truong Min, brother. She held Truong Yen tight, terrified as she watched his figure fade into the distance. You idiot. You better make it back alive. Down in the eerie, pitch-black village, it was dead silent. A massive horde of monsters swarmed behind the long-haired figure, charging forward like an absolute tidal wave. Atu let out this manic laugh, raising something up in his hand. All that scheming, and the day is finally here right in front of him, was a massive crater blasting out waves of boiling, scorching heat. Down in the fissure, molten lava was pouring out, violently bubbling and dancing around. Gas bubbles were popping off everywhere like crazy. The monster mob behind Atu suddenly flashed blood-red eyes, crowding in to listen. My brethren, he laughed like a maniac, his eyes glowing blood-red as he stared ahead. I've kept you waiting way too long. Deep beneath that seal, an entire army of monsters was screeching, thrashing around, desperate to break out. One of them managed to crawl up to the surface, but a golden bolt of lightning instantly struck it down. It got swallowed up by a blinding sphere of light, instantly getting vaporized into nothing. That sphere just kept expanding completely, wrapped in a web of crackling lightning. Atu grabbed a stone carved with some weird sigil and chucked it into the sky. With half the key in this sacrifice, this time my people are finally going to see the sun again. The second he said that, countless massive cracks started spiderwebbing all over that transparent sphere. The so-called key shot up into the air and slammed right into the Bagua mirror, sealing the place. The monster horde inside the pit started pouring out, clawing their way to the surface. They were throwing everything they had at the barrier to break free. Atu's key shattered the Bagua mirror, and the formation's lightning strikes instantly started getting weaker. He stared at his masterpiece, laughing like a total psycho. Now all we need is a little fresh flesh and blood for the sacrifice, saying that he stretched out his dark shadows, dragging Niam Thuat and the other guy right toward the demon. You're going straight to hell. But the guy didn't even flinch at that weak threat. He just smirked. Hell. Tell me, does anything look more like hell than what's right in front of you? That dark shadow bound their hands and feet, dangled them right over the gaping jaws of the starving monsters below, and just dropped them. They were just ordinary humans, no way to fight back. Down in the abyss, the monsters thrashed around in the boiling lava, eagerly waiting for their fresh sacrifices. Niam Thuat squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, accepting his fate. Is this really it? Are we totally cooked? Just a few more seconds, and they'd become an all-you-can-eat buffet for those terrifying freaks. But suddenly, clink, a glowing golden chain shot out from out of nowhere. It wrapped tight around Niam Thuat's waist, making him gasp and look down. It was Truong Min. He actually made it in time, gripping the chain and yanking them both right out of the monster's jaws. He's him! Uncle Four, are you guys okay? The two of them sat up, finally seeing who saved them, panic turning into pure relief. Truong Min. No time for a sweet reunion, though. He instantly whipped his head around and pointed. Run north, right now. Get out of Fan Kao. My aura can only shield you guys for a little bit. Truong Min was yelling when he suddenly froze. Something triggered his danger sense. He spun around, drawing his sword just in time to block a rushing dark shadow screaming at the two, still frozen in shock. Move, go already. Truong Min swung his blade, buying them just enough time to snap out of it and run. Let's go. Don't drag him down. Niam Thuat bolted in the direction he pointed, but he was sweating bullets with worry. You better make it back alive, Truong Min. Now, it was a total one-on-one. Just Truong Min facing off against Atu. You're seriously not dead yet. Truong Min gritted his teeth and clapped back. My bad. I'm just built different. Sorry to disappoint you. Ah-Tu glared down at him with pure arrogance. I slipped up before and let you wreck my clone, but now my main body is here. You are completely cooked today. Everything clicked for Truong Min. Plot twist. So the phantom snooping around trying to steal the ancient corpse, that was you. He locked eyes with the villain demanding answers. So you orchestrated this whole thing from the start, hiding out in Tu Yet Ho village. Ah-Tu kept that insanely smug smirk on his face. Bingo, I'm the one who leaked the rumor about a secret treasure in Fan Kao. He was straight up flexing as he spilled the truth. And those absolute idiots fell for it, just waltzing right to their deaths. The whole space seemed to get darker and heavier with every word he spat out. But hey, thanks to those trash mobs sacrificing themselves, I finally tracked down the exact location of this abyss. Ah-Tu paused. Then he tilted his head up and unhinged his jaw ridiculously wide. Story time's over. Time to send you to the afterlife. Slowly, some pitch-black thing covered in creepy red veins started crawling out of his throat. It hit the ash-covered ground with a sickening thud, dripping with Ah-Tu's saliva. Within seconds, the thing violently mutated and swelled up, transforming into a massive demon with a heavy iron chain wrapped around its neck. Go wreck him. Snap his neck. Following its master's command, the demon locked onto Truong Min and charged at him full speed. But our boy didn't flinch. He gripped his sword tight, his eagle companion ready to assist. Truong Min launched himself into the air and drove his blade straight through the center of the monster's chest. Black blood dripped from the massive wound, but the sword was completely wedged in. It wouldn't budge at all. I can't pull it out. The freak cocked its massive arm back for a punch. With 0 options left, Truong Min was forced to let go of his weapon. What the hell is this thing's body made of? He barely dodged the punch. The sheer impact shattered the ground, sending shockwaves everywhere. Ah-Tu just stood on the sidelines, laughing like a maniac as he watched. You really thought a single flying sword could break my puppet delusional. He smirked, using his dark smoke to casually yank the sword right out of the puppet's chest. Freed from the monster's grip, the sword instantly recalled back into Truong Min's hand. But before he could even put his guard up, Bam Ah-Tu's puppet threw a nasty right hook straight at his face. Truong Min took the hit, full force, getting blasted backward into the dirt. It hits like a truck. The spot where he crashed cratered, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and completely blinding both sides. Truong Min used the smokescreen to summon his golden-faced war god for instant backup. Damn it, it's too broken. I have to go all out if I want to survive this. Sword in hand, he dashed forward with the golden-faced war god right behind him, drawing its bow to the max. But suddenly, the puppet's miserable-looking head started twitching violently. Crack, it violently snapped its own neck around 180 degrees, revealing a terrifying grinning face with a freakishly long blue tongue. That creepy face practically had a mind of its own. It literally stretched and peeled right off the body, flying through the air like some disgusting liquid slime. Truong Min's eyes went wide with shock. What the hell is that? It split apart. The liquid slime shot at him from every single direction, blasting Truong Min. It was insanely fast, nothing but a blur of pitch-black shadows. With that psychotic grin slicing through the air, Truong Min took hit after hit, his face getting completely cut up. Seriously, what is this thing? Its speed is totally cracked. I can't even track it. With 0 visibility, all he could do was swing his sword blindly, but the thing just swatted him away like a fly. It bounced back and forth on the ground, speed completely unchanged, leaving nothing but a faint blur of light. That thing just leaped right onto the black puppet's shoulder. By now it had fully grown arms and legs like a complete entity, staring right at him with that creepy clown face. Ah-Tu chuckled, interrupting Truong Min's fight with it. Thick black smoke flared up from his hand. Let's see what kind of tricks you've got. Truong Min wasn't having any of it. He pulled out his gourd, glaring right back at him. Your turn. Get out there. He summoned the mudfish. It burst out, growing bigger and bigger in a flash of dazzling rainbow light. In no time, the mudfish officially joined the battle alongside Truong Min and the golden-faced god of death. Ah-Tu stared at the massive mudfish blocking his way, cursing under his breath. Damn it. To think this punk was hiding a fierce beast like that? No wonder he completely wrecked my clone. The mechanical bows and arrows on the golden-faced god of death's back were completely slashed up, totally useless now. He rested his long sword on his shoulder and stood right behind Truong Min, summoning extra shield. It all comes down to this. Seeing they had prepared long enough, Ah-Tu immediately roared, ordering his 2 puppets to charge in. Wreck 'em. The white puppet stretched its body out, becoming as thin as a sheet of silk, and swiped its claws straight at him. But suddenly, a blinding golden light flashed, making its entire body instantly freeze up. completely paralyzed. Truong-min pulled out his seal and yelled, "Lock it down, Freeze. Your opponent is me." The puppet rapidly shrank its body, dodging right past Truong-min's sealing light. It dashed in a flawless arc right past his face, looping straight to the back of his head. Truong-min could only track it with his eyes. Both he and the golden-faced god of death were left frozen in place by its speed. That speed is broken. Even the great seal couldn't pin it down. But just then, a spark lit up in his eyes. He suddenly figured it out. Got it. He tossed an item straight to the golden-faced god of death. Catching on quickly, he grabbed it and glanced down. At that exact moment, the clown puppet shifted back to its normal size and lunged right at him. Just as I thought, you fell right into the trap. Truong-min immediately aimed his gourd at it, blasting his spirit power with a totally badass, arrogant smirk. The clown puppet was instantly trapped by the overpowering spirit energy inside the gourd. No way out. Right then, a massive dark shadow dropped over its head from above, making it break focus and look up. The golden-faced god of death had already closed the gap out of nowhere, raising his longsword high up in the air, ready to end it right there. Slash. One of the clown puppet's arms said its final goodbyes and went flying off in a split second. Truong-min hoisted the gourd onto his shoulder, tension written all over his face. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Absorb, but no way." The arm that just got sliced off snapped right back into place. Riding that momentum, it dashed straight at the golden-faced god of death and locked a death grip onto his arm. Truong-min gritted his teeth, watching them get completely overpowered. His eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. While he was stressing over this side out of the corner of his eye, he helplessly caught sight of the other battlefield. Truong-min whipped his head around, shouting in panic as the mudfish got bounced off the ground again and again by the sad-faced black puppet. The little mudfish managed to steady itself, literally fuming with rage at that guy. It was ready to throw down and fight to the death. Using its fins and tail, it zoomed right back into the fight. A glowing golden energy started gathering inside the mudfish's mouth, forming tiny little orbs swirling around. It spat them out, firing off a massively long chain of golden beads. The sad-faced black puppet stopped dead in its tracks. Its massive body shook for a second before it just flexed. It just stood there, tanking the mudfish's blast as the orbs exploded all over it. Boom, boom, boom. The mudfish looked super proud of itself, putting its fins on its belly like hands on hips and flashing two adorable little teeth. But when the smoke finally cleared, the black puppet was still standing there, 0 damage. It coldly dragged its heavy belly forward, both fists clenched tight. The mudfish looked up at it completely shocked. It just froze there for a few seconds. Wait, what? Then it instantly whipped its tail around and bolted out of there at top speed. The only problem, its tail was already caught in the sad-faced puppet's grip. The poor fish went totally pale with fear. The mudfish got slammed back and forth into the dirt until it was literally seeing stars, and the guy still wouldn't stop. Seeing his pet getting totally wrecked, Truong-min panicked. Oh man, we are cooked. It had never faced an enemy this OP before. Now it was just a punching bag. He angrily gritted his teeth, desperately trying to formulate a new plan. We can't drag this out any longer. Even he and the golden-faced god of death were being pushed into a corner by the clown puppet's insane speed. Meanwhile, somewhere else inside the mountain cave, a faint golden light flickered in the dark. In the pitch-black night, Niam-an and Truong-yen looked up at a glowing golden plaque hovering in midair. Their eyes were filled with deep anxiety and fear as they bathed in that eerie light. Suddenly, Truong-yen grabbed hold of Niam-an's slightly trembling wrist. The little girl looked up at her with pleading eyes, her voice shaky and unsure. "Big sis, my brother's gonna win, right?" Niam-an looked down at the little girl. Her eyes couldn't hide her own fear, but she still forced out words of faith. "He will absolutely win. We just have to believe in him." But Nian-ying knew perfectly well. Just using the flying swords and mystic troops alone was already draining a massive amount of mental energy and qi. Changming, if this keeps up, he's definitely going to die. She bit her lip so hard it bled from the anxiety. What do? I have no choice but to use that. Nian-ying flashed back to her sheltered past. Before meeting Changming, she was the absolute treasure of the Yun family. She felt like there was nothing in the world she couldn't do. Radiant and brimming with confidence, she had smiled and waved goodbye to her family, leaving home with teary eyes to help her senior sister investigate the secrets of the evil aura she had independently awakened, her ability crest. She had rejected her family's protection to go out and train, but reality hit hard. Things were nowhere near as smooth as she thought. The moment she stepped outside, she was thrown into endless danger, barely surviving the claws of brutal beasts. The world in front of her was nothing like she imagined. It was a living hell piled high with the fallen in a sea of blood. The outside world was 100 times more dangerous than the intel said. And that was exactly when she met Changming, the guy who constantly pissed her off, her supposedly one and only subordinate who looked down on her from the very first second they met. There were even times he literally pinned her against a wall. The guy didn't just have a filthy mouth, he lied as naturally as he breathed. They had been so close that Nian Ying's pale cheeks would flush bright red. The Changming in her eyes was always smirking, but when facing real danger, he never once backed down. He was always reliable, stepping up to protect her every single time, always choosing to stand in front and shield others. Back then, Nian Ying had stared at her own trembling fists in doubt. He's supposed to be my subordinate. Why do I always just stand behind him and let him protect me? This time, it's my turn to protect him. Making up her mind, she carefully pulled out a small wooden box. Cradling it in her palms, she opened it to reveal a precious azure jade pendant. This was a life-saving amulet her father had spent 100,000 spirit jades on. He hired a master to forge it. Once activated, it grants the user the absolute power of a third-rank expert for a short time. She gripped it tight and slammed it against her chest. The surrounding air instantly rippled from the sheer force of the impact. Nian Ying tossed it into the sky. From the amulet, a surge of brilliant azure spiritual energy slowly seeped out. This is my absolute last trump card. She closed her eyes, letting that pure energy soak into every inch of her skin. It wrapped around her body, coiling around her trusted sword, flooding the blade with an insane amount of power. Her hair came undone. Her long black locks fluttered in the wind, bathed in a blinding, sparkling light. Every fiber of her being was immersed in that pure, refreshing stream of qi. In a flash, the transformation was complete. Nian Ying emerged with flowing platinum hair and a completely OP god-tier outfit. Little Changyan's eyes practically sparkled with stars. Filled with total awe, she gasped. Sister Yun transformed into a fairy. Nian Ying waved her hand, sending her array flags flying out of the cave first. Then she leaned down. She gently picked up a white flag from the ground. Crouching down, she handed it to the little girl. Little Changyan, hold on to this. It will keep you safe. The little girl took it, gripping it tight in her tiny hands. She looked up at Nian Ying with innocent eyes. Sister Yun, you're going out to help my big brother beat up those bad guys, right? She patted the little girl's head and smiled. That's right. So you need to be a good girl and wait right here for us to come back, okay? Changyan looked at her with big, clear eyes and made a brave promise. You can do it. Sister Yun, send them flying and bring my big brother back. Nian Ying walked out looking absolutely badass, her eyes filled with fierce determination and the promise she made to the little girl. Right then, another massive explosion echoed out. The blast sent Changming skidding backward. Face totally dark with frustration, he grabbed the loach with both hands and started shaking it furiously up and down. The poor loach got rattled so hard its eyes were spinning in circles, completely unable to fight back. Seeing this, Changming spun around in a panic. Crap, this is bad. It looked like the loach was getting completely overpowered, but in its dizzy state it suddenly remembered something. It opened its mouth and blasted the enemy. Boom, one shot and the opponent was sent flying on its back. Even its own master was totally shook. Seeing from a distance that his loach was perfectly fine, Changming hyped up. Hell yeah, now get over here and give me a hand. But suddenly, the enemies started merging together. Witnessing that grotesque sight left Changming completely speechless. It morphed into a horrifying brand new form. Up above, the glowing light sealing them was getting weaker by the second. The horde of demons writhed frantically, right on the verge of breaking out. Changming and the loach looked up, panic officially setting in. Oh, we are cooked! The ancient lamp is about to break. Just then, a flash of white light caught his eye, revealing Nian Ying, making her grand entrance in her brand new god-tier form. Both he and the loach were absolutely stunned. What are you standing there for? Light them up. Changming didn't even have time to process it. He just quickly grabbed his gourd and followed her order. Once the fire was unleashed, he finally snapped out of it and asked in total disbelief, Nian Ying, what happened to you? But she didn't have the time to explain, knitting her brows in annoyance. I know exactly what you want to ask, but I can only maintain this third rank power for 15 minutes. We have to end this fast. Changming yelled right back at her. I wasn't asking about that. I meant, if you're out here, who the hell is protecting my sister? Niam An got super ticked off by his question. You're so annoying. Your little sister's way safer than you right now. I literally gave her every single top-tier defensive array I had on me. After popping off for a second, Niam An finally chilled out. Plus, I promised little Truong Yin I'd help you wreck these monsters and bring you back alive. I never break my promises, got it? Hearing that, a warm smile naturally crept onto Truong Min's face. He stepped up, locking in for the fight. Since Boss Van is doing us a solid, there's no way we're losing this. Ah Tu pulled out his heavy weapon, ready to throw down. How cute. What a perfect pair of doomed lovebirds. Why don't I send you both to hell so you can stay together forever? Niam-an threw up a hand seal and yelled back as a thick fog rolled in. Pull up then if you think you're him. Ah Tu's eyes glowed red as he looked around the area, totally confused. This fog is no joke. It's actually blocking my spirit sense. The second he lost his vision, a streak of blue light slashed right at him. Ah Tu's reflexes were insane. He swung his massive mace to block the sneak attack, but Katrak was just a split second faster, dodging that heavy mace like it was nothing. It clamped its jaws right onto Ah Tu's leg, pinning him down, while the other two rushed in. Oh, he's cooked. Niam-an and Truong Min dashed in for the combo attack, but Ah Tu saw them coming and swung his mace, forcing them both back. The hit was absolutely broken. It smashed into Truong Min, making him cough up blood. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! His raw power is too OP. With 0 options left, he had to rely on Katra, gripping the chain tight in his hands. Right at that moment, Niam-an was channeling all her energy, unleashing a massive slash straight at the boss, but it was literally useless against Ah Tu's God Mode defense. Still, that bought just enough time for Truong Min and Katrak to rush him with the chain. Ah Tu just smirked at them. Useless trash. Using his insane speed, he instantly repositioned, making the trio's combo attack completely miss. He even had the nerve to trash talk. What a bunch of idiots. After an explosive clash, Niam-an and Truong Min were completely gassed, panting hard. She pulled out a golden pill, handing it to Truong Min while whispering, "You good, I have one final artifact left, but I need to use my clan's secret art to activate it." "Can you stall him?" Truong Min took the spirit pill, tossed it in his mouth, and replied without even blinking, "I got this. But if we just try to outstat him in speed and power, it's over for us. We have to shatter his defense." He swallowed the pill, locking his eyes dead on Ah Tu. His voice was absolute. "Let's do this." Ah Tu went fully feral, his blood-red eyes glaring as he growled at them. "Just die." Truong Min hopped onto Katrak and took to the sky, pulling all the aggro onto himself. He threw out both of his artifacts at once and screamed the command, "Lock him down!" The token and the dragon seal activated instantly, hard CCing him for a few seconds. Niam-an seized the window, chanting her spell to pull out her ultimate trump card. Blood to soothe the spirits, guide the heavens and earth. She gripped her sword, her stabbing motions so flawlessly smooth it looked like pure muscle memory. She aimed her blade dead at Ah Tu, her crystal-clear voice triggering the array. Heavenly sword spirits manifest. An endless wave of sword shadows erupted from the array, tearing through the air at supersonic speed. Ah Tu finally looked up in absolute shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Boom! Another massive explosion. Thick dust and smoke covered everything, totally blinding them. Ah Tu got absolutely shredded into Swiss cheese by her sword shadows. Dark, resentful energy violently poured out from all the stab wounds. He roared in sheer rage and defiant despair. "Damn you all, you're just pathetic ants. How dare you hurt me?" Truong Min and Katrak were already hyping up their win. "Let's go." We finally cracked his defense. Looks like we need to stab him a bit more. He gave Katrak a quick pat on the head. "Wait, can't you spit out fireballs?" Truong Min smirked, pulling out a leather bag stuffed with who knows what. "Come on, let's go all out on this guy." Katrak had absolutely 0 clue what he was planning. It looked at Truong Min's totally sus evil grin with serious caution. Suddenly, he tilted Katrak's head all the way back. The little guy was so confused it literally shot out little hearts, thinking it was some romantic gesture. But a second later, Truong Min jammed the bag into its mouth and forced every single thing down. "Eat up, buddy. Eat up." Meanwhile, Niam-an had just touched down. Her legs were basically jelly, and she had to lean heavily on her sword just to stay upright. While Niam-an was fighting for her life just to stand, Truong Min had stuffed Katrak so full that its belly was perfectly round like a balloon. But wait, Ah Tu's body was rapidly regenerating. The sword holes stitched themselves back together like absolutely nothing happened. Plot twist. The dark energy stopped leaking out of him. In a flash, he was fully healed and ready to wipe the floor with them all over again. Right at that moment, Truong Min screamed at Katrak, "Now do it." Following his command, it started machine gunning golden orbs like a literal bullet hell spit that fire. Bam, bam, bam. Every single shot perfectly sniped. Ah Tu completely canceling his healing and doing so much damage he was puking blood again. Loach's ring of fire erupted, engulfing him in an absolute sea of flames. Healing. Yeah, right, he was completely cooked. Changming flashed a hyped grin, looking back at Niamon, who had just caught her breath. Niamon, let's jump him. Zero hesitation. She nodded, and the two of them dashed forward as one. They let out a battle cry, charging straight at A2, who was still trapped in the fire ring, ready to end this whole fight. Moving a step faster, he leaped into the air, clashing head-on with his longsword. A2's arm morphed, turning hard as steel to block Changming's strike. Niamon followed up flawlessly, unleashing an absolute barrage of razor-sharp sword strikes. Blue and gold aura flashed as they relentlessly hacked at him. A2 was trapped in their insane combo. Zero chance to dodge. He desperately leaned back to avoid the onslaught, but it wasn't nearly enough. Finding an opening, Changming ruthlessly slashed straight across his chest. Clean. Cold. Perfect. Taking the fatal hit, his eyes went wide with pure shock. No way. How? He collapsed right at Changming's feet, finally putting an end to this exhausting, drawn-out raid. As his vision faded, he watched the boy coldly turn his back. His mind was spinning, completely failing to process reality. They're just two worthless bugs. One used a secret art to temporarily hit the third rank, and the other is only in the second. Changming walked over, gently catching Niamon as she returned to her normal form. Hey, you hold. Seeing this, Loach wriggled over looking for some praise too. But Changming playfully shoved him away. What could possibly happen to you? Get to the side. You're literally just a useless pet. Loach wiggled its chunky round body and let out a hiss, flapping its fin and pointing straight at A2's lifeless corpse while staring at its master. Yeah, he's all yours. The moment Loach got Changming's permission, its whole vibe changed. It stared down at A2, to think, I would actually die by their hands. A2's fading consciousness wailed right before Loach clamped its jaws down hard on his body. The beast devoured the corpse in seconds, slurping up the steel-like arm like it was absolute nothing. Meanwhile, Niamon was completely drained. With 0 mana left, she tried to stand up, but her legs instantly gave out. Changming immediately rushed over, catching the beautiful girl in his arms. You gonna be okay? Yeah? Wrapping just one arm around her slender waist, Changming effortlessly scooped her up into a princess carry. He threw a quick glance at Loach. If you're done eating, let's get out of here. Only then did Niamon finally notice the giant fish. She blinked, totally confused. Changming, what is that? He nervously avoided her eyes, forcing a super awkward laugh as he stammered. Should I actually tell her the truth? His eyebrows knitted together in a tight knot, his brain going into overdrive, trying to come up with an excuse. If I tell her it's a demonic beast born right here in the burning mound, there's 0 chance she believes me right. After a second of awkward silence, Changming finally spat it out. He's my tamed beast. Found him when he was small. All he does is eat, honestly. Her eyes instantly lit up hearing that. She gave a cute smile. A tamed beast. Changming stared ahead, looking up with a look of pure disbelief. I've lived this long, and this is my first time entering the burning mound. I never expected it to. The two of them, plus one fat fish, stood in awe in front of a massive barrier that was plugging a giant rift. It was a seal locking away an endless horde of demons. So much for a hidden treasure trove, or a legendary beast's lair. It was all just a bait rumor spread by some demonic entity. A lie that turned countless people into corpses in a literal sea of blood. To think a single rumor baited so many cultivators into throwing their lives away. Even our heavenly bureau suffered insane losses. As they were talking, Loach suddenly jumped, completely spooked. Yeah, this so-called burning mound was nothing more than a giant prison cell. Loach noticed something terrifying. Massive cracks were forming on the barrier, holding the rift shut. At that exact second, the Bagua mirror floating in the air shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Changming panicked, his eyes snapping down to the bottom of the abyss that the seal was supposed to guard. The ground beneath them started shaking violently, ripping open into massive, deep trenches. Earthquake. Suddenly, a monstrous hand ripped through the weakened, fragile seal. A literal tidal wave of demonic beasts poured out of the rift, swarming wildly toward the blinding golden light. Thousands of deformed, terrifying monsters with glowing red eyes roared at the sky. They were completely unhinged, flooding out of the broken seal and pouring into the cavern. Changming went into full alert, his eyes wide with absolute dread. Oh, hell no. This is bad. Holding Niamon tight, he glanced over his shoulder at the swarming nightmare of monsters behind them, sweating absolute bullets. They broke out. The monsters broke. Changming sprinted, making massive leaps to escape the snapping, bloody jaws lunging right at them. Grotesque beasts covered in dozens of blinking eyes locked onto them, ready to rip them to shreds. Loach was just about to bolt after its master, but suddenly slammed on the brakes so hard it literally left a smoke trail. Doing a full 180-degree spin, it slapped its fins together and blocked the entire monster horde. In absolute god mode, Loach unleashed a massive barrage of fire rings, flashbang straight into the escaping monster horde. The second those hits landed, boom, the whole pack exploded into well-done monster BBQ. Then the little Loach risked it all and leaped into the air, its target. The Bagua mirror right at the top of the rift. It clamped its jaws right onto the crack in the mirror, doing who knows what. Meanwhile, Truong Min, who was running for his life, started to slow his pace. Bro had his eyes squeezed shut, completely clueless that the monster horde was getting sucked right back into the barrier sphere behind him. They were thrashing around like crazy, desperately trying to break out, but got instantly wrapped up by a massive barrage of chains and dragged right back. The Bagua mirror, up top, glowed blindingly bright shooting chains out in all directions. The little Loach finished its quest and dashed back to Truong Min. Wait a minute, where did all those monsters go? Suddenly it hit him. Did the Fenkyu tomb actually stop them from escaping? Truong Min let out a heavy, exhausting sigh. Niam An couldn't stand seeing him like this. Put me down. Your Qi is completely drained. But then her eyes caught a flash of golden light shooting straight out of the rift. She frantically slapped his shoulder. Ton Truong Min, watch out. But her warning wasn't fast enough. The thing bolted over and coiled tightly around his arm. What the heck is this? Just then, the sun finally peeked out, painting the distant horizon with the morning dawn. Truong Min held up his arm, staring at the golden string wrapped around it. Niam An leaned in, close, super curious. What in the world is that? Bro had absolutely no clue what it was either, but he could feel it didn't want to hurt him. The aura was super warm, probably harmless. Then right before his shocked eyes, it suddenly morphed into a golden bracelet. Wait, this is the chain from outside the Fenkyu tomb. Did the tomb just gift this to me? He turned his head back to the glowing Bagua mirror. Plot twist. Does the Fenkyu tomb actually have a mind of its own? It literally shot out its own chains to lock all those murderous demons right back inside itself. The little Loach finally caught up to Truong Min, but it was zooming way too fast. Ton Truong Min. He got sent flying by the Loach, crashing hard onto the freezing solid ground. Ton Truong Min. His vision started fading to black. Niam An and the Loach were right in front of him, desperately screaming his name, but he couldn't even form a word. Ton Truong Min. The exact second he passed out the Loach, and Niam An sensed someone approaching and whipped their heads around in shock. Someone's coming, we gotta hide, but the guy walking up was wearing the exact same official uniform as Niam An. Seeing them, the old man looked pretty guilty. Ah, it seems this old man has arrived too late. It was the special envoy of the Heavenly Bureau, an absolutely broken fourth-rank powerhouse. Niam An was beyond hyped to see him. She and the Loach started waving him down for help. Lord Envoy, we're over here. Time skipped forward. Those tightly shut eyes slowly fluttered open, staring blankly into the blurry space above. A second later, the ceiling finally started coming into focus. Truong Min jolted up, looking completely lost. Where am I? Truong Yen was still knocked out cold. He glanced over at his little sister, and seeing she hadn't woken up, let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God my sister's totally fine. Truong Min smiled warmly, gently poking his finger into Truong Yen's squishy little cheeks. The sleeping little girl got woken up and squinted her eyes, looking super grumpy about it. But the second she realized who was teasing her, her face completely lit up, and she shot right up, Big Brother. Truong Yen happily tackled her brother into a massive, "You're finally awake." He caught her mid-tackle, softly laughing. Hey, take it easy on me." Truong Yen pulled back just a bit, clasping her hands to her chest, looking up at him with those big, teary puppy dog eyes. "You were asleep for 3 whole days. I seriously thought you were never going to wake up again." Okay, I wasn't gone that long." She wiped her eyes and instantly hopped off the bed. "Oh, right, I gotta go tell Big Sis Van the good news." And just like that, Truong Yen sprinted for the door, totally ignoring Truong Min as he tried to stop her. Hey, wait a sec. He just propped his chin on his hand, helplessly watching his little sister zoom off. Since when did this kid get so buddy-buddy with Van Niam An? Suddenly, a crazy loud rumble echoed in the room. Truong Min froze, clutching his stomach before his eyes locked onto a table loaded with absolutely fire-looking food right there in the room. Yeah, I should definitely eat first. No hesitation. Truong Min went straight into goblin mode, happily devouring the delicious meal left out for him. He must have burned way too much mana before, otherwise there's no way he'd be starving like this. He was mid-bite when a noise dropped. Truong Min's eyes instantly narrowed, going straight onto high alert as he glared in that direction. He completely stopped eating, whipping his head around to shout at the noise. His gaze was icy and guarded. Who's there? Plot twist. It was just the gorgeous Van Neum Anne stepping in wearing this elegant flowing green dress. The second she saw him sitting up completely healthy, she totally teared up. You're finally awake. Neum Anne blushed super hard, suddenly getting all shy. She quickly hid half her face behind her fan, completely dodging Truong Min's gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? She mumbled softly. It's not like I haven't seen you before. Her question and that flushed reaction instantly snapped Truong Min right back to reality. Mesmerized, he covered his mouth and let out a light cough. But acting like he wasn't just staring at her like a total simp. Honestly, after seeing Commander Van covered in dirt for so long, looking at her clean like this felt... Neum Anne got triggered by his clueless teasing. She chucked her fan right at Truong Min's face. Hey, what the hell are you babbling about? This lady is never covered in dirt, okay? He caught the fan, smoothly looking at her with a helpless smile. Come on, princess. Can't you be just a little bit more gentle? Neum Anne's face instantly turned bright red from his teasing. She clenched her slender hands, frowning in absolute denial. Nah, I refuse. Then she reached up on her tiptoes, trying to grab the fan that Truong Min was holding way up high. Give it back to me! In her panic, she accidentally stepped on her shawl and tripped right into him. Caught off guard, Truong Min still managed to catch her quick. She was basically in his arms. The sudden contact made both of their hearts skip a beat. Truong Min gripped her shoulders and quickly pushed her back a little. He looked away, totally avoiding eye contact. Anyway, here's your fan back. Neum Anne didn't dare look him in the eye either. She looked down, taking the fan from his hand with a slightly disappointed pout. She sneaked a peek at him, trying to see if he was acting differently. Then she got all shy and muttered an invitation. Hey, do you want to go for a walk with me? I already found someone to look after little Truong Yen. He agreed instantly. Yeah, sure. The two of them walked side by side down the manor's hallway. As they walked, Neum Anne explained, This is the Van family's Thien Ung Manor. During the 3 days you were knocked out, the Heavens Bureau sent people to handle the mess over at Fan Khao. Hearing that Truong Min couldn't help but ask, How's the village holding up? Uncle Trio and the others, are they okay? She looked at him with a bright smile. They're fine right now. Everyone is getting healed up at the Bureau. There's also a team assigned to rebuild the village. Suddenly, Neum Anne sped up her pace, walking a bit ahead of him. She spun around playfully, her pretty face still slightly flushed from earlier. Standing right in front of him in the narrow hallway, she asked softly, So, do you have any plans for what comes next? Truong Min looked up at the sky, his eyes staring off into the distance. I haven't really thought it through. I mean, the village is totally wrecked. I want to take this chance to get my little sister out of Tuyet Ho village for good. He gently closed his eyes, his voice steady as he talked about his dream. Then find a place with zero demonic energy, settle down, and just live a normal life. Neum Anne totally agreed. Then just pick a spot first. But remember to report back to the Heavens Bureau. We can set you up with a job close to home. Hearing that Truong Min smiled and reached out, patting her head. Well then, thanks in advance, Commander Van. His sudden head pat caught her totally off guard. Hey, you're messing up my hair. The two of them just kept walking around the estate. Neum Anne then suggested, Since we're already here, want to go in and see Uncle Trio and the guys. It's about time to eat anyway. Little Truong Yen is probably having dinner here too. He agreed in a heartbeat, though a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Yeah. One behind the other, they walked into the courtyard, where Neum Thuat and the others were recovering. Sure enough, the moment the two adults and the kids saw him, they absolutely lit up. They hyped him up, thanking him nonstop for saving their lives. The warm welcome had him grinning from ear to ear, but he rubbed the back of his neck, acting humble. Guys, come on. Why make such a big deal out of it? Neum Thuat got dead serious, clasping his hands in respect. Truong Min, your fourth uncle thanks you for saving our hides from those monsters. Yeah, man, if it wasn't for Truong Min, we'd be totally cooked. Delicious food and good wine were quickly brought out, and the crew kicked back to eat and chat. After they were all stuffed and a little tipsy, the old man pointed at him, hyped up. I've been watching you since you were a kid. I always knew our boy Truong Min was built different. Your skills are absolutely cracked. The praise left Truong Min totally blushing. Next to him, Neum Thuat hugged a jug of wine, his eyes totally glazed over from the booze. Truong Min, my boy. Seeing him acting like a total drunk, Truong Min could only let out a long, helpless sigh. He watched the scene, shaking his head at this absolute lightweight. Boom! Neum Thuat slammed a piece of paper on the table, speaking loud and proud. The government refunded all the survival taxes we paid over the years as compensation. So the guys and I pooled our money and bought you a small house in the Tianung district hearing that Truongmin panicked, waving his hands and shaking his head vigorously. No way. Hiem Thuat stumbled over and gave him a heavy pat on the back. When we tell you to take it, you take it, kid. Or else your fourth uncle is going to get mad. You saved our lives. We literally had no other way to pay you back. He flashed a smile as bright as the summer sun. You got to take your little sister out of there. You guys need a proper roof over your heads. Later on, when you become a big shot official, you can upgrade to a mansion. Truongmin was so moved, he threw his arms around him, bawling like a baby. Thank you, uncle. Hiem Thuat was caught a little off guard by the kid's sudden burst of emotion. Come on, no need to thank me. Whenever you're free, just grab a helper to take him out to clean up and do some shopping. Niam An beamed from behind, clapping a hand on his shoulder as she volunteered. I'll take him. Leave it to me. He was still a bit clueless as she dragged him along. Chief Van, but Niam An had already spun around, giving him zero chance to say no. What are you doing? Let's go. And just like that, they hit the night market. The place was packed, glowing under the shimmering lanterns. At the bazaar, Niam An held a checklist, going over it carefully with Truongmin beside her. The scale of Yingtian Prefecture is just built different. She glanced at her list. Boss 1, full set of bowls, pots, plates, spoons, and chopsticks, please. Wait, little Truong Yin got her pot back, so we don't need a new one. She turned to Truong Min, who was busy studying something super seriously. Oh, right, the bed and furniture are already ordered for delivery. Can you think of anything else the house needs? He rubbed his chin, frowning in deep thought. Let me think. We're definitely missing something. Seeing him drag it out, she tilted her head and nudged him. Missing what Truongmin looked right at her. His eyes completely lost that sly look he usually had whenever he teased her. The wind fluttered her hair and clothes as his gentle voice finally revealed what was on his mind. It's missing you. After a fun night out at the market, a brand new morning rolled in. Niam An furiously bonked Truongmin on the head, pouting. You really dare to mess with me. I'm your chief, you know. He rubbed his head and complained. You're a girl, you know. Could you not get so hands-on? She put her hands on her hips, acting stubborn. Hell no. Who told you to make fun of me? Truongmin clasped his hands together, speaking with total heartfelt sincerity. This lowly one knows his mistakes. Please, my great lord, don't hold it against me. She turned her head away with a huff. This centurion wouldn't stoop to your level. But then Niam An stopped at a stall, doing a complete 180. Her face lit up as she ordered Boss 2 Tangaloo skewers, extra sugar, please. Seeing that he immediately stepped up to massage her shoulders, totally kissing up to her. A shy blush crept across Niman's cheeks, but she tried to play it cool. Who said this was for you? I'm buying it for little Truong Yen. Once she bought them, they started walking away. Then she blurted out, never mind, make it 3 skewers. Flustered Niam An handed 1 Tanghulu skewer to him, her voice super soft. Here Truong Min happily took it. Thanks, Chief Fanny. 2 hours later, Niam An was on an absolute spending spree, hitting up literally every single stall. Her hands never stopped picking things out. This, and this one too. 2 of each. Following behind, he was stuck carrying the massive pile of stuff she bought, sighing as he complained. You really bought a ton. Not to mention getting 3 outfits all at once. He sounded a bit concerned. Chief Van spending cash like this. A centurion's salary definitely isn't going to cut it. Holding her Tanghulu, she chatted as they walked. Just a measly centurion position. Of course it's not enough. Once you finally step out of Yingtian Prefecture, you'll realize this place is just a tiny grain of sand in a massive desert. Truong Min looked at her a bit anxious and asked, is the outside world really that huge? Caught up in the hype, Niam An blurted out, obviously just looking at my Van family alone. Then processing his question, her heart suddenly sank. Niam An froze for a second. Her excitement totally vanished. Her eyes dropping sadly right in the middle of the loud, bustling market. Her voice was barely a whisper when she asked Truong Min, what are your plans for the future? He looked up at the sky and replied, with a world this big, anyone would want to leave Tuyet Ho village and see it for themselves. Niam An's face showed clear worry as she admitted, your power is still really weak right now. Taking Truong Yen with you. I'm afraid it's too dangerous. Truong Min's eyes were full of sadness, but he forced a smile. Then what else can I do? I can't just stay stuck in Tuyet Ho village for the rest of my life. Niam An gave him some genuine advice. Uncle Trio already bought you a house in Yingtian Prefecture. You should really just stay here. Wait until you've ranked up your power, then figure it out. Making sense of it, he suddenly turned to her and nodded. Yeah. In his head, he thought, this is the first time I've ever seen this girl so serious. Tiny Niam An walked right beside Truong Min's tall frame. She spoke up. The Chaotian Bureau has an official position for you now. Your monthly salary will be paid out exactly as scheduled. I even used my Van family connections with the commander to get you promoted to General Banner. That's just one rank below my Centurion spot." He gasped. Man, how could Chief Van not take care of her subordinates? He turned a glowing smile to her and promised, "With Chief Van backing me won't. Ton Truong Min basically skyrocket, straight to the top of the ranks. Don't worry. Later on, if I ever become a Chiliarchan, I'll cover your back too." Worry hid behind Niman's sorrowful eyes as she thought to herself, "A Chiliarch. Even if you were a Chiliarch, my father would absolutely never approve. Truong Min, you're really way too naive." Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Truong Min, we might not be partners anymore." Truong Min stared at her in shock, waiting for a good reason. He asked, completely lost, why Neem Ain looked heartbroken having to say out loud the one thing she never wanted to happen. "Truong Min, I gotta head back home." The words hit him like a literal truck. He looked completely caught off guard. "Wait. Home." She looked totally wiped. "My family gave me a life-saving talisman a while ago. It let me temporarily break through to rank 3. But since I activated it, the people coming to get me are already on their way." She forced a bittersweet smile. "Truong Min, your cultivation talent is actually crazy good. Way better than mine, at least. Once I'm gone, you gotta keep grinding. Level up fast so you can break out of this tiny place and see the massive world out there." They just stood there, locking eyes under the endless blue sky. "All right," he promised softly. "You got it." Suddenly, the whole market went completely dead silent. Everyone just froze, staring in the exact same direction. A squad riding literal white horses pulled up, led by a guy named Yunjing. A girl on the street whispered, "No way. Who are they?" "Their aura is insane." The guy next to her aggressively shushed her. "Keep your voice down. That's the Yun family." He hopped right off his horse, landing straight in front of Niman and Truong Min. Yunjing bowed his head with crazy respect. "Miss Yun, we finally found you." Truong Min's jaw practically dropped the second he saw the guy. "His aura is broken. He's got to be at least rank 5. Is this Niman's family?" Yunjing stood calmly by his warhorse and side-eyed Truong Min. "And who might this be?" Niman instantly stepped in front of Truong Min, going full protective mode. "He's my subordinate. He's out here working for me." Yunjing gave a cold, detached look. "Kid, let me give you some advice. Sure, maybe you're a big shot here in Yingtian Prefecture, but someone of your class, you'll never be worthy of interacting with the Yun family in your entire life." Niman looked absolutely pissed. "Uncle Yun, back off. He literally saved my life." He put his hands up, trying to cool her down. Now, miss, don't get worked up. I'm just being straight with him. I don't have any beef with the kid. Anyway, Miss Yun, shouldn't we be hitting the road? The master's waiting for you at home." Right on cue, one of the guards walked up to Truong Min and snatched Niman's bags. Her expression totally dropped. "Give me a second," she said, sounding utterly crushed. Without hesitating, her small hand grabbed Truong Min's tight. She dragged him away from the crowd. Truong Min just let her following quietly without a word. Once they hit a quiet corner, she immediately spoke up. "Truong Min, please ignore him." "It's fine, honestly," he replied. Niman just looked down, super guilty. "I'm glad you're not bothered," she said softly. "Look, before I leave, there's one massive quest I need to hand over to you." Truong Min tilted his head, confused. "What is it?" She took a deep breath. "My senior sister at the Chaotian Bureau got completely corrupted by demonic energy. She's locked up in the maximum security prison right now." A flash of Yunru appeared, sitting all alone in a pitch-black cell, her arms covered in sealing talismans. "The whole reason I came to Juohu village in the first place was to find a cure for her," Nim-an explained. "It was supposed to be my quest, but since I'm being dragged back to the Yun family, you're my only hope." Hearing how desperate she was, Truong Min gently held her hand and promised say less. "The second I get back to the Chaotian Bureau, finding your senior sister is my top priority." A tiny smile finally broke through. "Thank you so much. I guess I'm off then." With that, she slowly pulled her hand away. Hiding her heartbreak behind a soft smile, she turned around. Truong Min just stood there, watching her walk away. He couldn't hold back his last question. "Are we ever going to see each other again?" Niman stopped and looked back at him. Flashing a bright, teary-eyed smile, she called back. "Yes, once you make it out of Yingtian Prefecture and become a top-tier powerhouse everyone looks up to, we'll definitely meet again." Their promises echoed like a bittersweet farewell under the massive blue sky. "Just wait. Once my stats are high enough, I'll travel the world and come find you. I'm going to be way more OP than you." Next time we meet, I'll be the boss hard-carrying you." And with that, she finally left, leaving him all alone in the crowded street. Watching them from a distance, one of the officers muttered, "For a kid his age to hit rank 2, Yunjing just let out a smug chuckle. "The miss just hasn't received our family's inheritance yet. Sure, the kid's talent is decent, but stuck in this trash-tier rundown town, he's completely cooked." Niam N crossed her arms, clearly still fuming. "Let's just go." "Right away, miss," he replied. Left behind, Truong Min watched sadly as the squad escorted Niam An away. His mind was an absolute mess. Saying goodbye like that, who knows if they'd ever actually cross paths again. Cut to a packed morning at the local magistrate's office. Truong Min eyed the massive crowd and scoffed. "This commander really loves flexing, huh?" All the other big shots looked like literal NPCs next to him. Blending right into the crowd, he confidently strolled through the heavy fortress gates. Truong Min found himself staring at a massive premium-looking Taoist courtyard. As he walked up the giant stone steps, he bumped straight into Yunying. He blinked, totally caught off guard. "Wait, what are you doing here?" She stared at him, genuinely impressed. "Not bad at all, kid. I leave for a few days, and you're already a lieutenant." Then Changming blurted out, "Just a lieutenant." Yunying opened her hand and proudly declared plus 500 contribution points. She pointed at him and warned, "Don't push your luck, kid." Next up, the county office is setting up a guard squad in Huangshi County. Basically, you are going to be the second in command of the Huangshi Guard Squad. He looked clueless and asked, "Are you the number one?" Yunying looked totally baffled and admitted, "I thought it was going to be me too." But the higher-ups said, "Nah, I'm just here to drop off your rewards." She smiled. "The new boss arrives tomorrow. You'll be placed in his squad, and there are quite a few folks from the Yun clan's branch and your old crew in it." Suddenly, Yunying leaned in and whispered right into his ear, making Changming jump out of his skin. Plus, there's a bunch of guys from other squads stationed here now. Hearing that, he was stunned and asked her, "Wait, why?" Her sharp eyes darted toward him as she answered, "Because a demon core was discovered in Ghost Village." Then Yunying leaned back and he asked in disbelief, "What the heck is that?" She explained, "It's a brilliant, mysterious purple crystal. It's an insanely rare drop that only spawns after a monster tide. You can use it to craft tier 5 weapons or even brew high-tier potions. Some of the famous ones are used to break through realms. Even high-tier elixirs for extending lifespans need it." Those words hit him like a truck. One thought flashed through his mind. Extend lifespan. Changming turned back to Yunying and questioned, "But if it's a rare loot from a monster, tide wouldn't it be tainted with demonic energy?" She wagged her finger confidently. "Nope. This thing is pure as hell. You can use it without a single worry." In his mind, Changming instantly pictured a fat, juicy fish. He pondered, should I try to snag some for the little loach? But then Yunying spoke up again. "But there's another faction eyeing the demon core." Right away, Changming snapped angrily. "Who the hell has the guts to snatch loot from our Yun clan?" She guessed it's another crew from the Heavenly Bureau. Their leader is Zhao. Inside the Heavenly Bureau, he's always beefing with the Yun clan. Competing for the Demon Core this time is definitely going to cause trouble for us. The Zhao she mentioned was a young guy with a handsome face, but his eyes were radiating pure danger. Yunying spoke up, "I promoted you, so everyone assumes you're with my Yun clan." Then she declared with absolute pride, "Even though I'm just Nian Ying's little aunt, I'm still the most powerful centurion in Dingbo Prefecture." Yunying leaned in slightly, her cold, sharp eyes scanning him as she went on. "I know you young folks are cocky, but having a massive faction backing you up is a total win. There are 0 downsides." A minute later, Yunying crossed her arms over her chest. She ordered, "Once Zhao gets here, keep a close eye on him. If they pull anything, report back to me immediately." Changming quickly bowed his head and replied shortly, "Understood." But he was hiding the suspicion in his eyes. She continued powerfully, "I'll definitely have them watch your back. But whether they report to you or not, they are my people." Outside, the sky was a deep blue. She turned her head, speaking with a hint of scrutiny. "Not bad. You don't act like someone who just walked out of a tiny village. How did your family end up in Ghost Village in the first place?" Changming looked up slightly and replied, his voice calm but hiding something unreadable. "To be honest, I really don't know." Hearing that Yunying looked skeptical, she spoke softly, full of hidden meaning. "Is that so?" Then she snapped her fingers decisively, ready to wrap things up. She said firmly, "Everything's been handed over. I won't be sticking around here any longer." After that, she ordered a squad leader, Yun Fan, take your men and find a proper place to stay. He replied, "Yes, ma'am." In a spacious room with a long table packed with mouth-watering food, Yun Fan sat right in the center, speaking in a steady voice, but there was a clear warning behind it. Our Yun clan's power is massive. It's deeper than anyone can imagine. Even when the Centurion gets here, he has to show respect to our Yun clan. If you don't believe me, just watch. Even though I'm just a squad leader, because my last name is Yun, he has to think twice about my opinions. He just gave a short reply. Across from him, Changyan was dead focused on stuffing her face. Seeing this, Yun fan felt super annoyed. He thought to himself, I was trying to use good food to win him over, but damn, his little sister eats way too much. She inhaled dozens of silver tails in one meal. Now I have to borrow money from the commander. Yun fan's face showed obvious panic as he grumbled to himself, man, it's already the 4th or 5th day. Why isn't that Centurion here yet? If this keeps up, this squad leader is going to go completely broke from feeding her. Right then, an announcement rang out. Lieutenant Sun Squad Leader Yun the Centurion has arrived just outside the city. At that exact moment, the sound of horse hooves echoed outside. 3 people in blue uniforms were riding on horseback, led by Tian Yue. Yun fan immediately acted all respectful. Excuse me, are you Centurion Tian Yue? Your subordinate is Yun fan. Changming stood next to him, thinking to himself, I'm the lieutenant. How did it become your turn to take the lead? But then he thought about it and told himself, whatever. Since you've been dropping cash on my meals lately, I won't hold it against you. Tian Yue spoke up. Which one of you is Lieutenant Sun Changming? Yun fan quickly answered, this is him right here. Immediately, Tian Yue leaned over. A polite voice rang out. Commander Sun, I've heard the legends. You really are a young prodigy. He replied with pure humility, Lord Centurion, you're giving me way too much credit. Meanwhile, Yun fan muttered under his breath, looking completely lost. Wait, am I getting ghosted? He was internally screaming. I'm from the Yun family. My background is insane. Look at me. Please, I'm begging you. Swallowing his pride, he chimed in with a fake smile, Lord Centurion. Over the past few days, I've personally scouted all over Huangshi County and picked out some prime spots for the guard post. These locations are Tian Yue totally cut him off. Skip it, don't need them. A second later, Tian Yue turned back, flashing a warm smile at Changming. Commander Sun, you're a Huangshi County local. As for where to build the guard post, you probably know best, right? Hearing that Changming hesitated for a second. Well, I was thinking of Bailing Ridge. Tian Yue didn't even blink. Done. We'll build it exactly there. Yun fan felt so incredibly robbed. He was screaming in his head. Bro, Bailing Ridge was literally on my list too. The double stand, but Yun fan wasn't giving up. I've still got one last trick, he schemed. Lord Centurion, your loyal subordinate has already prepped a massive welcome banquet. Total backfire. Tian Yue literally shoved Yun fan aside, threw an arm around Changming's shoulder, and announced, today the drinks are on me for Commander Sun. Bro single-handedly stopped the monster tide and saved everyone from absolute disaster. I've admired your badass energy for a long time. Today I'm definitely pouring you a few rounds. Commander Sun, after you. Yun fan was utterly depressed. Why are you guys treating me like trash? Suddenly Tian Yue called out, hey, Ensign, what was your name again? Yun fan's eyes shot wide open. His voice was a messy mix of panic and pure pride. Right here, my lord. I'm Yun fan from the prestigious Yun family. At the same exact time, his inner voice was doing backflips. Yes, the Lord Centurion finally noticed me, but Tian Yue just barked an order at him. Go fetch the eldest Miss Changyan to join us for dinner, and be super respectful about it. Tell her to order whatever she wants, eat as much as she wants, my treat, I'm footing the entire bill. Yun fan literally turned to stone. He trudged away feeling completely defeated. So Sun Changming is the actual VIP here. Looks like I'm the one who needs to start begging for connections. Time flew by. 2 hours later, inside a tent, pitched in the middle of a clearing, Tian Yue sat face-to-face with Changming. He spoke in a chill tone. Commander Sun, just take it easy and get some solid rest for the next few days. There's still some boring paperwork to sort out between my office and the local magistrate. I'll handle all that trash. You literally don't have to stress about a single Changming quickly replied. Thanks for the carry, Lord Centurion. Right after that, Tian Yue's easygoing smile faded into something way more serious. Commander Sun, there are a few things we need to... Changming gave a slight nod and kept it brief. I'm listening. Tell me everything. He slowly broke it down. Setting up this Centurion base in Huangshi County, obviously it's because Thousand Commander Zhao and his faction, but honestly, the Bureau's higher-ups also agree this spot desperately needs a defensive line. Then Tian Yue tapped a map on the table, his voice dropping an octave, totally serious. Every word he spoke carried heavy weight. Right here is the Min River. Huangshi County's location is an absolute choke point. If you head further downstream, you hit the Shu Lake Zone, the absolute core territory of our Chaotian Bureau. A minute later, Tianyue's tone grew even darker. He traced the red arrows marked on the map. Our one and only quest here. Hold the line at this final gateway. We have to secure the Shoe Lake zone at all costs. Out of nowhere, he flashed back to those twisted nightmare fuel silhouettes with glowing red eyes hovering in the pitch-black darkness. Tianyue's voice was sharp as a blade. We absolutely cannot let those filthy abominations breach the Shoe Lake zone. Inside the tense tent, Changming pointed at the map, sounding highly suspicious. Wait, did something break out of the Copper Pass Gorge again? Tianyue replied, his eyes flashing a warning. Truth is, ever since last year, the Copper Pass Gorge has been super unstable. He leaned in, his voice dropping into a deadly serious whisper, punching every single word. Rumor has it, based on the intel from the 6th rank Patriarchs, once a dead zone triggers its expansion cycle, the danger level gets massively buffed right from the start. The demonic beasts breaking out are getting way more broken, like Tianyue kept breaking down the stats. Last year, monsters started leaking out of the Copper Pass Gorge, but their ranks were low, so the upstream guard posts easily tanked them. But here's the crazy part. The monsters spawning from the Copper Pass dead zone aren't just scattering randomly. Every single one of them is swimming straight down the Min River. Changming frowned, the gears turning in his head. These monsters. I don't think their main target is the Shoe Lake zone at all. They're definitely making a play for the Iron Vault catacombs. Am I right? Right on cue, Tianyue clapped a hand on his shoulder. Commander Sun, relax. You don't need to stress. Elder Quicha and a few other OP veterans have already been dispatched. They're coming down to our Huangshi base to hold down the fort. They'll be the ultimate shield for the Chaotian Bureau's final gateway hearing. That Changming looked up, his tone loaded with heavy calculation. Yeah, that's definitely the safest play. But Lord Centurion, shouldn't we relocate our main forces right next to the Min River? Tianyue's deep voice carried a reassuring weight. One watchtower by the river is more than enough. As he said that, Changming was already visualizing the horrifying swarm of twisted, shadowy monsters. Mid-chase, the squad leader freaked out. We're way too close to the Min River. If a massive boss-level monster actually heads down this river, aren't we all totally cooked? Hanging back here means even if our squad gets the intel and rushes over, we'd still be one step too late. The monster already dipped. Then Truong Min stepped up. Commander, let me hold down this outpost. Thien Viet shook his head, turning him down. How could we bother Captain Sun with that? But he just placed a hand on his chest, his voice dead serious. I'm used to the wild. The main base is way too stuffy for me. Just let me go, boss. Thien Viet kept his cool, but thought it over. Captain Sun does like his peace and quiet, and this base is loud as hell. So, obviously, he'd hate it here. All right, we'll leave it to you, Captain Sun. An hour later, Thien Viet called out loud and clear, Captain Sun, stay safe out there. Backed by a whole squad, he replied with total respect. Appreciate it, Commander. Then he took the lead. Truong Min pointed toward the deep green mountains in the distance, calling the shots. All right, we're building the outpost up on that peak. He scoped out the area, calculating his next move. It's not too far from the village, and it's keeping a safe distance from the demon zone. Yeah, this spot is literally perfect. After that, he strolled over to a crystal-clear empty stream. Popping open a spirit gourd, he sat down and sighed. I gotta go build this outpost. You're on your own for dinner, buddy. Instantly, a little loach shot out of the gourd and dove straight into the deep water. It swam around, chilling its eyes wide open like it was hunting for snacks, letting out tiny little squeaks. A few minutes later, the loach spun around and literally sighed, blowing a bunch of tiny bubbles. Suddenly, a white shadow popped up in the distance. The loach bolted toward it, practically drooling. That shadow had long octopus-like tentacles, and it was zooming away fast. Meanwhile, down at the docks, a bunch of boats loaded with peach blossoms were gearing up to set sail. Uncle Chu was standing nearby, pointing right at the fleet. Are you kidding me? You guys are actually taking wooden boats down the Min River. Atran smirked, totally confident. Chill out. Those are offerings for the river god. No monster is going to dare touch them. He pointed off into the distance, explaining the lore. You've been out of town, but Ngukao Town just had a massive update. See that giant tree by the river? That is literally the river god uncle. Chu frowned, his voice dropping. I've run shipments through here countless times. How come I've never seen it? Atran frowned a bit, rubbing his chin like he was piecing it together. I think it sprouted the exact same afternoon you guys left. Lately, as long as you pray to the divine tree and drop some loot as an offering, sailing is 100% safe. Zero monster aggro. Honestly, our town is going to be insanely rich, thanks to the tree's buffs. Uncle Chu just picked his nose looking at him like he was crazy. Bullshit. How the hell does that thing look like a river god? Atran panicked. Shut your mouth. If the divine tree hears you and gets mad, it's going to strip our town's protection. You'll doom us all. Hearing that, Uncle Chu snapped. You idiots are worshipping a literal demon. You're gonna get us all killed. The second he said that Atran grabbed his shirt, totally triggered, I said, shut up. You disrespect the divine tree one more time and I swear the whole town will jump you. Uncle Chu yanked himself free and stormed off, muttering, a bunch of brain. When everything goes to hell, don't come crying to me. Suddenly someone screamed at the top of their lungs. No way. Look what's happening over there. The divine tree is moving. Back underwater, the loach locked onto that octopus-looking thing and chased it down at max speed. It actually looked stressed. Bubbles popped wildly with every flick of its tail. Suddenly, massive tentacles from a hidden boss started thrashing in the depths. Then, a pair of glowing green eyes locked on. Those nightmare tentacles shot straight at the loach with insane speed. The loach panicked instantly, channeling its aura to extend its two whiskers like blades. Swish! It whipped them around, slicing the monster's tentacles to pieces. But then, smash! A severed tentacle slammed into the loach, knocking it out cold. A minute later, a massive wave launched the unconscious loach right to the surface. Uncle Chu spotted it and lost his mind, yelling, He's him, it's the legendary flood dragon. He's here to save Ngu Cow Town. I told you that raggedy tree was a trash demon, but nah, nobody wanted to listen. Open your mortal eyes and look. The real river. God is finally here. He's going to absolutely wreck your fake god. A few minutes later, the loach snapped awake and instantly dive-bombed back into the depths. It opened its jaws wide, charging up a blinding red and gold beam. Boom. The energy blast tore through the water like a lightning. Right in the crosshairs was that giant sea monster. The loach went God mode, launching itself as the beam ripped through the currents. Flash one shot. It pierced clean through the monster's body. It revealed its true form, a pitch-black body with glowing blue eyes and massive tentacles thrashing around. From the rooftops, a booming voice echoed out. Look closely. Everyone. The river god might just show up again. Remember the river god's true form. He's the only one who can protect us. Down at the raging river, white waves were violently smashing into the wooden pier. Atran was clinging onto a wooden pillar for dear life as water splashed everywhere. He freaked out seeing a massive tentacle breach the surface, but wait, plot twist. There was something even crazier underwater. It was the giant loach. Its long whiskers were literally wrapping right around that tentacle. Right then, Uncle Joe started screaming, Quick, go get the clan elders. Tell the builders we need to construct a massive temple for the river god right now. Meanwhile, over at the outpost construction site, Truong Min was wondering to himself, It's been a hot minute. I wonder what kind of loot my little loach managed to farm. Cut to the little loach, literally unhinging its jaw, trying to swallow that giant tentacle whole. A few minutes later, the bro was completely stuffed its swollen belly, making weird rumbling noises. A super helpless thought echoed in its mind, bro. I totally called it. Back on the shore, Truong Min was muttering to himself, If you don't come back, whatever. But we're running way too low on food. I'll make sure you're fed. Your big bro knows you had an absolute feast today. And don't think you can just bribe me with that snake's warm energy flow. Meanwhile, the loach had already passed out in a food coma. Fast forward, and it was already the next day. The sky was lit up with a totally stunning sunrise. Truong Min stood up straight, throwing his arms wide open. His whole body was glowing with a brilliant golden light burning like a living flame. He yelled, This warm energy flow is massive. It's literally on par with that rank 3 demon beast from before. Inside his quiet room, Truong Min, surrounded by glowing loot, he thought to himself, the peach and sacred relics are syncing perfectly completely, unlike the left side of my brain. Over in my spirit acupoint, that golden sword relic and gourd relic are still fighting for dominance. Both of these unwelcomed guests are using my spirit acupoint as their starting zone, pushing against the flow right up to the burned out meridians at the very end. Everything reverses and converges straight into my right brain's spirit acupoint. They loop around 9 times and then boom, they switch spots before flowing backward through the other half of my meridians. The absolute peak of the natural meridian realm is basically burning through all... Going off my past life's experience there should totally be the 8 extraordinary meridians too. So why the hell haven't I heard a single peep about them here? He tilted his head slightly, deeply confused. Have the cultivators in this world just not unlocked the 8 extraordinary meridians yet? Or do the people here literally not even have them to begin with? Out of nowhere, the loach popped up, signaling for Truong Min to open his eyes. He asked, Hold up. Another seed. He jumped up, super curious. Last time you dropped a mystery seed. What kind of insane loot did you bring me this time? In a flash, he teleported right to the banks of the Min River. The little loach let out a cheeky giggle. Truong Min held out his hand to catch it, and the bro just let out a dramatic, tired groan. He quickly comforted his pet. All right, I know. We couldn't just let a top-tier snack get away like that. It's going to crawl back into its cave sooner or later. We'll figure out a strat to deal with it. The loach then slowly spat out a glowing green object right into his palm. Truong Min picked it up, analyzing its stats. He said, his voice ringing with pure excitement. A deep resolve seed. Bro, this is fire loot. If I use the stone chime to terraform 1,000 acres of the Yellow Wasteland and plant this spirit seed, he stared off into the distance, hyping himself up. I'm definitely farming this the second we finish building the outpost. Then he tossed the little fish back into the water, giving it the green light. All right, go get your feast on fast forward a couple of hours later. He was right in the middle of grinding when he suddenly felt something. What kind of crazy stunt is this little loach pulling now? He synced his consciousness with the loach and let out a cheeky laugh. All right, let's see what you're up to. Suddenly he gasped in pure shock. No freaking way. A rank, this thing's base stats are way higher than that giant crocodile from last time. Absolutely massive. Plus this soft-shell turtle is totally a puppet from the Iron Spear Underground Palace. Some overpowered boss from the upstream ruined domain must have locked onto it. Are they just sending minions to feed us XP one by one? Unless... His mind raced as the pieces clicked together. Unless that boss is literally locked in the ruined... But if what Thien Viet said is true, that overpowered entity is going to break out sooner or later. Though, honestly, by the time it actually breaks free, my little loach is probably going to be so overleveled it could just swallow the boss whole. A minute later, he thought back to what the little loach had told him. Wait, if that flash of spiritual light was actually a hidden spear aura, doesn't that mean the Iron Spear's defensive powers are basically running on zero? Like the little loach said, there's a legit chance we could turn this entire zone into our own personal all-you-can-eat XP buffet. Right then, the loach started chattering. Truong Min squinted, trying to decipher it. Wait, you're saying this turtle didn't originally look like this? The loach nodded furiously. Truong Min rubbed his chin, his brain going into overdrive. If it's exactly like you said, and its entire body is covered in a specialized shell just to tank lightning damage, wouldn't that severely nerf its vision and base agility? He analyzed it further, but then again, maybe this heavy shell is a one-time consumable that gets instantly discarded after it absorbs the hit. Then Truong Min remembered someone named Tang X Fien. He muttered with absolute respect. This level of big brain gameplay, it totally gives off the same. He hit the gas for a sec, then ordered the loach to back off. Just keep an eye on it from the shadows. No need to fight it for food right now either. Let the thing speed run, building its shell. He tapped his chest voice, dripping with confidence. Don't worry, your big bro's got a master plan. An hour later, Truong Min pulled up to the Min River outpost, flanked by two massive solid wooden towers. Van Pham immediately bowed, voice full of respect. Commander, sir. Truong Min cut right to the chase. Came to ask you a favor. You know anything that can focus or buff up a lightning array? The guy scratched his head, thinking it over. You'd better ask the Centurion about that. The Bureau's got a ton of arrays like that, but our rank is way too low to access them. Hearing that, Truong Min headed back. Cut to the next day at Bach Lich, Kang, the sky heavy with clouds. Thien Viet handed him a stack of papers. Here's some cultivation data the Centurion managed to dig up. It's got mind arts, spells, arrays, and talismans. Knock yourself out. Truong Min looked a bit guilty. Bro, this is totally against the rules. You sure this won't get you cooked? Thien Viet waved it off. Nah, nobody cares about these files anymore. They aren't even kept in the Bureau. It's basically semi-public knowledge, just that barely anyone outside actually knows about it. Truong Min hopped on his horse. He read through the files closely as he rode. He muttered to himself, these skills are complete but totally low tier, all below the second major rank. The mind arts are absolute trash. The only thing here that can... But a moment later, he rolled the scrolls back up and sighed. Screw it, this'll have to do. An hour later, Truong Min pulled up to the muddy water lake. The surface was glimmering under the sun, rippling gently like a massive mirror. Standing on the bank, he activated the three-eyed iron lightning array. Once it was fully set up, the three array cores locked into a triangle formation, sucking in all the stray lightning energy from the area. Truong Min stood in front of the setup, his eyes glued to the glowing three-eyed iron lightning array. After checking the specs, he realized this low-rank array was a total scam. It took up way too much space, the power was weak, and it cost a spirit jade to activate. Weighing the actual output, Truong Min clicked his tongue. This buff is way too weak. Gotta spam a few more of these arrays. The river's surface went dead silent again with only the faintest ripples. 6 hours later, the setup was finally complete. He let out a massive sigh. Thank God that snapping turtle had to go hunt. Actually gave me enough time to plant the arrays right at the bottom of the river. But the second it was done, his wallet was crying. Man, I just burned through 7 of my spirit jades in a flash. Listen here, Mr. Turtle, you better make this drop worth it or I'm going to be so mad. Cut to the thick fog parting, revealing a massive, intimidating building up ahead. The headquarters of the Heaven-Facing Bureau. Right in the main hall, Lam Huan strolled in with zero rush, his deadpan eyes scanning the room. Standing off to the side, Sun Kai bowed deep, his tone pure respect. You've arrived, my lord. Not a single muscle moved on his face. Lam Huan kept it freezing cold. Cut the formalities. Did you bring the item I asked for? The guy answered, without missing a beat. 1 divine seal barrier, breaking pill. More than enough for you to break through to the 3rd major rank, my lord. After Sun Kai handed over the glowing pill, he immediately demanded, that elixir is top-tier rarity, so where's my end of the deal? Without batting an eye, Lam Huan tossed him a letter. Everything's written right there. Read it yourself. Sun Kai grabbed the paper, a massive wave of dread suddenly washing over him. His hands clamped down on the paper. Voice shaking, he muttered in disbelief. My son! The rage spiked instantly. Sun Kai ground his teeth and let out a guttural roar. My son. He clenched his jaw, pure murderous intent exploding in his chest. Golden-faced death. God in the Heaven-Facing Bureau. You stood by and watched him die. I'm going to bury every single one of you right next to my boy. The minion instantly dropped to his knee. Mountain Lord! The targets on the boat have been completely wiped out. Sun Kai spun around his cloak, whipping in the air. Move out! We're heading straight to Tuyet Ho village to avenge my son. The minion bowed his head, understood Mountain Lord, cut back to the raging currents of the river. A dense fog blanketed the lower section of the Min River. Deep underwater, Truong Min was diving down, trying to soothe his pet. Yeah, I know. I'll definitely help you find that baby ginseng today. Popping his head above the water, he squinted at the shore. The hell are they building over there? The loach started buzzing with frantic signals. Truong Min caught the drift and nodded. Got it. Let's make a beeline for the cavern. The loach instantly whipped around and dove deep, leaving a trail of bubbles in its wake. Truong Min muttered to himself, looking totally baffled. Seriously, what is that thing? Since when does a baby ginseng know how to make a bed? Suddenly the loach flicked its tail hard, sending a ripple through the water as it pointed to a pitch-black corner at the bottom of the river. His eyes instantly lit up, voice hyped. You, what's that? Hurry up and pull it out. Staring at the shattered slab of stone, Truong Min went into deep thought. This looks exactly like the rock I snagged before. They gotta be pieces of the same thing. The upper and lower streams are 100 miles apart, but I somehow managed to find both of them. After hesitating for a split second, he let out a slow breath. Things were starting to click. Plot twist, is this a crazy coincidence, or is someone pulling the strings behind the scenes? Nah, screw it. Even if someone's playing God, couldn't dodge it even if I tried. A familiar little house came into view, simple and quiet. Son Changming's place. Hearing the noise, Changyan excitedly ran out. She gave a soft smile and whispered, Big bro, you're back. Changming didn't answer right away. He dug through an old wooden chest, urgently blurting out, Found it. Everything was still dead quiet. A weird suspicion crept into Changming's mind. Why isn't anything happening? He froze for a few seconds, then suddenly clenched his fists. No idea what just happened, but it definitely worked. Let's go. It's working. Changming gave a serious order, pointing as he spoke. Take this half of the stone to the border between Sanyang and Huangshi County. The little loach happily nodded, following his orders, and quickly zipped away. It dove down lightly, flicking its tail to kick up mud and sand, flawlessly covering its tracks. Then the loach lay perfectly still, looking totally harmless, but with a tiny smug glint in its eyes. Meanwhile, he stood on the boat, staring far downstream. Over 10 days later at the outpost, Changming said calmly, As for building the extra stairs straight down to the Min River from the high cliff, this construction is way too dangerous. We'll have to do it ourselves. The guards bowed their heads in unison. Understood. Turning around, he saw the little girl and asked, a bit surprised, Little sis, what are you up to? Changyan hugged a shovel, explaining super seriously, Big bro, I want to dig a cave in the bedroom. That way, if bad guys come, we can hide in the underground bunker. Hearing that, Changming burst out laughing. He said softly, Let me borrow that shovel for a sec. He grabbed the tool and walked out back. His movements were smooth, every strike totally solid. Changming paused, thinking to himself, I'll hide this stone right here in the yard. The execution seed has been planted too. Just don't know when it'll actually bloom and bear fruit. Right then, a familiar connection flared up. He jumped a bit. Wait, did something happen to the little loach? But seeing its status clearly, he sighed in relief, muttering softly, "Everything's fine." His eyes locked onto a strange object. Changming gasped. "Is that a golden fish scale?" After watching the little loach float around, he suddenly asked, "What exactly did you eat today?" Changming narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with suspicion and caution. "You ate nothing. Then what's that scale doing in your stomach?" He let out a soft sigh, his tone softening. "Whatever. Forget it. Just be careful for the next few days. Don't mess with that scale under your neck, okay?" In the solemn atmosphere before the shrine, prayers echoed out, "May the river god protect Yuku town. May the river god keep Yuku town safe." The sound of horse hooves clacking against the road broke the dead silence, echoing with a chilling, hollow crack. Seeing the cavalcade roll up, the townsfolk panicked and scrambled to the sides of the road. Anxious, they couldn't help but turn their heads to stare at the creepy squad. He took a quick look, his face darkening. "Look closely. Their footprints are super faint. That's completely off for a normal person's weight." Changming dropped his voice to explain, "Because they're all paper dummies." Plot twist. Every single paper dummy had a sword hidden inside its body. Hiding in the shadows, Shanqi watched, quietly scheming. And the fine threads stretching out from those swords were controlling their every move. He narrowed his eyes deep in thought. The subordinate dropped to one knee, his low voice echoing out, "Mountain Lord, I've got eyes on Bailey Gang. The second their 100-man squad moves out, we can ambush and slaughter them all." Another minion stepped up to report, "We've completely locked down Juehu village. I swear on my life, not a single soul will interfere with your revenge." Mountain Lord, a bone-chilling aura surged from Shanqi. Right now, Tongguan Gorge is just in its early outbreak phase. The high-level demons haven't hit their peak yet. With all that top-tier loot about to drop, my son's death was actually worth it. Old memories flashed through his mind. Back in the dead zone of Tongguan Gorge, I found an ancient mural detailing a secret underground palace. His train of thought kept going, and those coffins fell into the Min River right in front of me, drifting downstream. Shanqi remembered his little meetup in the valley. I ran into a dandelion demon beast in the valley. We talked and hammered out a collab. We made a deal, sure, but hell no, I'm not trusting my back to a demon. Good thing I already called in some heavy backup. Looking at the time, they should be arriving soon. His voice turned ice-cold, dripping with killing intent. Tonight we raid the Min River outpost, capture Sun Changming alive. He's the only captain of the Chaosian Bureau left in Juehu village. Only he knows the truth about the golden masked death god. The minions shouted in unison, "Yes, sir. Got it." Shanqi's mind was already 10 steps ahead, plotting in the shadows. Sun Changming is a local of Juehu village. He definitely knows where my prize is. Back by the river, Changming kept watch, his voice low. The mechanical Dao soldiers are hiding near the river bend of the Tikang underground palace. His tone was slow but absolute. "But they're nowhere near as fast as you. Go scout it out." Changming then added, carefully, "As for the magma cave, I'll set up a sensory spirit array for you. The second something steps inside, I'll ping you immediately." The little guy gave a quick wiggle. He gave a slight nod, sounding pretty satisfied. The grass growing out a bit ain't too shabby. Truongmin stared ahead, hyping himself up in a low whisper. "Come on, just a bit faster, let's go." Watching the current, he dropped his voice and gave the strat. "Hide here for now. The second the lightning hits, make a mad dash for the river." The loach hummed in agreement. "Got it." A snapping turtle slowly crawled up, heading straight for the sunken front hall. It stuck out a front claw to test the waters. It moved slow, but stayed on guard. The second it touched the array's range, zap. Lightning flashed, and its whole body started convulsing. The turtle twitched a few times before going completely limp. Bro got knocked out cold by the shock. Truongmin watched from a distance, calculating in his head. Tough luck. Lightning at this level still ain't enough to finish it off. If only I had a weapon aura mixed in, I wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Up on the surface, ripples kept spreading out with the lightning, flickering and reflecting off the water. The little loach didn't hesitate for a second, diving into the water with crazy speed. The moment it saw that knocked-out turtle, its eyes literally lit up. You could see the pure hype and anticipation in its eyes, zero chill. He gave a casual wave, his tone totally chill. "Don't hold back, dig in." The loach happily charged in and started devouring the turtle with no hesitation. Right at that moment, a weird flash of light popped off behind the distant mountains. Sun Kai instantly whipped his head around. What just happened? His subordinate bowed his head and reported, Mountain Lord, there's a tiny loach in the Honthui River swallowing a turtle whole. His gaze instantly turned sharp as he interrogated the guy. Are you absolutely sure it's a turtle? The subordinate nodded. Yes, sir. A wave of suspicion hit Sun Kai. Damn it. Could it be that giant puppet beast sent by Dandelion? That giant dandelion is absolutely ruthless, and it seriously thinks the puppet beasts under its command are completely broken. A look of pure disgust crossed his face. Just a pathetic little loach. Forget it, teaming up with that overgrown dandelion is a lost cause anyway. The subordinate asked cautiously, Mountain Lord, are we still pushing through with tonight's operation? Sun Kai clasped his hands behind his back, calculating his next move. The rest of their heavy backup is easy pickings for us to exploit. The final winner is definitely going to be me. He dropped his voice and gave the order. No second guessing. We stick to the plan. The subordinate immediately bowed. Understood. After polishing off its meal, the loach just laid there looking completely stuffed and chubby. Truong Min shook his head with a slight smile. I know. I'll keep an eye on the cave for you. The second he stepped through the door, he let out a massive, exhausting yawn. An eager voice called out from the room as Truong Yen ran out and threw her arms around him. Big brother. Truong Min raised an eyebrow, totally confused. What are you doing? Her voice was bursting with curiosity and pure hype. Bro, what on earth did you plant in the backyard? It smells amazing. Can we pick it and eat it? Hearing that his face instantly dropped. Hell no. Truong Yen pouted, looking totally heartbroken. You don't even love me anymore. You're hoarding all the good stuff and keeping it from me. Truong Min thought to himself in a panic. I literally just planted the execution seeds in the backyard. That stuff is straight up lethal poison. He frowned, suddenly realizing something was way off. It doesn't even have a smell. Truong Min knelt down to look at her, his eyes turning dead serious as he dropped his voice. You actually think it smells? Truong Yen nodded like crazy, her eyes literally sparkling. It smells way better than anything we've ever eaten before. A wave of dread hit him. This is bad. Something is seriously wrong with her. No, wait. Things have been messed up ever since I cooked that pile of demonic beasts. After thinking it over for a sec, Truong Min took a deep breath and made up his mind. All right, let's go check it out then. But you have to listen to me. No eating random stuff. One wrong bite and you're getting buried in these mountains permanently. Her eyes went wide, a mix of curiosity and pure fear in her quiet voice. What is it? He looked at his little sister and slowly explained. It's a super secret ritual. After that, Truong Min led her down the hallway, heading straight for the guard post's backyard. He couldn't help but frown, his mind racing. How is it this overpowered underground? It's freezing out here. How did it grow this massive? Before he could even react, Truong Yen dashed forward, opening her mouth to take a massive bite. Truong Min lunged at her, wrapping his arms around her in a panic. Stop right there. Stopped in her tracks. Truong Yen started throwing a tantrum, squirming and yelling, You're the worst big bro. He dropped his voice, desperately trying to coax her. You seriously can't eat this stuff. How about I take you to that restaurant in the city, okay? She shook her head like crazy. No way, nope. Truong Min sighed, trying to bargain with her. 3 meals. Truong Yen immediately hit him with a counteroffer. 30 meals. He raised an eyebrow and playfully tugged her hair, letting out a helpless laugh. You're literally just trying to scam me now. She reluctantly dropped the price. 20 meals. Finally, Truong Min put his foot down. 10 meals. Deal. He made up his mind, thinking to himself, I'm going all in. Even if I lose 3 spirit stones, I absolutely cannot let Truong Yen sneak a bite of this. Right after that, he pulled out his spirit stones, channeling his spiritual energy to cast a spell. But Truong Min still couldn't shake his anxiety, his mind racing. Just how toxic is this thing anyway? I'll have to find some savage beast to test it out on later. Scene change. Truong Min stood on a boat staring at the raging currents of the Man River. He frowned, totally confused. Wait, it was green when I just picked it. How did it turn dead yellow already? The guy stood behind him, helping Truong Min pry the fish's mouth open to shove the dried leaf inside. He watched the fish's reaction, his expression shifting instantly. It's dead already. This poison is completely broken. Guess that's a no-go for dinner. Without missing a beat, Truong Min kicked the fish hard right back into the river. He furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, just 1 dried leaf. And the poison is this insane. Truong Min thought for a second, then signaled grab that other fish and grill it up. As night fell, the Van Pham outpost guard panicked and yelled, Fire. He waved his hand, dismissing it. Let's go check it out. His voice was chill but tired. Fires happen in the village all the time. Just ignore it as long as it doesn't spread over here. Meanwhile, in another location, Sun Kai asked slowly, How's the grilled meat? His subordinate coughed lightly, looking pale. He bowed his head and replied, The fire was a bit too strong, so it's kind of burnt. The moment he caught that weird scent in the air, his eyes instantly shifted. This is toxic smoke. Sun Kai channeled his spirit energy, thinking to himself, who did this? Did someone figure it out and set a trap for me? He glared around and barked, how are you guys holding up? The subordinate fought to stay conscious, replying weakly, Mountain Lord, I am fine, but I need to meditate to recover. Tonight's operation is probably a bust. Sun Kai's expression grew darker by the second. He thought to himself, the mission literally just started, our ally is dead, and everyone got poisoned. Sun Kai gritted his teeth and decisively aborted the mission. Meanwhile, Changming was completely focused meditating as he burned through his 5th meridian. He quietly checked his status window. After the little loach leveled up the innate divine skill from the soft shell, Turtle didn't just devour shells anymore, it could even consume metal. Normally, he could hide his helmet and armor right inside his body. If danger hit, they'd auto-equip to protect him. But helmets and bulky armor totally ruined his sword immortal aesthetic. After thinking it over, Changming let out a sigh. Whatever, I'll just send the Dao soldiers out on patrol tomorrow. Faint sunlight hit the mountainside as he scoped out the area. The place was weirdly quiet. The next day, he concealed his aura, carefully analyzing the situation in his head. Crazy strong presence hiding silently at the door. They are definitely hostile. It's all because of Fan Kao. These guys have been here all morning, drawing all the mechanic Dao soldiers right here. If only I could set up some cameras. An idea sparked, and Changming remembered his past life's tech. The Heavenly Eye. They were on every street in my past life. Think that'll give them a scare. He calmly calculated his next steps. I just need to custom refine the eyes of the mechanic Dao soldiers, then slap on a connection array. It's literally a wireless camera setup. But because my current power is capped, each Heavenly Eye only works within a 10-mile radius. Realizing the key missing piece, Changming's eyes lit up. Got it. Signal repeaters. One Heavenly Eye can link up to 5 repeaters max. If I set that up, the effective connection range between the camera and me will hit 60 miles. I'll just have the Dao soldiers go deploy them later. Meanwhile, a subordinate said happily, thank God for the Mountain Lord's spirit pills. Otherwise, purging this poison would have been impossible. Sun Kai stood in dead silence, his eyes freezing cold, his killing intent completely overflowing. Tonight, we raid the outpost and capture Tan Changming. The mountain wind blew bone-chillingly cold. Bach Lich Kwang at the outpost construction site. His eyes were calm as he slowly spoke up. The Bach Bo outpost up here just got its foundation laid. If we keep moving at this pace, there's no... Changming frowned slightly, going on high alert. Hold on, these are paper dolls. What kind of freaky stuff is this? A theory clicked in his head. Unless this is tied to those guys in the cave. Did the trio TN2 agents trigger this mess? The sun slowly vanished behind the mountains. The sky turned pitch black, an eerie energy quietly spreading out. The space suddenly warped, overwhelmed by a thick, bone-chilling aura. This is a ghost domain. A dry, raspy voice echoed through the air. Those 3 absolute idiots are in closed-door training. Right now, this entire ghost domain is run by Lord Bone. Suddenly, a bullet ripped through the air, blasting right through his white skull. His bony head hit the ground, tumbling a few times with a sharp clatter. Right after, a volley of bullets rained down, blasting straight into his skull again. He frantically dropped to his knees, begging Little Bone respectfully, welcomes the honored lord. The Loach said casually, I've got a little job for you to handle. He instantly barked back, Little Bone will do it, even if I have to die again. He felt incredibly hyped inside. The honored lord is finally giving me a mission. He is actually treating me like a real subordinate now. The Loach gave a slight nod and ordered, there's a highly annoying bunch of paper dolls out there. Take your guys and wipe them out. He replied eagerly, got it loud and clear. The Loach continued calmly. All right, get to work. I will be waiting right here for your good news. As he strutted off, he thought to himself, I need to seriously analyze every single word the honored lord says. If he told me to take a squad, then I absolutely need to bring a full army. He quietly calculated his troop strength. Rank 2, but all the grunts are only rank 1. That's kind of embarrassing. He barked at his subordinates, his tone dripping with disgust. Normally, you trash just slack off and play dirty. Well, now I actually need to use you. Just look at every single one of you. What kind of garbage cultivation level is this? Get your stupid asses out there, let's go. Lord Bone felt totally embarrassed, so he pointed right at him and snapped. Commander Zhang. The hell are you looking at? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Hearing his name. Zhang flinched and whipped his head around, absolutely terrified. He casually reached into his cloak and pulled out a few black orbs radiating pure demonic energy. Without a second thought, he chucked them straight at his trash tier minions. The minions freaked out as they felt their power absolutely skyrocket, instantly jumping from rank 1 to rank 2. Even the squad leader leveled up from rank 2 to rank 3. All right. He hooked his finger, his voice ice cold. Commander Zhang, get your ass over here right now. Zhang panicked. Me. Lord Bone just raised his hand and cast a spell. Boom! Demonic power instantly paralyzed the commander. A minion standing next to him didn't hesitate for a second, landing a brutal kick right into Zhang's back. He face-planted hard, trembling in absolute agony, but then an insane surge of spiritual energy flooded his body. His meridians were literally bursting with power. Lord Bone smirked, totally satisfied. Now that is what a vice commander should look like. He was feeling pretty damn smug. I'm carrying this so hard, the envoy will definitely notice me now. The other minions stared, eyes full of envy and pure awe. Bro just went straight from rank 2 to rank 3. Suddenly an overwhelmingly oppressive voice echoed out. Move out. Guze thought to himself, completely amazed. So as long as you follow the right boss, leveling up is actually this easy. Commander Zhang charged forward on horseback, his eyes dead set on the horizon as he spotted the mob of paper puppets ahead. Wreck them all. Don't leave a single one alive. He slammed his feet into the stirrups, launching himself off the horse and shooting straight into the air. Mid-air, Zhang swung his blade down, with brutal force, cleaving a paper puppet clean in half. He scowled, his voice dripping with disgust. You're not even real ghosts. What's with these trash-tier paper dolls? Just looking at this garbage pisses me off. The sky began to darken as the sunset faded behind the mountains and shadows slowly swallowed the land. Bai Wu rushed over, absolutely panicking. Mountain Lord. My sword puppets are getting ambushed. Shanqi's brows furrowed, his eyes turning ice cold. What the hell's going on? Don't tell me it's the Heavens Mandate Bureau. Bai Wu quickly reported the situation. No, it's a whole squad of knights, and they're covered in ghost fire. Could it be a literal ghost army? Passing through, meanwhile, from another direction, a minion's respectful voice rang out. Reporting to the king. The paper puppets have been completely wiped out. Under the gloomy sky, the squad stood in perfect formation, their overpowered auras flaring wildly. Lord Bone gave a slight nod. Good job. He thought to himself, the boss is definitely going to be happy about this. He waved his hand, his voice booming across the entire camp. Pull back. Far off in the distance, Tian Yue was hiding behind a boulder, silently watching the whole crazy scene unfold. He muttered in sheer terror. I've seen that monster before, back when I was hunting the blood infant with the heavenly guards. The guy who stole at the very end, but it was him, wasn't it? Shanqi felt the spiritual energy in his body spiraling out of control, his expression turning pitch black. My cultivation rank, it just dropped to the second realm. Bai Wu was literally shaking. Mountain Lord. These monsters are way too OP, and it feels like there's an even more broken ghost domain backing them up. Shanqi clenched his fist tight, his mind racing. First my beast puppets get intercepted, then that weird toxic smoke when I thought it was just bad RNG. But looking at it now, my movements have definitely been exposed. Shanqi stayed dead silent for a second before finally making the call. Cancel tonight's operation. Everyone stay on high alert and absolutely do not aggro anything. The subordinates instantly replied. The space warped, shifting into a heavy, suffocating ghost domain packed with dark energy. Guze casually asked, Can you wipe them out completely? Lord Bone bowed so low his head practically touched the floor. Little Bone is truly useless. If the old ghost took action, it might be possible. Guze silently analyzed the situation. This is the ultimate bottleneck for ghost cultivators. They level up. For someone like Little Bone, crushing those low-level scrubs down there is an absolute joke. But trying to track the magic traces back to the mastermind, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Lord Bone spoke up again. Boss, those paper puppets were actually condensed from sword chi. They're literally using sword chi instead of demonic energy. Guze narrowed his eyes. Sword chi. His voice was calm but carried a heavy hidden meaning. The reason I let you out this time, do you understand my intention? Lord Bone replied, absolutely submissive in his reverence. This subordinate only exists to serve the boss. I would never dare to overthink it. Guze just shook his head, looking completely disappointed. You're a legendary monster who's lived for thousands of years. How can you still be this incredibly dense? If you want to reach the absolute peak, you need to actually use your brain to improve. Lord Bone immediately started aggressively kowtowing. Little Bone is only loyal to the boss. I don't. Changming couldn't help but roast him mentally. No way. I didn't know a literal pile of bones could be such a massive simp. Guze casually dropped his orders. Increase our numbers. From now on, start running patrols around the perimeter of the ghost domain. Lord Bone blanked for a second. Patrols. Then he bowed deeply to see him off. Safe travels, boss. He just stood there overthinking everything. Patrols. What is the boss's hidden agenda here? Nah, this is too big brain for me. I need to call the old ghost over to analyze what the boss actually meant. Commander Zhang bowed his head incredibly low, stepping up carefully. Lord Bone. This lowly one has a theory. I don't know if I should speak. Lord Bone instantly snapped at him. Why the hell are you still following me? Get out of my face. Zhang squeezed his eyes shut and blurted out, Lord Bone, I really think the boss's true goal isn't just about patrolling. Lord Bone narrowed his hollow eye sockets, his voice dropping an octave. Keep talking. Commander Zhang took a massive breath, laying out his analysis. Think about it. What kind of god tier exists? Only Lord Bone C, myself, and our master here could actually see the underworld's original form. That's exactly why we got chosen. And now, with new ghosts spawning all around, most of them are going to wander straight into our ghost domain. But wait, that's not how the underworld system is set up. The master sent us on patrol, probably hoping one of us awakens as a soul reaper. He replied happily, Exactly, that's what I was thinking too. If we see new ghosts, we just bring them right here. If anyone resists, we just force their souls over here. Keep doing that, and sooner or later, we'll definitely spawn more soul reapers. His mind was racing with all sorts of schemes, but man, if I don't set this up right, I might end up becoming the soul reaper commander in the future. Oxhead and Horseface. Hell no, that's trash. I'm going to be a Yama at the very least. What the hell even is an Oxhead or Horseface anyway? His voice dropped deep, full of absolute authority. Butcher Zhang, do a good job, and I'll save an Oxhead or Horseface spot just for you. The butcher trembled with hype, dropping straight to his knees. Thank you for the carry, my lord. He flicked his sleeves dismissively. Now go set up a patrol system. He kept nodding furiously, not daring to waste a single second. Understood. Got it early the next morning. Tian Yue stood up straight, his voice dripping with pure respect. Mr. Sun, I seriously don't know how to thank you for your massive favor. These are all the absolute top-tier ingredients we could find in Huangshi County. Miss Sun is definitely going to love this. He then pulled out an exquisite wooden box, introducing it with a soft tone. This Mengshan Cloud tea from our Great Wu dynasty perfectly matches the vibe of a hidden master like you. Changming casually replied, just leave it over there. Tian Yue bowed slightly, acting incredibly polite. Then, I won't bother you any longer. He chuckled lightly. It wasn't easy making the trip out here. At least stay for a meal before you go. He quickly waved his hands, looking totally embarrassed. Oh man, I couldn't impose like that. Changming just brushed it off. It's no big deal. It's literally just my little sister's everyday cooking. Meanwhile, old Bao was groaning in his head. Such god-tier ingredients, and they're chopped up like a total mess. Her knife skills are literal trash. He frowned again, sighing internally. She doesn't even understand basic fire control. As Tian Yue stepped inside, he froze, thinking, wait, what's going on? Why isn't Chef Bao cooking himself? Tian Yue let out a heavy sigh in his mind. Whatever. The most important part of a meal isn't what you eat, but who you eat it with. Just then, Chang Yan's voice rang out, food's ready. The moment it was done, old Bao literally dashed over. Here, we finally get to eat. Chang Yan scowled, tapping him on the head with a spoon. Zero manners. He clutched his head in pain. My bad. But you can't blame me. I literally can't control myself every single time. She turned around and called out, bro, time to eat. He smiled back. Coming. Changming spoke up slowly. It's just me and my little sister here, so we don't really have any strict rules. Just help yourself. Tian Yue nodded eagerly. But when he saw old Bao piling his plate, he panicked. Oh, hell no. Aren't you supposed to be the top chef of Huangshi County? Why are you eating like a starving ghost? Leave some for me. But the old man was fully locked in grabbing a massive chunk of food and shoving it straight into his mouth. Suddenly, a spark went off in old Bao's brain. No way. So you can actually combine flavors like this. It looks completely random, but the depth is insane. I'm enlightened. Sitting across from him, Chang Yan quietly watched. Did I seriously just invite a psycho chef into my house? Right after eating, he slammed his bowl onto the table with a crisp thud. Old Bao's entire aura shifted instantly, his energy spiking like crazy. Tian Yue's eyes bulged at the scene. Bro, what the heck is going on? He just reached enlightenment through food. but he's just a normal guy. How is that even possible? The more he thought about it, the more cracked it seemed. A guy with literally zero cultivation talent eating a few meals made by someone's little sister, and he just awakened. Old Bao was glowing with joy, looking like he just struck the absolute jackpot. Meanwhile, Tian Yue stayed at the table, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Gaining enlightenment to step onto the Grand Tao is super rare. Anomalies like this usually breeze through their cultivation journey and end up becoming literal legends in the 8 Desolates. Yeah, nope, I definitely shouldn't be comparing some greasy old chef to a historical legend. With that in mind, Tian Yue glanced over at Changyan, who had her face buried in her rice bowl. The only one who could possibly explain all this is Miss Sun. Then his eyes shifted to Changming, who was just chilling and enjoying the meal. These two siblings are seriously on a whole other level. Totally broken. In Tian Yue's mind, the image of Changming and his sister suddenly morphed into something terrifyingly badass. I absolutely have to report this back to the commander. We definitely can't just focus on Mr. Sun and completely sleep on his little sister. Changyan noticed an untouched piece of meat still sitting in Tian Yue's bowl, so she quickly spoke up. Big bro, you're not going to eat that meat. Then I'll take care of it for you. I remember you hate fatty meat anyway, so I'm just going to grab it, okay? Without a second of hesitation, Changyan reached her chopsticks right toward the meat in Tian Yue's bowl. Hearing that Tian Yue totally melted, he voluntarily picked up the meat and dropped it straight into Changyan's bowl. I'm already full anyway, so you can have the rest. Can't let it go to waste, right? As the 4 of them were happily stuffing their faces, Changming suddenly noticed something. Wait, hold up. How do you have spiritual energy now? Changming quickly ordered a guard standing nearby. Since it's come to this, go call Yunfan over here. The guard instantly snapped to attention and rushed off to follow Changming's order. On it, sir. Shortly after Van Pham arrived, he cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Commander, Sir Tan, seeing the guy he wanted was here, Truong Min cut straight to the chase without missing a beat. From now on, you're in charge of teaching my precious little sister about cultivation. This isn't an official apprenticeship, so I can't give you the title of master. Hearing that Van Pham was about to argue back, my Van family's secret arts are no joke. Before Van Pham could even finish, Thien Viet instantly jumped in and cut him off. I'm down, let me do it. Seeing Thien Viet so hyped up, Truong Min rubbed his chin, thinking it over for a second. Well, Commander. Seeing Truong Min hesitating, Thien Viet waved his hands and quickly added a few words to win him over. The outpost isn't finished yet, and I've got absolutely nothing going on right now. I can just crash here for a few meals and casually teach the little miss about cultivation. Hearing this, Truong Min was absolutely thrilled. He cupped his hands to thank Thien Viet. Then I'll be troubling you, Commander. Thien Viet just chuckled. He politely cupped his hands right back. You're too polite, sir. If anything, I'm the one who should be thanking you for agreeing. Hearing this, Van Pham was literally frozen in shock. He thought to himself, is the commander out of his mind? Will the High Sun sect behind him really let him get away with leaking their secret arts? Meanwhile, Thien Viet covered his mouth with a sly smirk, his brain already calculating all the insane benefits. A VIP like the little miss. How could a bunch of nobodies like us ever get the chance to teach her? The boss is obviously just too busy to do it himself. Short-sighted fools. A top-tier opportunity like this, I'm taking it. Later in the backyard of the guard post, Thien Viet was minding his own business when a soldier came sprinting in, totally panicking. Things are bad, Commander. The soldier cupped his hands and immediately blurted out the report, his voice shaking with urgency. Commander, we need to call for backup right now. We were in the cave at the village entrance, and we spotted a whole squad of absolutely cracked 3rd and 4th realm experts. Seeing his subordinate completely losing his cool, Thien Viet, what the hell are you panicking for? Since when does our Trio Tien Bureau ever get scared of anyone? A nearby guard stared at Thien Viet wide-eyed, looking at him with absolute pure admiration. The commander is literally him-faced with such a broken enemy, and he's still calm enough to scold his men. Badass. Then Thien Viet turned around and walked away, looking chill as ever. With the boss guarding this place, what the hell is there to be afraid of? But I should probably go invite him over anyway. Inside a house with its doors tightly shut, Thien Viet had apparently just dumped the whole story on Truong Min. I got it. Thien Viet stood at attention. It was obvious he idolized Truong Min and was ready to follow his every command. Just as expected, everything is totally under the boss's control. Hearing Thien Viet's intel, Truong Min fell deep into thought, rubbing his chin. That group, what exactly are they trying to pull? Meanwhile, Sun Kai was leading a heavily armed gang, totally decked out with swords and spears. Sun Kai's crew marched down a dirt trail completely surrounded by dense forest. Sun Kai looked visibly pissed and extremely bitter. He gritted his teeth. It's just a trashy little guard post. I could wreck the whole place in seconds. But man, that hidden entity lurking in the dark is no joke. We absolutely cannot trigger him. It's a good thing our heavy hitter backup is on the way. When the time comes, I'll draw aggro in the light, and our backup will strike from the shadows. We'll catch that guy totally off guard. One of Sun Kai's underlings spoke up, looking scared out of his mind. Boss, what's our next move? I've got other plans. Sun Kai snapped his head toward the minion and barked his order. Take a breather for now. We stay put and hold our ground. Over at the crystal-clear waters of the Man River, surrounded by jagged little rocks, Truong Min was currently in God mode, possessing the body of a loach. He saw everything going down on the Man River Bridge. Ton Truong Min was using his possession skill. He spotted a group of guys swapping their clothes, clearly trying to disguise themselves. The squad was dressing up like a merchant caravan. Truong Min even saw one dude toss his hat and books straight into a tree hollow. Spies from the Namne Nation. Seeing this play out right in front of him, the entire history of the Namne Nation suddenly flashed through Truong Min's mind. 600 years ago, the Namne Nation was a brutal, savage wasteland. With the Great Ngo dynasty's help and guidance, they slowly leveled up and became a vassal state of Great Ngo. Namne faced multiple rebellions, and every single time things got critical, their prince would come crying to Great Ngo, begging the imperial army to swoop. That was the only way they managed to hold on to power in Namne for so long. Truong Min replayed the ancient war in his head. But then 600 years ago, 600 warships from the Red Barbarian race rolled up to the Namne Nation. The three ruling clans instantly folded and became lapdogs for the Red Barbarians. The cultivation methods of the Red Barbarians were massively pushed within their borders, which repeatedly sparked crazy conflicts along Great Ngo's southern borders. Truong Min visualized the totally wrecked, war-torn scenes of history in his mind. Back then, the Great Ngo dynasty was totally corrupt and had zero power to fight back. Almost every single year, Namne forces would come and brutally slaughter Great Ngo citizens. Now, Truong Min was chilling in the body of a bird, perched on a branch to scout the situation. And now, the Namne guys are showing up right here. This is absolutely no good. Better tail them first to see what's up then. Decide if we should snitch to the heavenly court. Sun Changming was using his possession skill. One morning in some packed, bustling town, Fishmouth Town, totally opposite to the busy streets, there was this one temple that was dead silent. The River God Temple. A disciple rushed in to drop some heavy news on Chung Feng. Master, some trash mobs in town have been talking trash about the river god, saying the old man never actually protected our merchant ships. Chung Feng just stood there, hands clasped, acting all holy and devout. He snapped back, everyone on those boats, none of them are true believers. They really think sacrificing a couple of pigs and goats at the temple buys them the great river god's protection. So naive. Like the great river god would even care about some basic mortal livestock. Those guys totally deserve to be abandoned by him. This disciple seemed to know what was actually up. He spoke his mind even so. Those clueless commoners don't get it. With your big brain, master, you can see right through them. They're way too easily brainwashed by those monsters. Hearing that Chung Feng didn't even hesitate, he made a wild call. The great river god has his own plans, but as his followers, we got to prove our worth. Here's the play. Take some of the donation money, hire some muscle, and build a guardian squad. And take out those monsters on the down low. The disciple was all in. He bowed instantly and replied, Say less, master. Just tell me how hard you want us to wreck them. Chung Feng clenched his fist, looking absolutely furious. Disrespecting the river god is unforgivable. We wipe them off the map. Period. Cut to a boat cruising down the river, almost at its destination. That's Dead End Village up ahead. Steer clear of the shore. The cold poison from that village is no joke. Don't let that garbage infect us. Suddenly the water churned. The boat started rocking like crazy. The passengers were freaking out. What the hell is happening? I thought the river god was protecting us. Then a massive tremor hit the front of the boat. The whole thing nearly flipped. Plot twist, a freaky giant clam monster was trying to swallow the ship whole with its slimy mouth. One guy wiped out on the tilting deck and groaned out, This river god is absolute trash. Too late for regrets now. The clam went sicko mode until a whip-like cord grabbed it right by its meaty core. The grip tightened, completely shutting down the monster's attack on the boat. Seconds later, the giant clam slammed back into the water. It was completely helpless against those cords. Bro, it was the Whiskers. The pet loach of our boy Changming had arrived. The loach whipped its tail and Whiskers shattering the clam's shell to pieces. Broken. The loach dragged the clam's core out with its long whiskers. Looked agonizing. Then it literally ripped the meat out, turning the shell totally bloody. Savage. The passengers saw the whole god tier carry. They dropped to their knees in awe. It's the river god. The river god is protecting us. The whole crew started hyping it up, chanting in sync. River god protects them. River god protects. While they were fanboying, the Loach casually dragged its loot underwater. River god protects. River god protects. Meanwhile, Changming was in bird mode, chilling on a branch, eavesdropping on everything. Back in Fishmouth Town at the inn, rocking his bird form, Changming sneaked right in without a sweat. What is going on lately? Even the nation of Namni, literally thousands of miles away, is targeting our tiny dead-end village. Damn it, these Namni guys are speaking their own language. Good thing I've got the beast language skill. It's not that far. 1 day by water equals a day and a half on land. Changming popped his skill to translate their secret talk. Husni was standing next to Vidento, pitching an idea. Looked like high-stakes stuff. If we can just find Manga Yu and secure the Xuanjizi, that's a massive carry. The young lord will shower us with rewards. We just got to play it stealthy. As long as he doesn't spot us, he won't even know we're here. How could he possibly stop us? But Vidento wasn't having it. He hit back with straight facts. Bruh, that guy from Great Wu is crazy OP and connected. If he catches us, even if we do find the Xuanjizi, there's zero chance we're making it back to Namni alive. Vidento locked in. He slammed his hands on the table and barked at his underling. Those Great Wu peasants want to piggyback off our power, but they won't even give. If they won't co-op, screw them. Husni bust out the treasure map. Let's analyze this thing. Before Vidento even finished, Husni was on it. Right away, boss. Cut to a small guardhouse room where Changming was sitting cross-legged, deep in thought. Inside the guardhouse, Changming snapped his eyes open, rubbing his chin, processing the insane intel he just dropped in on. No idea where Mangnahu is, but Huyanko 2 is right here with yours truly. You guys definitely took a fat L coming all the way here. But sounding it out, someone in the Great Wu court is actually playing traitor and working with them. Plus, that guy seems to be pretty damn high up the ladder. The more Truongmin thought about it, the more he just wasn't having it. Bro made it clear he absolutely wasn't going to let this slide. Early one morning, up in a chill mountain forest, Sun Kai was holding a spirit tablet. Bro's face looked like he just remembered something crazy important. Heavy backup should be here in a few days, better hit them up. One of Sun Kai's underlings saw his boss dipping and yelled out, but Sun Kai didn't even look back. Mountain Lord, where are you going? Meanwhile, at an inn, inside a dead silent room, 5 people were all staring at a glowing object right on the table. Ngukao Town, the inn. Vidian rested his chin on his hand, looking deep in thought before giving the order. Let's just hear what he has to say first. This tablet belonged to Sun Kai, and it was straight up broadcasting his voice to Vidian To's crew. Are you guys there yet? This whole thing is a massive deal. I kept the details from you guys earlier just to play it safe, but I can spill it now. I found an underwater dungeon packed with insane loot, but the boss guarding it is absolutely OP. We seriously need to team up on this. If we pull this off, I'm taking 60% and the rest of the loot is all yours. Truongmin heard every single word Sun Kai just dropped, and bro was absolutely stunned. If you guys ever need anything else later on, you can come find me too. As long as the price is right, I'll back you up 100%. Hearing that Truongmin got so pissed off, he couldn't even form words. This trash forgot to add one thing, as long as the payout is high enough. He'd even sell out our entire Great Wu dynasty to you. Truongmin rubbed his chin, already calculating his next move. This voice is definitely new to me. But an underwater dungeon. Wait, is he talking about the Thiet Thuong dungeon? Whether it's the Thiet Thuong dungeon or not, I need to speedrun this search ASAP. Back on Vidian To's end, after hearing Sun Kai out, he let out a smug laugh. He's getting desperate. The more he panics, the better it is for us. After thinking it over, Vidian spoke up to lock in their little alliance. Sir, to avoid blowing our cover. We've been playing it super safe, which is why we're a few days behind schedule. Our Namlai Nation and you are best buds for life. You can always count on us. Hachni was hyped, totally thinking their side just secured the upper hand. Hachni turned to the guy sitting next to him. So those Great Wu fools still have no clue we're here. Tomorrow we head out and hunt down Mangnahu. The guy looked a bit bummed, but answered Hachni with cold logic. Namlai Nation has been planning to swallow Great Wu whole for a while now. This Great Wu guy could end up being our ultimate inside man. It'd honestly be a massive waste if we pissed him off and cut ties now. Vidian 2 had the final say, laying out their game plan. First things first, we tracked down Huyanko 2. Getting the young lord to max out his cultivation is the main quest right now. After that, I'll keep a few guys behind just to humor that great Wu traitor. And yep, Changming had just eavesdropped on their entire villain monologue. Hearing Vidianto's insane ambition, Changming couldn't help but scoff at how ruthless they were. This Namli nation is straight up evil. Dreaming about swallowing my great Wu dynasty whole, better hope you don't choke to death on it. A confident smirk crossed Changming's face, bro, was more than ready for the smoke. Since you're already here as the host, I gotta show you guys a real good time. Changming sat on his bed rubbing his chin as he plotted his next big brain move. But before I deal with these Namli clowns, I need to check out the ghost domain. They might come in handy later. Something suddenly clicked in Changming's head and he called out for his pet. Little Loach, we're taking a trip to the ghost domain. Little Loach dived into the deep river, peeking around like it was searching for something, but finding absolutely nothing. Down in the ghost domain at the bottom of the An River, a pitch-black, watery void where ghost ships were constantly cruising by. And the boss, he pitched an idea to the poor soul shivering right in front of him. For a totally luckless scrub like you, this lord can swap your head out for a massive demon beast pig head. It'll definitely help you scare the living daylights out of the other ghosts. So what do you say? You down. The guy dropped to his knees, begging for his life, in a total panic, suddenly, and caught wind of Little Loach, pulling up and turned around to check it out. The second Little Loach hopped onto the ship and was already bowing down in pure respect. This lowly one welcomes the high envoy plot twist Changming had actually possessed Little Loach. Changming interrogated Anne. How's the whole Ghost Patrol squad setup going? Anne, who had finally stood back up, answered him super carefully. Everything is running super smooth. It's only been a few days. But all the souls in our patrol zone have already gotten the memo from the ghost domain. They've crossed the border to seek refuge with us. Hearing Anne's report, Changming thought it over and looked absolutely stoked with the results. That works out perfectly. We can control all the fresh ghost souls and herd them straight into the ghost domain with his master plan set. Changming tossed in some praise. He grinned widely, even though he was literally in Little Loach's body. Great work. And let out a hearty laugh, looking like the ultimate die-hard loyalist to Changming. It's nothing much. This little bone is just doing his absolute best for the Lord. Hearing this, Changming moved on to what they needed to do next. Coming up next, this is just step one. Next, we got to set up a system in the ghost realm to reward the good and punish the wicked. We'll be judging all the sins they committed while they were alive. Yen looked like he completely worshipped Changming. He cupped his hands and praised, Lord Changming is truly brilliant. Yen took Changming's orders. He covered his mouth to hide a giddy smirk, his mind already racing with schemes. Wait, ain't this just building a mini underworld rewarding the good, punishing the bad, judging all their living sins? As long as I secure this position, I'll be a judge at the very least. For the next step, should we build a prison? And then take it a step further and upgrade it to the 18 levels of hell. Suddenly Yen seemed to remember something. His eyes slowly filled with regret. He rubbed his chin deep in thought as if calculating something super important. Nah, wait, Judge isn't a bad gig, but my endgame is becoming one of the 10 kings of hell. Seeing Yen lost in his thoughts for a while, looking like he was planning something huge, Changming asked, for this judge position, do you have anyone good in mind to recommend? Yen heard Changming's request, but his brain was still spinning. Who do I even hand this over to? I don't really have anyone in my crew. As for Changming, the guy looked like he couldn't wait a single second longer. Just hurry up and pick someone. Seeing Changming getting antsy, Yen gave a crisp reply. Got it. While he was brainstorming, Yen suddenly felt someone causing a ruckus right behind him. This ghost threw out some flashy moves in midair, instantly lighting up the pitch-black space. Completely losing his patience, Yen stomped to the bow of the ship, pointed his finger and yelled, What the hell's going on? You've got some nerve causing trouble in my turf. One of Yen's lackeys rushed over. He dropped to one knee and reported the whole mess. Boss, there's a new ghost acting super arrogant. He's completely ignoring our rules and he even beat up our guys. But don't worry, boss, the commander is already on it. That punk is definitely cooked. Hearing this, Yen wasn't relieved at all. Instead, he got even more pissed off, cursing in his head. A bunch of absolute idiots I helped you guys rank up, and you still get clapped by some random... Are you trying to embarrass me in front of the Lord? Meanwhile, Tu-Hu was feeling way too confident. He jumped off the ship, heading straight for the chaos. Boss, let me go check it out. A fresh flash of light quickly merged with the two from before. But it didn't take long until Tu-Hu's presence completely flatlined. Yen was fuming now. He couldn't sit still anymore and dashed straight toward the fight. These useless trashes actually let a newbie ghost run wild. Looks like I gotta handle this myself. Not long after, Yen came back dragging a guy wearing a hat by his collar. It was Dongfang. Yen tossed Dongfang onto the deck, and the old guy didn't even try to fight back. Seeing this guy, Min, who was currently stuck in his MUD LOACH form, was totally shocked. He immediately recognized who was standing in front of him. Dongfang's eyes were pitch black now. The scapegoat. Uncle, wait, no, it's Uncle Dongfang. Uncle Dongfang is seriously OP. He wandered into the burial mound for that long, and he only died just now. Yen chuckled and turned to Min. He looked like he was itching to make a move. Lord, give me a sec, let your little bone take care of this trash, but before Yen could even finish, Min cut him off and handed the quest straight to Dongfang. I think this ghost judge role suits you perfectly. Hearing this assignment, both Yen and Dongfang were absolutely stunned. Even stuck in a fish body, Min could still feel the massive power rolling off Dongfang. This insane energy was probably from a rare artifact. As expected of the god of wealth, he was practically a walking cheat code. In the blink of an eye, he had even scored some underworld loot. Even while tied up, Dongfang started running his mouth to provoke Min's crew. You want me as your judge, your ambitions are no joke. Hearing this, Min fired back with his own taunt. Nobody knew what his game plan was here. What's wrong? You scared to take it? Only then did Yen finally get a second to take a good look and size up this ghost named Dongfang. This newbie ghost standing before him had a crazy background. He literally just turned into a ghost, and he was already rank 3. In the future, he might actually become the number 5 guy in the ghost. Min didn't beat around the bush anymore and just cut straight to the chase. With your power, you easily could have resisted the pull of the ghost realm. So why the hell did you run down here? Dongfang stayed stubborn, completely refusing to spill any new tea. I was just curious and took a little stroll, that's all. Without even waiting for Dongfang to agree, Min forcefully locked in the judge role. All right, then it's settled. And your name is... Dongfang dropped his title. He gave a slight bow, that cheerful grin creeping right back onto his face. Just call me Ghost of Wealth, seeing that everything was pretty much wrapped up. Min handed down his order to Dongfang, Judge, Ghost of Wealth. You can start taking cases now. Right after Yen pointed a finger at Dongfang, he directly transferred his power over to him. And just like that, it looked like Dongfang had morphed right back into a human. He stood there crossing his arms like a badass. Right now, he changed his name to Tu-Han. His eyes weren't pitch black anymore. He threw his hand up, unleashing his power. Go. Beams of light shot into the sky, blasting off into the distance. Tu-Han rushed right after them. In no time, a massive golden building materialized from the light. Inside, a full setup of brushes and ink. The golden glow radiating from it was super soothing. High up, glowing text warned mortals to stick to the righteous path. Dead center. The building's name was carved in this insanely elegant calligraphy. Min couldn't help but be impressed by Tu-Han's flex. He thought to himself, not bad at all. Uncle Dongfang was literally born to be a judge. The building had barely spawned when a whole crowd dropped to their knees at the steps crying, Lord, please get us justice. Tu-Han locked in, scanning their files with a dead serious look before dropping his verdict. Looking at your records, you guys really caught a stray. Total collateral damage. Plus those foreign spies were straight up ruthless. After dropping that, Tu-Han looked up at the crowd and declared with absolute authority, so now humans and ghosts are gathered here. Just focus on your cultivation and peace. Do that and you'll actually have a future. One guy was just sobbing, kneeling on the floor, dumping his tragic backstory. This humble one isn't from some loaded family. My whole clan scraped their pennies together just for this. Our merchant caravan was just trying to hustle on the side, trying to bring some silver back to the clan. But who would have thought first trip out and we get totally wiped? Now we're dead in some foreign land and my whole clan, they're probably cooked. Hearing all this, Tu-Han, being the absolute Chad he is, immediately handed down a ruling for the innocent ones. You all racked up good karma while you were alive. System reward 1 drop of netherwater wine for each of you. Meanwhile, Min and Yen were still chilling in the background. Watching the whole thing play out, Min was nodding, super satisfied with Tu-Han's work. He called out to Yen Bones. Yen was even more hyped. Bro was literally tearing up the more he watched, but he quickly answered back, Your boy Bones is right here, boss. Min started breaking down some hard truths about the world that Yen needed to hear. Look, the absolute number 1 rule of the Ghost Realm is 0 interference with the mortal world. But honestly, some things are just way too messy. Seeing Min getting serious, Yen instantly toggled his serious mode too. Just give the word, my lord. This humble bone will definitely help clear whatever is bothering you. But out of nowhere, Min switched to his deep emotional mode. He suddenly let his guard down in front of Yen. Isn't it just to make up for my own regrets hearing that Yen nodded like he totally got it. He spit out the absolute peak wisdom he just unlocked. Bones gets it now. Regrets can easily turn into inner demons, completely wrecking your cultivation path later on. Truong-min just gave him the craziest side-eye, clearly not buying a single word from this skeleton. The hell do you know? Right before dipping, Truong-min dropped a quest on Yen. This is crucial. Grant them power. Let them go. Get their revenge. But make it crystal clear to them this breaks all the rules. Once they come back, they're taking the punishment. Yen caught the quest, instantly bowing with maximum respect. Understood, boss. He immediately went to execute Truong-min's orders. He rolled up to the crowd to drop the deal. If we do it like this, are you guys cool with that? The whole group instantly agreed. Everyone slammed their heads to the ground, begging, Lord, please grant our wish. Deal sealed. Yen flicked his wrist, summoning a burst of energy, and barked his order. All right then. Go instantly. A bizarre dark teal glow sparked right over their chests. They were absolutely stunned. Then the entire squad launched off toward the mortal realm while Yen just stood there watching them fade into the distance. Now it was just Yen and the butcher standing side by side. Yen looked super conflicted and asked him, Yo, what was the boss actually trying to do here? The butcher didn't answer right away. In his head, he was just like, bro, you're really asking a pig butcher for deep analysis. But after a beat, the way he talked showed he'd actually thought this through. From what this subordinate can see, the boss is playing 4D chess right now. Then the butcher started breaking it down for Yen. Obviously, just based on his own theories. Point 1. A ton of these merchant guys got totally screwed over and died unjustly. Their grudge level's off the charts. If we don't handle that, it's going to spawn a massive disaster sooner or later. Then the butcher moved to point number 2, laying out all the details. Point 2. With how fast the Ghost Realm is leveling up, we're guaranteed to see way more of this stuff dropping in the future. If we just stick to the old boomer underworld laws, it's going to snowball into a completely unplayable situation. The boss stepping in like this, he's setting a new meta. He's literally opening up a completely new pathway. Then the butcher hit him with the final point, explaining every single detail. And finally, remember when the boss unlocked the judge class. He specifically asked if you knew anyone who fit the build right. The boss definitely saw you struggling to find someone. After this quest, you and this new ghost caravan are linked by karma. From now on, they're basically your squad. Next time stuff goes down, you won't be flying solo anymore. Hearing the butcher's breakdown, Yen was literally hit right in the feels by Truong-min's big brain setup. Bro started bawling. The boss has 500 IQ vision, and I'm just out here being clueless. Such a godly master plan. And he still looked out for his boy Bones. I'd literally grind my bones to dust for him and not even care. Just to cover his own tracks, the butcher quickly added a disclaimer. Honestly, though, the boss's real master plan, this subordinate probably only cracked like 10% of it. Even so, Yen highly respected the butcher's breakdown and hyped him right back. Bro, you're already cracked for figuring that out. Late at night out in the middle of nowhere at this rundown little temple. Vi Diento's squad got held up traveling through the night, so they had to crash nearby. Vi Diento barked out 30-minute rest, then we move. Suddenly, Husni sensed something off. He yelled, Yo, look over there, Vidien. To glanced over and instantly spotted a familiar face. He smirked like a total villain and sneered, Well, if it isn't the merchant from the lake, you weak little ghosts really think you can tail us. These ghosts didn't even need orders. They moved as one. Their eyes were absolutely dripping with killing intent. Tonight we end our mortal regrets. Then we can finally rest in peace as Ghost Vidien. To stepped up totally full of himself and shouted back a challenge. Rest in peace. Nah, tonight I'll scatter your souls to ashes. You won't even get to be ghosts, saying that bro really thought he sounded so badass. He burst out laughing, his voice echoing and totally wrecking the dead silence of this creepy, deserted forest. But seconds later, his laughing just stopped dead. The chilling silence hit the place again as the ghosts slowly stepped out of the shadows. A faint, eerie smile crept onto their faces. One of them looked up at the sky, genuinely overwhelmed with emotion, and whispered, Thank you. Soon after the ghost squad made their way back to the ghost domain, they gathered right at the entrance. Duho broke the news to them. The head judge ordered me to visit your village. Your people are going to find a massive hidden cellar full of silver from the old dynasty enough to set them up for life. The ghost was absolutely ecstatic hearing that. He dropped to his knees, totally choked up. Thank you so much, my lord. Our guy was chilling in the back, eavesdropping on the whole thing. He crossed his arms and thought this head judge is actually insane. The domain lord set all this up for his own subordinates, but intentionally let him take part of the credit to build loyalty. Meanwhile, back at that dead silent forest temple, the sun hadn't even come up yet. Someone pulled up to the scene and found the aftermath. The place was an absolute bloodbath. It was Truong Min. He came to scout out the area and see how it all went down. Looting these bodies. Yeah, I gotta do that myself. What if I missed out on some crazy drops? Truong Min clasped his hands together, chanting a skill he practically had on muscle memory. 3-part origin spirit art, wrathful spirits. In a flash, a glowing spirit tablet materialized in his hand. He barked out the command, "Go." The moment the command dropped, all the souls were ripped straight out of their corpses. Truong Min eyed the stubborn ghosts floating in front of him, sizing them up. They were cracked when they were alive, and their stats are still this high after death. Doesn't matter, though. In front of our domain lord, they better sit down and behave. Truong Min closed his eyes, locking in to focus entirely on his next move. Memory extraction skill activated. Truong Min instantly spotted Sun Kai, finding exactly what he needed. His eyes snapped open. Plot twist. The spy leading the way was the master of Changming Mountain. He bent down to loot the dead bodies scattered at his feet. Boom, a treasure map belonging to Manwha. Truong Min snatched up the map and inspected it. He scrutinized every single detail from the entrance leading to Manwha. You had to clear multiple stages. One wrong step and you're cooked forever, no respawns. But strangely enough, there wasn't any sign of his little loach guarding it. Looking at this map, a whole lot of hidden lore about the past started clicking for Truong Min. Judging by the text, this Manwha guy was some OP powerhouse from 1,000 years ago who set up this place to farm spiritual herbs. Then he passed the map down to his descendants. Truong Min could even piece together the crazy tragic journey this map went through. After enduring heaven knows how much chaos, it somehow landed in Namni Kingdom and got snatched up by the young lord. Holding the 2 communication talismans, Truong Min quickly put the pieces together. These 2 communication talismans, one is definitely a direct line to that backstabbing mountain master, and the other links straight to the young lord. Truong Min linked all the clues together, his brain going into full detective mode. It's obvious now. That squad hiding out in the cave near the village entrance, 100% the mountain master's men. As for that underground palace treasure the spy hyped up, could it really just be the little loach's snack stash? Gotta confirm that. Surrounded by nothing but pitch black woods and hills, Truong Min managed to loot Vidien To's coin pouch too. He tossed the pouch in the air and scoffed, "You guys were working for the crown prince and your entire squad only drops 23 spirit jades and a few hundred silver taels. Trash loot." Suddenly a glow from one of the corpse's pockets caught his eye. Truong Min's eyes instantly lit up. "Wait, what's this?" He pulled out a short sword. "Is this a divine artifact?" Truong Min grabbed the blade, inspecting it like a total nerd. He quickly figured it out. "Divine artifact, my ass. This is just a magic weapon the red barbarian race cultivated using the system." Truong Min rubbed his chin, his mind racing. "According to the Namni guys, if you coat this dagger with your own blood, it guarantees a critical hit that deals triple your base stats. But it's capped at the 3 mountains rank." Wait, the power of the 3rd major, rank 3 mountains. Force literally means having the strength of 3 entire mountains. Just how massive are the mountains where you guys come from? Truong Min walked over to the bodies and roasted them one last time. "You sold your souls to the red barbarians, and look at you now. Absolutely cooked. Working for the crown prince got him so dead broke he was basically a beggar in the cultivation world." Truong Min suddenly realized something wasn't adding up. His eyes sharpened with pure determination. "Hell no. With just this tiny bit of loot, aren't I taking a massive L? I gotta find a way to milk this." With that thought, Truong Min grabbed the spirit tablet. He then ordered a mutating blood corpse to send an SOS to the king. By now, the sun was fully up. Over in a massive, totally OP palace out on the plains, the matching spirit tablet wouldn't stop glowing and buzzing, speaking in some weird alien language. Thinking it was just a glitch, the young king tossed the tablet aside, completely ignoring it. But the weird messages just kept spamming him. It started creeping the young king out, putting him seriously on edge. Lounging lazily on his VIP couch, the young king tried to figure out what the guy on the other end actually wanted. "Vi Dian. Are you telling me the Wu dynasty's officials are all corrupt trash? The citizens are weak, and their whole empire is about to be wrecked." On the other end, Truong Min was literally the one speaking through the tablet. "I've already linked up with the mountain lord of Changming Mountain. Through his connections, I've buttered up a ton of high-ranking Wu dynasty officials. They're totally down to give us VIP access and all sorts of perks inside the Namni Kingdom." Hearing this absolute bombshell, the young king was shook. "No way these high-ranking officials can actually leak their intel to us." Truong Min doubled down from his end, clearly cooking up a master plan. They can even help us wreck the city's main defensive arrays from the inside. Back at the palace, the young king hugged the tablet, literally crying tears of joy. That's fire. You're a legend. V Dien To. He kicked off his cozy blankets and jumped right off the couch, totally hyped. I'll dispatch Ma Hafai right now. She'll bring you all the funds and treasures you need. You must keep these top officials on our payroll. Truong Min kept playing him like a fiddle, steering the chat to bait out the info he actually wanted. Your Highness, you have to move fast. From what I can tell, this Wu dynasty is completely surrounded by hungry predators. We aren't the only ones aiming to take their spot. Sensing the anxiety in his voice, the young king quickly reassured him, Hey, don't sweat it. Dropping his VDN to persona, Truong Min cut the connection and casually strolled out of the temple. Even a totally dry sponge drops a little water if you squeeze it hard enough. Now, the only loose end left is our dear mountain lord. Meanwhile, the sun was just starting to peak over a rugged, heavily forested mountain range. Sun Kai clutched his own tablet, busy negotiating with the so-called Southern barbarians. We've already pushed close to Huang Thatch County. Cut us some slack here. We have to play this safe. You Wu Dynasty folks have always been a bunch of sneaky rats. We're not about to let you backstab us. You have to spill the exact details of that underground treasure vault or this deal is dead. Hearing that Sun Kai lost his cool, he was just about to scream at the guys on the other end, these damn Southern barbarians, but somehow Sun Kai managed to swallow his rage. Looking totally stressed, he explained, There's an ancient cultivator buried down there. Back when he was alive, he solo cleared the Dongquan Gorge and the Annihilation Zone. By today's standards, his power level is at least rank 8. Plot twist. Truong Min was still holding his tablet. He was the one catfishing Sun Kai the whole time. Unaware, Sun Kai just kept yapping. He looted an insane amount of treasure from the Gorge and the Annihilation Zone. That pissed off a ton of high-level mutated monsters in the zone, and they still have a massive grudge against him today. I can't just hand you that info yet. Hearing this, Truong Min instantly played along and set up a meet with Sun Kai. Bet. We'll link up when the time comes. With that, Truong Min cut the connection to focus on a much more critical, super serious mission. Whatever time for food. Say less. Truong Min headed inside to scavenge for something to eat. Thien Viet and Old Bao were already crashing his dining table. Truong Yen was glaring daggers at them. Great, these two boomers are freeloading our food again. Mid-bite, Truong Min paused, realizing something felt off. He locked eyes with Thien Viet. Slamming his bowl and chopsticks down, he barked an order. You, outside, now. Once they were alone outside, Truong Min finally broke the ice. Spill it. What's going on with you? Thien Viet immediately bowed his head and cupped his hands, looking like he was sweating bullets. Sir, I'm completely useless. I'm absolutely not qualified to tutor the young Miss Truong Min. Tilted his head, totally confused. He rubbed his chin, thinking it over. My airhead sister literally has 0 cultivation experience. Bok Thien Viet is an acupoint illumination expert at rank 2. For a total noob, his stats should be overkill. Unable to think of any other logic, Truong Min just asked it straight to his face. Is my sister just hopelessly brain dead? Hearing that Thien Viet practically folded in half, waving his hands in a massive panic. No way. Sir, why are you being so humble? You definitely know the young Mrs. True level way better than I do. Sweating profusely, Thien Viet explained himself, looking traumatized. The young miss is an absolute monster. If you make me keep tutoring her, my Dao heart is literally going to shatter into pieces. One wrong move, and I'll end up completely cooked Qi deviation. For sure, Truong Min gave him a massive side-eye. He turned back to head inside. Bro, are you capping right now? Next time you teach her, I'm watching closely. Back inside, Old Bao and Truong Yen had already polished off the food. Old Bao was completely caught off guard, teaching. Tian Yue kicked off the lesson, putting on a friendly vibe to break the ice. My lady, today we are going to learn a divine art called Deep Frost. Hearing that name, Truong Min, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly frowned. Deep Frost. If I remember correctly, that divine art requires cultivation at the first major realm. You need spirit veins just to cast it. Can Truong Yen actually learn this? But looking at her, she doesn't seem to give a single damn about cultivation. Seeing Truong Yen looking completely bored out of her mind, Tian Yue had no choice but to throw out some bait. Once you learn this, you can use the ice to keep your snacks fresh. Realizing how OP this trick was, Truong Yen instantly got her hype back. She threw her hand high in the air. I want to learn it. First things first. Tian Yue broke down the theory and mechanics of the art, while the three of them watched intently. First, you channel your spirit energy to drop the temperature and condense the moisture in the air. Then you do this and that, and boom. The divine art's power is amplified. Old Bao seemed to be a fast learner. He immediately volunteered to go first. Got it, I will cast it once Sir Centurion tell me if I am doing it right. True to his word, Old Bao stood tall and started channeling his energy. He focused everything into his hands. Then Old Bao threw his hands into the air and the energy perfectly followed his movements. He thrust both hands forward, forcing all the energy to concentrate into a single point. And just like that, Old Bao actually nailed it. Right in front of Old Bao was a ring of condensed energy. Truong-min stood off to the side, his jaw on the floor as he gasped. He learned it in one try. That is broken. Now it was Truong-yen's turn to practice. Tian Yue stood right beside her, hyping her up. But the real plot twist was still coming. Truong-min could only stare, absolutely blinded by his little sister's cracked talent. You are actually doing great, Truong-yen kept practicing, but she was still super curious about a ton of things. Really? But something feels a bit off to me. Does the spirit energy really have to flow exactly like this? Hearing that Truong-min had zero clue what she meant. So he asked, "What are you talking about?" Tian Yue seemed to totally get Truong-yen's vibe. He stepped in, offering to handle the situation himself. "Sir, let me handle this." Tian Yue crouched down, leaning in close to Truong-yen's ear. "What is on your mind, my lady?" Since he was right at her level, the little girl whispered a few words back to him. "I think doing it like this works too." After that, Truong-yen ran it back, tried the move again, and completely pulled it off. Truong-yen gathered her energy for the strike, then threw a punch straight into thin air. Truong-min was getting hit with plot twist after plot twist. His jaw dropped entirely frozen in place. "No way! Is this for real?" This crazy girl heard the theory exactly one time, and she just straight up upgraded a divine art. Seeing Truong-min's reaction, Tian Yue felt even more validated. Tian Yue started venting about the absolute struggle of being a teacher. "Just look at this. I swear I am completely unqualified to teach these guys anymore. Look at these two. One guy doesn't even need the divine art manuals. He hears it once and instantly casts it. And the other one? She is even more ridiculous. She just straight up patches and upgrades the skill right in front of me." Truong-yen tried to explain things from her point of view, though she still seemed pretty clueless about her own God mode talent. "I cannot even sense spirit energy, so obviously I cannot cast it the normal way. But I kind of feel like I don't even need spirit energy to pull these moves off. I just do not get how to actually do it without the energy yet." "Just wait and see, big bro. I am definitely going to figure out a way to use these divine arts. I am super smart, you know." Truong-min was still standing there in absolute shock. Having literally no idea what to say, he just mumbled, "Bro, I cannot even believe my own eyes right now." Tian Yue, on the other hand, was deep in his feelings, literally shedding tears of joy. "My lady is absolutely not immortal. She is literally built different. I also believe my lady will definitely figure it out." Wiping away his tears, Tian Yue suddenly hit them with a massive subject change. "All right, that is a wrap for today's lesson. My lady, what are we eating for lunch?" Truong-yen crossed her arms, trying to look incredibly bossy. She answered bluntly, "I have not decided yet." Right then, a sudden gut feeling hit Truong-min. He had a sixth sense that something was about to go down. Truong-min suddenly felt this weird burning heat surging through his entire body. That warm energy the little loach sent over, it literally broke through 3 of my meridians in one shot. At this rate next time, I might just hit. Truong-min also unlocked another mysterious skill book. This thing was definitely going to come in handy. There's also this brain-piercing sonic divine art. I can literally attack with sound waves, or even trigger a brainwashing demonic audio effect to completely mind control the target. It came from a type of frequency used by the giant pearl to knock out its prey. And after the little loach upgraded it, the power did not drop at all. In fact, it is way more flexible and OP now. Truong-min quietly analyzed the skill book. He closed his eyes, pondering for a second. Brain-piercing sonic. This skill is actually totally fire. First, I need to go check on the little loach and see what is up. Not long after Truong-min arrived at the Min River, the absolute domain where the little loach lived. The Min River. Truong-min slowly walked up to the water's edge. His mind was racing, completely fixated on the loach's power. He couldn't even imagine how broken that thing had become lately. "What level are we at now?" Truong-min shouted as he got closer, hoping the little loach would hear him and surface. The tiny loach's eyes were glowing right now, piercing right through the pitch-black water. Hearing Truong-min's call, the loach leaped straight out of the water, looking absolutely hyped. Seeing how freaking massive the loach had gotten, Truong-min was so shocked his face went completely pale. The loach beast happily wagged its tail and swam right up to him, looking super thrilled. Seeing the little guy getting a bit too crazy, after saying that he grabbed the loach by the tail and spun it around like crazy, leaving the poor guy completely dizzy. "I'm raising a loach, not a pigman." After a few spins, the loach finally shrank back down to its normal size. Truong-min stared at the scales on its body and muttered to himself, "No matter how you look at it, these gold scales are way too flashy." He stared at the loach in his hands, looking completely conflicted. Unless this is some kind of evolution trigger, because there's no way anyone would think this is just some normal little loach. Before he could do anything else, the fish flailed out of his hands and slapped him right in the face with its tail. And yeah, that actually hurt. He yelled, "What the hell was that for? Are you turning on me or just hitting your rebellious phase?" Truong-min could actually understand the loach. He translated its squeaks out loud, hearing that the loach looked super smug. "So you're saying, this Min River Zone is too easy now and you need to devour bigger, badder beasts to level up." Truong-min kept translating what the loach was saying, but this time the little guy got furious. "You're saying you're grown now and I need to chill and stop acting like a strict parent." Seeing the loach getting so fired up, Truong-min actually had to stop and think about it. But honestly, he had a point. Keeping the kid locked up right next to him would only nerf his growth in the long run. When it's time to let go, you gotta let go. That's just part of the leveling up process. Truong-min glared at the loach, trying his best to look intimidating. "Fine, I'll let you roam solo for a bit. But you better keep sending me that warm energy or drop some OP loot for your big bro. If you don't, I'm demoting your rank in this family." The loach just gave him a cheeky grin and Truong-min caught his drift instantly. "Wait, what? Are you seriously asking if I'm delusional about my rank in the family?" Truong-min translated its squeaks and man that stung. "So you're saying my little sister is undisputed? Rank 1 in the house. You're rank 2 and I'm dead last." Having said his piece, the loach did a 180 and dipped. He was heading straight back to the river. Now left all alone on the riverbank, Truong-min yelled furiously, "Hey, get your butt back here." But it seemed he didn't really have the energy to argue anymore. He sighed and started walking away. "Guess I should head back too." But little did he know Sun Kai was moving in right under his nose. Sun Kai channeled his mana, leaping up into the tree canopy to move stealthily. This guy was being extra paranoid with every step. His mind was still locked on the shady deal he made with the Southern barbarians. "I already hit up the commander at the Dingbo estate, promised him a fat payout to snag another piece of the intel." Hiding up in the branches, Sun Kai locked his eyes straight onto Truong-min. It looked like he was running a background check on the kid. He started investigating right after that demonic beast got wrecked, which wiped out part of the monster wave. Anyone else reading the report would totally buy it as facts. A literal rookie captain. How the hell is he that OP? But if the stats are real, it just proves this. Truong-min was just heading back home when he noticed someone was tailing him. He whipped around instantly. Sun Kai dropped down right in front of him. Truong-min spoke up first. "I knew some creep was following me." "Who the hell are you?" "I'm a captain from the Imperial Guard." Sun Kai acted like he knew everything, looking insanely arrogant. "Kid, you're definitely not a normal NPC. But you're way too naive. You really think dropping your Imperial Guard rank is going to make me back down?" "What do you want from me?" Truong-min asked. "What do I want?" "You'll find out once I capture you." The second he said that, Sun Kai launched his attack. The sonic boom Sun Kai blasted out echoed through the entire forest. Truong-min clamped his hands over his ears. His mind instantly went to his Guanyin brain ability. This sonic attack actually works like a brain-piercing demonic wave. If I hadn't unlocked the Guanyin brain earlier, this would have seriously wrecked me. But now it's nothing. After the blast, Truong-min stood there completely unfazed and just casually scratched his ear. "0 damage, bro. You better try another skill." Seeing that flex, Sun Kai completely lost his mind. He started throwing a tantrum. "So it was you. You're the one who's been ruining my plans all over the place. Every single time you're the one wrecking my setup. It's you." Hearing this random villain rant, Truong-min obviously had absolutely no idea what the guy was talking about, and seeing Truong-min's clueless face just made Sun Kai even more pissed off. He clenched his fist tight, still trying to hide it, playing the weak, useless victim. "Please, in front of me, you can't hide a damn thing. Following you around today really opened my eyes. Who would have thought a guy from the Trio Tien Bureau is secretly raising demonic beasts on the side? Puppets, beasts, the Emperor's poison smoke. They're all your little tricks, aren't they? Hearing Sun Kai's yapping, Truong Min wasn't about to take that disrespect lying down. He fired right back. Can't even argue with you there. Everything you just said, yeah, I did all of that. But let's keep it a buck. None of that was even aimed at you. Don't flatter yourself, bro. Oh, and by the way, I'm the one who killed them too. Hearing that Sun Kai absolutely lost his mind, he ground his teeth, glaring daggers at Truong Min. You controlled their souls to talk to me. You've been playing me this whole time. Hearing that Truong Min was done yapping, it was time to wrap this up. He called it right there. I'm bored of playing around. You're completely useless to me now. That level of disrespect sent Sun Kai over the edge. He roared out, "You arrogant little punk." Sun Kai immediately channeled his aura, bursting with beams of golden light. He locked onto Truong Min, unleashing his full amplified power straight at him. But before the attack even connected, boom. Sun Kai was already tied up, completely hogtied by Truong Min's energy ropes. Trapped in the bindings, Sun Kai was absolutely seething. On the other end, Truong Min yanked the ropes tight, making the guy scream in agony. In an instant, Sun Kai was forced to his knees, utterly helpless against the binds and Truong Min's blade. Staring death right in the face, Sun Kai desperately tried to bargain. Wait, aren't you going to interrogate me? He tried throwing around his high-ranking status to save his own skin, but it wasn't working. I am the master of a major sect. I know countless secrets. I've hidden tons of priceless treasures. Truong Min stared down at the pathetic man, thinking it over. His gaze was cold and absolute. The only reason you're about to die right now is because you mentioned my demonic beast. Since you've seen Little Loach, there's zero chance I'm letting you walk out of here alive. Mind-made-up Truong Min didn't hesitate. He literally ripped Sun Kai's soul right out of his body to read his memories. Besides, living people lie. It's way easier to just flatline them and use spirit manipulation to check the facts. Just as Sun Kai was about to clock into hell, getting yanked back up left his soul in absolute shock. Feeling the energy, Truong Min immediately noticed how bitter the guy was. Damn, that's a heavy resentment. Mind-splitting spirit art. Truong Min stayed dead silent, digging through Sun Kai's memories. Suddenly he froze, spotting something way too familiar. Wait, this is the Dongquan Gorge. Right there in the memory, alongside the Dongquan Gorge, was another weapon. That's the Black Spear. A massive monster let out a deafening roar, trying to terrify everyone, but the master of the underground tomb didn't even flinch. Like an absolute boss, he drove his spear straight into the beast. So that's the master of this underground tomb. It's him. It didn't take long. The monsters were slaughtered, their corpses piled up as high as a mountain. Meanwhile, the tomb's master walked right into the water all by himself, slowly vanishing without a trace. Truong Min absorbed every single detail of that memory, his face turning dead serious as he put the pieces together. Makes perfect sense now. Looks like the master of this underground tomb caught a fatal injury back at the Dongquan Gorge, and once he realized he was cooked, he went and arranged his... But why go through the trouble of building your grave underwater? That doesn't add up. Having milked all the intel he needed, Truong Min didn't hesitate for a single second. He completely obliterated Sun Kai's soul. Truong Min turned around, casually rolling his wrist. He was deep in thought, weighing if what he saw was the whole truth. Regardless, this Iron Spear tomb is way more cracked and mysterious than I originally thought. I honestly thought the spear's aura was completely drained, and I was about to just casually bring Little Loach down there to snoop around. But looking at it now, yeah, I need to level up my stats a bit. Truong Min grabbed the map and hit the road again. He was clearly hunting for something, keeping his eyes absolutely glued to the parchment. In his head, he was roasting Sun Kai. This dude was cheap as hell. Bro seriously didn't carry a single decent piece of loot on him. Even his spirit jades were basically just pocket change. Truong Min studied the map, pinpointing all of that dead guy's hidden strongholds. He couldn't help but judge the guy's stash. This cheapskate actually took hundreds of years' worth of top-tier loot and split it up into 5 different locations. One stash is up on Track Keem Mountain, and the other 4 are scattered all over. Bro even hid a piece of it inside a massive bank in the Great Wu Dynasty. And he rigged them all with traps too. That is diabolical. Even if some random guy stumbled through the barrier the second they tried to grab the loot, they'd trigger the traps and get wiped out trying to get rich. Realizing he had way more important things on his to-do list, Truong Min tossed the thought of Sun Kai's loot to the back of his mind. Alright, I've got the locations memorized. I'll farm that loot whenever I get the chance. The real headache right now is those 9 elite subordinates waiting outside. You know what, screw it. Let's just head back to the outpost and plan this out. Truong Min finally made it back home, but right in front of him was a patch of ferns with bizarre purple roots. Something felt totally off. Truong Min squatted down, muttering to himself. They all dried up and fell off. Is it because of this god-tier soil? Didn't the Mountain Lord say the source of the Emperor Heaven poison was this exact thing? He thought about taking the leaves, but then realized he couldn't even use them. Man, keeping this is useless. I might as well. While Truong Min was deep in thought, Thien Viet walked up. He bowed respectfully. Sir, did you need me for something? Truong Min casually tossed him a small box. It looked like it held something valuable. You've been working hard lately. I picked up some loot while I was out, but it's totally useless to me. Do me a favor and sell it off. Hearing the boss's request, Thien Viet didn't hesitate for a second. I got you, boss. Consider it done. Right before leaving, Truong Min gave him a dead serious warning. Don't touch them directly. It's wildly toxic. Go sell it and we'll split the profit 90-10. Realizing he was getting a cut, Thien Viet was instantly hyped. Thank you so much for the reward, sir. With the deal set, Truong Min turned and left. Thien Viet eagerly opened the box, only to find a few random leaves. Leaves, seriously, Thien. Viet grabbed his communication tablet and dialed Old Kim, hoping for an appraisal. Old Kim. Take a look at this for me. Old Kim stared at the leaves through the screen and scratched his head. Mr. Bach, I can't appraise this properly. Hold on a sec. Let me call in an expert. While Old Kim was still on the line, Pillmaster Lu suddenly crashed the call. Old Kim, if you're messing with me, I'm going to wreck your entire shop today. Seeing the famous alchemist on the screen, Thien Viet immediately perked up. Wait, isn't that the legendary Pillmaster Lu from the Dingbo estate? Thien Viet quickly bowed in deep respect. This junior greets Senior Lu. The Grandmaster on the other end, however, wasn't having any of the formalities. He cut straight to the chase. All right, skip the pleasantries. I'm a busy man. What exactly do you have? Thien Viet held the box closer to the screen so the old man could get a good look. Please take a look for yourself. The moment his eyes locked onto the leaves, Master Lu looked absolutely mind-blown. Desperate to know where they came from, he practically yelled at Thien Viet, Kid, where on earth did you get this? Thien Viet was totally caught off guard by the old man's crazy hype. I just randomly picked it up. Master Lu frantically warned him, waving his hands wildly. Be extremely careful with that. Don't you dare tear a single leaf. Getting yourself poisoned to death is whatever, but if you ruin this divine herb, my heart will literally bleed. Hearing this, Old Kim, who was standing right there, got insanely curious. Are you being dramatic right now? What is that thing anyway? Master Lu was practically drooling, ready to drop heavy cash. This is the ultimate poison of this world. A peak-tier catalyst. Name your price, kid. I am buying this right now. On the other end, Thien Viet was stunned completely in awe of his boss. He's him anything. The boss hands me is absolutely broken. But suddenly, Thien Viet had no idea how to price something this OP. Damn, I don't even know how much this is worth. Then a big brain idea hit him. He confidently negotiated with Master Lu. Tell you what, I'm only selling one leaf. I'll save the rest for the experts. You set the price. Without hesitation, Master Lu dropped an insane offer. 800 spirit treasures. If you go anywhere else, you won't get a better deal than this. Hearing that massively inflated number, Thien Viet's eyes literally sparked. 800! No way that much. With the deal locked in, Master Lu frantically ordered him. Don't move a single muscle, cash in one hand, goods in the other. I am heading over right now. And just like that, the old master hopped on his cloud chariot, zooming over to secure the bag. The second he landed, he was panting, terrified someone had sniped the item. Bok Chan Viet. I'm here. Where the hell are you? Thien Viet walked out holding his rice bowl and chopsticks, looking totally surprised. Senior Lu, you're here already, but the old master had tunnel vision for the leaves. He wanted them immediately. Where is my divine herb? Handed over right now. Thien Viet just held his bowl and casually motioned for the frantic old man to come inside. You really picked a bad time, man. Just come in first. It's dinner time, and the young miss is still cooking. Annoyed at the delay, Master Lu grumbled, brushing past the curtain and stepping inside. Suddenly he froze. Something inside made him jump out of his skin. I don't give a damn about dinner or your young miss. Then he spotted a familiar face, Old Bao. He blurted out, Old Bao, what the hell are you doing here? Truong Yen, who was focused on the stove, innocently looked up. Old Grandpa, who are you? Still in shock. Master Lu blankly turned to his friend. Is this little girl your disciple? Hearing his friend's question, Old Bao immediately frowned, looking clearly offended. My disciple, what the heck are you babbling about? My cooking skills are literally trash compared to the young ladies. Right next to Old Bao was Truong Yen. She happily carried a steaming hot pot. Time to eat. Hearing food, Thien Viet moved like lightning. Bro grabbed his bowl and dashed over at the speed of light. Food's ready. Hurry up. Not long after, Truong Min casually pulled back the curtain and walked in ready to chow down. Let's eat. Seeing her big brother come back, Truong Yen excitedly called out to welcome him. Brother's here. Old Bao and Thien Viet were literally fighting over the food. The whole scene was pure comedy. Stop shoving, move. Over a bit. Truong Min looked at the chaos, completely used to this by now. These two freeloaders are at it again. Seeing this chaotic scene, Lian Dan Than was completely caught off guard. The old man spoke up. Look at them. Don't these two look like beggars waiting for handouts? It's just dinner. Do you really have to act like that? But then the mouth-watering aroma of the food hit Lian Dan Than right in the nose, making him super curious. He stepped closer to the dining table. Suddenly, he discovered something absolutely shocking. This is elixir cuisine. Truong Min, obviously having no clue what Lian Dan Than was talking about, asked, "What the heck is elixir cuisine?" After recognizing the insane food, Lian Dan Than grabbed old Bao by the collar, looking furious. "You little punk. Why didn't you tell me we were having elixir cuisine for dinner? You wanted to hog it all to yourself, didn't you?" Meanwhile, Truong Min was still super curious about this whole food thing. He pressed the old man. "Seriously, what's elixir cuisine? Is it really that OP?" Lian Dan Than suddenly got completely hyped up. He rushed over to Truong Min and lightly punched him a few times. "You seriously don't know what elixir cuisine is? Taking normal, everyday ingredients and cooking them until they have the effects of a spiritual pill. That is elixir cuisine. What normal people call medicinal meals is literal trash compared to elixir cuisine. It's not even worth a glance." Truong Min was honestly weirded out by this old guy. "Why is this old dude freaking out so much?" Lian Dan Than then went on a massive rant. His eyes were completely glued to Truong Yen. People who can cook elixir cuisine have zero cultivation, but their talent for alchemy is absolutely broken. They are born for this. Do you understand? Her natural grasp of medicinal properties proves she's a heaven-sent genius in alchemy. This little girl is so young, yet she can already cook elixir cuisine. She was literally born to be an alchemist. Seeing Lian Dan Than acting like a total creep, Truong Min immediately stepped up to shield his little sister. "Old man, you're acting super sus right now. Back the hell off and don't you dare get any weird ideas about my little sister." Seeing this, Thien Viet quickly leaned in and whispered to Truong Min about who they were dealing with. Sir Lian Dan Than is a master alchemist. His status is super high. In Dingba Prefecture, he can do whatever he wants. Please don't start beef with him. But plot twist. Lian Dan Than was incredibly obedient. The old man instantly backed way off. Seeing Lian Dan Than back away so fast made Truong Min a little awkward. Holy crap. Lian Dan Than is surprisingly obedient. The old man then used a totally flattering tone on the overprotective big brother. "Is this okay with you, little friend? Could you please let me say a few words to your sister?" Truong Min was still super on guard. He bluntly asked Lian Dan Than what his actual motive was. "Don't come any closer. Just tell me what the hell you actually want." At this point, to earn Truong Min's trust, Lian Dan Than formally introduced himself. "I am the most famous alchemist of Dingba Prefecture." Then Lian Dan Than finally laid out what he wanted. Meanwhile, Truong Yen had zero clue what was going on and was just happily eating her food. "Your sister is a once-in-a-lifetime alchemy prodigy. I want to take her in as my disciple. I swear, I will turn her into the brightest shining star of alchemy in all the 8 desolates of the Great Wu dynasty." Thien Viet was still stuffing his face, secretly thinking about the elixir cuisine Truong Yen had been cooking. "No wonder my cultivation has been skyrocketing lately while staying at this guard station. Looks like it's all thanks to this elixir cuisine." As for old Bao, his eyes were literally glowing like he just discovered the ultimate truth. "So this is elixir cuisine. No wonder I could never ever beat the young lady's cooking skills. No wonder I actually gained enlightenment just from tasting it." The adults were so busy talking that they hadn't eaten a thing. Truong Yen, on the other hand, was already full. These silly guys aren't focusing on their food at all. Too much talking, no wonder they eat so slow. Seeing Truong Min still hesitating, Thien Viet tried his best to convince him. "Sir, I definitely don't have the skills to teach the young lady. Her talent is absolutely peak. We can't let it go to waste. Letting her learn some alchemy would be a great thing." Truong Min replied to Thien Viet's logic while still expressing his own worries. "Bok Thien Viet makes a good point. I can let my sister learn alchemy from you, but my sister and I have never been apart." Hearing that Lian Dan Than instantly made things super easy for the siblings. "I'll just move in here. Just give me a single room and we're good." Truong Min stared at Lian Dan Than standing right in front of him, secretly analyzing the situation. His attitude seems pretty genuine. Plus, Bok Tien Viet letting him teach Truong Yen a bit wouldn't be the worst idea. All right, it's settled then, after Truong Min finally agreed. Liu Danchen was so hyped he literally jumped for joy. Oh, this is peak. Thank you so much for trusting me, sir. Tianyue finally remembered why they were actually there. He pulled out a box with a few leaves inside. Oh, right, Mr. Liu, back to business. Here is the poison leaf, 800 spirit jades. A simple hand-to-hand trade, but plot twist, Liu Danchen waved it off, refusing the leaves, but still tossed them a fat bag of cash. Just take it. Take it. Compared to scoring such a cracked disciple today, this poison leaf is literal trash. Don't even mention it. Changming was curious and asked Tianyue exactly how much those leaves in the box just sold for. Tianyue gave him a quick rundown, but the dude looked totally zoned out like they just got scammed. 800 spirit jades. Bro, did we just take a massive L? Hearing that number, Changming was absolutely shook. Holy crap. It can actually sell for that much. I've been grinding in Dead End Village all this time, literally sweating blood to kill and loot, and I've never scored anywhere near that much spirit jade. Tianyue caught Changming's expression and immediately panicked. Oh, we are cooked. Why does the boss look like that? He definitely thinks I sold it for way too cheap. His heart must be bleeding right now. From a distance, Liu Danchen watched the two guys whispering to each other, a smug thought crossing his mind. I've been flexing out here in the underworld for decades. In the whole Zhujiang County alchemist scene, being humble, I'm easily top 10. Being real, I'm top 3, baby. Tomorrow's first lesson is crucial. I absolutely have to show little Changyan just how deep and broken the path of alchemy truly is. Liu Danchen chuckled, trying his best to look like some majestic grandmaster, his mind still racing with plans. I've got to build up this badass, untouchable god-tier image in her head. Fast forward to the next morning. The weather was chill with fluffy clouds filling the sky. Over at Changming's place, Liu Danchen was just laughing his head off. That creepy laugh literally made Changyan turn pale. Little Changyan couldn't take it anymore. She screamed for her brother to save her. Big bro, there's a literal creep in our house. After his long laughing fit, Liu Danchen finally cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and went into teacher mode. Little Changyan, the path of alchemy is all about raw talent. Come now, let's begin our training. Seeing this, Changming just washed his hands of the whole situation. He headed out, giving Changyan one last warning. All right, just study hard with Mr. Liu, okay? Don't go wrecking the place. Once he stepped outside, Changming didn't even look back. He just kept walking straight, his eyes locked in with absolute focus. It's about time I dealt with that mountain lord's little minions. If those trashes are plotting something else, I can't just let it slide. Meanwhile, out in a desolate middle-of-nowhere mountain range with nothing but dirt and a few dead trees around. Inside a dirty cave, two grunts were huddled together, shivering like crazy from the cold. One of them stumbled to the cave entrance, hugging his freezing arms. Why the hell isn't the boss back yet? Cut back to Changming. Suddenly, Tianyue called out, sounding super frantic. Boss, wait, I completely forgot to tell you something. Changming glanced over his shoulder. What's up? Tianyue held out 2 scrolls and dropped the heavy intel. Boss, these are the official docs the higher-ups just sent down. You gotta look at this. Changming unrolled the scroll and skimmed the crucial details. The royal court is actually setting up a brand new riot suppression bureau. Tianyue rubbed his chin, going into full analysis mode to break it down for him. This dispatch got dual signatures. It's signed by Lu Guangxiao, one of the current Grand Scholars, and Liu Zhi, the South Prison Commander of the Heavenward Bureau. It's a direct order for our Zhujiang County Heavenward Bureau and the Capital Branch to team up. They're doing a massive recruitment drive to build this new suppression. Hearing this, Changming narrowed his eyes, reading between the lines. This suppression bureau sounds like they're trying to replace us at the Heavenward Bureau altogether. This Lu Guangxiao guy really has some insane pull. Tianyue could only nod, fully agreeing as he added context. Spot on. Boss, you've got a clear read on how messed up everything is right now. Saying corrupt officials are running the show and the people are suffering isn't even an exaggeration. At the bottom, you've got county offices everywhere, and at the top, it's our Heavenward Bureau. The whole system is completely bloated. Too many people, not enough work, and they just leech off the royal treasury every single year. The country is growing wild with chaos. Tianyue pointed up at the sky, really getting into his rant. That's exactly why Grand Scholar Liu is making this power play to build an entirely new functioning system from scratch. But their main objective, hunting down and wiping out demons and evil spirits. Over the last few years, the body count of innocent people has skyrocketed, and these supernatural cases are popping up everywhere. Plus, you've got these random evil cults blowing up out of nowhere. Somebody has to clean house. hearing that Changming couldn't help but scoff, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh yeah, the Great Wu dynasty is so righteous. Just take one look at Dead End Village and you'll know exactly what kind of trash they really are." Tianyue brought up one more detail, his face looking genuinely stressed. "But here's the kicker. Grand Scholar Lu is building this suppression bureau purely based on raw power. He doesn't care about your background at all. Rumor has it they've already recruited a massive wave of absolute powerhouses just this past month. The core framework of the suppression bureau is already locked in. Ghost catchers, monster hunters, and rogue cultivators with nothing to lose. They are the main squad now." Truong Min actually seemed pretty worried about this guy. He stepped up and asked, "Grand Scholar Lu is a solid official, so why did he send a dispatch to our Heaven's Watch? What exactly does he need us to do?" That was a tough one. Thien Viet honestly had no idea how to answer him. Right as the two were talking, a shout suddenly echoed from the distance. "Where are the White Ridge Outpost Commander Bok Thien Viet and Captain Ton Truong Min? Niep Gia Van Gold Badge, Chief of the Riot Control Office, has arrived." Truong Min whipped his head toward the sound, completely caught off guard. They tracked him right to his front door. He quickly turned to Thien Viet to lay down some ground rules just in case. "You're the boss here. Don't slip up in front of outsiders, got it?" Thien Viet knew the drill. He listened to Truong Min and quickly nodded. "Understood." Boom. The scene immediately cut to the dead of night. Gia Van rode up on his horse. The second Thien Viet saw him, he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Neep." Gia Van skipped the small talk and cut straight to the chase. "You've all seen Lord Lu's official dispatch, right?" Truong Min and Thien Viet kept their hands clasped in respect. Thien Viet stepped up to answer for them. "We were just about to head into the county to welcome you, Chief. We didn't expect you to come all the way out here." Gia Van looked like he couldn't wait another second. He hurriedly pulled back on his reins. Looked like he was getting ready to dismount. With zero time to lose, Gia Van broke down the current situation for the two of them. These monster outbreaks are popping up everywhere, and it's only getting worse. The local offices just don't have the firepower to handle it. We're desperate to get the Riot Control Office fully operational right now. The chief was seriously dedicated to his job. Gia Van hopped off his horse and stepped closer to Truong Min and Thien Viet, practically begging them. "I won't lie to you. I came all this way to ask for the commander's help." Thien Viet kept up his super polite act and replied, "You're too kind. With the official orders from Grand Scholar Lu and Lord Lu, everyone at Heaven's Watch will obviously do everything." Hearing that, Gia Van cracked a smile. Then he dropped his real request. "Thank you in advance, Lord Bok. Actually, I came down to Huang Thach County to borrow someone from your White Ridge outpost." Now, Thien Viet was super curious. He obviously wanted to know who this guy was after, so he just asked straight up who. Gia Van pointed his finger right at Truong Min and called out his full name. Captain Ton Truong Min, hearing his own name. Truong Min furrowed his brows. Yeah, he definitely didn't see that coming. Me. But before anyone else could speak, Thien Viet wildly waved his hands, shutting it down with zero hesitation. "Absolutely not. Captain Ton is my absolute right-hand man. We barely have enough capable guys at the White Ridge outpost as it is. If you just take the captain away, how is this outpost supposed to survive?" Thien Viet put on a pained expression and really sold his excuse. "Look around, Chief. This whole Man River watch post literally only functions because Captain Ton is holding it down. And don't even get me started on the Dong Quan Gorge incident. I'm pretty sure your Riot Control Office doesn't even know half of what went down there. Literally anyone else, take your pick. But him, you think I get to boss him around? You think I'd even dare?" Gia Van totally caught on to Thien Viet's awkward panic, so he quickly tossed out a backup plan. "Hey, Commander, no need to get mad. Captain Ton is cracked, a total prodigy. I completely get why you wouldn't want to let him go. Before I headed out, Lord Lu actually talked this over. If he really can't leave Heaven's Watch, he can just hold dual positions." Truong Min wasn't entirely sure he heard that right, so he had to double-check. "Wait, you're saying I'd be working for both Heaven's Watch and the Riot Control Office at the same time?" Right then, Gia Van slid over to Truong Min and threw an arm over his shoulder, totally buddying up to him. "Exactly, Captain. Hey, mind if we have a little private chat?" Once the two of them stepped away, Truong Min spoke up first. "All right, Chief Neep, let's hear it." That's when Gia Van spilled the real tea on how bad things were and what the big bosses were expecting. "Things are looking incredibly rough out there. The Riot Control Office is brand new and all our recruits are absolute rookies. Literally zero experience solving cases. Because of that, Lord Lu handpicked 104 top-tier elites right out of Heaven's Watch and to act as reinforcements for us. It's a whole veterans guiding the noobs setup. And Captain Ton, you're one of those elites. Lord Lu thinks incredibly highly of you guys. He's expecting huge things. Hearing this, Truong Min thought back to his past cases, and an undeniable smirk of confidence crept onto his face. Top-tier elite, huh? Guess Van Neem Ann hyped me up way too much in her official report after that whole fan cow incident. But honestly, whether I join or not completely depends on if your riot control office can show me enough sincerity. With that, Truong Min rubbed his hands together, leaned in uncomfortably close to Jiavan, and asked the real question. So tell me, Chief Neep, what's the pay like over there? After all, a guy's got to make that bag to feed his little sister and his pet loach. Suddenly, Jiavan looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. He completely avoided eye contact and started stammering. Well, you see, since we're a brand new department, the budget is kinda... He didn't even need to finish that sentence. Truong Min instantly spun around and started walking away. Yeah, nah, he was absolutely not doing this for... Say no more, I get it. Peace out. But right as he was about to ditch, desperation took over, and Jiavan frantically threw his hand out to block Truong Min's path. Hold up. Jiavan still wanted to pitch a few hardcore cases the Strike Bureau was dealing with. Commander, you wouldn't mind hearing me out, right? The first major case for our Strike Bureau, the demonic serial killer over in Hokau District. That's Lord Fuck's territory, and our main quest is to investigate the man himself. Jiavan rubbed his chin, thinking it over before dropping the higher-ups theory. The top brass suspects those demonic murders, and Lord Fuck are totally connected. If we get solid proof, Lord Lu already gave the word. We're seizing all of Lord Fuck's assets, and however much loot we confiscate him, and the higher-ups aren't taking a single cut. Hearing this, Truong Min immediately cut in, though he left the sentence hanging. Wait, seizing assets. And the higher-ups aren't taking a single dime. Nah, that doesn't sound right. Jiavan gave a knowing smirk, silently confirming his suspicion. Still stroking his chin as he analyzed the case, he admitted, "You're not wrong. Truth is, it's just to give us the motivation to grind." Right then and there, Truong Min was instantly hooked. He leaned in totally hyped. Now we're talking. Hearing that actually got my blood pumping. Hurry up and drop the details. Jiavan went on to share everything he knew about the Imperial Bureau, but he couldn't spill it all. The Imperial Bureau already sent agents to investigate Lord Fuck, but whether it was them, the Ministry of Justice, or the Royal Censors, every single lead got completely wiped out. Even the detectives who went straight into his territory ended up dropping dead out of nowhere. With that, Jiavan shifted the topic to the Emperor. He crossed his arms, looking completely drained as he continued. His Majesty is deeply disappointed in the other factions. Now it's all riding on our Strike Bureau to see if we can actually crack this absolute nightmare of a case. Hearing that, Truong Min immediately waved his hands and shook his head, totally disagreeing. Lord Fuck's territory in the Hothuk region has always been insanely wealthy. Plus, the guy's a hardcore collector. To keep Truong Min from getting derailed, Jiavan quickly clarified. No, I didn't ask you to analyze the case. I want you to talk about Lord Fuck himself. Taking in Jiavan's words, Truong Min rested his chin on his hand, going into deep thought. A massive tycoon with that kind of crazy money. No wonder the royal court sent people to raid his estate and seize his assets. A quest like this is obviously a death trap. But honestly, the leveling speed for me and my little loach has slowed down way too much lately. This case is going to drop massive opportunities and insane loot. I absolutely cannot pass this up. After mulling it over, Truong Min made his choice. He clapped a hand on Jiavan's shoulder and locked in. Captain Neep, I've thought it through. I'm joining the Strike Bureau. Jiavan lit up, almost unable to believe Truong Min actually agreed. Are you for real? But before Jiavan could celebrate too hard, Truong Min dropped a massive condition. But I've got one demand. I'm staying strictly off the grid. No public face reveals. Hearing the terms, Jiavan just chuckled and nodded along. That's easy. I'll report it to Lord Lu. Once this whole case wraps up, your name will be completely scrubbed from the official files. The Strike Bureau was just established, so everything is starting straight from zero. Honestly, for us, this is a massive opportunity. Jiavan then handed over an engraved wooden badge to Truong Min. Commander Ton, you have the authority to recruit 30 other constables, instantly granting them official status. Gripping the blue-green badge in his hand, Truong Min fully understood the assignment. Got it. Back at Truong Min's place, Jiavan still hadn't taken off. His horse was still parked right outside. Right before heading out, Jiavan gripped both of Truong Min's shoulders, making absolutely sure they were clear. All right, Commander Ton, we have a deal. Seeing that Jiavan still looked a bit anxious, Truong Min reassured him. No problem at all. Captain Neep, you can relax. I'll head over to the Strike Bureau ASAP. With that, Jiavan and his horse dashed off, vanishing from Thien Viet and Truong Min's sight. Thien Viet smirked and asked Truong Min, "He looks way too happy." "Assume, boss, so you really agreed to this?" Min confirmed it, his eyes flashing with sharp calculation. He was completely locked in. Yeah, honestly, it doesn't get in the way of my grind at all. Captain Neep already gave me the green light to dual-wield my positions anyway. Later, when he was finally alone, Min shut his eyes to strategize. Now that I've joined the Strike Bureau, the quest difficulty is definitely going to spike. Right now, the absolute priority is ranking up myself and my little loach. If the little guy wants to evolve faster, he's got to devour a rank 4 demonic beast. But a rank 4 beast is terrifyingly brutal. Their combat power completely wipes the floor with humans in the 4th Great Realm. This won't be easy. Meanwhile, inside a rocky cave, a panicked soldier spoke up. It looked like they'd been waiting forever. We can't just keep waiting like this. Something bad definitely happened to the Mountain Lord. His subordinates were absolutely losing their minds with worry. They huddled up to figure out their next move. If even the Mountain Lord got taken out without making a sound, what the hell are we supposed to do? The Mountain Lord gave us everything. Are we seriously just going to sit here and do nothing? Right then, Bachno, who was still keeping his cool, gave orders to his crew. Fan out and search the perimeter. The second you spot anything, use the Jade Talismans to comm link. Move out now. Back to Min, who was currently chilling by the Man River. He was busy using his magical gourd to capture the loach, and right after sealing it inside, the magic gourd let out the loach's weird fish language. Min translated it in his head, then asked the fish, "Wait, what?" "You're saying there's a rank 3 demonic beast up ahead. Just a bit north in the rubble, there's a deep cave. A rank 3 beast is useless to you, so we gotta sneak around it fast. Wait, there's an even stronger one up ahead. You know where the beast is hiding." The loach stopped speaking in tongues and just gave this cheeky little smirk. Min was low-key stressing over the fish's so-called intuition. "So you're telling me you don't actually know, it's just a gut feeling?" "All right, fine." Min followed the loach's directions, pushing straight ahead. Mid-step Min suddenly felt a super weird vibe. What is this feeling? He clocked it, instantly freezing in his tracks to analyze the situation. The wind carried this scorching hot aura that was secretly draining his true ki. Man, that was seriously annoying. Something was definitely messing with the environment. Staring at the thing in front of him, Min's eyes went wide, like he'd just seen a ghost. Right in front of him was a massive boulder. The second he saw it, he yelled, "No way, that's an outer space meteorite." Min was hyped and rushed forward while the loach in the gourd chuckled along. "I freaking knew it. This rare item is an absolute god-tier treasure." But as he stepped closer to the giant rock, his foot slipped. He slid straight down the side of the cliff. Thank God he caught his balance just in time. Once he found his footing, he noticed the massive boulder had shifted from its spot. The ground started crumbling, cracking more and more by the second. Min was totally lost. What the hell's going on? Then right before his eyes, a whole mountain split straight down the middle. What? Is that a massive, terrifying monstrosity loomed in front of him, making his face drain of all color? Min scanned the threat and instantly analyzed the situation. A demonic beast. And judging by that aura, it's a rank 4. The beast slammed its massive legs straight at him, but he barely dodged the hit. Holy crap. This rank 4 beast is so much more broken than a rank 3. If that thing actually hits me, I'm literally going to get one-shotted. Right in the heat of the moment, the loach inside the gourd started blabbering again. Min translated it instantly. "What you're calling me so trash that I can't even beat a rank 4 beast." The fish started negotiating terms. Plot twist, this fish was actually cracked. "If you save me, big bro, I'll leak its weak point to you." Just to stay alive, Min had no choice but to let the loach out so it could carry him with a strategy. He straight up chucked the fish right in front of the monster, calling its bluff. "You think you're so OP fine, you fight it." The loach saw the massive boss towering over it and jumped out of its skin. But then it somehow started dodging the beast's attacks like crazy. But it dealt 0 damage. The little guy was just running for its absolute life, dodging the monster's rapid-fire combos. All right, Min couldn't just stand there and watch anymore. He channeled his ki, ready to strike. "Guess I gotta carry this myself, huh?" In a flash, a massive, glowing greatsword materialized right in his hand. Without a second thought, he chucked the sword straight at the beast. The blade slammed into its armor, but the monster didn't take a single scratch. Min was shook. That shell is crazy hard. If I let the little loach eat it, it might just spit out a top-tier magic artifact. He quickly gathered his ki, launching himself straight into the air. Mid-flight, he unleashed a barrage of glowing whips. He was going for a full lockdown. "Guess I gotta get my hands dirty." The beast's entire body was instantly wrapped in his binds, but 2 of its arms were still free. Taking advantage of that, the monster dug its massive claws into the energy whips. The beast was literally playing tug-of-war with him, making it insanely hard to control the binds. But Truong-min wasn't about to give up. He gritted his teeth and pushed for one last pull. The dude was struggling hard, damn it. This beast is way too OP. The immortal binding. Rope is literally draining my spiritual ki dry. It's not going to hold him for long. I gotta end this fast. Truong-min put his whole back into keeping the monster pinned. Are you kidding me? Even my flying sword can't break its defense. Knowing he was cooked, he glared over at the fish. If you know its weak spot, make your move already. Your big bro can't hold on much longer. Hearing his cry for help, the loach launched itself into the air, jumping as high as it could. A whole barrage of fireballs blasted out of the little guy's mouth. It unleashed its secret weapon, blasting the flames straight into the monster's hide. The beast shrieked in pain, and boom! All the fireballs detonated at once, dealing massive critical damage to the monster. The binding rope faded away. Truong-min dodged to the side, raising his arm to wipe the heavy sweat off his face. Man, with my current realm taking down a rank, 4 beast is still way too exhausting. Ever the curious one, the little loach swam right over to the defeated monster. Watching it closely, sensing a top-tier snack, this little guy got so hyped, its whiskers literally curled into heart shapes. The loach was staring at the beast's skin, drooling like crazy. From behind, Truong-min totally lost it. Hey, get back here and guard me. With his pet backing him up, he slipped into meditation. Man, popping a few spirit pills to recharge right now wouldn't be half bad. Too bad he had already fed almost his entire spirit pill stash to the little loach. Guess I'll just have to rely on my own alchemy skills from now on. A little while later, the loach was still loyally resting its face right against Truong-min's leg, just waiting. Seeing it act so cute, he totally went soft. All right, fine, go get it. And with that, the two of them headed over to the wrecked beast. Truong-min reached out to carefully feel the meteorite in front of him. Whoa, hot, way too hot. The crazy aura radiating from the stone made him jump. Just what kind of insane buff does this meteorite give to have a rank 4 beast guarding it? Truong-min couldn't hide his worry, stroking his chin in deep thought. Suddenly, a noise behind him caught his attention. What is it now, bro? You absolutely cannot eat this. I need to keep it to figure out what it does. Despite Truong-min telling it no, the loach kept whining and begging for it. But what it told him next left him completely stunned. No way are you seriously telling me eating this thing will trigger your awakening and make you evolve. Trying to keep his cool, Truong-min thought about it. It was true the little loach had been showing signs of a potential evolution recently. Could the trigger really be this meteorite? Talk about a crazy coincidence. He locked eyes with the glowing stone, then muttered to the loach, "But how the heck are you supposed to swallow it? The temperature on this thing is broken." The moment he said that, the little guy launched itself into the air, aiming straight for the meteorite. The loach just started going to town on its loot. Truong-min yelled from below, "Are you sure you're good? Just be careful, man." In a flash, its mouth had completely swallowed the massive meteorite like it was absolutely nothing. Oh snap, it grew bigger again. Because the rock was way too massive, it lost its balance and totally face-planted into the dirt. Seeing things going south, Truong-min instantly recalled the loach back into the system. I'll let you digest that for a bit. Tonight's loot was honestly peak. Now we just wait and see what kind of insane form the little guy evolves into. Later that night, the sky was pitch black, lit only by sparkling stars. Niem crept down the village path. So, is this really the cursed ghost village? She lowered her head slightly, her face completely lost in thought. I brought a few artifacts to block out the evil aura. I tweaked them a bit, so they should definitely be enough to counter the toxic frost in this village. Like her sixth sense was tingling. Niem snapped her head back. Who goes there? Wanting to get to the bottom of it, she dashed forward at a crazy speed. Niem landed silently, tucking herself behind a tree. A bunch of wooden puppet guys were whispering, "Do you think digging up stuff like spirit mushrooms and ginseng will actually sell at the ghost market?" But the whole group looked super anxious. Bro, that place is packed with ghost cultivators plus weirdos like us. Literally nobody there is playing nice. If we get mugged with our trash stats, we're totally cooked. I'm just terrified they'll toss us into a furnace and refine us into pills. Trying to chill everybody out, one of the wooden guys spoke up. "Relax, guys. That market has strict rules. They've got the higher-ups and patrol squads keeping order. We're not going to get jumped. The venerables of the ghost domain are literally all past the 5th great rank. Word is a totally new judge just pulled up, and he's completely fair and square." Feeling way better about their chances, the squad kept moving forward, completely clueless that she had eavesdropped on their entire conversation. Past the 5th great rank. A ghost market judge, I only came here for the Manwha Hu, but talk about a massive plot twist. Later that night, a glowing moon hung in the mystical night sky. Truong Min was walking solo down a dead, empty road, checking on his little loach's status. Waiting for its evolution is probably going to take a while longer. His eyes were heavy with deep thought. Spamming the immortal. Binding rope and 5 crow flying swords in that last fight felt incredibly OP, but taking that massive hit definitely nerfed my HP. Looks like I seriously need to stock up on some spirit pills for emergencies. Rubbing his chin, Truong Min started stressing out. But to craft pills, I need a furnace and spirit herbs. Huang Thach district is way too small. Getting my hands on a high-tier artifact like a pill furnace here is literally impossible. Where the heck am I supposed to go? After racking his brain for a bit, he finally figured out a game plan. Got it. Leaving the peaceful village behind, Truong Min pulled up to a super creepy, cursed-looking spot. He shielded his eyes with his hand, scanning the whole area. Looks like this place is actually pretty built up. Not wanting to waste any time, Truong Min raised his hand, pulsing with straight spiritual energy. VM Danton spawned in with a dead, cold stare. After turning into a ghost summon, his stats had actually leveled up a decent bit. Let's hit up the ghost market and grab some spirit jades. Might as well check if there's any decent low-rank gear while we're at it. He took the order with a deep, robotic tone. Yes, master. A little while later, down at the city gates, the noise was absolutely deafening. Truong Min, currently possessing VM Danton's body, stood there staring at the massive crowd. Hell no, you're banned from entering, bro, based on what I'm going in, whether you like it or not. Being naturally nosy, he had to ask what the drama was. Yo, what's going on? A guy next to him spilled the tea. Another living human is trying to force their way in. That living human in the distance was none other than Neem Neem, beefing with 2 guards over the rules. Who knew where this crazy cultivator even came from? Thinking she's all that, just straight up ignoring the rules of the ghost domain. Watching her, Truong Min had to admit, she was definitely alive. She even had an artifact on her to ward off the yin energy. Couldn't read her cultivation rank at all, though. Visibly annoyed. Neem Neem interrogated them. If you guys are open for business, why won't you let me in? So what if I'm alive? I'm not exactly complaining about you guys being a bunch of ghosts, so how dare you discriminate against me for being alive? She just kept tearing into their rules. Don't tell me your ghost market actually has a rule against living people doing business. The guard was totally caught off guard by that. Us ghosts actually have a ton of rules about the living, like we can't eat their flesh and blood. The other guard scratched his head trying to think, but I guess there really isn't a rule like that. Nothing says the living can't come in and trade. In the end, the 2 of them just caved and let her through. All right, come on in. Hiding his identity from afar, inside the faceless Tan Truong Min sized her up. She's pretty cocky, huh? A little while later, he got the green light too. Striding down the street inside the massive body of the faceless Truong Min couldn't stop complaining. A ghost market this huge, and they still don't have what I need. Even though he managed to cop some spirit herbs, he still hadn't found the main thing he came for, an alchemy furnace. Or maybe he just hadn't found the right seller yet. Not too far away, Neem Neem's silhouette popped up, low-key, jump-scaring him. Wait, is that the human cultivator? After tailing her for a bit, Neem Neem took a turn down a dead, empty alley. There was a street stall laid out on the dirt, packed with rare, top-tier herbs. She crouched right down. How much for all this? That totally threw the wooden merchant off. Which one are you asking about, customer? Realizing he was being way too specific, Neem Neem just cut to the chase. I'm too late. Her baller attitude left the wooden guy completely stunned. Wow, you are an incredibly generous customer. We were originally going to sell all this for 10 spirit jades, but for you, 8 is fine. Hearing the price, Neem Neem smirked. What a steal. Since he'd been creeping from a distance, Truong Min finally spoke up. Wow, this is my first time seeing an idiot this dense. Other low-level ghosts fight tooth and nail to jack up their prices, yet here you are practically giving it away for way less than it's worth. His interruption made her turn pale. Her crazy bargain was ruined. She whipped her head around. What the hell did you just say? Truong Min just scoffed, gave a little wave, and started walking off. Yikes, looks like someone wants to eat me alive. I'm out of here. But he barely took a few steps before the wooden merchant blocked his path. Fellow cultivator, please wait. He clasped his hands and gave a polite, respectful bow. I'll be honest with you, I really don't get the market prices around here. If you could just give me a few pointers, I'll absolutely make it worth your while. Taking pity on the naive wooden guy, Truong Min gave him the rundown. With the current market rates, this whole batch is worth at least 15 spirit jades. That made Neem Neem completely lose it. She screamed, "Oh yeah, at a price that high, are you going to buy it?" Completely ignoring her, he made his point clear. I am a ghost god. I have literally zero use for these things. Refusing to take the L Neem, Neem doubled down on interrogating him. You hike up the price, but you won't even buy it yourself. Aren't you just trolling the seller at this point? If I don't buy it, they might literally never sell this stuff. Her absolute audacity made Truong-min freeze, literally shaking with anger. Cutting the nonsense, he pulled out the cash and bought the whole stash. Fine, I'll buy it. Here 15 spirit jades for you. I've got an absolute eye for quality, and there's zero chance I'm wrong about this. Even if I can't use it, I definitely won't take an L flipping it. Securing the bag, the wooden merchant was beyond grateful. Thank you so much, customer. You're too kind, but Neem Neem. She was absolutely furious. Is this guy seriously asking for a death wish? Leaving the market behind, Truong-min quietly made his way deeper into the forest. Not bad at all. Pulled a pretty good haul of spirit herbs tonight. Now I've got everything I need to craft that divine seal barrier breaking pill. Even snagged a ton of rare herbs and premium materials. Suddenly, like his spidey senses were tingling, he whipped his head toward a shadow creeping behind a tree. Bro holding a grudge much. Knowing it was her trailing him, Truong-min tried to shut it down. Stop following me. Humans and ghosts live in two different worlds. We're never going to work out, okay? Look, I get it. I know I'm a total badass, insanely handsome and dripping with heroic riz. Shining like a diamond in this dark-ass place, but honestly, a girl like you isn't even on my radar. Feeling utterly disrespected, Neem Neem hurled her weapon into the air. You arrogant little pervert, watch me shut you down right now. Let's see if you still have the guts to talk trash after this. A mystic vase launched high into the air, locking dead onto the faceless's body below. A beam of green light washed over him as the artifact kicked into gear. Since Truong-min was hiding inside the faceless, he was completely paralyzed. He couldn't move an inch. His real body and the ghost vessel were locked together, frozen in place. Worse yet, there was zero chance of breaking out. The ghost body felt like it was being impaled by countless red-hot steel wires. Damn, she actually brought an artifact perfectly built to counter ghosts. Looking incredibly smug, Neem strutted over with her head held high. This artifact of mine was practically made to destroy ghosts. Why else do you think I'd have the guts to just stroll into the ghost domain? Her absolute overconfidence actually amused Truong-min. Through the mask of the faceless, a smirk crept onto his face. Well then, guess it's time to open your eyes and show you exactly what I can do. Truong-min commanded the faceless to snap its eyes wide open so intensely that the thick blood veins in the sclera were popping out. A solid, pitch-black beam of energy shot straight out of its eyes, deadlocking onto Neem Neem's ghost-taming vase. She immediately broke into a cold sweat. No way. In just a few short seconds, a massive crack splintered down her precious artifact vase. My weapon. Gripping it tight, Neem Neem was absolutely panicking. What even is this power? This is a rank 4 artifact made to counter spirits, and he just shattered it like nothing broken. The chick snapped her head back at the culprit in absolute terror. Unless this guy is hiding his true rank. Damn it. Playing the chill guy, Truong-min smirked. Look, we've got no beef. No need to go straight for the kill the second we meet. Internally, bro was already flexing. Good thing I used the spirit token to stash 3 threads of Yellow Spring's power. Just burned 1 thread inside Vidento's ghost body. And she didn't even recognize the Yellow Spring's power. Which means her rank is definitely below the 4 great ghost kings. Nothing to sweat over. His puppet-like smirk totally pissed Neem off. You just wrecked my plans and you've got the nerve to say we have no beef. Completely ignoring her tantrum, Truong-min thought to himself, still, that anti-ghost artifact of hers is actually pretty insane. Might be able to use that to my advantage. Flashing Neem a grin, he said, Miss, I see you've got some skills in hunting ghosts. I've got a massive gig on my hands right now. You interested? Giving 0 deals, the chick turned her back. In your dreams. But her mind was screaming the exact opposite. This guy's bad news. Time to dip. Such a shame. I need to find a spot to fix this artifact and fast. Standing right behind her, Truong-min called out, Don't be so cold, kids, these days. Let's hear each other out so you don't regret it later. The second he finished, she lunged at him like a total psycho. Neem's hand shot straight for Vidento's throat. Bam. A crushing grip clamped down on the body Truong-min was hijacking. Man, this rank 2 ghost body is seriously weak trash. Realizing she couldn't actually overpower the ghost body, Neem snapped and let go. Back the hell off. Rubbing his bruised neck, bro just let out a heavy sigh. Young folks really just go straight for the kill without a single word. That comment sparked her rage all over again. You want to die? You seriously think I won't end you right now? The chick rushed him for round 2. Good thing Truong Min was a fast talker. Hold up, don't shoot. I swear I've got a massive deal involving ghost items. Your ability is literally perfect for this. It's the Phuc Vuong's treasure hoard. Tell me that isn't a peak deal. Hearing that name, Niam Niam hit the brakes, instantly freezing in her tracks. Phuc Vuong, with his eyes wide and gleaming bro, cut straight to the chase. Phuc Vuong was plotting a rebellion. He raised evil spirits to guard a massive stash of treason loot. Truong Min kept his poker face even though he was sweating bullets on the inside. Just gonna bluff her for now. After processing it for a few seconds, the chick finally spoke. This gig is way too massive. I don't have the skills to pull that off. To keep her on the hook, bro, laid out a crystal clear plan. Obviously, it's not just gonna be the two of us. We've got another heavy hitter joining in, plus we're not crazy enough to mess with Phuc Vuong directly. We just need to find the exact location of the treasure. Wreck those evil spirits guarding it, and we snatch the loot. Easy. Standing there, Niam let out a mocking scoff. Zero proof, and you expect me to just buy it. How do I know you're not just scamming me? Truong Min doubled down. I'll assemble the squad, then hit you up. Once everyone's together, I'll drop the actual clues. You can decide if you're in or out when the time comes. That offer totally hooked her, leaving Niam deep in thought. Finally, the chick nodded in agreement. Fine. I'll give you a spirit talisman to keep in touch, but if you're playing me, I'll make you regret it. Deal locked in Niam. Niam turned and left, leaving Truong Min to wave goodbye. Take care, little sis. A few steps away, the chick threw a quick, shady glance over her shoulder at his back. Once she knew Truong Min was gone, Niam's face instantly flipped. A totally wicked, scheming smirk crept onto her lips. Oh my god. Phuc Vuong's treasure hoard. If that old ghost hunter is actually spitting facts, teaming up might actually be a massive W. But if he's pulling some sketchy side hustle, I'll instantly snitch on him to Phuc Vuong. Playing both sides, the chick plotted. Plus that ghost domain from earlier was absolutely cracked. Looks like I need to cook up a plan to steal it for myself. Truong Min was holding a ridiculously fat bag of loot. Not a bad haul, but pretending to be you is draining as hell. Bro suddenly froze, thinking back to Niam. I actually wanted to recruit that chick into the Riot Control Bureau, but her background is way too sketchy, and I absolutely can't afford to dox my own identity in the cultivator world. If I want this team up to actually work out, I not only have to keep a few wild cards up my sleeve, but I gotta stay completely on guard against her. Truong Min fished out the spirit talisman the chick handed him. Case in point, this contact talisman is obviously a tracker meant to spy on my own talismans. Niam's voice echoed in his head. Just hold on to this talisman, I'll hit you up later. Gripping the talisman tight, bro started calculating. If I wreck this talisman right now, I can't stash Vidento away. That completely cuts off the comms. And the connection to that hat-wearing chick might actually expose the fact that Vidento is just a puppet. A second later, Truong Min sighed and just let it go. Screw it, let's just see how this plays out. Time to head home. Little did bro know, up in the tall trees behind him, someone was watching his every move. None other than Nim. Turns out she's the little demon from the Trio Tien Bureau. You Trio Tien Bureau guys claim Prince Phuc is raising evil spirits and plotting treason, but how much stronger are you than him, really? At the mountain house the next morning, when the rooster crowed loudly, waking everyone up after a long sleep, Truong Min stretched and woke up. Man, I've been way too exhausted lately. Still half asleep, he stepped out of bed, pulled back the curtain, and walked out. Right in front of him were Lu Dan Thon and Truong Yen sitting there. You awake, big bro? The old man stroked his beard, looking hyped. Excellent. The pills you're crafting are getting better and better. Your little sister is a 1 in a 10,000 genius. Remembering something. Truong Min chuckled. Oh, right, you alchemists probably have quite a few pill furnaces lying around, right? Lu Dan Than nodded, looking confused. That's right, why, eyes wide, he started negotiating with the old man. Look, I already lent my sister to you as a disciple. How about you gift me a pill furnace? Back at the small house at the guard post, Truong Min looked at the pill furnace and thought, old Lu was way too generous. He observed the inside of the furnace and silently evaluated. 1,800 spirit jades to buy a pill furnace that can refine spirit pills under Tier 3. Not a bad deal at all. First, let's do a little practice run. Truong Min figured, with the Divine Seal barrier-breaking pill, refining some trash items just to get the hang of it wouldn't be hard at all. He poured the medicinal ingredients in, then controlled the flames. A few hours later, the results were in 6 pills. Truong Min looked at them and happily exclaimed, pill refining's actually pretty easy. It's just a bummer. I only got 6 pills. Still way too few. While refining the second batch, he fanned the flames while nodding off. Suddenly, Truong Min jolted awake and told himself, all right, it's done. He took the pills out, counting and muttering, Plus the 6 from before, that's 18 pills in total. According to the plan, this should be enough to use for a while. This way, my future battles will be a lot safer. Truong Min exhaled and told himself, well then, it's about time I start thinking about Prince Fuch's case. Suddenly he pondered and muttered to himself, should I forge a letter and order Kuan from Trakim Mountain to investigate Prince Fuch directly? Make him my meat shield. Nah, that won't work. What if they find out their mountain master is dead and refuse to do it? Then Truong Min exclaimed, hold up, I've got a plan. Scene change. Truong Min called Thien Viet over and instructed Bach Thien Viet send a letter to Cat Jiao. Tell him to find a way to transfer Truong Ngok the centurion from the Din Ba prefecture Yamen over here. He respectfully replied, understood. He rested his chin on his hand and muttered to himself, next up are those guys from Trakim Mountain. I need to mess with them real good. Later that night, out in the forest, Truong Min was walking around in his golden-faced death god disguise. 3 punks from Trakim Mountain were sneaking around, stalking him from behind the bushes. Truong Min called out sloppy hiding. Pure rat behavior. He hurled his sword straight at the bushes. It flew over and sliced right through one of the guy's hair. The dude was absolutely terrified. The guy next to him was just as shell-shocked. Truong Min recalled his sword and it immediately flew back. It grazed right past the dude's neck before returning to his hand. One guy gripped his sword and confidently shouted, rush him together. Meanwhile, the other 2 were already looking like ghosts wailing, we're completely cooked. But they still stumbled forward, gripping their swords and charging in. The quiet forest echoed with the harsh clanging of blades. A little while later, all 3 of them were so dead tired they couldn't even stand straight. Truong Min thought to himself, that loach gave me a pretty sick treasure this time. Not bad at all. One of them silently assessed the situation. We went all out with our attacks, but to him, we looked like a bunch of toddlers learning to walk. We couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Just what kind of monster is this guy? I bet even the mountain master wouldn't stand a chance against him. Suddenly, Truong Min pulled out a cloth bag. He reached inside and casually yanked out their mountain master. He snapped at them. You bunch of idiots. Do you even know this guy's true motive for coming to Huangthach County? Seeing him, they all screamed in unison. Mountain master. One guy clenched his fists, looking utterly determined. To get revenge for the young master, of course. Truong Min angrily barked at them idiots, just as I thought. He continued, I already searched his soul. He didn't care about his son's life or death at all. He just used it as an excuse to come here looking for an underground palace. An underground palace that I left behind 6,000 years ago. Exactly how long has this old monster been alive? No wonder he's so insanely broken. Truong Min pointed at the mountain master and said he just didn't want to share the loot with you guys, so he made up that fake excuse. It's pathetic how you bunch of idiots were still blindly loyal to him. Finding out the truth, one of them couldn't help but say in utter disappointment, to think we were so fiercely loyal, only for the mountain master to scheme. All 3 of them respectfully clasped their hands together and said, thank you for opening our eyes, Senior. They dropped to their knees in gratitude. Thank you, Senior. Truong Min scoffed, well, at least you're not completely brain dead. I'll spare your lives, but I need you to do a little job for me. One of them quickly replied, being chosen by you is our absolute honor. Senior. He explained, although it's not convenient for me to show my face directly, I'm actually a member of the Imperial Court. The task I need you to handle is official government business. Truong Min explained, King Puck is plotting a rebellion. I am investigating this in secret, so we absolutely cannot alert the snake by beating the grass. We also can't let him know the royal court is already onto him, which is exactly why we cannot mobilize the Trio Tien agency. That is why I chose you guys, got it? He opened the cloth bag, pulled out the pills, and asked, want some? The guy was totally shocked. No way is that the Divine Seal barrier-breaking pill. We can't accept a reward without merit. Senior, just give the order. And your Truong Min gave the order head to King Fuch's territory and secretly dig up info on his rebellion. Whoever finds the key clues first gets first dibs on the Divine Seal barrier-breaking pill. He then tossed out a token and said, as for Trakim Mountain's assets, you guys can just divide them up among yourselves. The 3 of them shouted in unison, we will absolutely get it done for you. Senior scene shifts to the small house at the guard post. Truong Min let out a heavy sigh and muttered to himself, controlling 5 Nguna flying swords drained way more than half of my spiritual energy. If my cultivation hadn't spiked so much recently, I would have been totally cooked. With the Bamboo Hat Girl and the 9 heroes of Trakim Mountain, we've got plenty of manpower investigating King Fuch. But honestly, these guys are basically just casting a wide net. I still need to find someone who actually knows how to solve a case. He suddenly thought of Van Neem N, but immediately shot down the idea, muttering to himself, "Nah, forget it." He kept brainstorming little aunt, yeah, right, she definitely wouldn't listen to me. Truong Min kept calculating. The scholar, he's fine as a tax collector, but solving cases, hell no. Next. The very next day, Truong Min grabbed his water bottle and mumbled, "What's up with today? You want to go out and play this early?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Big bro, time to eat." Truong Min instantly yelled back, "Coming." After stuffing himself, Truong Min drifted back to sleep. In his mind, he thought that was so good. Even my depleted spiritual energy is recovering. The food my little sister cooks is absolute peak. The scene cuts to the Mang River, where the loach suddenly leaped out right in front of him. Truong Min caught it and called out, "Hold up." He poked its head and asked, "Are you growing a horn?" Truong Min looked confused. "Bro, did it grow in crooked? The dragon race literally always has 2 horns, so why do you only have 1? He pondered it, visualizing it in his head before saying, "What's even the point of it?" Honestly, that's way worse than other divine skills like the sword pill or fire pill. Using a horn to ram people just makes you look like a bull. It's not a badass look at all. Truong Min chucked the loach hard right back into the river, muttering to himself. Using the 9 heroes of Trakim Mountain and that bamboo hat girl against King Fuck, it's basically a strategy to purposely alert the snake by beating the grass. Truong Min leaned his head against a tree and thought King Fuck has been prepping for years. He absolutely won't just give up because a few people are investigating him. If anything, being exposed will make him speed up his rushing things will actually make him leave more openings, especially if I can use the puppet troops to snatch up those clues. But, so what if we get clues? Even now, I still don't have a single person on my side who actually knows how to investigate a case. Suddenly it clicked. Wait, did a trap I set up ages ago finally get triggered? Truong Min hastily jumped to his feet. He sprinted straight back to the riverbank, thinking to himself, I've got to go check this out right now. The loach had been waiting for who knows how long when he finally called out, "Loach, that trap we set up is actually moving." Today is hearing that the loach immediately bolted off. Out of nowhere, it ran into a ginseng root, which just pouted and stared the loach down. Suddenly, beams of light rained down, but the ginseng effortlessly weaved through and dodged them all. It dodged the attacks, looking super cocky and completely disrespectful. Seeing that the loach got mad and swerved right back to block the ginseng's path. Seeing the loach pull up, the ginseng got just as pissed off. Bolts of lightning shot out, blasting the loach and shocking the hell out of it. Up on the bank, Truong Min couldn't hide his panic as he yelled out for the loach. Back at the small guard post house, Truong Min was sitting on his bed when a golden key suddenly materialized, snapping him fully awake. Half an hour later, Truong Min let out a sigh and thought, thank God I have the ancient lamp manifestation. Otherwise, soul damage is literally the hardest thing to heal. I'd probably be stuck at this rank for the rest of my life. I need to go check on the loach right now. He used teleportation to pop right down to the riverbed and asked Loach, where did that ginseng go? The loach proudly patted its own belly and Truong Min immediately hyped it up. Bro, did you actually eat it? That is insane. Seeing the loach looking a bit sluggish, Truong Min thought to himself, it got the W, but the loach definitely took some head. Just stay here and heal up for now. Suddenly he heard a voice, I beg the great river god to bless your follower tonight as I hunt down the vengeful ghost, save the young lady of the trio family. And absolutely wreck King Fuck's ghost den, so the people of Tugia town won't have to suffer from that demon anymore. Truong Min muttered to himself, it's dead silent down here. Well, who the hell is talking? The voice echoed out again. If tonight's mission is a success, I will absolutely return to fulfill my vow. In Biedorf, Spodimorstad and rally the villagers to donate and forge a golden statue. Truong Min started analyzing the source of this voice. It feels like it's coming straight from the scale under the loach's neck. He thought it over. Plus, this voice is transmitting straight into my soul. If I wasn't linked to the loach right now, I definitely wouldn't have heard it. But seriously, what kind of plot twist is this? Someone is out here praying to the river god. So why is it landing on the loach's scale? If that loach is actually the river god, voices shouldn't be coming from its scales. What the heck is inside these things? Truong Min reached out and touched the loach's belly. Boom, a spatial portal opened right in front of his eyes. He stared into the portal, sizing things up. Number 1, Ngukao Town. Number 2, the west side of Tam Duong County. And number 3, Tugia Town. All three places have newly built river god temples. Even the merchant ships are worshipping river god statues. Scene shifts to the river god temple. In Tiogia town, Tubach was standing there praying. Then he walked away. Seeing this, Truong Min immediately thought, is that Loach seriously the river god? But this statue looks absolutely nothing like that fat Loach. Cutting back to the camp, Truong Min was walking in a serious rush. He immediately went to find Van Pham to check the map and run the numbers. Tiogia town is right on the border of King Fuck's territory. Super remote, barely any people. That constable guy mentioned King Fuck's demon lair. Could King Fuck's evil spirit breeding ground be right in Tiogia town? Truong Min rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. That constable's making his move tonight. I wonder if he'll make it in time. I'll just send a spirit soldier to tail him. Truong Min walked over and opened the window. Staring at the blue bird perched outside, he was hyped. Whoa, you've gotten huge. In just a short time, this magpie actually used the All Things Spirit manual to grow this much. It's cracked. If this guy keeps evolving, I can't let him show up at the guard post anymore. Truong Min asked out loud, are you heading to Tiogia town too? Scene shifts to Tiogia town. My name is Liu Tubach. At 9 years old, I followed my mom when she remarried and moved here. My stepdad is the county coroner. Growing up, I became an official constable. 4 months ago, I was transferred back to my old hometown in Hokau County, but this place, it hits different. It's way too creepy. As I dug deeper into the investigations, I found out that 8 out of 10 cases were actually man-eating demons. The only reason I could even see this is because I have a yin-yang eye. Honestly, I didn't want to get dragged too deep into this mess. Nah. But then, news broke out that the daughter of Lord Triu in Tiogia town went missing. She is a girl worth putting my life on the line for. I don't give a damn if it's King Fuck or some nasty ghost. I'm going to wreck all of you. It didn't take long to track down exactly where their demon lair was. Even though it's late at night right now, which is exactly when these monsters are at their peak, saving a life is like putting out a fire. I can't waste a single second. The crazy thing is all the other temples in town have been secretly corrupted by demons. Only this newly built river god temple is still completely pure and untouched. Maybe I was just looking for some peace of mind, so I went in and prayed, even though I knew it probably wouldn't do a damn thing. This place feels completely off, but even my yin-yang eye couldn't spot any monsters hiding around. Before this, the old Taoist who gave me this yin-yang eye also handed me a protection talisman. I'm sure it'll keep me safe. Scene shifts. Inside a tea room, a bunch of entertainers are putting on a show. King Fuck brings a teacup to his lips, taking a slow sip. Those guys are seriously dragging their feet. It's almost midnight, and the Manor Lord replied in a soft tone that Liu Tubach guy has a very special birth time. His body is built completely different from normal people, too. He's honestly top-tier material. I really hope he doesn't disappoint me. It'd be a shame to waste all the effort I put into luring him here. A subordinate chimed in. To be valued by the Manor Lord, that's a total blessing for him. Being refined into a 3-yin phantom and pitching in for your highness's grand plan, that's his ultimate destiny. The Manor Lord smirked arrogantly. Let's just drink and enjoy ourselves for now. When they show up, the kids in the backyard will naturally take care of them. Out in the courtyard, there were tons of well covers wrapped tight in heavy chains. Suddenly, a creepy noise echoed out from inside one of the wells. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Tubach and a few of his guys were pushing forward with torches in hand. Someone muttered, "Boss, are we there yet?" Tubach looked back and said, "The demon lair should be right up ahead. It's not far just past that ridge, and we're there." He warned them, "You guys better stay sharp. These evil spirits have been wrecking the villages. Tonight we're catching them all in one sweep to rid the people of this menace." Out of nowhere, a creepy giggle echoed from the distance, followed by a voice. "They're here. They're finally here." Tubach kept moving through the forest. He thought to himself, "The dark energy here is heavy, but these are all living people. There aren't any ghost spirits around." Suddenly, a whole squad of ghost soldiers ambushed them out of absolutely nowhere. Tubach screamed, "Set up the barrier." "Senao!" One of the ghost soldiers whipped out a long chain. It lashed out straight at Tubach's crew, but he quickly smacked it away. Tubach panicked internally. "Damn it, all our prep work isn't doing a damn thing." He roared, "I'm gonna wreck you, demon freaks." But the ghost soldier violently cracked its chain, sending Tubach flying onto his back. The freak even wrapped the chain right around Tubach's neck. The ghost soldier then tossed the chain over a thick tree branch and pulled hard, trying to finish him off. Tubach choked and thought to himself, "This talisman is trash. The old Taoist didn't show up, and those prayers to the river god earlier, totally useless." A moment later, Tubok and the rest of his crew were all chained up and dragged away by the monster. He stared at it thinking, where the hell are we? The pain. It felt like it was fading a bit. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot out from the distance. Boom! One shot. The demon dragging them got its head blown clean off by the beam. The whole crew panicked and screamed, what the heck just happened? Tubok just sat there totally stunned, staring at the monster dropping dead in a pool of blood. He wondered, is this the river god's punishment? That deity actually showed me mercy. Cut to the tea room. The manor lord slammed his teacup down and roared. Damn it, he growled. Let me see exactly who has the guts to wreck my plans. The manor lord cast a spell peering through space straight at Truong Min, who was currently in his golden-faced death god form. Suddenly he snapped his head back. The manor lord's entire vision instantly went blood red. He let out a blood-curdling scream. The manor lord clutched his eyes, screaming in agony. His subordinates panicked, shouting, who's crazy enough to cause trouble on His Highness Prince Fuck's turf? Blind trash. My 7 Absolutes Overlord blade hasn't tasted human blood in way too long. Everyone sit tight, I'll drag him back. Suddenly, an arrow shot right into the tea room from afar. The guys outside freaked out. What the hell was that? A subordinate rushed to the manor lord. Sir, are you okay? Blood was pouring from the manor lord's eyes. He choked out, I'm fine. In his head, he was sweating. Thank God I was prepared or I'd be dead meat. A scar-faced lackey stepped up. Was this Liu Tubok's crew? The manor lord stared silently at his wooden voodoo doll. He blurted out, no way in hell. The scar-faced lackey yelled, I don't care who offed our brothers. We're making them pay in blood. The manor lord cut him off. Listen up, you guys. Stall him first. I'm going to unleash the ghost army. Cultivator blood is top-tier food for ghosts. Hearing that the guy turned to the group. We need to split up. Box him in completely from all sides. Do not let him escape. The others nodded bet. The scar-faced lackey dashed straight into the woods. He smirked to himself. Manor lord, you sneaky old fox. Trying to use us as meat shields to buy time. You really think we're that stupid? Meanwhile, the manor lord was already running for his life. He muttered, I am out of here. In the backyard, he kicked the door open, muttering, as long as I have these ghost soldiers, Prince Fuck will treat me like a VIP anywhere. Suddenly, the ghost soldiers spawned right in front of his face. The manor lord panicked. Bro, where did all my massive well covers go? How the hell did these things break out on their own? The mob of ghosts charged straight at him. He threw his arms up, shaking like a leaf, thinking, wait, did the artifact stop working? Damn it, where are the covers? Suddenly, a bird chirped. He looked up. A magpie was flying off with the cover. He completely lost it. You damn well cover thief. The magpie chirped again. The ghosts snapped their heads toward the sound. The manor lord freaked out and vaulted onto the roof, thinking, I am totally cooked. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed. Truong Min spawned out of nowhere, his sword raised high. The manor lord was paralyzed with fear, but it was too late. Slash. The sword cleaved him right in half. Blood geysered everywhere as his body slammed into the dirt. Seeing this, the ghosts swarmed the manor lord's corpse. They ripped him apart and devoured every last bite. Truong Min watched the whole thing and muttered, Karma is real. He got exactly what he deserved. The magpie circled high above, staring down at the marching ghost army. Looking through the magpie's eyes, Truong Min grinned. With this many ghost soldiers, doing a carpet search catching those guest cultivators is 100% guaranteed. Meanwhile, a man called out, Tu Bosch Constable Liu. Was this the grand setup you were talking about earlier? He nodded. Yeah, but inside he was sweating. I only said I had a plan because I actually had high hopes for that useless iron tag. Tubok cleared his throat. But hey, I did personally visit the River God Temple, so that totally counts as my setup, right? The man laughed as expected of Constable Liu. You really live up to your rank as a transfer from the big city. He added, the scumbags should be wiped out by now. Everyone sweep the manor first and find the missing villagers. Boom, the doors flew open. The ghost army was standing right there. One marched up, locking eyes with Tubok. He was totally sweating it, but then it just randomly turned around and walked away. Seeing that, he immediately said, Lord River God must have tamed these ghost soldiers. Truong Min, still rocking his golden-faced death god form, casually walked in. Area secured. Tubok instantly spun around and barked, hurry up and find the hostages. The squad quickly responded, yes, sir. Tubok dropped to his knees, completely bowing down. River God. Truong Min cut him off instantly. I am just the River God's envoy in this realm. Hearing that, Tubok replied, your devoted believer, Liu Tubok, welcomes the High Envoy. Truong Min spoke up. Prince Fuck is absolute scum. He's ruining the country and its people, but He has high status, massive power, and an insanely stacked army. If I hand this quest to you, do you have the guts to investigate it to the bitter end? Tubok swallowed hard. To the bitter end. Investigate what dig up Prince Fuck's entire foundation, bro. That's Prince Fuck. Just looking at this one ghost den proves he has a massive army of cultivators. If I accept this, it's a literal suicide mission. Wait, hold up. I literally have the river god backing me up. I don't care how OP Prince Fuck is, he can't outscale a literal god, right? Finally, he gave a rock-solid answer. This believer, Changming praised him excellent. I will be working alongside you. We'll kick things off by interrogating this batch of prisoners. He ordered head inside and wait. Those scumbags will be dragged in here shortly. Tubok nodded. Copy that. He locked eyes on the silver token hanging around his neck, ripped that thing right off, and slammed it straight into the dirt. Scene shift. In the interrogation room, Sibai was sitting on the high seat while the prisoner was collared and kneeling down below. The guy was sweating bullets, looking absolutely terrified. Changming took it all in and thought to himself, this kid might be young, but his interrogation skills, tactics, and way with words were absolutely cracked. He was a total pro. Wrapping up, Sibai stepped up and reported, Lord Envoy, all the prisoners have been fully interrogated. Changming ordered, I am taking the prisoners. You clean up the mess. He respectfully bowed. Understood. Scene shift to the outpost. Changming placed his hand right on a guy's forehead. He was straight up reading his memories. Changming thought to himself, just this one branch under that manor lord has slaughtered over 10,000 people over the years. He muttered, to make the ghost soldiers carry more resentment, almost every single person suffered insanely brutal torture before they died, making them pass away. Letting that manor lord die that easily was honestly way too good for him. Changming wondered, aside from this guy's branch, shady factions tied to King Fuck. There is definitely a ton of them left. Just from what those guest elders knew, there are over 10 spots refining corpses, raising demons, and brewing poison. But out of all of them, this crafting workshop is the most, he pondered, forming a massive army, where just one cultivator has absolute command over everything. Changming kept calculating, all the resources in this crafting workshop should obviously be looted by a hero delivering heaven's justice like me. If there is a workshop forging gear, there has to be a place refining pills. Let me take over the workshop first, and I will hunt for clues from there. He stared at the mountain of loot on the floor and said to himself, these manor lords and guest elders, I bet every single one of them is filthy rich. Changming popped it open, and the blinding glow of gold and silver inside made him gasp. This isn't just filthy rich, this is straight up broken. Looks like these guys used King Fuck's name to rob the wealthy blind all these years. He evaluated the stash, over 1,000 spirit jades, plus more than 10 rare spirit herbs, and 6 bottles of all sorts of spirit pills. All of them are premium tier 2 and tier 3 stuff. 5 tier 2 artifacts, 4 tier 3 artifacts. Too bad there is 0 tier 4 loot. Changming dug out an engraved stone tablet and thought to himself, this has got to be the source of that manor lord's ghost raising technique. Changming kept rummaging through the cloth bag while doing the math. Adding up all those guest elders, that's over 2,000 spirit jades, more than 30 tier 2 artifacts, and 14 tier 3 artifacts. Suddenly he pulled out an artifact glowing with a fierce red light. Changming wondered, this is a tier 4 artifact with this insane bloodlust. How many people has this thing actually killed? He formed a hand seal and analyzed it. It doesn't have any divine abilities on its own, but it is a legit tier 4 item. This is definitely just one piece of a much higher tier artifact. Changming chuckled to himself. This loot drop is absolutely insane. Once this King Fuck case wraps up and we confiscate his entire fortune, life is going to be... Meanwhile, at the outpost, the sky had already gone pitch black. The fallen night made the guard duty even more intense. Squads of Zhao soldiers patrolled in shifts, their heavy, steady footsteps echoing through the dead silence. Inside the tent, Changming sat quietly deep in thought. All the basic intel on the case had already been squeezed out by Lucy Bai's interrogation. After using Soul Search, the whole timeline was pretty much sorted out. He looked at the shiny gold spirit pills in his hand. Gotta send a mechanical Zhao soldier back to deliver these to Lucy Bai. With these pills, he will at least have some decent self-defense buffs. The next day, Changming was chilling by the riverbank. In his hand was a massive book, its surface jam-packed with complex runes, every single stroke faintly glowing with spiritual energy. Changming didn't say a word. He just quietly handed that book over to his pet loach. He squatted down by the river, resting his elbows on his knees, looking super bummed out. Hey, don't ever say your big bro doesn't love you. For the next little while, I'm afraid you are going to have to hunt demon beasts and feed yourself. I already prepped a perfectly balanced diet for you. In no time at all, that book was completely devoured, leaving only a single string behind. That night, inside a massive, dead silent mansion, the lanterns were dimly lit, casting long shadows all the way down the hallway. The only sound left was the wind, gently blowing past the eaves. Miss Zhao was lying on her side in bed, looking absolutely exhausted and pale. Big Brother Lu, I watched my own little brother get turned into a ghost soldier with my own 2 eyes. I really can't sleep. Could you stay here and guard me? Maybe that would make me feel a bit better. Sibai didn't even hesitate, and instantly agreed. All right, I'll go stand guard right outside your door. Saying that, he quickly turned around and left, closing the wooden door super softly, without making a single sound. Standing guard outside Sibai's mind was racing, looking at the clues we have so far. King Fuck has seriously stacked up an insanely broken amount of power, yet he still hasn't rebelled. Even his underlings won't just sit back and take it. But if we're going all in on this investigation, we better give it everything we've got. Who knows? We might even get a chance to face the Emperor himself and expose Prince Fuch's toxic ambitions. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the courtyard, Ruo Ru stood dead silent in the pitch-black night. Faint moonlight peeked through the roof, just enough to show an item lying quietly on the ground. His eyes were glued to that token heart, absolutely pounding. Without even knowing why, after a split second of hesitation, Ruo dropped down and snatched it up. The second his fingertips brushed against the freezing cold surface of the token, spiritual energy absolutely exploded. A blinding light flooded out like a tidal wave, swallowing the entire space. Before he could even react, the whole world spun out of control. In a flash, a massive spirit beast spawned right out of thin air. His body literally split into multiple phantoms riding on its back. He sat as calm and untouchable as a literal god, radiating absolutely broken levels of power. But his mortal body couldn't handle it. Ruo threw his head back and screamed. His voice ripped through the night eyes, rolling back. His consciousness stretched to the who knows how much time passed, but when the glowing light finally faded and the phantoms vanished, the spirit beast disappeared like it was never even there. Ruo collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. A moment later, once he finally caught his breath, he gripped the token super tight in his hand and quickly got back on his feet. In the dead silent courtyard, Ruo's heavy footsteps echoed down the long hallway, each step hitting like a drumbeat in the dark. Right as he turned the corner, he immediately locked eyes with Tubok. The guy was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, head down, totally zoned out in thought. Ruo called out softly, brother-in-law. But right at that second, a loud, piercing screech randomly went off, scaring the absolute life out of him. He thought to himself, what the heck was that? Ruo looked up and spotted a bird perching up on the roof, dead silent. Its freezing cold eyes were staring straight through him, not even blinking once. Major creep vibes. Scene shift to the outpost. Bright morning sun was beaming down, warming up the makeshift tents, and finally clearing out that heavy, depressing vibe from last night. Inside the main tent, 2 subordinates stood at total attention, bowing as they reported to Thien Viet. One of them spoke up. Commander Sir Truong Ngokban is here. Van Pham dropped a pretty cocky remark, resting his chin on his hand like he was plotting something. This Truong Ngokban is exactly the guy the boss wanted. Thien Viet then headed straight for the door, tossing out an order before leaving. I'm heading back to check this out. Van Pham, you stay put. When Commander Tan gets back, give him a heads up. He bowed respectfully. Got it, sir. Meanwhile, over at the Bach Lat Kuang construction site, Truong Ngokban was standing silently in the middle of a wide, windy, open field. Dude couldn't even hide the massive smirk on his face, feeling completely full of himself. Thanks to that divine seal barrier-breaking pill, I finally broke through to the 3rd major realm. And would you look at that? A battalion commander spot just opened up over in Din. This is literally destiny. All these supplies are passing through my hands, so obviously I got to take my cut. His eyes swept over the construction site, and seeing how slow everything was moving, he scowled hard. It's been forever, and they haven't even finished building a single outpost. Why the hell is an outpost commander not at his own base? What is he even doing running off to the Mang riverbank? The second they saw Ngokban's crew, a subordinate immediately shouted to announce, Commander Bach has returned. In a split second, Thien Viet stepped out to face him. But the moment the old man saw him, he literally pointed his finger right in his face and barked, It's just you. Where the hell is Commander Tan Truong Min? A superior officer standing right here. Does he really think he's him? Thien Viet stopped in his tracks. His eyes instantly went ice cold and his voice dropped low, sharp as a Trong Ngokban, who do you actually think you are? He gritted his teeth, fighting back the pure rage building up in his chest. You really think you're worthy enough to have the boss come out and greet you? And Ngokban let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with absolute disrespect. You've had all this time and you haven't even finished fixing up your own base. Bok Thien Viet. How did trash like you even land this, Commander? Spot Thien Viet. Didn't even flinch, clapping back with pure chill. Because I actually care about the citizens. I'm not out here oppressing the workers like you. The old guy arrogantly shot back. I was originally supposed to drop off these supplies today. But looking at this mess. I'm taking this straight to the High Commander. We're launching a full investigation into your Bok Lat Kwang base. With that, Ngokban spun around and walked off, not even giving anyone a chance to argue. We're setting up camp in Hoang Thach District first. Thien Viet clenched his fist so hard his knuckles literally popped. He's way too cocky. Unbelievably cocky. Meanwhile, in another part of the outpost, Truong Min was watching the whole thing go down in HD through a glowing mana screen floating right in midair. Every single movement, every direction they took was tracked flawlessly. Seeing the route Ngokban was taking, he frowned, getting super suspicious. They're heading toward Hoang Thach District. Next thing you know, Truong Min grabbed his comms token. That quest I gave you, what's the status say? The guy on the other end reported back carefully. Just like you ordered, boss, everything's locked and loaded. Without a single second of hesitation, he dropped the order. Make your move right now. Group up with me on the way. The guy answered with pure hype. Got it, boss. In a flash, Truong Min appeared right in front, dead stopping the old man in his tracks. Ngokban's face darkened, his voice booming with rage. Who goes there? How dare you block a commander? The boy didn't even flinch. He just dropped the guy's actual name. No respect. Truong Ngokban. The old man roared, absolutely furious. You've got a death wish. A lowly banner commander daring to drop his superior's name. Truong Min didn't even give him a second to blink. His mana flared up instantly, surging out like a massive flood, pure OP energy. In the blink of an eye, a sword materialized in his grip. Truong Ngokban, your little deal with the Sword Mountain Master, selling out the Heavenly Bureau's top-secret scrolls. Yeah, you're busted. The glowing golden blade in Truong Min's hand pulsed with crazy energy. The light traced up the steel, illuminating his completely unfazed, badass smirk. Right then, Ngokban's face went dead pale. A flash of pure panic cut through his eyes. He knew he was cooked. But he quickly forced a tough face, barking out absolute slander, protect the commander. The guards behind him snapped into action. One guard launched himself into the air. His mana exploded, channeling everything he had straight into his heavy shield. In that split-second life-or-death moment, the shield slammed down, perfectly blocking Truong Min's wind-piercing thrust. Clang. A deafening shockwave blasted in all directions. But literally a millisecond later, the golden light exploded. The shield vibrated violently, then completely shattered into pieces. Cracked. Shrapnel flew everywhere. That shield stood absolutely zero chance. The blade pierced straight through cold and completely merciless. Ngokban's body violently arched backward. Fresh blood spraying right into the air. One shot, done. The ground was dyed completely red. The old man couldn't even get a scream out before choking on his own blood. His guard lunged forward, screaming in pure rage. Commander, kill him. Avenge the commander. Just then, a furious roar echoed from behind. Fools. Let's see who actually has the guts to move internal affairs on duty. Trio Tio Vuong stepped out of the shadows. His voice was ice cold. Are you trying to commit treason? Put those weapons down. Truong Ngokban's crimes are undeniable. Banner Commander Tan just purged a traitor for the Heavenly Bureau. He's a hero. You dare attack a recognized hero. Or wait, are you guys his accomplices? The guard froze instantly, looking like his brain just short-circuited. His eyes darted around in absolute panic. He gulped his throat completely dry. Did the commander really sell top-secret intel? Are you sure? Obviously. I've got all the hard evidence right here. Truong Min sheathed his sword lips pressed tight. The deadly killing intent in his eyes finally faded, leaving behind nothing but cold, absolute focus. A moment later, Truong Min coldly gave the order. Clean this mess up. Tiu Vuong bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. I'm on it. Soon enough, they headed back to the outer outpost. Outside, everything looked completely peaceful. But inside the main tent, the tension was literally suffocating. You could cut it with a knife. He glared at Bok Thien Viet, totally pissed off. Do you realize how badly you messed up? The supplies Truong Ngokban was escorting were the Bureau's reinforcements for us, and you just let him walk away. Bach Lot Quang is your territory. Why didn't you just snatch the loot right there? If that trash dared to resist, you should have just packed him up on the spot. Thien Viet let out a heavy sigh. A massive wave of regret hit him. When that absolute scumbag dared to disrespect the boss, well, why the hell didn't I just step up and wreck him myself? Such a perfect chance to farm merit, and I completely threw it. Scene shift Tubok hurried his way into the county office. He gently nudged the door opening, just a tiny crack to peek inside. You could see the sheer hesitation all over his face. After hesitating for a second, Tubok awkwardly spoke up. Lord Envoy, the young lady of the Trio family asked me out on a date. The golden-faced death god glanced up. His eyes were totally calm, not judging at all. Go on, then. But deep down, he was definitely annoyed. He pressed his lips together. They always say heroes fall for the beauty trap. And this guy, Lo Tubach, literally only joined this mess because of that Trio girl. Whatever. It's just one night, we're not in a rush anyway. 2 hours later, the room's door was suddenly shoved open. Tubach dragged himself inside, looking absolutely miserable, with his head hung low. Bro looked completely dead inside. The golden-faced death god was genuinely shocked. Back already. Did the date go badly or something? Then he saw the massive pile of silver slammed onto the table, and the death god just stared, completely stunned. His eyes went wide. Is that... Silver Tubok just stood there, frozen, looking like his heart had been ripped out. His eyes were completely red, holding back tears. Bro was devastated. His voice was shaking so bad. 500 taels of silver. That's Old Man Trio's thank you gift to me. But he wouldn't even let me see his daughter. He literally told me I'm just some trash-tier rookie cop. He choked out the words. He said my future is a dead end. That I'll be a pathetic grunt for the rest of my life, and I could never give his precious daughter a good life. He told me if I actually loved her, I'd walk away. That I shouldn't ruin her perfect future. And get this, he even said he's already picked out a fiancé for her. Let me guess. And this new guy's background is totally out of your league, right? Tubok froze his eyes going wide. How did you know that the golden-faced death god suddenly cursed at him? You absolute idiot. Wake up and realize what quest you're on right now. If we pull this off, who in the entire Great Ngo Empire would ever dare look down on you? Old Man Trio thinks he can disrespect you just because you're broke. When you skyrocket to the top, you'll make that old fool realize exactly how badly he screwed up. By then, he'll be literally begging you on his knees to marry his daughter. He aggressively slammed his fist onto the table, the loud crack echoing through the room. Tubok looked up, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. You're right. Let's break down this case right now. He started laying out his theory. I've got a few thoughts to run by you. Their plotting went deep into the night. By the time only the night wind howled outside, a massive chess match had been quietly set in motion. Golden-faced death. God nodded. We go with your plan. Tomorrow we move out. Tubok couldn't hide his hype, blurting out perfect. Meanwhile, inside the wooden guardhouse, Truong Min stood by the window. His gaze pierced straight through the pitch-black night in the distance. He muttered, his voice so low it almost faded into the night wind. Time for that horny old ghost VDN2 to take the stage. Over at the ghost market, an eerie green mist hung in the air like glowing spiderwebs, making the whole place look totally surreal, like it was completely cut off from the human world. Right in the middle of it all, VDN2 took a casual stroll, looking as chill as if he were walking through his own. The second they saw him, a whole crowd rushed up, frantically bowing and paying their respects. They couldn't hide their relief. Second boss, you're finally here. We've been scared to death these past few nights, thought you were totally cooked. Vi Dien, scoffed, his face darkening as he cursed at them. Shut your damn mouths. Even if all your souls get wiped out, I'd still be perfectly fine. And a female ghost standing nearby quickly waved her hands, flashing a pale boot-licking smile. She sucked up to him. Right, with who you are. How could anything... Quick, take a look for us. He waved them off. Back up, all of you. First, do your second boss a favor. Are there any good storefronts in this ghost market? Tonight, your second boss is buying one. Vidian Toe's eyes locked onto a massive stall in the ghost market. One glance, and he was sold. This is the one. Meanwhile, Truong Min rubbed his temples, muttering helplessly, I seriously have to spend money to buy my own property? Vidian, to announce loudly, listen up. Your second boss's pawn shop is officially open for business tonight. Bring out whatever treasures you've got. I guarantee you I'm absolutely not going to scam you like those other sketchy pawn shops. He pointed up at the newly hung signboard made of dark black wood. The 4 words, Thang Nat Hain Pawn Shop, stood out sharply under the flickering ghost fire. Look at the name of this shop. For every single item your second boss is only taking. As soon as he said that, the crowd in the ghost market froze for a second. Then someone couldn't hold back their hype and screamed, "Second boss is a real one." A guy immediately shoved his way to the front, frantically carrying an old chest, his voice full of urgency. "Second boss, can you tell me how much this is worth?" Vidian didn't waste words. He turned and opened the shop doors. "All right, let's head inside and take a good look." Before long, the faint light of dawn broke through, chasing away the lingering ghost aura of the long night. He grabbed the wooden chest he scored yesterday, its surface still giving off a chilling vibe, and slowly walked into a quiet back room. Vidian. To quickly pop the lid open. A single jade pendant laid quietly inside. He instantly snatched it up, a sly smirk creeping onto his lips. Would the little lady care to join this old man in his room for a bit? Niem stood perfectly still, not saying a word. Her expressions were totally hidden under her wide-brimmed hat, leaving only her silent silhouette. So quiet, it was impossible to read her. Vidian. To caught sight of Niem outside the door and called out, "Little lady, hurry on in." She strolled in, slowly crossing her legs on a chair. Niem put on a dead serious face and started interrogating him. "Who exactly are you working for?" "You're a ghost from Trio TNT, so why would they allow a ghost domain like this to exist?" Hearing that he frantically explained, "Who said I'm a ghost from Trio TNT? We're just teaming up for this case. Nobody gets to boss this old man around." Niem didn't even flinch, repeating herself. "Tell me the truth or I'm turning around and walking right out that door." "This is way above my pay grade, I'm out." Finally, Vidian sat down, deciding to spill everything. This old man's master is a massive VIP, just temporarily laying low in Trio TNT. The Phuc Vuong situation is no ordinary case. We need official government status to make our moves. She looked confused. If your master's already that broken, why does he need to temporarily recruit more manpower? He shook his head and replied, "I don't get it either." Just like the boss said, Phuc Vuong's influence is way too massive. If we want this op to succeed, the key lies in 4 words: winning in the chaos. It's not just you. Tons of other cultivators will also be getting intel and backup from the boss. Everyone fighting independently is the only way to catch Phuc Vuong off guard. The chaos will force him to otherwise, just relying on rogue cultivators like us to go up against a rebel king with actual military power. There is absolutely zero chance of success, Niem pondered for a moment. So then, Vidian lost his patience and snapped, "I gave you the clues. Whether you join in or not is totally up to you. Stop asking random questions. I'm too lazy to waste my breath." In Hokau County, Tiogia Town, there's a ghost den where Phuc Vuong raises evil spirits. A few days ago, it just got totally wrecked by some local heroes. If you want in, just hit up my second master, saying that he practically shooed them away. "It's almost dawn. I need to get some sleep." The girl didn't stick around, muttering as she left. To win in this chaos, Neep started calculating everything all over again. It's risky, but way safer than charging into the Manwha Pavilion alone. Plus, it's a quick way to make some serious cash. Just wrecking one of King Phuc's bases is enough to score a massive payout. If we can clear the pavilion's bounty on top of that, that'd be absolutely peak. We're literally running out of food at home. Let's do this. Meanwhile, Tubach and the Golden Mass Death. God walked side by side, heading deep into the forest. He turned and asked Lord Envoy when we're around outsiders, "How should I address you?" "The Golden Mass Death." God replied, "My surname is Kim. Kimba Tubach." Gave a friendly nod. "Then I'll call you Brother Kim." He replied, "Then I'll just call you Little Two." After saying that, the Golden Mass Death God paused to think. Niepjiavan said King Phuc uses a ghost army to guard his stash of rebellion supplies, but I seriously doubt that. Ghost armies have way too many limits. The second they run into a cultivator with a counter element, they'd get one shot. With rebellion supplies being this crucial, King Phuc would definitely play it absolutely safe. It's way more likely that puppets or Dao soldiers are guarding it, so we should track down clues about the Dao soldiers. Tubach also looked around and concluded, the rogue cultivator secretly crafting Dao soldiers for King Phuc is called the Bat Daoist. He's hiding at the foot of Phong Vu Mountain, southwest of Kudong Lake, relying on the Toi Tin sect's protection. So the Toi Tin sect must have already surrendered to King Phuc. High up in the forest on this side, Dieu glanced around and judged Father, "How can you be so blind? A badass brother-in-law like him, and you aren't trying to lock him down. You actually want to break them up." At the guard post, Truong Min suddenly jolted. He finally finished absorbing the ginseng. He lowered his eyes and started cultivating, doing the math in his head. This time he managed to unlock about 30% of his spirit veins. Just 2 more times, and he can break through to the spirit illumination realm. A surge of energy erupted from Truong Min's body, scattering into glowing specks of light that filled the space. The lightning water. True pill. Forging manual is a divine ability he got from the ginseng absorbing the power of lightning. This spirit pill is as high as tier 3. It even heals injuries and restores spirit energy. The innate wood talisman compendium definitely came from whatever was growing on. Whoa, it actually records 9 different ways to craft wood attribute innate spirit talismans. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Even though it's locked to the wood element, it's still an innate spirit talisman. With my current rank, there's no way I can craft it. But if I nerf the power and downgrade it to a postnatal spirit talisman, the damage would still be absolute, just as I thought. Now that we've reached this level, farming regular prey barely gives any EXP for me and my second brother anymore. If we want to level up, we're going to need special loot. Meanwhile, at the Liu family estate in Hokau district. Tubach, the golden masked death. God held out 2 spirit pills in front of him and ordered, "Eat them." He casually added, "Sit cross-legged and meditate. I'll guard you." Tubach took them, completely shocked spirit pills. "You're seriously giving these to me?" "The golden masked death." God replied calmly, "This is just the start. Later on, there will be way more rewards like this." His eyes lit up as he stared at the spirit pills, thinking to himself, "This is a reward from His Highness, the River God. As long as I stay completely loyal and grind hard for him, he'll definitely keep dropping OP loot for me." Without a second thought, Tubach tossed them into his mouth. Truong Min rested his chin on his hand, commenting, "You literally rode your horse to death just to get back to the district town from Tusa town. By the time you reach Fongvu Mountain." 4 hours later, Tubach threw his hands up in pure hype and yelled, "I'm officially a cultivator now." The golden masked death. God barked out a reminder. "Hurry up and get on obeying." He struggled to drag his heavy body onto the standing pillar. 2 hours later, the duo was quietly flying through the clear blue sky. The golden masked death god fell deep into thought. King Fuck's territory sits on one side of Kudong Lake. Based on the Great No founding emperor's old territory split, King Fuck controls 30% of Kudong Lake. Because he's so loaded, he's only got 2 choices left, either willingly trade it for a trash tier He locked his eyes on the island up ahead, making his call. The Bat Taoist temple is right at the bottom of Fongvu Mountain. Let's go scout it out first. Tubach looked dead serious as he told the golden masked death. God, from this moment on, I'm playing the role of a herb merchant. We'll wait until tonight to go snoop around the Bat Taoist's temple. I've already asked around. It's just the Bat Taoist and his 3 little disciples inside that temple. My guess they definitely have a secret base somewhere else to train those Tao soldiers. Scene transitioned to that night at the Bat Taoist's temple. Just like they planned, they were supposed to meet up here, so both of them showed up right on time. The second he spotted him, he waved his hand and called out Brother Kim. After scanning the area, the golden masked death god sounded genuinely surprised. "Little two, did you notice those?" Tubach immediately replied, "Yeah, I saw them." He casually dropped some lore for Tubach. "Those are actually 2 stone statue Tao soldiers." A moment later, the golden masked death god brought up the pond in the courtyard again. "Little two. Yo, did you notice that pond in the courtyard with those red carp?" He replied in a hushed voice. "Yeah, I saw him." He was quick to point out, "Bro, those aren't just fish. They're demonic beast soldiers." He didn't stop there. The golden-faced death god pointed at the wall and asked, "See those cucumber-looking vines crawling all over the fence?" Tubach answered politely, "Yes, I see them." He dropped the lore. Tubach looked completely mind-blown, trying to wrap his head around it. "So you're telling me this tiny shrine that I thought only had 4 people in it is actually locked down like a fortress. This spot right here, it's highly likely this is exactly where they're breeding their massive army of soldiers." The golden-faced death god confirmed it loudly. "Spot on." After walking for a bit, Tubach was dead tired and started rushing him. "All right, that's enough for today. Let's head back." But the golden-faced death god just grabbed Tubach by the collar and said, "Hold up. No need to rush back. I only pointed out these soldiers to show you, but I never said we couldn't go inside." He shot back, totally shocked. "Wait, we can go in?" He replied, dead serious. "Well, we don't necessarily have to go inside ourselves." The golden-faced death god literally popped his own eyeball out. Staring at it, he muttered to himself, "Good thing I upgraded my mechanical puppet parts earlier. This eye doesn't just record video, it picks up audio too." He then got a little bird to carry his eyeball away. Just like that piggybacking on the little bird, it became the perfect biological drone. Scene change. Trin Duke was smashing a wall to pieces, laughing like a maniac. I get it now. This is exactly it. Time to test out this firepower. A little while later, the golden-faced death god and Tubok arrived at his location. Trin Duke, completely clueless that he was being watched, just gave the order, start. Following his command, Duong Tuan activated his divine eye Truong Thuk, breathed fire, and Tao Hien shot out spiderwebs. In a flash, a massive raging inferno erupted. Seeing the results, Trin Duke smirked with absolute satisfaction. First thing tomorrow, I'm taking the credit straight to His Highness. If we're going to mass produce these elite mechanical puppet soldiers, I'll need His Highness to fast-track a massive drop of resources. Meanwhile, the second, Tubok, saw that insane fire. He lost all his nerve and turned to him. Brother Kim, are we like completely in over our heads right now? The golden-faced death god replied, deadpan, you might be cooked, but I'm built different. After that, Tubok didn't dare utter a single word. A few seconds later, he changed his mind. Let's fall back for now. These mechanical soldiers are high-tier elites. Crafting them is no joke, and they burn through insane amounts of resources. They're definitely not the optimal build, plus there's no way you could station a huge troop here. We need to figure out exactly where their main army is actually hiding. Scene changed to the streets. Tubok pulled out a cloth pouch and yelled for everyone to hear, man, this tiny stash isn't even close to being enough for me. Does anyone have herbs in bulk? Right at that moment, Chu Chin strolled by and casually dropped a tip that caught him off guard. Around here, the only place that can actually meet your demands is the lower branch of the Shattered Star Sect. To show his appreciation for the hookup, Tubok whipped out a silver ingot and said, do me a solid and lead the way, friend. Since the guy was an absolute money grubber, he was more than happy to help. Say less, say less. Just follow me. With enough cash, you could even make ghosts do your chores. Just like that, Tubok followed Chu Chin's lead. Cut to the boss of the Shattered Star Sect's lower branch, Lu Hao. The second they met, he immediately started haggling over the price. The herbs we grow here at the Shattered Star Sect are all cultivated using literal immortal techniques. For ordinary folks like us, this is absolutely top-tier peak quality stuff. You literally can't cop this anywhere else. Tubok pulled out a heavy bag of silver and replied straight up, I definitely don't expect my friends to work for free. Don't worry about it. Seeing that he was dead serious and flush with cash, the boss grinned, hearing that Tubok scoffed internally. The gap between mortals and immortals really is insane. This dude barely has a sliver of connection to actual cultivators. Yet to regular people, he's practically a god-tier VIP scene change. At that exact same time, Tuku was driving a horse carriage, speeding like a maniac. After covering some distance, the person inside the carriage set up a magic array, literally making the entire carriage take off and a second later, watching it launch into the air, the golden-faced death god was left totally stunned. He muttered to himself, man, if I knew this was going to happen, I wouldn't have wasted the all-seeing spirit resonance skill testing it. Since the target is this massive now, I guess I'll just have to tail them myself. He quickly chased after them. A new thought clicked in his head. The main quest right now wasn't just about digging up evidence of King Fuck's rebellion anymore. It's about scouting his entire power level to stay one step ahead. That way, when the Imperial Court sends their heavy hitters to clean up, I can easily scoop up some massive loot on the side. Now that would be absolute peak. Scene change. The carriage touched down at the Tung Nin estate. The person stepping out of it was none other than the Bat Taoist. So he found a blind spot to touch down and thought to himself, just looking at this royal mansion, every single roof tile is literally plated in gold. No wonder King Fuck is the richest man in the entire Great Ngo dynasty. He definitely lives up to the hype. If I could just break in there and sweep all that loot, oh, that would be absolute fire. Honestly, the golden-faced death god's current vibe was exactly like Truong Min's. Both of them were absolute loot goblins. The second he saw all that wealth, his eyes literally sparkled with dollar signs. He muttered to himself, looks like this old Taoist is getting completely hard-carried and funded by King, which basically means there's a massive stockpile of resources here, and it's all about to become my resources. Scene change back to the golden-faced death god. Seeing someone step out, he said, sounding a bit puzzled, wait, is the Bat Taoist heading to the So wait, are we really stuck waiting here all night? Scene change? Chunyu hurries inside, and exactly 1 hour later, the old man walks right back out. Watching Chunyu hop onto the carriage, he thought to himself, just 1 hour, that was way too fast, bro. The golden-faced reaper watched the carriage pull away quickly, putting the pieces together in his head. That old guy is 99% not coming back out tonight. Let's see if I can find a weak point through this dude instead. Scene change. Chunyu's carriage pulls up right at the Tran family manor. The golden-faced Reaper shadows him all the way there and hops straight onto the roof. Looking down from above, he mutters to himself, "The spiritual energy down there is insanely dense, and there's something super weird about it. It's all completely locked inside the walls. You can't feel a single drop of it from the outside." Suddenly, the golden-faced Reaper notices something is totally off and his heart drops. Oh crap, I'm busted. Sneaking around, he drops right into the courtyard. Boom. A blinding flash of light smacks him right in the face. Turns out it was a Bagua mirror mounted up high, firing a direct laser beam straight at him. But bro is quick. He snaps up his shield and blocks it just in time. He grits his teeth, super salty. Damn it. They were totally ready for this. I need to get out of here fast, but right as he turns, he realizes the whole place is locked down with a massive barrier and my god-slaying crossbow and spirit talismans. Yeah, they're completely useless in here. Guess I'm going straight for the 5-fang flying sword. No hesitation. He draws his blade and completely shatters the seal. He wasn't about to just run away empty-handed. With one casual swipe of his sword, he completely wrecks the seal. Truong Min watches his multiple layers of defense get absolutely wrecked by the golden-faced Reaper, and he can't help but panic. Damn it, how does a totally average-looking manor have someone this OP inside? Instantly, he decides to dip. Magpie, let's pull back. A moment later, up in the sky, a little blue bird is flying with someone riding right on its back. Truong Min, currently in his flying bug form, happens to catch a glimpse of the face of the guy riding that bird. Realizing it's someone he knows, he just sighs in absolute defeat. Are you kidding me right now? I was literally planning to dump this little brat into the ghost realm as soon as possible. But looking at them now, it seems like he and Magpie have actually grown attached to each other. Meanwhile, right outside the city gates, the lockdown has the citizens absolutely raging. You lock down the city first thing in the morning. Are you going to let us in or what? You guys have been locking down the city way too much lately. Right while the crowd is complaining, half an hour later, the massive gates suddenly swing wide open. Taking full advantage of the chaos, Truong Min and the bird fly straight in. The two of them quickly track down a specific manor. Inside that exact manor, in a super secretive room, Chunyu is respectfully bowing down. His Highness the Fuck Prince looks totally exhausted, but he still forces himself to ask, "Did you catch him?" But all his hopes are instantly crushed with 4 words. This subordinate is useless. While those two are talking inside, they have absolutely zero clue that Truong Min is hiding right outside eavesdropping on His Highness. In the entire Tunglin prefecture, the only guy you'd call His Highness is the Fuck Prince. But wait, isn't the Fuck Prince supposed to be chilling in his royal palace right now? Even though he's pretty let down that Chunyu couldn't catch the guy, the prince still carefully warns him, "Forget it. Things have been chaotic lately. Just keep your eyes peeled from now on." Chunyu doesn't hide a thing, spilling all the recent tea to the prince. Things have actually been really sketchy these past few days. The forces we secretly planted all over the place keep getting attacked out of nowhere. Hearing this, the prince immediately snaps, "What's the damage?" Still keeping his head bowed, Chunyu reports, "As of right now, our ghost soldiers took the heaviest hit. They got completely wrecked. Everything else is basically fine. Even though this intel is pretty crucial, the prince literally could not care less. Did the royal court change up their tactics this time? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Those ghost mobs were literally just meat shields anyway, totally set up, just to bait the court's attention." Every single word drops right into Truong Min's ears, making him smirk to himself. Just as I thought, suddenly Chunyu's voice stammers for a second, but this really doesn't feel like the royal court style of doing things. Truong Min hears the old man and totally flexes in his head. Damn, they figured it out that fast. The prince just bursts out laughing. Then who else could it possibly be? Is someone actually crazy enough to eyeball my wealth? Right then, Chunyu lists out all the countermeasures he already set up, and he quickly reassures him, "Your Highness, please don't worry. I've already deployed a squad of top-tier experts to secretly investigate this. If some suicidal trash really dares to mess with us, we'll obviously just slaughter them as a sacrifice to the heavens. But if it really is the royal court making a move, Your Highness, you need to be mentally prepared." The old man really didn't need to stress because the prince already had everything on lock. I've been ready for ages. Honestly, I'm kind of getting impatient just waiting for him. After wrapping up their talk, Chunyu quickly heads out, making sure to order the guards at the door to activate a layer of the spirit array. The servants immediately bow. Understood. Meanwhile, Truong Min watches Chunyu's back fade into the distance, his mind working in overdrive. He's super cautious, all right. I need to stash a few more puppet bugs over at Magpie's place. That way, if a situation like this pops up again, I can just deploy them instantly. Time skips forward and night falls. Down on the dark streets, a shady meetup is happening between some mysterious guy and the golden-faced Reaper. The guy who just showed up lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Man, bro almost died out there. Yep, that was Liu Sibai. After catching his breath, he finally spoke up. But hey, I actually found out a few things. Based on his intel, the Shattered Star Sect is 100% in Lord Fu's pocket. Not only that they are straight up turning their disciples into a cultivator army, I saw hundreds of them drilling some crazy formation together. But the metal chi inside the sect is way too intense. There is no way those mutant puppet soldiers could survive in there. Hearing this, the golden-faced assassin wondered, then where the hell could they be? These puppet soldiers need constant maintenance from the Bat Taoist, so they can't be far from him. That's when Sibai pitched a wild idea. I say we do exactly what we did at the Ghost Cave. Rush in and strike the boss directly. We catch the Bat Taoist, beat the answers out of him, and find out where that puppet army is hiding. We will definitely get the intel we need. But the golden-faced assassin wasn't feeling it. Not yet, not yet. Then when, of course he wasn't about to leak his master plan, so he just brushed him off. It is getting late. Go get some rest. Fast forward to day 4. The duo was sneaking around some random mansion when the golden-faced assassin suddenly pulled Sibai into an alternate route. Spotting an old man walking through the main gate, Sibai got curious. What are we doing? Isn't that just some old geezer? Probably just another brainwashed follower tricked by the Bat Taoist. Hearing this, the assassin had to educate his clueless bro. You cannot tell because your rank is complete trash. That guy is in the stage 5 realm. Sibai's jaw dropped. Bro was stressing out. It's just stage 5. A second later, he nervously asked, wait, if he is a stage 5 expert, why do you look so hyped? The golden-faced assassin just hit him with an absolutely wicked smile. An OP boss like that, personally coming to see the Bat Taoist. He is definitely delivering some top-tier materials to forge those puppet soldiers. Now it is day 5. Deep inside a heavily guarded room, the Bat Taoist was pouring his absolute soul into forging his weapons. Little did he know someone had been watching his entire process through a surveillance tool. It is time. Looks like he was the VIP target the golden-faced assassin wanted to bag. But of course, things are never that easy. Sibai quickly warned him. His puppet soldiers are absolutely broken. We cannot make a move inside the temple. We have to find a way to lure him out. Then we only need to deal with his 3 disciples. But are you even confident you can take down those 3? Looking at the assassin's face, it was obvious he had literally 0 prep time for this. So Sibai decided to step up and sacrifice himself. All right, I guess I will have to be the bait to lure him out. The Shattered Star Sect definitely has an emergency distress signal. Your time window is insanely tight. You have to blitz the Bat Taoist and catch him as fast as possible. This whole speech actually made the assassin curious. And exactly how do you plan to lure him out? That is when Sibai innocently dropped the most brain-dead plan ever, almost making the assassin burst out laughing. I am gonna go wreck his temple. Deep down, Sibai knew he was basically useless. He thought to himself, with my trash stats, forget about luring the boss out. Any random puppet soldier could literally one-shot me. Fully accepting his scrub status, he frantically asked the assassin, then what the heck do we do now? The guy just gave a mysterious reply, Lord Jiangchen already has a master plan, let's move. A minute later, Sibai was hiding in a corner, watching the golden-faced assassin just casually standing in front of the mansion gates. Suddenly, the stone chillins at the entrance lunged right, but he just cleanly sidestepped it, thinking to himself, if we need bait, this high-tier mecha puppet is obviously the ultimate flex. There is 0 chance the Bat Taoist can resist this. Then he straight up obliterated the 2 killins at the gate. His logic, bro. I was never planning to lure him out anyway. I am going in for the kill. The assassin's god-tier power instantly caught the Bat Taoist's attention. The dude was practically drooling. What a ridiculously strong mecha puppet. I am just sitting at home and a literal jackpot falls into my lap. He immediately screamed, a super high-tier mecha puppet just spawned outside the tent. His disciples yelled back in perfect sync. Understood, master. Without missing a beat, the Bat Taoist dashed outside. He only cared about one thing, the mechanics inside the golden-faced assassin. If I tear that thing apart, my puppet crafting skills will definitely... But the second he stepped outside, he froze, because the golden-faced assassin was just chilling there, casually aiming his gourd and unleashing an inferno to burn the whole place to the ground. Seeing the massive flames rushing right at his face, the Bat Taoist panicked and instantly triggered his fire shield mechanics. He had no idea how long his defensive artifact could actually hold up, Talk about sitting at home and getting hit by a literal disaster. Knowing he stood absolutely zero chance against this guy, he anxiously muttered to himself, "Which Grandmaster puppet maker is this? Why go to such extremes? Sir, if you think my puppet crafts are complete trash, I will destroy them myself right now. There is no need to waste your precious Tier 4 spirit fire just to wreck my place. And where the hell is the Shattered Star Sect Lord Fu told you guys to protect me? Why are you so damn slow? Wait, no. By the time they get here, I am going to be roasted into literal ashes. There won't even be a body left." Unfortunately for him, waiting for the Shattered Star Sect was no longer an option. Instead, he got greeted by a slash from the Golden Masked Reaper. Seeing that blade flying straight at him, Bat Taoist instantly dropped to his knees, begging for his life. But obviously the Golden Masked Reaper still sent him packing to the afterlife. "Senior, please spare me. Senior, I'll pledge my loyalty to you." After he died, his soul slowly drifted out of his body. The second he saw that soul, the Golden Masked Reaper chucked out a golden token. And just like that, he got completely crushed by it. As for his disciples, the Golden Masked Reaper just sucked them all into his bag. With all that done, he casually strolled away, but didn't forget to drag Tubok along with him. Right now, Tubok was hugging the Golden Masked Reaper's leg for dear life, his eyes sparkling with pure admiration. All that scheming, calculating, and big brain predicting. Absolutely useless. As long as you cling to an OP thigh, every problem just magically solves itself. His clinginess gave the Golden Masked Reaper actual goosebumps. He asked, "Why the hell are you hugging my leg?" The kid just stayed quiet. But when he realized they were heading the wrong way, he quickly asked, "Wait, this isn't the right way. Why are we stopping? Is this Windrain Mountain? What are you trying to do?" The Golden Masked Reaper just put a finger to his lips, shushing him. Seeing him just staring silently in that direction, Tubok couldn't help but ask, Bro Kim, don't tell me you're planning to raid the Star-Shattering Sect." He replied super casually, "It's just 4 third-stage guys. The Star-Shattering Sect definitely has a 4th-stage expert holding down the fort. The timing for an ambush isn't right yet." Hearing that, Tubok was totally blown away. "Bro Kim, you're absolutely insane for this." He waited a bit, but the guy still wasn't making a move to leave. Tubok nervously mumbled, "So, should we dip?" But deep down, he couldn't help but fanboy over the Golden Masked Reaper. Bro Kim is just built different. Even I, the Divine Detective Liu, can't keep up with this guy's pace. While the Golden Masked Reaper was standing there in silence over on the other side, Truongmin suddenly sensed something off. Did the Mud Loach finally finish digesting all those magical artifacts? He had to use this chance to speed-run his leveling. Talk about perfect timing. I've already hit the peak of the Spirit Illuminating stage. Next time I'm breaking straight through the 2nd stage. I'm stepping right into the 3rd stage, the Tao Pagoda stage. From what he'd researched, this spell actually came from that mysterious beast bone. But after the Mud Loach gave it a massive upgrade, it wasn't just for raising ghosts anymore. Now it could nurture literally any spiritual being. Right now, his second boss clone was still stuck at Tier 2. In the future, that was definitely going to be way too weak. This works out perfectly. Next time I bump into that girl with the bamboo hat, I can give her one hell of a surprise. Right at that moment, the Mud Loach's voice suddenly echoed, making Truongmin ask in total shock, "Wait, you're saying there's another magical artifact you're refining and you're giving it to me?" Its crazy abilities made him admit it. This Mud Loach was seriously getting way too OP. Meanwhile, back with the Golden Masked Reaper, who was still getting annoyed by Tubok, he was finally forced to acknowledge the kid asking, "Why would we leave right now, little two?" Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Catching on to his hidden meaning, Tubok just let out a completely helpless sigh. Man, if my legs actually worked, I would have ghosted him so fast. Cutting back to Bat Taoist's manor. It took a while, but the Star-Shattering Sect guys finally showed up. The wrecked scene right in front of them had them absolutely panicking and murmuring among themselves. No freaking way. How could this happen? They literally had Tao soldiers guarding the place, and they couldn't even hold out for a few minutes. Even if the 4 of us teamed up, busting into this Taoist temple that fast is completely impossible. Thank God whoever attacked this place dipped early. Otherwise, we'd probably be ending up just like Bat Taoist right now. We need to report this to the Sect Master, like right now. Over at the Star-Shattering Sect, the Sect Master had barely finished reading the urgent letter before he was literally screaming in panic. "What do you mean Bat Taoist is dead?" He was sweating bullets. The Royal Prince's faction had just sent Bat Taoist a massive shipment of insanely rare treasures. If the prince finds out about this, I'm absolutely cooked. He couldn't waste another second barking out an order. Deploy every single disciple in the sect. I don't care what it takes. Find the mastermind behind this. The disciples instantly shouted, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, after carrying Tubok out of the danger zone, the golden-masked Reaper finally dropped him on the ground. He then pointed straight ahead and smirked. "Take a look for yourself. Hasn't our big opportunity finally arrived?" That didn't make Tubok feel better at all. He double-checked just to be safe, bro Kim. "Are you absolutely sure the powerhouses guarding the place are actually gone?" The golden-masked Reaper replied, without skipping a beat. "Of course I'm not sure. If it were just 2 or 3 guys, I could probably figure out their cultivation levels. But with an entire mob like that, how the hell am I supposed to tell?" panicking Tubok asked. "But what if the 4th stage expert is still inside?" Meeting his total panic was the golden-masked Reaper's insanely arrogant reply. "So what if they are? I'll just hold off the 4th stage guy. All we need is one more person to go completely wipe out the star-shattering sect's vault, and we're golden. This time we are going to rob that rebellious, star-shattering sect so blind they won't even financially recover for the next few hundred years." Hearing that part, Tubok instantly knew what the psycho was planning to use him for. "Bro, you aren't planning to make me." That actually wasn't what the golden-masked Reaper meant at all, and right on cue, a messenger bird flew in. "Obviously, I'm not going to use trash like you." Before making his move, he casually tossed an order at Tubok. "You just hide right here and don't move. Once we're done wrecking the place, we'll come back and scoop you up." Listening to him, Tubok hid in a corner and waved goodbye. "Brother Kim, you better not forget to come back for me." He waved back and replied, "I won't forget." A little later at the Shattered Star Sect, the Sect Master suddenly felt something was totally off. He stepped out to check and was absolutely terrified. A whole massive magic sword was dead set on crashing right into the sect. No way, he realized that if he didn't act fast, he and all his disciples would be completely cooked. So he instantly unleashed his spiritual power. If this kept up, the entire Shattered Star Sect was going to get cleaved right in half. The Sect Master's spiritual power clashed with that giant sword. The result, his power got instantly shattered. This forced him to admit his opponent was absolutely broken. This giant magical artifact must have taken some heavy damage in that massive battle just now. "Watch me tame you." But before he could even finish his thought, that sword had already wrecked one of the Shattered Star Sect's defensive arrays. That scene literally jump-scared the Sect Master. Instantly, his rage exploded. "You little rat. If you have the guts, show your face and fight me right now." The second those words left his mouth, that magic sword launched itself straight at him again. Meanwhile, on the golden-faced killer's side, realizing that things were finally wrapping up, he got ready to finish this once and for all. "My spiritual energy is almost completely dry. Whatever. Hythuk's side already scored a massive haul anyway, so let's end this." So he dumped even more spiritual power into the sword. It made it nearly impossible for the Shattered Star Sect Master to block even going all out. "Even if I'm not confident. If I let this thing keep wrecking." Less than a moment later, boom, a massive explosion went off. Right now, the Shattered Star Sect Master was beaten flat on the ground. Am I actually stupid? Risking an all-out clash with it right inside the gates? I literally just wrecked my own sect. Seeing him so messed up, a disciple ran over in an absolute panic and yelled, "Sect Master!" Even though he was heavily injured, he still forced himself to order his disciples to protect the sect. If we can't stop that giant magic artifact, the sect will definitely be destroyed. But if we try to stop it and fight to the death, the result is literally the same. At this point, the golden-faced killer was completely over it and had zero mood to keep fighting. He made his way back to Tubok. The second Tubok spotted him, he hyped up and yelled, "I'm over here, Brother Kim." The exact moment he climbed onto the flying disc, 2 guys from the Shattered Star Sect were already chasing them from a distance. "You rats don't even think about running." Seeing the enemies catching up, he completely panicked and asked Brother Kim, "What do we do?" The golden-faced killer didn't say a word. He just smoothly activated the mechanism and then gifted those Shattered Star Sect guys a few massive explosions. Boom. That scene left Tubok absolutely speechless. One guy literally leveled the Shattered Star Sect's upper courtyard and entirely clapped their Sect Master. This guy's too OP, seriously just broken. A bit later, he and the golden-faced killer suddenly dove straight into the water. That move made him think, "Oh, right in the water, Lord Jiangtan definitely has the absolute advantage." But tragically, he was basically a brick in the water. Wait, I don't even know how to swim. So in that totally critical moment, the golden-faced killer swooped in and saved his life. He gratefully gasped. "Thanks a ton, Brother Kim." As time passed and late night rolled around, the messenger bird brought its master back to the outpost. Its little master was exactly that kid too. He had a pendant around his neck that immediately caught the eye of Truong Min, who was waiting at the gate. "This little brat is pretty cracked. The heavy aura radiating from Truong Min also completely jump-scared Tu. The aura coming from this old master is absolutely terrifying. Over at the outpost courtyard, Tu dropped his pile of stuff and completely booked it. Seeing that Truong Min couldn't help but chuckle, bro literally ran for him. After checking through the loot, he was hyped to realize that the Shattered Star Sect actually had their very own spiritual herb field. There are over 40 sets of ingredients here to craft the Divine Seal Barrier Breaking Pill and the Lightning Water True Pill. Checking even closer, he scored an absolutely crazy haul. Besides the spiritual herbs and some materials for crafting the Shattered Star Pool, there was a rank 4 pill furnace. Adding it all up, this stash was worth at least a few 100,000 spirit jades. He dug around a bit more, but there was nothing left except for a few captured nobodies. What kind of absolute trash is this? Looking at the massive pile of treasures he just looted, Truong Min was absolutely thrilled. Massive profit. These are even higher tier than the materials I used to craft my mechanic soldiers before. Riding the hype, he ripped open another bag. At the Bat Taoist's skill level, these materials would have been enough for him to build an elite squad of 300 mechanic soldiers. But with my skills, I could pump out way more than that. Big bro, I don't even need to craft that many mechanic soldiers. All the leftover materials can just get swallowed by the Loach. Suddenly, he pulled a command token out of the pile. Oh, right, there's still the Bat Taoist. Less than 15 minutes later, he pulled out another item, the 3-part Origin Spirit Art. And just like that, the whole backstory of the Bat Taoist was finally revealed. This guy actually had it pretty rough. When he was literally still in diapers, he got dumped right in front of a tea house thinking he'd just get to live a chill, peaceful life. But out of nowhere, a tea house owner took him in. By age 7 or 8, he was already waiting tables and pouring tea. Fast forward to his teens, the old man kicked the bucket and the daughter-in-law tossed him out on the street. He wandered until he hit the jackpot. At 16, a roaming old Taoist made him his disciple and taught him how to cultivate. But plot twist, the old man's rank was absolute trash, and he even held back his skills. Bro stayed stuck at the spirit vein stage his whole life. Time passed, and Taoist Bat actually managed to pull off some crazy feats. He peeked at the old man's mystic soldier manual, went completely self-taught, and actually built up a solid rep. In his early 30s, he backed Lord Fuck and forged a massive mystic army for him. Right now, these ironclad soldiers are stashed away in some top-secret spot. Every time the army needed maintenance, Lord Fuck called Taoist Bat in, but totally sealed off all 6 of his senses. Pure paranoia. All he knew was that the army was stationed inside a massive cave. But working for a guy like Lord Fuck Taoist Bat wasn't stupid. He kept a backup plan. Yeah, the guy had a brain. He forged a special talisman for himself. One crush of that talisman, and the entire army would instantly shut down. Hearing his whole backstory, Truong Min couldn't help but shake his head. If you hadn't leveled up those 3 little disciples of yours, there's no way you would have ever gotten Lord Fuck's real backing. And you made it all this way without even seeing what the guy actually looks like. On top of that, he realized this Lord Fuck was way more cracked than he thought. Even though Taoist Bat worked for him, the guy had never actually committed any real crimes. Truong Min snapped him back into human form and dropped the orders. Get a good disguise, head over to the Not Than pawn shop down in the Ghost Market and work as a clerk. Keep an eye on the stash for me. Knowing exactly where he stood now, Taoist Bat bowed low and hyped him up. This lowly one greets the master. Truong Min kept his boss energy going and warned him, you better count your blessings that you never did anything evil or your soul would have been wiped from existence. Do your job right, stack up some good karma, and maybe one day I'll let you reincarnate. Taoist Bat was terrified into absolute submission. Thank you for your mercy, master. With that sorted, Truong Min decided to write a report on the Lord Fook case. He finally had some solid clues, scoring big on both of his recent runs. Time to report to the higher-ups and secure that merit. Out of nowhere, Taoist Bat's head popped up with the most suck-up grin ever. The jump scare made Truong Min completely pale. Commander Tun, oh, Commander Tun, how are you living like this? Not even a cute little maid to grind your ink, just an ugly old ghost. Not wanting to deal with the cringe, Truong Min ruthlessly kicked him out, leaving the old ghost totally heartbroken. Just get out. Still, he obediently backed away, sulking like a kicked puppy. After grinding through the writing, Truong Min finally wrapped up the progress report on Lord Fook. He tossed in some future plans and made sure to flex his own hard work. A totally textbook S-rank report. Next, he placed it next to a secret communication talisman. Thank God this thing had a teleport function, otherwise making the trip himself would have been a total drag. He pushed the door open and stepped out. The 2 guards spotted him and immediately asked Sir heading out. He replied with a chill vibe, Gonna go feed the fish. The guards just exchanged totally confused looks. Feed the fish. Fast forward to the next day, Truong-min pulled up to the Loach's spot, dropped a mountain of food, and warned it. Pace yourself, bro, or you won't even be able to move. Once it finished, he tapped his foot. Don't just eat and run. Where's the loot you owe me? It just stared back with a completely blank face. He lost it and yelled, Are you playing dumb right now? Seeing him absolutely raging, the Truong-min blinked, utterly confused, and bent down to pick it up. What the heck is this? He read the engraved words out loud, Sure Win Token. Equip it and victory is guaranteed. Truong-min clearly had zero idea how to use the thing in his hand. Reading his mind, the Loach let out a squeak and the message instantly clicked. You want me to test it to find out? All right then. He popped open his inventory, pulled out his alchemy furnace, and decided to test the token's buffs. Guess I'll try crafting some pills. Even so, he was low-key sweating about using his mats right away, knowing full well his skills were absolute trash. With my current stats, the success rate is straight garbage. I feel like I'm just about to burn through my ingredients. Suddenly, the token in his hand started glowing like crazy, jump-scaring him. Wait, what? Before he could react, it flew straight into the furnace. Is this for real? A few minutes later, perfectly round pills, packed with insane spiritual energy, popped out. Truong-min was absolutely stunned. He was hyped beyond belief at the results. Did I actually pull this off? This Sure-Win token literally boosts my crafting success rate. Yes, let's go with this furnace. I can spam spiritual pills, sell them for cash, and I can buy you and my little sister way better food. Right on cue, the Loach squeaked again, and he instantly knew exactly what it wanted. This whole batch goes straight to you as a reward. Meanwhile, over at the Great Ngo Dynasty's capital, inside Ngui Kwang Hu's mansion, a female slave. A maid served tea and elixirs to the man in the head seat, the Prime Minister of Great Wu Lu Guangxiao. My lord, please take care of your health, Lu Guangxiao replied with a stern voice. The Emperor has placed his absolute trust in me. How could I possibly spare this old body of mine? Besides, don't I still have those spirit pills you refined for me? Relax, I can still hold on. Meanwhile, the man sitting below him was the director of the riot suppression. Lu just skimmed through a report and sighed. Right now, the pushback from all sides is insane. Even though our bureau has expanded, whenever we catch a case, the local offices and the lower ranks of the Skyward Agency refuse to cooperate. They're even secretly sabotaging us. For the past few days, people around the capital have been storming the offices just to file complaints against our local branches. They're accusing us of literally everything. They're all fake charges, of course, but the legal drama drags on, forcing us to put our actual cases on hold. Once the leads go cold, it's game over for the investigation. Hearing this, Lu Guangxiao barely batted an eye. Didn't we already see this coming? Liu Zhi could only let out a heavy sigh. Things are so rough right now. But Lu Guangxiao's voice was rock solid. No matter how tough it gets, we push through. This is a battle of attrition. If we're hurting those guys, pulling the strings behind the scenes are sweating bullets too. We just need one breakthrough to flip the board. After that, everything will be smooth sailing. His Majesty handed us this massive quest showing his ultimate trust in us. We absolutely cannot let him down. Liu Zhi was 100% on board with this, but there was one massive roadblock. You're totally right, sir. If we get that breakthrough, we'll have His Majesty's full backing. But the problem is actually getting that breakthrough. Hearing that the old man knew he had to step in. Fine, I'll figure out a way to send them some backup. Which guys are you betting on? Liu Zhi instantly pulled out his top-tier list. These are the ones with the highest potential. Their zones are packed with my subordinates or your former students. Right at that moment, the communication token in his hand lit up. It was a message from Nie Jiayun. He sounds hyped. He's telling me to look at this right now. A glowing letter popped up, catching even Lu Guangxiao's interest. Oh, is it from him? That kid's got fire in him. Let's see what he says. The second he finished reading the message, Liu Zhi literally screamed with joy. My lord, we got our breakthrough. The news was so cracked that Lu Guangxiao did a literal spit take with his tea and stammered, Wait, what a breakthrough? Where without wasting a single second, Liu Zhi shoved the letter in front of him. Look at this, sir. Reading through it, the old man was absolutely stunned. Whoa, Sun Changming. I definitely remember this name. He's one of the guys I handpicked myself. Not missing a beat. Liu Zhi slid in a quick compliment. You seriously have an eye for talent, my lord. Peak judgment. Beaming with pride, the old man continued. This kid's logic is insanely sharp. He's a beast at cracking cases. But there's just one thing. Seeing Lu Guangxiao hesitate, Liu Zhi quickly chimed in. We gave him 3 bronze badge officers, but bro didn't even use a single one of them. Lu Guangxiao calmly finished his previous thought. He went into crazy detail about the case itself, but completely speed ran the actual investigation process. Hearing this, Liu Ji assumed the kid was just using his own private squad. Plus, he probably didn't want the Bureau to know he had a hidden squad like that on standby. He just doesn't trust our Bureau yet, so he's hiding his true power. However, Liu Ji didn't understand Changming quite like Lu Guangxiao did. With just one sentence, the old man left Liu Ji in stunned silence. No, he just doesn't trust this entire world. He said it, but honestly, he didn't care. He was hell-bent on giving Changming a massive reward anyway. Whether he trusts us or not, a top-tier talent like him is not getting away. If he doesn't trust our Bureau, we'll just drop his rewards through the Skyward Agency. He immediately delegated the task to Liu Ji. Handle this personally. Liu Ji didn't skip a beat. You got it. Meanwhile, over at the Qin State, a furious roar echoed through the halls. You absolutely useless pieces of trash. We handed a massive stash of resources to Taoist Bat, and it gets robbed immediately. The entire Broken Star Sect chased after them, and they couldn't even catch. Seeing Prince Fu practically coughing up blood out of pure rage, Chunyu rushed in to do damage control. Your Highness, please calm down. The Broken Star Sect has deep roots around Storm Mountain. They'll definitely track down those stolen supplies. He even went out of his way to hype up the sect. We recruited them because we desperately need manpower. If we want to pull off something huge, we need to gather every single piece on the board. And second, they're the perfect meat shields to hide our true power. It costs a bit of cash, but the payoff is 100% worth it. Prince Fu was still fuming, but that managed to cool him down a little. Fine. Aside from this giant mess, the Broken Star Sect has usually been pretty reliable. Right on cue, Chunyu's communication jade lit up, making him beam with joy. Your Highness, look at this. The Broken Star Sect must have tracked down that thief. They're definitely bringing us the good news. But on the other end of the line, the sect master of the Broken Star Sect let out a few fake dramatic coughs and croaked out, How are you doing? Chunyu cringed so hard at this. Playing the victim card, just to claim credit, bro, that is so pathetic. Meanwhile, the sect master started crying to Prince Fu like a toddler, snitching to their dad. Your Highness, you have to get justice for our Broken Star Sect. My ancestors' entire legacy, it's all been wrecked under my watch. It's gone. Hearing this, Chunyu started panicking. Wait, what the hell actually happened? The sect master gave him the full rundown, spilling every embarrassing detail about how they got completely rolled. Listening to that whole story, Prince Fu realized they were absolutely cooked. Bro was so furious he smashed his comm token to pieces, straight up screaming, You useless trash, why do I even keep you guys around? Then he turned to Chunyu. This situation's totally messed up. The wind hall keeps taking L's non-stop incidents left and right. Chunyu caught on instantly. Is your Highness saying the royal court is making their move? Prince Fu looked dead serious. At first I thought it was just some blind idiots gunning for our stash, because their methods feel way too street level, not like the court at all. Plus, our inside men didn't send any warning. But if they have the raw power to absolutely wreck the Shattered Star Sect's gates, then they definitely aren't your average rogue cultivators. Hearing him bring that up, it hit Chunyu like a truck. Now that your Highness mentions it, I just remembered something. Recently, Lu Guangxiao and Liu Ji pushed hard for the court to establish the Suppression Bureau. That made the prince connect the dots. Wait, are you saying the Suppression Bureau is behind this? Chunyu kept going. Because the Heavenly Bureau was blocking them left and right, the Suppression Bureau couldn't recruit any top-tier talent. So they just started mass recruiting rogue cultivators from the streets instead. Prince Fu caught his drift. Lu Guangxiao is the vice minister, and Liu Ji runs the Heavenly Bureau's South Prison. If the Suppression Bureau wanted to recruit some OP rogue fighters, that wouldn't be hard at all. At this point, bro was fuming. Unbelievable. Do these two losers really think I'm some kind of pushover? Trying to step on me to flex their authority. Before storming off, he made sure to drop an order for Chunyu. I'm giving you full control to handle this mess, sir. If they want to use me for clout, then I'll chop off their fangs and make a total example out of them. Naturally, Chunyu was totally on board. Consider it done right as Prince Fu left a clerk popped his head out from hiding. He stepped into the room sweating bullets. Sir, is this plan actually going to work? Chunyu grinned with pure confidence. We've got 4 powerhouses setting up traps in the shadows. All of them are at the 4th major realm. I even specifically assigned one of them just to keep you safe. Plus we have the absolute boss Mo Zhenbei, a 5th major realm expert holding down the fort. What more are you stressing about? Hearing that the clerk completely shut up, gave a deep bow and replied, Understood, sir. Fast forward to day 2. Chunyu strolled up to a courtyard pavilion where old man Mo Shinbei was just chilling fishing away. Noticing him roll up, the old man threw a little shade. What a slippery guy. Chunyu wasn't even mad, just laughed it off. Elder Mo, you gotta have patience when you fish. The more slippery the fish, the more satisfying it is when you finally yank the rod. Right on cue, something massive jumped straight out of the water. Skip to day 4. The clerk was riding in a carriage to some location. It was way too quiet outside, so he poked his head out to check the vibes. Wait, this alley is completely dead. And why is the carriage slowing down? Just as he was about to question the driver, he realized the guy was already knocked out cold. Bro started panicking hard. I'm cooked. He was just about to bolt for his life when he instantly got snatched up. The guy who grabbed him from the shadows, none other than Mo Dinbei himself. The old man looked cold as ice, thinking to himself, the fish finally took the bait. Out of nowhere, someone tried to block his path, but boom, he totally wiped them out with a single sword strike. He scoffed with pure disgust. You really thought a trash puppet could fool my eyes. Suddenly, Zhenbei unleashed another sword swing. The attack smashed straight into a dark corner. Then Bro literally hopped on his sword and flew after the puppet master to attack. You bumped into me and still think you can run. Knowing they were completely outmatched by Zhenbei, the enemy desperately bolted for their life. It was none other than Nian Nian. My plan was flawless. How the hell did I walk right into an ambush, losing 2 insanely expensive puppets, back to back? She was taking a massive right as she leaped out of a secret tunnel ready to ghost the scene. Absolute panic washed over her face, because somehow Zhenbei was already standing right there, completely blocking her escape route. The old man smirked, completely cocky. If I let you slip away with these cheap little tricks, a 5th major realm expert like me might as well smash my head against a wall and end it. Meanwhile, back in a courtyard pavilion, Chunyu was casually sipping tea, totally unbothered. I'm just sitting here warming up some wine, waiting for Elder Mo to return with a... Sitting right across from him was the clerk brought back in one piece, but still visibly traumatized. You totally lied to me about having a dedicated bodyguard. I legit thought I was dead back there. If even one of those silk threads had swiped my neck. Right on cue, Zhenbei strolled in, literally carrying Nian Nian on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Seeing him, Chunyu looked genuinely surprised. That fast. Looks like her power level is way below what the Shattered Star Sect Master hyped up. Could this actually be the wrong person? But he kept his mouth shut, simply standing up to bow and hype the man up. Huge congratulations to the Elder for scoring the first W. But instead of paying attention to Chunyu, Zhenbei was entirely focused on the woman standing behind him. Catching his drift immediately, Chunyu just casually waved it off. Heroes love a beauty. Go ahead and enjoy your reward, sir. Fast forward to late at night. Riding in his carriage, Chunyu suddenly got a transmission from his jade pendant. Sir, the North Street manager just got ambushed and captured. All 10 of his guards were completely wiped out. Hearing this, his voice dropped to a dead serious tone as he barked an order. Get Elder Mo to make a move. The rest of you back him up. We are absolutely ending this mess once and for all tonight. The guy on the other end instantly replied, understood. Right then, Tuan Vu stayed dead silent, thinking hard. Whoever managed to track down the North Pit and snatch the manager during the chaos. Now that is a real mastermind. That girl Mac Chan back, caught so easily. Clearly just a decoy they threw out to mess with us. Had me thinking I was the target for a second there. I can finally breathe now. Outside the carriage, everything looked completely normal. Just the rustling wind and some random music. Playing turned out to be an old beggar happily playing the erhu. Out of nowhere, he just collapsed, totally freaking out the 2 guards leading the horses. They immediately ran to report it to Mr. Tuan Vu. Just a blind drunk beggar, false alarm. Hearing that, Tuan Vu let out a huge sigh of relief. Got it, keep moving. Deep down, the guy was still a bit rattled. Talk about a jump scare for absolutely nothing. Little did he know someone was actually watching him from the bushes, and it was none other than Tubok and the golden-masked death god. Tubok shot the masked man a frustrated look, thinking Brother Kim totally kept me in the dark about that girl in the bamboo hat. Tonight he only told me about the North Pit manager route. Bro still isn't telling me the whole truth. At the exact same time, the golden-masked death god was just as confused about Neem Neem crashing the party. The Nine Eagles Sword Mountain crew was supposed to handle the North Pit manager, so where the hell did they... Meanwhile, Truong Min was still chilling at the guard post. He glared at a lamp swarmed by 2 moths with a wicked look in his eyes, muttering to himself Tuan Vu, standing in the light like a glowing beacon in the dead of night. Just waiting for the moths to dive straight into the flames, and you actually took the bait, huh? Bro was dead set on assassinating Tuan Vu, but those bodyguards of his were a massive headache, so he had to rethink his strat. I was totally going to end Mr. Tuan Vu today, but his escorts are way too OP. Gotta figure out a way to lure that squad away first. Cutting back to the Golden Mask Death God Bro was currently busy throwing hands with a whole other sect. The Nine Eagles Sword Mountain raiding the North Pit Manager. Yeah, that was just bait to drag away some of Mr. Tuan Vu's defense forces. But Mr. Tuan Vu was way too paranoid, secretly calling in high-tier powerhouses to guard him. Unable to make a move, he just stood there coldly watching the Nine Eagles Sword Mountain goons struggling to get back on their feet. The Nine Eagles Sword Mountain crew got absolutely cooked. They actually bagged the manager and could have escaped, but that bamboo hat girl had to crash the party midway. The city's Grand Defense Array activated instantly. One by one, every single member of the Nine Eagles Sword Mountain got clapped and captured by Mac Chan back. Fast forward to the next day, a subordinate sprinted into Tuan Vu's study, yelling at those 9 guys cracked last night. It really was the royal court making a move. That made Tuan Vu jump out of his skin. Spill it now. Without missing a beat, his subordinate dumped all the intel. The one commanding those 9 to snatch the North Pit Manager was an old royal enshriner, and the ones pulling the strings, the Skyward Bureau. Everything lined up flawlessly, with exactly what he had predicted. I knew it, which means the guy who raided the Shattered Star Sect is definitely him too. But he isn't from the Riot Control Office. He's from the Skyward Bureau. Then he snapped, "Where is that female bandit?" The subordinate quickly replied, "Her lips are sealed, but we searched her and found this." He then pulled out a bounty log detailing the Heaven and Earth Sphere, an item Prince Fuck kept closely guarded. The reward, a staggering 200,000 spirit jades. The second he laid eyes on it, Tuan Vu was absolutely shaken and made a split-second call. "I need to show this to His Highness right now. He has to make the call." Without a second of hesitation, the guy hauled himself straight to Prince Fuck's study. When Prince Fuck actually read the ledger confiscated from Neem, his entire body started shaking. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he spat out, "This Heaven and Earth Sphere is my great-grandfather's heirloom. Literally, no one is supposed to know it even exists. Who the hell has the absolute nerve to put a bounty on my treasure?" Tuan Vu quickly chimed in, explaining, "Out in the 8 Desolates, there's this seriously messed up organization called the Jade Truth Pavilion. Their tentacles are spread everywhere, and they call their members Pavilion Pawns. Every single one of them carries a notebook exactly like this to hand copy the pavilion's bounties." He raised his voice, stressing the danger. "Clearing a bounty doesn't just get them insane cash. Your Highness, it looks like our real enemies aren't Lu Kuang-hu and Lu Tri anymore. I'm afraid our enemy is the entire Skyward Bureau." Hearing that, Prince Fook practically lost his mind and roared, "Are they completely insane? Do you know how many kickbacks I feed those dogs every single year?" But Tuan Vu totally understood why those guys were pulling this move. "Your Highness, all the bribes you've handed out over the years don't even add up to 200,000 spirit jades. Meanwhile, this single bounty is already worth 200,000, not to mention." At the same time, he pieced together a terrifying thought. The Jade Truth Pavilion's influence isn't just limited to our great Wu Empire either. I'm afraid the top brass of the Skyward Bureau have already reached a unanimous agreement. When it goes down, they won't just bag the Jade Truth Pavilion's bounty. Over half of the loot from raiding and confiscating your princely estate will fall straight into the Skyward Bureau. Put those two together, and the payout is astronomically higher than any crumbs you've fed them over the years. That reality check had Prince Fuck sweating bullets. Then what the hell are we supposed to do? Tuan Vu immediately plotted a countermeasure. "I can personally handle the Skyward Bureau's side of things, but as for the uprising, Your Highness, you absolutely have to rush the timeline." Naturally, Prince Fuck hung on to his every word. Done. Meanwhile, back out on the streets, a carriage was slowly making its way towards someone's mansion. The guy sitting inside was Guangxiao, stressing out of his mind. The royal court was already in absolute shambles, yet those clowns only cared about their own pockets. Honestly, you couldn't even blame Sun Changming for not giving a damn about this world. After riding for a bit, he finally arrived at the mansion, hopped off his horse, and slowly walked toward the gate. Right at that moment, a servant from inside rushed out to greet him. "Lord Lu has arrived." The second he stepped inside, Guangxiao groaned in frustration. "Please tell me you have some good news, because I seriously can't take much more of this." Hearing that Liu Zhu just smirked, held up a report and said, "My lord, it is indeed good news." The moment those words dropped, Guangxiao already knew exactly who sent it. "Is it that Sun Changming again?" Liu Zhu didn't even bother confirming, just urged him, "Just keep reading, my lord." As he skimmed through the intel sent back by Changming, he couldn't help but worry. If we're trusting the wrong guy here, the Riot Control Bureau is absolutely cooked. Liu Zhi fired back with zero hesitation. Do you honestly think we have any other choice? My lord Sun Changming has already finished the preparations. Once Prince Fu's faction realizes what's going on, all our hard work goes straight down the drain. We are never getting a god-tier opportunity like this again. If you give the word, my lord, I'll handle this one personally. Hearing that the old man wanted to step onto the battlefield himself, Guangxiao frowned. What are the odds? Liu Zhi let out a downright maniacal laugh and declared, the entire world already knows Prince Fu is plotting a rebellion. Even if Sun Changming's scheme falls apart, I'll single-handedly drag out the evidence of his treason myself. That unhinged look actually startled Guangxiao, making him blurt out, is going that far really necessary? But Liu Zhi wasn't backing down. The new administration and the Riot Control Bureau are both at their absolute breaking point. If we take even one step back now, it's game over forever. Our life's work and the entire fate of the Great Wu dynasty will literally turn to dust right here. After saying that, he didn't forget to calm Guangxiao down. But you really don't need to stress out that much, my lord. Who knows, Sun Changming's crazy plan might actually be cracked. And just like that, Guangxiao finally made the call to trust Changming. Let's put our faith in Sun Changming just this once. If we crash and burn, then I'll be walking straight into the afterlife, right beside you. Meanwhile, over at the Songling mansion, while the golden-faced death god was just chilling, staring out the door like it was nothing, Sibai was clearly losing his mind. How much longer do we have to wait? But the golden-faced death god just smoothly replied, chill. Don't sweat it. At that exact moment, Changming already figured out what the golden-faced death god was scheming, thinking to himself, if they're sending backup, it's guaranteed to be a completely broken rank 6 powerhouse. Back on their end, the golden-faced death god started roasting Sibai. A total rookie like you better not let your knees give out when you meet a top-tier monster like that. Right then, down by the Mang River, Changming stared at the Loach, looking completely miserable, and got worried. Yo, what's wrong? Is there seriously some idiot in this Mang River with a death wish trying to mess with you? He then checked out a few scales on its body, realizing the color had gotten way deeper. The aura coming off the scales was massively stronger. Look, wait, is it because Liu Sibai cracked that case and the river god's absolute badass reputation spread everywhere? And so now their prayers are getting way too loud. The Loach clearly hated that comment, looking super annoyed, which only made him stress out more. Nah, hold up. You usually just... Is there some other drama going on? After listening to the Loach vent for a hot minute, Changming finally figured out why it was throwing such a tantrum today. So let me get this straight. You casually devoured the massive 3 livestock offering they prepared, but look, if you want to eat it, just eat it. Consider it a change of menu. If you happen to run into those boats, just give them a hand. If you don't, then whatever. You don't need to go out of your way for it. He gently rubbed its sticking out scale and warned, the karma from pulling a stunt like this might not hit your main body right away. But all that backlash is going to lock onto that one specific scale. When that happens, the sheer agony will feel exactly like having your scale. That brutal reality check made the Loach flinch hard, but Changming's attention was already shifting elsewhere. At least you still know how to be scared. Good. I've been so distracted babysitting this Loach, I haven't even checked out my new pill furnace yet. Changming picked up the heavenly treasure nurturing furnace to inspect it closely. This thing is leagues above the old ones. The success rate and pill yield have got to be completely cracked now. Just eyeballing it, this furnace can easily carry the entire crafting process for rank 6 spiritual pills and below without breaking a sweat. He pulled out a few fresh pills from inside and tossed them to the Loach as an appetizer. These magical artifacts are a bit on the trashy side for now, but don't worry, we're getting our hands on some OP gear real soon. Meanwhile, over at Prince Fu's mansion, one of the insiders chuckled and said, then it's a done deal. Just wait until I find the perfect opening, and I'll personally recommend you to Prince Fu. The Taoist respectfully cupped his hands, bowed low, and replied in a soft tone, I deeply appreciate this, sir. Sorry for the intrusion. Outside, Sibai was quietly crouching in the shadows, racking his brain. Brother Jin has been acting so insanely Seuss these past few days. Every single night he orders me to strictly follow his command and scout the villages. Sibai frowned slightly. Why do all the villagers around here look so painfully malnourished? Suddenly the Taoist from earlier, now changed into different clothes, pointed his sword straight at the 2 guys standing nearby looked totally caught off guard by that. And right at that exact moment, Liu Sibai stepped out and walked straight toward them. He stood behind the wall looking totally disgusted. He thought to himself, all this fake acting. Do these villagers actually believe this trash? One sip of that water, and his pale face got its color back. His breathing leveled out, and a second later, he was standing up straight. Bro looked totally reborn. Tubok had been watching the whole time, absolutely speechless. No way. Is this for real, he thought. Cut to the guard post. Someone was speeding over there like crazy. Tianyue saw him pull up and rushed over, bowing respectfully. Bai Hu of Bai Li Gangbai Tianyue greets you, my lord. The guy just flashed his token and cut right to the chase. Where is Sun Changming? This guy was a knight from the Beast Hunter division. Tianyue stared at the token in the dude's hand. Cold sweat dripped down his temple. A massive wave of panic hit him. Plot twist. Is the boss's identity blown? If not, then why the hell would the top dogs from the main bureau travel all the way out here? His eyes darkened the second he read the name on that token. Commander Liu Ji. His mind raced, his face dropping. If that's true, Lord Ji Zhao and I are totally cooked. Ah Wu barked his order. Go find him. Tianyue pushed the door open, but before he could even say a word, a voice snapped from inside. Sounding super annoyed. I already told you, I'm going into closed-door training. He froze for a second, then quickly bowed. Sir, guys from the main bureau are here, and they're specifically asking for you. Changming's voice suddenly got super hype. Who is it? Hearing that, he answered right away. He's carrying Commander Liu Zhu's token. South Prison. His face lit up. Let's go, he said instantly. Tianyue stared at his back, super confused. Why does the boss look so hyped about this? He thought. Following behind Changming, his brain was working in overdrive. Wait, Commander Liu Zhu is also from the Riot Control Bureau. That gold badge captain from the Bureau tried to recruit him before too. Did he actually say yes? Now that doesn't make sense. It hasn't even been that long since Nie Jiayun showed up. Is he really him to have Commander Liu Zhu personally come looking for him? After thinking for a sec, his eyes went wide. He totally got it now, as expected of the boss. Pulling off the impossible like it's absolutely nothing, and doing it all while keeping his identity totally hidden. Cracked. Changming walked right up to Ah Wu and casually bowed. Commander Liu Ah Wu just waved his hand and grunted, "Follow me." Ah Wu jumped onto his beast mount, but Changming didn't even bother following. He just turned and walked the other way. Tianyue was standing there, sweating bullets, while Ah Wu turned around, absolutely furious. Seeing the guy lose his mind, Changming just hit him with a smug little smirk. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice echoed out, "Ah Wu, give him your mount. Both of you come see me." Ah Wu's jaw literally dropped, but he had no choice. Yes, my lord. Seeing that Changming hopped right onto the mount, taking the front seat. Not bad, he smirked. Tianyue watched them leave, completely mind-blown. The boss really is built different. If it were me, I'd be jogging behind them like a dog. Who even cares about pride at that point? That voice transmission just now, that had to be one of the top dogs from the main bureau, Commander Liu Zhu Wright. Looks like he seriously respects the boss. Cut to the Ming River. A flash of light lit up the top of the waterfall, and Changming and Ah Wu finally touched down. Ah Wu dropped to one knee, all respectful. My lord, Sun Changming is here. Liu Zhu turned around, his voice calm. You really are something else. Your cultivation level is completely unreadable. This is the cultivation world. Everyone gets their own lucky breaks. I don't care what kind of secrets you're hiding. I'm only going to ask you one thing. How confident are you about this? Hearing that Changming panicked for a split second. Oh no. Am I cooked? Did he find out? Changming totally played it cool and answered 80% at least. Ah Wu instantly scoffed. And where exactly is your big key to breaking this case, huh? He didn't even hesitate dropping the name right away. Prince Fu's right-hand strategist Chunyu. Someone frowned, sounding totally skeptical. And how exactly do you plan on making Chunyu talk? Changming hit them with a lazy smirk. I've got my ways. Liu Zhu's voice got heavy, his eyes dead serious. A top-tier strategist like Chunyu is heavily guarded by all kinds of dark magic. The second he even thinks about doing anything to betray Prince Fu, he'll be wiped out instantly, and Prince Fu's side will know immediately. Ah Wu shoved his finger right in Changming's face, absolutely furious. Your trash-tier tricks are probably already on Prince Fu's radar. You're completely useless, and now you're going to drag trash like you deserves to die. Changming just let out a bored sigh. Hotheads like you never amount to anything. He turned to Liu Zhu, dropping the attitude and clasping his hands. Commander Liu, I've got mad respect for you and Commander Liu, but let's be real. If it wasn't for the loot inside Prince Fu's estate, I wouldn't give a damn about your Riot Control Bureau's business. Whenever you two end up dying for your country, I'll make sure to burn some joss paper for you every year. Wu's face twisted up with pure rage. Let me end this bastard right now. Liu Zhu threw a hand up to stop him. You really are confident, aren't you? You're not wrong about one thing. Commander Liu and I have already made peace with the fact that we might die for this country, taking the blame to our graves." Changming's face was unreadable. He casually pointed off to the side. "How about we make a bet, Commander? If I carry this and crack the Prince Fu case for you, this hot-headed kid becomes my personal lackey. If I fail, you can do whatever the hell you want with me." Ah Wu was absolutely furious. He screamed, "My lord, just agree to it. I am going to make this punk taste every single torture the Chao Tianti has to offer with my own 2 hands." The old man completely ignored him, locking his eyes on Changming instead. "He grew up with me," he replied. "On paper, he is my subordinate. In reality, he is my brother." "There is absolutely no way I am using my own brother to make a bet with you?" Ah Wu cut in again. "If my lord will not bet with you, I will." Hearing that, Changming instantly agreed. "Deal." "The bet is locked in." Liu Zhi threw his arm out and roared, "Ah, no. Turning back now. War chariot." The moment he spoke, a blinding golden light erupted. A golden carriage materialized right out of thin air. The whole thing was glowing purely OP. The wheels slowly rolled down to the ground. The aura was suffocating. The old man stood on the chariot gripping his blade, absolute badass. He boldly declared, "Son Changming, drive the chariot for me." Changming frowned hard, his mouth twitching with pure annoyance. He thought to himself, "So all that yapping I just did, and you did not hear us." Changming let out a tactical cough. A sly smirk crept onto his face as he slowly spoke up. "Ahem, how about we just try my method first? If it is a total flop, you guys can go risk your necks in a bloodbath. It will not be too late for that." Liu Zhi frowned, his face turning ice cold. He said quietly, "I hyped myself up this much, and you pull a stunt like this on me. Do you seriously think your little parlor tricks are actually going to work?" Ah Wu slumped on the ground, struggling to speak. "My lord, maybe we should just give it a shot. If a trash life like mine ends, so be it. But you are the hope of the entire Chao Tianti, of the whole Great Wu. Please, my lord, value your own life." Changming rubbed his chin, putting on a thoughtful face as he replied, "I obviously know Chunyu's body is stacked with all kinds of restrictions, but maybe I can bypass those secret arts and help you find the proof of Prince Fu's treason, along with the secret stashes where Prince Fu is hoarding all his rebellion supplies." Ah Wu urgently backed him up. "My lord, I have no idea what this guy's talking about, but I still think we should let him cook." The old man went silent for a second. His face softened and he finally nodded. "Fine, we will try his method first." Sibai walked up from outside and pushed the door open. His eyes darkened as he thought to himself, "This rogue cultivator is definitely scheming something massive. I do not get his angle, but letting him level up like this is absolutely bad news." Sibai looked around the room and muttered to himself, "Is Bro Jin out roaming again? Please do not come back at midnight just to drag me out and torture me again." He casually sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Taking a slow sip, Sibai fell deep into thought. "I have been working with Bro Jin for a while now. Even though I worship the river god, I still want to return home dripping in wealth. I need Boss Zhao to look at me with absolute respect." He sat silently at the table, gripping his teacup. His eyes narrowed, full of heavy calculations. He told himself, "But even if the truth gets exposed, how much credit is a low-rank constable like me actually going to get? Am I not just doing free labor for those big-shot officials?" Thinking about it, he let out a soft sigh before a brand new idea hit him. "Whatever. Even if I do not get promoted, I have to take advantage of Prince Fu's mansion getting wrecked to loot some fat stacks. I cannot let Boss Zhao look down on me." From a distance, Changming walked in with Liu Zhi and Ah Wu calling out, "Are you here, bro? Liu, I came looking for you on behalf of Bro Jin." Sibai was visibly caught off guard. He thought, is the guy Bro Jin sent also a subordinate of the river god? Changming was super chill. The second he stepped in, he started the intros. "This right here is Lord Liu Zhi, the commander of the South Prison for the Chao Tianti." He then turned to Ah Wu and added, "And this is 1,000 household commander under Lord Liu." Sibai's eyes went wide, his jaw literally dropping. "Are you top tiers here to arrest Prince Fu or something?" Ah Wu scowled, glaring at Changming as he complained, "If you should not ask, then shut it. Why is the guy you found so clueless?" Despite that, Changming answered cheerfully, "Just remember our bet. When the time comes, Commander Ah Wu better not bail on his debt." After saying that, he thought to himself, "I literally have the instant win card. If I bet I win, do you even know what a gambling monster looks like?" Ah Wu stared him dead in the eye. His gaze was rock solid, his voice deep but absolute. "Do not sweat it. If your method actually works and saves my boss, I would gladly become your pack mule. I will do it without a single complaint." Changming furrowed his brow a little, sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes darted to the side as his brain quickly calculated the situation. This dude is insanely hot-headed and reckless, but he is genuinely loyal to the core. Nah, I should probably stop trolling him. The moment the thought passed, Changming snapped back into focus. He pointed casually ahead and spoke. All right, we can talk about that later. First, let us strategize our game plan. Sibai was practically shaking with hype, clutching his hands against his chest. Unable to hide his shock, Changming stood right across from him. His expression was calm and pure confidence as he slowly said, "We start with Mr. Chunyu." Plot twist. Cut to late at night, a single carriage appeared right in the middle of the road. 2 grunts were stationed outside on guard duty. Inside the carriage sat Chunyu, staring out at the lackey standing watch. "Give him 2 taels of silver," he ordered softly. Hearing the command, the subordinate bowed respectfully. "Right away, sir." Just like that, 2 taels of silver were dropped into the blind musician's bowl. The old man quickly flashed a subtle smirk. "Thank you for the reward, my lord." Dead of night. Chunyu was fast asleep when his eyes suddenly snapped open, his face dripping with cold sweat. He clutched his head and bolted upright, startling the woman beside him. She quickly sat up too. "My lord, what's wrong?" Chunyu just shook his head, swinging his legs out of bed. "I've been way too out of it lately," he muttered softly. "I just remembered something crucial His Highness ordered me to do, and I completely forgot about it." He rushed straight to his desk, whipped out some paper, and furiously started writing something incredibly important. Done. He folded it up, sealed it in an envelope, and sneaked over to the door like he already had a secret meetup planned. He carefully slipped the letter through the crack in the door. On the other side, Truong Min was already waiting, grinning as he snagged the intel. "Got it." He immediately spun around and handed it straight to Liu Zhu. The old commander looked visibly shocked, staring at the letter in his hand. "No way. This actually worked." He ripped open the letter, his eyebrows furrowing as he read. The rest of the squad quickly crowded around to see what was inside. What is this, Liu Zhu thought. The other 2 guys standing next to him were completely clueless. One looked deadpan, while the other was clearly suspicious. The longer he looked at it, the madder he got. Ah Yu's face turned beet red with rage. He stepped up and barked. "The hell are you looking at? As long as his plan actually works and saves our lord, I'll gladly become his workhorse." Liu Zhu's expression turned dead serious. He made the call. "I will take full responsibility for this. If you want to switch targets, skipping the Prince of Fu's manor to hit this place instead, I approve it." Truong Min stood right across from him, respectfully cupping his hands. His eyes were locked in. "Thank you for backing me up, sir." Liu Zhu kept a grim expression. "Head back with Liu Sibai for now. Watch your back out there." Songling Prefecture is about to turn into an absolute war zone. Truong Min rested his chin on his hand, looking stressed as his mind started racing. This letter literally exposed the Prince of Fu's entire rebellion playbook. We're talking exact troop formations, every single spy planted in the royal court, and the exact coordinates of all his secret vaults. He thought back to that blue skill book, picking up his previous train of thought. The brain-piercing sound wave can be used as a direct sonic attack, but it can also create a demonic frequency to completely brainwash and mind control a target. It's basically derived from the seismic frequencies of the Great Tremor technique. And after MUD LOACH tweaked it, the raw power is still completely broken, but the verse... Man, I didn't expect MUD LOACH's brain-piercing sound to be this insanely effective. It's honestly just like hypnosis from my past life. But the effects are 1,000,000 times stronger. As that thought faded, his mind instantly jumped back to Chunyu and the Prince of Fu. He kept piecing it together. This brain-piercing sound basically planted a fake memory right inside Chunyu's head, tricking him into thinking it was a direct order from the Prince of Fu. That's how it Thank God I started plotting this the absolute second I met Chunyu. Otherwise, there's no way I could have forced him into a trance this deep. Truong Min walked away. The guy sitting by the road was actually that same old musician from earlier. "You're officially the MVP for helping bust the Prince of Fu's case, Truong Min." He dropped another 2 taels of silver into the old man's bowl. The musician immediately chimed in. "Thank you for the reward, my lord." Truong Min's eyes softened as he thought to himself, "Nah, I should be thanking you. From now on, you'll never have to worry about scraping by again." He rested his chin on his hand, looking back at the crew as his mind kept working. Based on Chunyu's intel, the Prince of Fu's manor is literally just an empty shell right now. The real jackpot is the dragon taming. With their current firepower, raiding the place and arresting the Prince of Fu is totally doable. But launching an all-out assault to wipe out his entire syndicate? Yeah, that's going to be rough. Later that night, in his room, Truong Min was too wired to sleep. He just sat up thinking. A war on this scale. The lowest rank fighting will be Realm 5, maybe even Realm 6 monsters. A little while later, right as he finally got into bed, he heard snoring. Truong Min glanced over and saw Sibai dead to the world. I'll spare you the torture tonight. He smirked to himself. Sleep tight, bro. Meanwhile, over at the Prince of Fu's manor, Lu Zhi rolled up with a massive squad of brocade guards and roared, "Drag the Prince of Fu out here." The guards instantly barked back, "Yes, sir." Lu Zhi then muttered to himself, "This Prince of Fu is one sneaky old fox. They say a smart rabbit has 3 burrows, but this guy has literally 19 different estates, and we've only just started the raids. Still, if he thinks a little hide-and-seek is enough to stop me..." Cut to the underground casino controlled by the Prince of Fu. It was absolute chaos inside, with people screaming at each other. "Hurry up." Ah Yu was staking out the perimeter, muttering to himself. So this is his underground casino, which also happens to be the massive Spirit Jade Vault funding his entire rebellion, the Profound Origin Vault. Without hesitating, he instantly flared up his internal energy. Ha! Ah Yu let out a massive roar, and a giant bronze block completely covered in glowing runes materialized out of nowhere. One end of the bronze artifact slammed straight into the earth, while the top end acted like a lightning rod absorbing raw thunder and lighting up the night sky. He stared at the glowing pillar and whispered, "Here in the territory in front of the Imperial Seal's mark, all those city defense arrays completely useless." The glowing scriptures inside the bronze swiftly formed a massive magic circle. The array expanded, growing bigger and bigger. Seconds later, a squad of brocade guards materialized right out of it. Ah Vu barked the order, "Move out. Take down Prince Fuck's estate." The squad roared back, "Yes, sir." The guards charged forward, screaming, "Push through, capture Prince Fuck." But halfway there, he blocked their path. They panicked and yelled, "Oh crap, it's the Heavens Mandate Bureau." He pointed straight at the guards and roared, "Screw this, wipe them all out." Lu Huang desperately urged the prince, "Your Highness, we will cover you." Fall back, watching this entire scene through his heaven's gaze mirror. Lu sneered. "Humph. 2/6." A few minutes later, Lu Huang finished setting up the array and yelled, "Your Highness, get in there quick." Meanwhile, the old man activated his own array, absolute lockdown. So the second Prince Fuck stepped into Lu Huang's circle, he got blindsided. Freaking out, the prince screamed, "Assassins, protect me, now, now, now." Cut to Tu Bak, who woke up from all the explosions and frantically threw on his uniform. He stood on the high ground looking down at the chaos inside. "I can only see the low-level grunts fighting on the outer edge. Where is the fun in that?" Compared to high-rank cultivators tearing up the sky and earth, this is trash. Right then, Truong Min walked up and roasted him. "That is just because your rank is way too low. If they were only a few realms above you, you would be able to track it. But bro, the power gap between you and them is massive." He looked at the guy and thought to himself, "It is like a complete noob watching 2 god-tier masters duke it out. They would think the masters are just throwing basic punches like normal people. They do not even realize it is because their own level is absolute trash, and they cannot comprehend the peak martial logic of returning to true simplicity." Then he just told him to go back to sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a grind. Back over at Prince Fuck's estate, the Heavens Mandate Bureau's army split into multiple strike teams that night. They breached the city, synced up with Avu's squad, and absolutely dominated the fight from second one. Right before dawn, 3 insane auras exploded from the city straight into the sky. They crashed into a wasteland outside the city, kicking off a god-tier showdown between peak 6th-rank powerhouses. The battle was still raging, but Chubak was just hugging a massive jug of wine. He took a swig and told Avu, "No need to watch." Both those 6th-rank guys combined could not even tank a single hit from the boss. Cut to 1 hour later. Another OP powerhouse dropped in. It was Liu Tri. The second they saw him, the brocade guards cheered, "Lord Liu has returned. Welcome back, sir." But Liu Tri looked annoyed and shot back. "They were just 2 pieces of trash, nothing to celebrate. Take your men and raid Prince Fuck's estate right now." They shouted back, "Yes, sir." With that, he slammed down to the ground. Ah Vu instantly ran up, kissing up to him. Hey, Lord Liu." Liu Tri saw right through him and warned coldly, "You can tag along, but if you loot anything from the prince's estate, you are getting 0 cut from the Dragon Abyss." Ah Vu cursed the old man for being cheap in his head. Still, the prince's estate was worth checking out. What if there was some sick loot in there for his pet Loach? Then Liu Tri threw an offer at Truong Min. "But if you drop your bet with Avu, I will let you pick whatever you want from either the prince's estate or the Dragon Abyss." But Avu was not about to let the old man fight his battles. "Boss, you do not need to do that. A bet is a bet." I want to see what he can actually do to me." Truong Min just smirked and replied, "Lord Liu, I am totally down. But your loyal dog here cannot bear to see you give up such a massive payout. Ah Vu's face went completely red with rage. On top of that, Lu Tri just kept glaring a hole right through Truong Min, giving him a massive jump scare. While the old man kept staring at him, Truong Min started sweating bullets. What is this guy's deal? Does he know my secret? Not wanting to drag things out, the old man turned away and sighed. Fine, whatever. Letting Ah Vu tag along with you is fine. Take Lu Tu Bok too. He gets a cut of the merits this time. Cut to the brocade guards bringing out a massive battering ram, screaming, "Push." The second the wooden gates shattered, Truong Min flipped out on them. You absolute wreckers. That was premium wood. Do you know how much we could have sold that for as coffin boards? At least a few hundred taels of silver. Once inside, Tu Bok was totally overwhelmed. Man, I honestly thought Lord Jiang Dan and Bro Kim were only here to keep me from dying. But look at this. It barely took any time and Prince Fuck is already completely cooked. He was literally tearing up. And now I am raiding the prince's estate. Right at the peak of his emotional moment, Truong Min crashed the vibe. Chill out. Tu Bok gave him the most annoyed side eye and grumbled to himself, You might not care, but I am grinding for that marriage money, bro. Fast forward half an hour. Truong Min finished his part and barked the order. Time is up. Everything found from here on out gets confiscated by the state. A few minutes later, Toothet bowed and reported, Boss, we just found a hidden vault under the lotus pond in the back garden. Hearing that, Truong Min grinned like crazy. Go ahead, trust your gut, and grab what you want. Hearing that, Tu Bok's eyes instantly went red with pure rage. Bro couldn't hold back his feelings and just let out a massive roar. Scene switch. Following Shao-Chi's lead, all three of them rushed to the back garden. Seeing the loot, Tu Bok's face lit up. Yo, that's a crazy amount of treasure. Truong Min scanned the room and thought to himself, this whole wall is packed with rank 4 artifacts. Over here is rank 5, and wait, there are even 2 rank 6 items. Seeing him deep in thought, Ah Vu purposely poked at him. There are literally 2 rank 6 artifacts right here. If you're banking all your hopes on the Dragon Binding Abyss, Prince Fu might have already wiped it clean. I mean, he bought off a ton of people, so he definitely handed out a bunch of OP loot as rewards. Truong Min looked annoyed on the outside, but inside he was hyping himself up. Hold back, just hold back. There is definitely way better loot waiting for me. 1 minute later, Truong Min's jaw absolutely dropped when he spotted something. And that something was a rare spirit mushroom. Truong Min thought to himself, a spirit herb. The aura coming off this thing is totally on par with that ginseng the MUD LOACH ate. The temptation, this is just pure raw temptation right here. Ah Vu looked totally lost as Truong Min suddenly got hyped and said, how about I go have a little chat with Lord Liu, I'll drop you and trade you in for this entire treasury. But then his expression completely flipped as he argued with himself, wait nah, why the hell should I have to choose between the two? In the adult world, we obviously just take it all. Immediately, Truong Min yelled out, Liu Zhi, where is Lord Liu at? Tu Bok quickly replied, probably over at the main hall. Truong Min stared at him and thought to himself, I should probably wait for Liu Tu Bok to finish picking his gear before I go find Liu Zhi. Tu Bok's eyes were literally sparkling from all the god-tier loot, mumbling non-stop in pure I can't believe I actually get the chance to bag a treasure like this. But with all this fire loot, how am I even supposed to pick? A second later, Tu Bok's face turned dead serious as he thought to himself, should I just do what Brother Sun said? He and Brother Jin are both absolute pros, so there's got to be a deeper meaning to their words. Just like that, they kept pushing deeper inside. Out of pure curiosity, Tu Bok pulled down a wooden box to check it out and hesitantly muttered, yo, what is this? Before he could even finish, Truong Min cut him off. Let me take a look at that. But Tu Bok didn't hand it over. He popped it open himself and started stuttering. This is the Cloud Stepper. A supreme medicine with 7 pills in total. Just popping one can boost your stats by an entire level. With insane RNG, you could even jump 2 major realms with this thing. Truong Min took one look and a thought popped into his head. Looks like Liu Tu Bok is totally locked into a pill-popping build to speedrun his leveling in this life. Is this seriously his grand destiny? Exactly as Truong Min predicted, Tu Bok immediately started begging. Brother Sun, this set of spirits... Truong Min instantly agreed. Pop them right now. I'll have Ah Vu stand guard for you. Ah Vu scrunched up his face and snapped, wait, what? But Truong Min immediately shut that attitude down. The hell is with that tone? We literally made a bet at the door and you lost fair and square. You're my servant now. So what if I boss you around? Ah Vu had absolutely 0 comebacks, so he just furiously ground his teeth together. Scene switch. A while later, the Imperial Guards rolled in with carts to haul all the loot away, with Liu Zhi overseeing the whole operation. He checked the loot report and smirked with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "We haven't even finished the raid, and this is already enough to fund her ladyship's new policies. And there's way more coming from the back." Truongmin finally tracked down Liu Zhi. As soon as he spotted him, he called out Lord Liu, knowing exactly what the kid was after the old man instantly cut him off. "Chill for a sec. I've already sent my guys to interrogate Prince Fu's inner circle. I guarantee you we will pinpoint the exact location of the dragon-binding abyss before the sun goes down today." But Truongmin wasn't letting it go. "I've got some premium spirit soil that totally rivals the 1,000 gold earth. You interested, my lord?" This actually caught Liu Zhi off guard. "Oh, did you spot some top-tier loot in the treasury, kid?" Truongmin kept it 100. "Got my eye on a spirit herb." Hearing that a sneaky thought crossed Liu Zhi's mind, he totally needed to milk the kid for some profit right now. "Wait, nah, this kid is an absolute prodigy, but he's also a massive cheapskate. If I scam him now, it's going to be a huge headache if he holds a grudge and cuts me off later." Making up his mind, the old man sighed. "Whatever, just take it. As for that spirit soil, just hand over a little bit. Relax, you're definitely not taking an L on this trade." Truongmin casually poured the stuff into a bag and deadpanned. "It's literally just a mix of mud, loach, poop, and sand." Scene switch. Later that afternoon at Prince Fu's estate. Holding the rare mushroom, he smirked and said, "It's been picked for this long, but its stats are actually still active." Deep down, he was totally plotting to plant it in his backyard to see if he could revive it. Right, as he was scheming, Shaoqi sprinted in and yelled, "Banner Commander, son, we finally found the dragon-binding abyss." Hearing that, Truongmin just burst out laughing. Just outside the city walls, Liu Zhi looked dead serious as he briefed Truongmin. 70 miles outside of Songning City is the Shaoyang sect, one of the top 3 sects in Prince Fu's territory. The dragon-binding abyss is hidden in a ravine right behind their mountain. We already dropped them a surrender letter, but those Shaoyang guys are just leaving us on read. If they want to stay stubborn and choose the hard way, we'll just wipe them off the map too. Scene switch. Half an hour later, the second he saw the massive fire dragons spawn, he couldn't even hide the absolute shock on his face as he spoke. "Looks like the Shaoyang sect is actually dead loyal to the Fortune King." Then Liu Zhi barked out an order. "You have got the time it takes 1 incense stick to burn. If you do not surrender by then, we wreck the gates and wipe out every last one of you." Tubai was totally clueless and asked him, "Is the Shaoyang sect going to surrender?" Changming broke it down for him. "The Fortune King is already cooked. As long as their sect leader is not an absolute idiot, there is no way he is dragging his whole sect down with him." Scene change. Lin Qing from the Shaoyang sect heard the royal court's people pulled up, so he rushed out in a panic. He put on a totally fake smile and cheered, "We finally get to see the royal army. We have just been pretending to work with that rebel king this whole time. Thank God you lords are finally here. We are going to do everything we can to help you wipe out the rest of that traitor's forces." Liu Zhi heard that and smirked. "Oh, help us out. Perfect then. Men, escort the sect leader and all his enforcers down to the dungeons and take real good care of them." Little 8 immediately shouted, "Yes, sir, plot twist." Liu Zhi led his troops straight to a massive abyss where a barrier formation was already set up. After scoping out the situation, the old man turned to Changming. "The Fortune King's elite death squad is definitely guarding the inside of the dragon-binding abyss. Since you want the loot so bad you got the guts to go down there and scout it out, our guy did not miss a beat and negotiated. If I am clearing the way..." Liu Zhi busted out laughing. "You little punk. You really never let yourself take an L, do you? Fine, I will let you grab 1 extra piece of gear." Right after that, Changming just yeeted himself straight down into the abyss. He took one look at the glowing barrier and muttered to himself, "Note to self, gotta make the loach. Find me some formation guides later." Changming was completely lost on how to crack the array. He frowned and thought, "All right, what is the play here? Should I just brute force it and wreck the whole thing?" Back up top, Liu Zhi turned to Ah Wu. "You lost the bet, so own it. From now on, you are following him, no complaints. That kid has got the aura of a total boss. His future is going to be peak, but I can't just let him walk all over you. Let me help you get a little payback first." Realizing the old man was totally looking out for him, Ah Wu buttered him up and said, "You are the only one who really cares about me, boss. Wait, are you saying he is going to get cooked down there?" Liu Zhi quickly broke it down. "The Fortune King has a whole squad of elite assassins stationed at the bottom. Sun Changming diving in headfirst like that. Yeah, he is definitely going to take whatever beef you two had, consider it squashed after this. Now keep your eyes glued to the bottom. The second things look sketchy, jump in. We can't let him actually get seriously hurt. Ah Wu nodded like a good subordinate and replied, understood. Right as he said that, a massive wave of energy blasted out from the abyss, completely startling the old man. The sheer pressure was so insane they had to step back just to avoid getting hit. A few seconds later, Lu Zhi peeked over the edge and his jaw dropped. Wait, this kid actually knows how to crack barrier arrays. His barrier-breaking skills are absolutely flawless. At this rate, those elite assassins are not even going to be a speed bump for him. Back down in the abyss, Changming big-brained it and used his flying sword to wreck the formation. It suddenly clicked for him. Oh, duh. The Five Crows flying sword is literally designed for siege warfare. It can shred through massive defense barriers, so this little array is absolute trash in comparison. Suddenly, the Fortune King's death squad dropped in out of nowhere, catching Changming totally off guard. Fast forward a bit, and Changming was literally batting the assassins up into the air straight toward Lu Zhi. Seeing the battered bodies, the old man started sweating. I mean, I know these guys can't be tamed, but damn. This kid, Ah Wu, stared blankly at one of the elite assassins, desperately clinging to the edge of the cliff right in front of him. He gulped nervously and thought to himself, yeah, if I am going to be working under this guy from now on, I better keep my mouth shut and act real nice. Meanwhile, back at the bottom, Changming whipped out a magical rope, started hog-tying the bodies, and yelled out, "Who's next? Anyone else want some?" His rope just casually slithered right into a crack in the wall. And boom, just like that, it dragged out a whole new batch of tied-up enemies and dumped them right at it. Gaozi, who was tied up like a burrito, raged hard. How dare you do this? If you have got any real skills, untie me right now. One-on-one me, bro. Cut back to top. Changming just completely ignored him and hauled the bundled-up assassins up the cliff to Lu Zhi. Seeing the fresh pile of bodies, the old man twitched in annoyance. Great. This little punk is just dumping his trash on us now. Lu Zhi gave a slow, sarcastic clap. You really do not let anything slide, do you? Right after that, he casually swatted a few struggling assassins backward and ordered Ah Wu. Down below, Changming suddenly stumbled upon a spot radiating a completely insane amount of spiritual energy. Standing right next to it, he muttered in awe, "This energy is so thick, and there is a nurturing array too. The artifacts and gear in here have got to be absolute god tier." The second he said that, a bunch of shelves materialized out of nowhere, absolutely Changming did a quick sweep of the area and thought to himself, okay, yeah, this is 100% the secret stash the Fortune King was hoarding for his massive rebellion. These artifacts are absolutely broken. Some can pool energy from top-tier fighters to launch attacks way above their rank. Some can buff the combat power of a 30,000-man army. And the rest are high. Thank God none of these artifacts give direct personal protection. Otherwise, the Fortune King definitely would have kept them strapped on him 24/7. Right then, a super sneaky idea popped into his head. Okay, I can't touch the heavy-duty artifacts, but what about the spirit jades, the high-tier pills, and the crafting resources? Snagging just a tiny bit of everything shouldn't be a problem, right? Literally. Right at that second, Lu Zhi dropped down behind him and asked, "You?" Truongmin turned, gave the old guy a respectful bow, and replied, "This is about my pride. Of course I had to wait for Lord Lu to step down before making my move." Lord Lu was a man of his word. He looked straight at him. "Counting the one I just promised you, get 3 items total. Go ahead, take your pick. If you see anything else you like, you can trade for it with other loot. Just don't try scamming me with that trash spiritual dirt again." Hearing that, Truongmin just scoffed in his head. This old dude wouldn't know peak loot if it hit him in the face. Following Lord Lu's green light, Truongmin scanned the loot gears turning in his head. There are 3 rank 6 spirit flames in here, perfect for upgrading my rank 4 flame. This jade mirror is the all herb scanner. See a plant you don't know. 1 scan and you get the exact name and stats. That gold crown can refine corpses and boost souls. Drop that into the ghost zone and the buffs would be insane. This 7-piece Dao soldier set looks like a single item, but it's basically a nesting doll. Pop that in a fight, and the enemy is instantly cooked. And this jade seal, it's got a spark of pure divinity. I can only pick 1 more item, but there are still a few OP treasures screaming my name. Man, this is a tough choice. The old guy, paranoid about getting scammed, barked another warning. I mean it. Do not try to hustle me with that dirt again. I've already cut you way too much slack, so don't push your luck, kid. Truongmin turned right back around to bargain. Would a divine seal breakthrough pill do the trick? Lord Lu hesitated, crossing his arms. That pill is definitely rare, but trading just 1 for any loot in here, keep dreaming, kid. Truongmin clapped right back. Obviously not just 1. How about 10? Lord Liu literally couldn't believe his ears. How the hell do you have that many? But Truong Min completely dodged the question. Bro, can you just stop asking so many questions? The old man turned away, his mind working in overdrive. This brat seems loaded with those breakthrough pills. A bunch of my men are hard stuck at their bottlenecks. I need to squeeze every last drop out of him. Lord Liu, greedy for more, stated his price. I can make the call. 20 of those pills for one piece of loot. Hearing that Truong Min internally cried, bro is actually ruthless. Even the second elder's pawn shop isn't this much of a scam. Finally, he threw down his absolute limit, 17. Take it or I'm out. Realizing he couldn't push it, Lord Liu caved. Fine, 17 it is. But secretly the old guy was doing the math. This punk probably only has 20 pills tops. Might as well let him keep a few for himself. But suddenly, Truong Min pointed straight at his face like a total boss. You, go count exactly how much loot is in here and calculate the total pill cost. Avu's jaw literally dropped. Meanwhile, Lord Liu snapped furiously, yelling, the hell is that supposed to mean? Truong Min hit him with a thumbs up and repeated their deal. Didn't we just agree 17 pills per item? Sure, I don't have that many on me right now, but chill. My crafting speed is cracked. With that, Truong Min instantly spawned his storage bag. Bound by his own word, Lord Liu stammered, hold up, you want to buy out the entire stock? You said your crafting speed is fast. Are you telling me you actually made those breakthrough pills yourself? Seeing Truong Min pull out a literal alchemy furnace, the old man started sweating bullets. Is he about to start crafting right in front of us? Terrified of losing all their OP gear, Avu quickly spoke up. Lord Liu, if we let him sweep this entire loot pool, the royal court is going to have our heads. The old man shot him a glare and laid out exactly why he wasn't stepping in. No kidding, I know that. But who would have guessed he was the one actually crafting those pills? If we don't hand over this loot, we'll have to pay him back some other way, or this kid is never letting it go. Catching on Avu instantly went into damage control and shouted an order to Hongwu. You go lock down the cave entrance unless Lord Liu gives the word. Absolutely nobody steps foot inside, the rest of you with me. We're packing up the rest of the stash right now. Fast forward 2 hours. Against all odds, Truong Min actually finished the craft. He grinned, holding up the item. Flawless victory. This is 100% a divine seal breakthrough pill. Seeing the results, Lord Liu was internally screaming. This kid is an absolute monster. If he's this broken now, what kind of god mode is he going to unlock when he ranks up? Thank God he's on our side. But a second later, Truong Min looked around and totally panicked. Yo, where's the loot? Truong Min sprinted straight at the old man, completely raging. Liu Zhi, you lying old fossil. What happened to keeping your word? I finished the quest and now you're trying to dip with my loot. Lord Liu immediately shot back, defensively. Look, if I let you walk away with the and drop the sarcasm, kid, I'll admit I massively miscalculated on this one. But I'll make it right. You have my word. Reluctantly backing down, Truong Min crossed his arms and scoffed. All right, Lord Liu, let's hear this amazing explanation. Lord Liu threw out a new offer. For starters, how about a fast-track promotion to Centurion Truong Min? Closed his eyes, actually pausing to weigh the stats on that. Seeing his reaction, the old man burst out laughing. I knew that would shut you up, you little brat. Do you have any idea how many people in the Imperial Guard would literally kill for a Centurion rank? The power gap between a Centurion and a standard commander is complete. But all jokes aside, the only reason I'm handing you this OP promotion is because the next quest requires a Centurion to carry it. To lock down Dongguan Gorge, the Skyward Bureau set up a ton of outposts all along the Mang River. Not long ago, the Baomin County outpost spotted something crazy, a massive, abnormal swarm of mana-eater wasps gathering over at Wuju Slope. Truong Min kept his mouth shut, but inside he was cursing the guy out. Bro really handed him a trash-tier outpost and still expected him to do all the heavy. Is this really how your Imperial Court justifies things? On top of that, he just laid out the raw truth to Liu Zhi. Baomin County is right outside Dongguan Gorge, and those mana-eater wasps, they absolutely love using special rare minerals to build their hives. So wherever this type of swarm pops up, you can bet there is a premium mineral vein nearby. The old guy even leaked some insider intel to him. The Bureau is about to dispatch a commander to investigate this mess. You up for the quest? Truong Min seriously ran the numbers in his head. Now that is a solid way to hand out a mission. I knew it. There was no way your Imperial Court was actually that washed up. Ah Wu suddenly whipped around and rushed him. Bro, say yes, I dropped this good, do not let the boss change his mind. Hearing that, Truong Min immediately started haggling with Liu Zhi. For the loot here, I want to trade for 2 more gold tier artifacts and the 7 core spirit soldiers. The old guy absolutely lost it and roared, "You little brat. Give you an inch and you want the whole damn mile." Truong Min did not back down for a second. Instead, he played the innocent card. "Hey, I am just thinking about your and Lord Lu's grand ambitions here. Besides the more OP. I get." Even though he was literally shaking with rage, the old man had zero choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Fine hearing that Truong Min gave a slick salute and grinned. "Thanks for the carry, boss." Not even a second later, he threw an arm around Awu's shoulder and rushed him. "Hurry up, let us go farm those drops, and do not forget that jade seal." A good while later, Truong Min finally made it back to his mountain stronghold. The moment he walked in, he let out a massive sigh of relief. Man, it is finally over. All that insane grinding actually paid off. On the flip side, Truong Min was still feeling a little salty as he muttered to himself, "It is a huge shame those ghost legions and spirit soldier armies got complete." Lucher had already forwarded all the evidence and confessions straight back to the capital. Thanks to that massive assist, Lu Guangxiao's political standing in the court leveled up big time. The two of them leading the crusade against Prince Fu's territory, they essentially had the victory in the bag. As for Lu Subai Bro, actually managed to score an ensign title. Now he is flexing his official robes, heading back to his hometown to propose to his girl. At this point, Truong Min scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Wait, I swear I am forgetting something important." Right on cue, a magical artifact tucked in his shirt started vibrating, leaving him totally confused. He quickly pulled it out, and immediately a voice echoed from inside. "Boss down in Prince Fu's dungeon. There is a woman claiming she used to work for your Mang River outpost." That one sentence snapped Truong Min right back to reality. He literally screamed in his head, "Oh snap, the lady in the bamboo hat." And Jiu Ying mentioned the scene transition. Truong Min practically speed-ran his way down to the dark dungeon. The voice from the artifact spoke up again. "I guess she technically counts as my subordinate. Let her out." Along with her, there are 9 others. Truong Min just rolled with it and replied, "Copy that." Just like that, he sent his guys to go question her. Xiao Huang asked for her name. The girl just looked away and mumbled, "Nian Nian." He followed up with her background, and she replied, "From the Guangran district." Xiao Huang then asked for her cultivation rank. She flatly stated 4th Major Realm 3rd Stage. Awu was standing right outside, eavesdropping on the whole thing without making a sound. He was secretly thinking, "Man, this chick might be a little older than Sun Truong Min, but damn, she is absolutely gorgeous and Wait, Lady Nian, Guangran District? Bro, that is literally the infamous demoness on the Skyward Bureau's most wanted list. Boss, your taste is absolutely peak. Honestly, with a body and face like that, she is an absolute 10, looking like a total peach." In the end, Truong Min kept his word. He had Xiao Huang cut her loose and gave her a warning. "All right, Nian Nian, you are free to go. Do yourself a favor and stop causing trouble, God." She looked a bit caught off guard, but softly replied, "Understood." Scene transition on the road. Sibai was hyping himself up. "It has not even been that long, and I am already heading back to my village in official robes. Just wait until I pull up in front of Squire Zhao wearing this Skyward Bureau uniform. That old geezer's reaction is going to be pure comedy." But a moment later, his smile faded. He looked down and sadly mumbled to himself, "Hanging out with Brother Jin for so long. I feel like I am not on the same wavelength as those guys anymore, but hey, as long as Miss Zhao and I still have feelings for each other, that is all that matters." By now, Sibai had officially pulled up to the local magistrate's office. He whipped out his official badge without missing a beat and barked at Changming, tell the county magistrate to dispatch some men. "We are heading out to the Xiao family town." Seeing that badge, Changming started stammering, Liu." It took him a solid second to reboot his brain, as he realized, holy crap. Toot! In record time, Magistrate Ha practically ran out to welcome Sibai. This humble official greets the envoy of the Skyward Bureau. "I knew it was you, Lord Lu. I always said you were an absolute prodigy, a true dragon among men, completely destined for greatness." Sibai just nonchalantly looked away and hit him with an order. "Get a squad together. We are making a trip to the Xiao family town magistrate." Ha frantically nodded along. "Yes, sir. Right away, sir." He immediately started shouting for his guard. "Gather 3 squads of guards right now. I will personally escort Lord Liu to the Xiao family town." Scene shifts to Truong Min, who's chilling by the riverbank with his pet loach. He looks at it and asks, "Just finished stuffing your face, huh? First the crocodile, then the catfish, and now another rank 4 beast from the Iron Spear underground palace." The loach doesn't even answer, just snoozing away. He decides not to bother it. Just watching the little guy, he mutters to himself, "Looks like that guy at Dongquan Gorge still hasn't given up on the loot in the Iron Spear Palace. Might actually run into him on this trip to Baodan County." What kind of beast is it this time? Suddenly the loach wakes up and morphs into a sea snake. Seeing this, he immediately guesses, a sea snake monster. Taking the chance, Truong-min demands his cut. "You ate a rank 4 beast. This time got any good drops for me." Seeing the loach pretend to fall back asleep, he doesn't push it. He jumps up and sighs, "Nah, forget it. I actually got some decent treasures this time and was going to let you eat them. But since you're asleep, I won't bother you. Next time, then." The little guy looks shocked, hearing that. Without missing a beat, looking totally baffled, it demands food by straight-up chomping on Truong-min's hand, making him yell in annoyance. "I already put the jade seal away." Hearing that, it finally stops. Truong-min tries to guess what the loach wants. "Wait, you mean with this jade seal? You can help me break through to the third realm and throw in a crafting blueprint as a bonus." It squeaks a few times to agree, leaving Truong-min deep in thought. Looks like this thing is insanely important to the loach. A few minutes later, he stands up and promises the little guy, "All right, fine. But you're so stuffed right now, you can't even walk. Wait till you digest that, and your big bro will come feed you." It refuses to take no for an answer, rolling on the ground and squealing. However, Truong-min doesn't back down. "Hell no negotiations. I gotta head back to the outpost." Scene cuts to his arrival. Huang Tuan happily greets him. "Commander Ton, you're back." Taking the chance, he corrects the title. "Change how you address me from now on. Call me Centurion Ton." Huang Tuan nervously scratches his head and replies, "That's not really a good idea, sir, even though here at the outpost. Your words carry way more weight than the actual Centurion. But if word gets out that we call you that, it'll be bad for you. And bad for the Centurion, too." Din Trian, standing right next to him, smacks him on the head and scolds, "You idiot." He's a bit sharper than Huang Tuan, so he caught on immediately. Din Trian quickly bows and loudly congratulates him. "Congratulations on your promotion to Centurion, sir." Truong-min looks at him and smiles in satisfaction. From the noisy, crowded tent, Truong-min quietly sneaks out, and without a second of hesitation, he turns and books it. After running for a good while, Truong-min breathes a sigh of relief. "Phew. Good thing I reacted fast. If they used the hype to force me into treating them to a meal, I'd be so cooked. If I set that precedent now, it'd be a small party every 3 days and a huge feast every 5 way too expensive." Suddenly, he hears hurried footsteps rushing toward him. It's Truong-yen running over. "Big bro." The second she crashes into his arms, Truong-min laughs out loud. "You little brat, sneak attacking your bro the moment you get here." A second later, Truong-yen happily speaks up. "You're finally back. Are you hungry? Want me to cook something for you?" Hearing that, he thinks to himself, "Has this little girl really grown this much? She's already up to my chest." He replies softly, "All right then. I want that dish you used to make, and it better be good." That night at the dinner table, Dan slowly speaks up. "Miss, this old man is different from those 2 pieces. Even though I can't tutor you, I did help enlighten you somewhat. If not for my merits, at least acknowledge my hard work. So, could you let this old man scoop a little extra?" Hearing that, old Bao secretly rolls his eyes. "All that yapping just to beg for more food. You're the real trash here." Without any hesitation, Truong-yen agrees instantly. Her words make all 3 of them, Dan Than, Old Bao, and Thien Viet, think the exact same thing. "You said that last time too, but all the extra food just ended up in your own stomach." After a cozy dinner, Truong-min comfortably sprawls out on the floor. Suddenly, the loach's power materializes right in front of him. Seeing this, Truong-min shoots up, totally hyped. Let's go! I've been waiting forever for this little guy." The third great realm is called the Dao Tower. Cultivators at this stage need to pick a crucial spirit node in their body to construct a Dao Tower. There are only 3 ways to build a Dao Tower, divine arts formations, or spirit talismans. After studying it for a while, Truong-min quickly makes his choice. Since the Loach gave me the Innate Wood Talisman Compendium, I've got to go with the Spirit Talisman route. Without hesitation, he starts cultivating. Spiritual energy radiates from his body, and Truong-min successfully constructs an ancient tower. But just moments later, the tower starts fading away. Wait, that's it? The house is only half built, and the spiritual energy is already dry. Bro, are you actually reliable or not? The Loach's voice suddenly echoes, "Oh, here comes more." Hearing that, Truong-min cheers in excitement. "I knew you had it in you, buddy." Right in front of him appears a thick book. It turns out to be a rank 4 detox and healing pill manual. Not bad at all. This could totally save my life in a flash. Truong-min taps the gourd at his waist and tells the Loach, "Keep your stomach empty tonight. Tomorrow, I'm feeding you that jade seal. Not bad at all. The royal court is seriously way richer than those broke sects. Just casually dropping one copy of this out there. That's going to spark a total bloodbath in the martial world for sure. Then he suddenly remembered the issue with Sister Lu. Guess he's got to deal with Prince Fuck first before pushing the Baodan district plan. Might as well set things up in advance. Right now, he needs someone to head over to Baodan district and scout for intel. The next second, Truong Min was hyped up again. Got it. Cut to the Ghost Realm. Vidian. To his muttering to himself, Lady Niam seems like the perfect fit for this. Just got to trick her a bit, so she plays nice and listens. Right after the Bat Priest walked in to announce, "Boss, someone's looking for you." The moment he saw Niam Niam's silhouette, he thought to himself, "Speak of the devil," and she appears. You step out for a sec. The girl's eyes were glaring daggers right at Vidian To's face. In a flash, Niam Niam lunged forward and screamed her lungs out. "You old pervert, I'm going to kill you." Before she could even lay a finger on him, he was already bolting. Vidian was dodging everywhere while yelling, "All right, that's enough. You're a big-name figure. Why are you acting like some crazy lady at the market?" Even so, Niam Niam had zero intention of stopping. "You horny geezer, I almost died because of you this time." A moment later, he actually squeezed into a cabinet to hide. When she finally stopped to catch her breath, Vidian yelled out his defense. "How did I screw you over? Was the intel I gave you useless or what? Did you not get any loot?" Hearing that Niam Niam got even more pissed and delivered a brutal kick right into the cabinet, "I got ambushed by a rank 5 freak. I almost died in that damn prison. Luckily, he managed to fly out just in time." "Who are you blaming? Did I ever tell you to go investigate that low-level clerk?" She was absolutely losing her mind now. You men always find a way to make excuses. Vidian clapped back immediately. "Hey, don't go making stuff up. In this Prince Fuck case, everyone's relying on their own skills. You weren't strong enough and your luck was trash. Who else can you blame? Stop being so salty all the time. Girls who smile have way better luck, you know." Niam Niam wasn't hearing a single word of it. "I'm going to tear you to shreds, you nasty creep." The moment the words left her mouth, she charged straight at him. Next second, Vidian too opened his mouth and spat out lethal venom, the toxic beam stopping literally right in front of Niam Niam's forehead. Then he casually dropped the threat. "All right, letting you vent is one thing, but if you don't know when to stop, your boy here is actually going to get mad." In a flash, she let out an annoyed cold humph and turned around to leave. Seeing that Vidian hurriedly called out, "Yo, don't leave just yet. You're broke and I've got a job. We can totally keep teaming up. The price is negotiable." Niam Niam just thought for a second, didn't even bother replying, and walked off. This ghost city is crazy rich, absolutely thriving. If she could take over this place, she would literally never have to stress about money again. It's just that skeleton boss and that judge guy are a bit of a headache to deal with. Suddenly, Niam Niam felt something and whipped her head around. The moment she saw the crazy scene up in the ghost city's sky, she completely froze. Niam Niam's face instantly went pale. Peak rank 6. Right now, Niam Niam was still stunned by the insane aura in the ghost city sky, her mind racing. If it was just that skeleton and the judge, I might actually have a shot. A peak rank 6, though. Yeah, I think I'd rather stay alive a bit longer. Niam Niam quickly marched right back to the First Integrity Hall and violently kicked the door open. Finally giving in to the sweet call of money, she spoke up. "All right, you old creep, what's the gig this time, Vi? Dian?" To answered instantly. "Head to Baodan District and secretly investigate their cloud-gazing cliff outpost." This quest literally made Niam Niam snap. "Are you insane or you want to piss off the Heavenly Court Agency?" Seeing her turn to walk out for real, he hurriedly chased after her. "Why don't you trust me? Look, how about this? If you're scared, I'll hook you up with an official inner court token deal." Just hearing about that item, Niam Niam got curious and asked, "Wait, can you actually get an inner court token?" Even if the commander himself stepped up, there's no way he could pull strings in the inner court. Without hesitating for a second, Vidian patted his chest, super confident. "I've got a literal top-tier VIP backing me up." It seemed she was finally convinced. "How much does it pay?" Then he slowly laid it out. "Depends on what you bring to the table. But I fought to get you a base reward of 1,000 spirit jades. If you can actually dig up some massive clues, the VIP backing me is always crazy generous." Niam Niam instantly snapped back 1,000 spirit jades to hire a rank 4 expert. Really, even in his own head, Vidian knew that sounded weak. "Okay, maybe that is a bit cheap, so how much do you want?" Just waiting for that cue, she ruthlessly named her price base reward, 5,000 spirit jades. And every piece of intel is 3,000 spirit jades. The very next second he agreed. Deal. But are same tier treasures and pills okay instead of just cash? Niam Niam happily replied, deal. A moment later, Vaidian to pulled out the goods. Say less. I've got enough divine seal barrier breaking pills to keep you full. Here's half for the deposit. You head to Baodan district first. After she left, he thought to himself. Finally got the first chess piece on the board. Back in the ghost realm, he looked up at the sky and thought, the old ghost is finally awake. His golden days of being the Lord's favorite were officially over. That damn judge is such a suck-up, too. Wakes up and instantly runs off to kiss the old ghost's boots. Those two were totally teaming up to bully him. The next second, he just lost it and screamed, where the hell is my advisor? In the blink of an eye, a frantic figure crashed right down in front of him. Turns out Duho finally showed up. What's the rush? Wasn't I just eating at the tavern? That clueless question only pissed him off even more. You absolute pighead. All you do is eat. Hurry up and think of something. Do. Ho instantly clapped back. Bro, I'm literally a butcher. Right after their little shouting match, he actually had a brainwave. Boss, I know a guy, a real prodigy. He can definitely fix this mess for you. Meanwhile, back at the outpost, Truong Yen was cooking up a storm, sweetly calling out, sit down and chill for a sec, bro. Food's almost ready. Truong Min didn't even skip a beat. Got it. Suddenly, Van Pham rushed in. Commander, I've got an urgent report. Damn, that smells good. Truong Min just looked at him. What's the emergency? Getting back on track, he said that monster bird showed up again last night. But Truong Min just hit him with the most unbothered tone. Yeah, I know. You're dismissed. Truong Min's totally chill reaction, followed by the door slamming shut, left Van Pham standing there absolutely flabbergasted. A minute later, Truong Min was eating, thinking to himself, man, this bird is a hassle. Let's see what it's up to right now. Just like that, he opened a magical eye right where Ru and Hai Tuok were hiding out. Ru's frantic caring for the bird immediately caught Truong Min's attention. He instantly recognized this was the next stage of evolution for the all things spirit resonance. Without wasting a second, Truong Min bolted outside. Turns out he was heading straight for their hideout. Truong Min didn't even hesitate. Boom. Poured his spirit energy straight into Hai Tuok. The sheer power made the bird screech in absolute agony. 4 hours later, Hai Tuok finally couldn't take the strain anymore and totally collapsed. Hiding in the nearby woods, Ru was pale and panicking. Big sis needs to eat, but the sun's still out. There's zero chance I can go out hunting right now. Should I go beg her master for help? But the boss is terrifying. One wrong move and he'll literally scatter my soul into dust. Screw it, dust or no dust. If Big Sis doesn't eat, she's going to starve to death. Hyping himself up. Ru threw himself to the ground, right in front of Truong Min. Master, please, you got to save her. Seeing this, Truong Min gave a soft, approving smile. Kid, you're pretty loyal. I'll give you that. Chill out, I'm going to save her. Answering Ruo's desperate plea, Truong Min fed an elixir pill straight to Hai Tuok. In a flash, its feathers transformed into a blinding radiant gold. Even the bird's stamina was completely restored to 100%. With the crisis averted, Truong Min thought to himself, looks like we're good here. I gotta hurry back to the outpost and plant that spirit herb I scored from Phuc Vuong. A bit later, he warped straight to the outpost's backyard. From a nearby room, Truong Yen's voice called out, Bro, where are you off to? Turning around, Truong Min spotted his sister hanging out with Dan Than Van Pham and Thien Viet. Just doing some gardening. What are you guys up to? Truong Yen put on a bright smile. Oh, nothing at all. But then she and the whole crew immediately spun around to face the wall, acting like they were staring down a literal monster in broad daylight. Thien Viet was shaking like a leaf. We're cooked, it's over. The boss is totally going to find out. Dan Than kept his cool, whispering back, Why are you tweaking? If the sky falls, the young miss is here to carry us. Meanwhile, over in the ghost city, the 10,000 Souls King was standing on a bridge, arms crossed, looking absolutely badass. He calmly dropped the logic. At the end of the day, isn't that literally exactly how I... Then he just snapped, booming at his crew, You idiots, get back to work. The very next second, the Eastern Judge materialized, dragging along Lord Vai Dieu to... Hold up, Lord. We gotta bring the victim along to play tour guide. Hearing that the king instantly agreed. True that. Shrink him down so he can show me the way. A moment later, just outside Baodan County, even though he was literally trapped in the king's giant hand, Vai Dieu had zero chill and just kept screaming, You bastard. Can't you slow down, you rotten bag of bones? Just you wait. Luckily, the king completely tuned out his whining. Where exactly did your treasure get snatched? pointing straight at the Vong Van Cliff outpost. The petty ghost whined. Right around there, my lord. Without a second thought, the king popped his movement skill. Say less, I'll take you there. Looking up from the ground, his massive silhouette looked like a literal meteor crashing straight toward the Vong Van Cliff outpost. A guard spotted the incoming threat and started screaming, "Massive ghost incoming." After scanning the area for a sec, the king looked totally confused. I don't sense any thieves here. What kind of treasure did you even lose, bro? Vidyota didn't even hesitate. My lord, it was a massive, origin-devouring beehive, at least 20 feet tall. The king was genuinely stunned. Damn, that's the very next second Vidyota started spilling his theory. I'm 100% sure the guys from the Heavens Mandate Bureau jacked it. The king's face twisted up in absolute conflict. The master ordered us not to mess with the living. But recovering this loot and catching on to his boss's hesitation, Vidyota quickly pitched an idea. How about you just sit back and hold the line up here, my lord? And I'll head down to negotiate. They're probably terrified of your god-level aura anyway. 10 to 1, they just hand the loot over without a fight. Hearing that, N looked thrilled and replied, that plan is exactly what I had in mind. All right, go get it done. Even though the plan got the green light, he was still deep in thought. Those beehives probably contained some super rare minerals. If they could analyze what kind of precious ore it was, maybe they could even lure out the hidden faction backing this 100-man office. Now that would be peak. Pausing for like 2 seconds, VDN started shrinking back down to his normal size. Listen up, everyone inside, he yelled, dropping the ultimate threat. Hand over those stolen beehives to my boss right now, or my lord is going to wreck this whole place. When that happens, it's going to be a total bloodbath. Nobody survives. But the second VDN, to finish talking, a massive blast of magic slammed right into his face. Boom. He got blasted, flying backward, screaming his lungs out, Lord, save me. In just scoffed at the pathetic sight. Then he popped his skill. God mode activated. In a split second, the Skyward Bureau's defensive barrier took the full brunt of N's attack. Seeing this, Tu Tuong barked out an order. Dump every last spirit jade we have into the barrier. The others scrambled to help. Take my jades too. I am not dying today. The next second, Tu Tuong used his movement skill to launch himself into the air. Needing a bird's eye view, gritting his teeth, he sneered, You dare mess with the Skyward Bureau. Aren't you afraid the royal court will absolutely crush you? Vi, D, and Tu didn't sound scared at all. Just cough up the beehives and we'll leave right now. The Bureau guys were ready to fold immediately. Sir, those beehives are literally useless to us anyway. Despite their begging, Tu Tuong was absolutely fuming. Oh, brilliant. You're just a bunch of ghost trash, yet you dare challenge the entire Great Wu dynasty. Hearing that a subordinate down below turned pale. We're so cooked, he thought. The commander would rather die than surrender. But plot twist, completely opposite to what the guy thought. Tu Tuong just whipped out the item Vidian wanted. Take it. He chucked it over, and N easily snatched it right out of the air. Even then, N didn't miss the chance to drop a threat. Consider this a warning. The inner and outer sectors of the ghost market are our absolute bottom line. Try to stick your hands in there again and we'll chop them right off. Watching N walk away, a bureau subordinate scratched his head in confusion. Did he just say ghost market? The hell is that inner and outer sectors? Bro, do ghosts even go shopping? That dumb question just pissed Tu Tuong off even more. You absolute trash, he barked before storming inside. Meanwhile, Hai Tuok and Truong Min, who were currently chilling in the form of stealthy beetles, were tailing him. Tu Tuong's face was dead serious, like he was about to pull off something massive. A second later, he pulled out a talisman. Oh, so he was casting the absolute silent shield skill. Truong Min kept hovering nearby, watching him like a hawk. After a long pause, he finally spoke to someone through a jade pendant. My lord, something unexpected just happened. I had no choice but to hand over the beehives. The mysterious lord coughed before replying, Cough, cough. It's fine. Those things are useless to us anyway. Tu Tuong looked surprised. Are we absolutely sure about this? The lord quickly replied, There's no mistake. Plus, I've already dispatched a rank 6 powerhouse as backup for you. Just focus on your end of the quest. Everything rides on this. Finishing his report, he bowed respectfully. Understood, my lord. Farewell. At the same time, Truong Min, who had eavesdropped on the whole thing, thought to himself a grand master plan. Wait, don't tell me he's trying to pull a rebellion just like King Fuck. Before long night completely took over, Truong Min quietly slipped through the dead silent forest. His footsteps were super light but fast, and he quickly tracked down Hai Tuok's hiding spot. Standing in front of the beast, he lowered his voice. Make a quick run to the ghost domain and snatch that beehive for me. After that, head to Cloudwatch Cliff and keep spying on Ngon Tu Tuong. But right after saying that, Truong Min suddenly froze like he just remembered something huge. He quickly reached into his shirt and muttered, "Oh, wait, right." He pulled out a tiny object, a faint, eerie glow pulsing in the palm of his hand. Without a second thought, Truong-min fused it straight into Hai Tuok's body. Smooth and instant. With this minion's eye, I can check on Cloudwatch Cliff whenever I want. Literal wall hacks. Right after that, the beast spread its wings and blasted off into the night sky, completely vanishing into the darkness. He waited until Hai Tuok was totally out of sight before slowly turning around and slipping away. About 15 minutes later, he arrived at his front door and his jaw actually dropped. Right there in the courtyard of his guard post, a massive, chunky beehive was just sitting there. Damn, Hai Tuok actually works fast as hell, he praised in his head. Wasting zero time, Truong-min whipped out a knife, sliced off a chunk, and tossed it into a mortar. With every slow, heavy grind, the beehive broke down into this super-fine powder that literally sparkled like stardust. Inspecting the materials inside, Truong-min was absolutely stunned. Wait, 11 types of rare metals, 6 types of mystical woods, 17 different mineral ores, and even 5 types of beast bones and fangs. What kind of crazy super ore is this? It's literally packed with every premium crafting mat imaginable. Gripping his sword tight, his eyes locked onto the massive beehive with an icy glare. Swish, slash. A few flawless sword strikes. Later, the whole thing shattered into a million tiny pieces. Truong-min sheathed his blade, his eyes going dark as he sank deep into thought. The composition is still a mess, but if I extract the pure ores from these 3 beehives and sell them on the market, that's easily worth at least 23,000 spirit jades. And these are just the scrap pieces that the origin-devouring bees dug out of the rocks to build their nests. He quickly pulled out a token card. I still need to hit up Sister Lu. Otherwise, that rank 6 powerhouse Ngon Tu Tuong called in is going to be a massive problem. This is going to be a headache. Early the next morning, while Truong-min was out cold, a massive shout right outside his door jolted him awake. "Commander Ton, it's Avu." Truong-min thought to himself, "Damn, he's here already." Avu barged right in and shoved a piece of paper into his hands. "Lord Lu Tree told me to give you this." Staring at the drawing on the paper, Truong-min was absolutely clueless. "The hell is this?" Avu explained. "It holds a single strike of blade aura from the Lord. If we actually run into a 6th rank expert this time, just throw this at them." Truong-min wasn't buying it. "But Lord Lu is only at the 6th rank himself. You're telling me a paper drawing of his sword strike can take down a legit 6th rank powerhouse?" Avu frowned, sounding super annoyed. "How could you even compare Lord Lu to some ordinary 6th rank trash?" Truong-min was dead-ass, speechless, his mouth twitching. "Bro needs to chill with the fanboying. Blind worship, ain't it?" Avu kept hyping him up, his face practically glowing with admiration. Yesterday, when the Fuck King case wrapped up, Lord Lu soloed 2 6th rank experts. In the final battle, he literally leveled up mid-fight. Avu pointed right at the paper in Truong-min's hand. That is the very first strike Lord Lu made after breaking through to the 7th rank. Anyone below rank 7 is getting absolutely wrecked. Hearing that, Truong-min instantly folded the paper and tucked it safely into his sleeve. "Well, that's OP. As soon as Liu Bak gets back, we're heading out." Avu suddenly chimed in. "We're waiting for one more person." Truong-min was caught off guard. "Who?" Avu tried to play mysterious, giving a smug little smile. "You'll see when they get here." Looking at his dumb face, Truong-min figured it out instantly. A thought flashed through his mind. That slippery little snake really knows how to pick his moments. Why show up now? Annoyed, he shoved Avu right out the door. "Trying to keep secrets from me. Guess you forgot who's the boss around here. Go reflect on your life choices." The door slammed shut right in his face. Avu panicked, frantically banging on it to explain. "Lord Lu just said he was finding you some backup and sending them right over. He literally didn't even tell me who it was." Truong-min completely ignored the yelling outside, rubbing his chin as his eyes darkened in deep thought. He wondered to himself, just how far can I build my Dao Tower this time? The moment the thought hit him, he dropped straight into his cultivation state, feeling the insane amount of mana surging through his veins. The Dao Tower was already at level 5.5, just a tiny bit away from a perfect level 6, so freaking close to maxing it out. But if he wanted to forge the divine heavenly weapon, he had to break through to the 4th rank, the Hidden Chi stage at the bare minimum. The divine heavenly weapon merged the best parts of golem and mechanic weapons. If he actually pulled this off, he could go toe-to-toe with a 5th rank powerhouse. In Truong-min's mind, the blueprints for the divine heavenly weapon flipped open page by page. Every single stroke was packed with insanely complex Dao laws, making his brain hurt the longer he stared at it. It didn't take long for him to lose his patience. He hopped out of bed, totally done with it. Screw this time to eat. Walking into the kitchen, just the sight of old Bao made Changming panic a little. He looked around and not seeing the person he wanted immediately asked, "Where's my sister?" Old Bao calmly replied, "The young miss went hunting with a Vu. I'm cooking lunch today." In the blink of an eye, old Bao slammed a massive bucket of meat right in front of Changming, thinking to himself, "Smells fire, doesn't it?" Changming quickly grabbed a huge chunk of meat and shoved it in his mouth. But the second he chewed, his taste buds were literally assaulted. His face scrunched up like a monkey that just bit into a chili pepper. Where the hell did this guy get the confidence to cook, claiming he's some master chef? Bet he bought that title. His furious yell echoed through the whole house. "Nah, I'm done eating." Right after the blazing silhouette of a firefox flashed across the sky, signaling that the hunting duo was back. The moment she spotted Changming down below, Yen's face lit up. "Brother, I'm so sorry I'm late." She ran up and hugged his arm tightly, sounding super guilty. "You had to suffer eating old Bao's pig slop again, didn't you?" Changming instantly agreed. "Exactly. That stuff was absolute trash. Keep track of the time next time, all right? I'm going to starve to death at this rate." Old Bao hid by the kitchen door, quietly watching the siblings. He let out a heavy sigh, violated again. Right at that moment, a panicked voice screamed out from the watchtower. "Intel from the southwest. A massive squad is approaching." Changming was shocked. "What the hell are we under attack?" Vu took a guess. It might be the backup Lord Lu talked about. Changming gave a slight nod, his gaze turning serious. "Makes sense. Come with me. Let's check it out." Watching the massive group draw closer, he stood there in dead silence, trying to process it. Is this really the backup Lord Lu was talking about? From a distance, catching sight of the two familiar figures, Niam An started frantically waving her hands. "Little Changming, I'm finally back." But right behind that massive squad of reinforcements, a single solitary figure was quietly walking toward the outpost. Slow, steady steps. Koda let out a sigh of relief, the heavy weight finally off his chest. "Took so much effort, but I finally secured this spot guarding the Man River outpost." A calculating glint flashed in his eyes. "With my rank 4 power, I'm definitely going to be the boss's right-hand man from now on." Seeing the neat formation waiting ahead, Koda started hyping himself up. "No way. Did the boss already know I was coming? Setting up a grand welcome like this? He really values me." He quickly bowed deep, his voice dripping with respect. "Sir, I have arrived." But when Changming got a good look at the guy, he just looked confused. Then he dropped a brutally cold line that left Koda absolutely stunned, eyes wide. "Find your own place to crash." He just stood there frozen, mind completely blank, with only one thought echoing in his head. Wait, what just happened? Were they not here for me? Vu looked at him curiously. "A worshipper from the Imperial Sky Bureau. What's a guy like you doing at a trash outpost like this?" Koda answered respectfully. "Reporting to my lord. I'm here to guard this place." His eyes stayed glued to the guy in front of him, secretly sizing him up. A rank 5 dressed like that. He's got to be Lord Lu Tri's subordinate. Why the hell is he here? Vu's face instantly darkened and he snapped, "Are you kidding me? A dinky outpost needs a rank 4 to guard it. The inner guard needs to seriously investigate your Kujiang district." Changming shot him a side-eye, his voice dropping to a low warning tone. "Vu, did you forget your place again?" Vu stiffened up his throat, catching. He couldn't even get a word out. He immediately turned and bailed, practically running away. "Miss, let me prep that monster meat for you." Changming gave a bright nod. "Sure thing." Koda watched the whole thing go down, cold sweat absolutely pouring down his forehead. A whole rank 5. Thien Viet patted Koda on the shoulder, "Totally chill. You'll get used to it." Stuff like this happens all the time. After that incredibly awkward intro, everyone just scattered to do their own thing. It wasn't long before Dongvong hurried over, clasping his hands in a report. "Centurion Van, the head count is done." Changming paused, his gaze sweeping over the guy. "And this is..." He quickly introduced himself. "Greetings, Centurion Tan. I am the platoon leader under Lord Van. Lam Dongvong." Niam An just pouted, sticking her tongue out playfully, and brushed it off. "My family sent him. He just handles my trivial chores." Changming gave a faint, accepting smile. "All right, let's head in." Around the massive meeting table, soft light filled the room, highlighting the dead serious faces gathered around. He stood up straight, leaning his hands casually on the edge of the table. "Since everyone's here, let's hear your thoughts." Tubach leaned forward, slightly about to speak. "I think..." Before he could even finish, Dongvong whipped out a massive map, shoving it right in his face. "Everyone, look at this." He leaned in, tracing the winding paths on the map, explaining with way too much confidence. If we roll out tomorrow, we can take this route. Cut through Lu Lamtown Vu Kai Pass and the Giap Sun Trail. Finally, we push through the 10-mile pass right into Baodan County. That way, we totally bypass all the hazards along the Mant River. Plus, it's the absolute shortest route. Dong Vong kept going. We'd save so much time. But literally, no one in the room seemed to care. Truong Min randomly asked, "We got a boat?" Avu answered immediately, "Yep, Lord Lu just hooked me up with one." Dong Vong froze, cold sweat prickling the back of his neck as heavy, suffocating anger started bubbling up inside him. "They're seriously ignoring me." Truong Min made the call. "All right then, we're taking the Man River straight upstream." Dong Vong shot to his feet, snapping in frustration. "Lord Ton, with all due respect, why are we tossing out my strategy?" Truong Min just frowned. A flash of absolute annoyance crossed his eyes. "Young blood's way too fired up," he mocked internally. "Bro hasn't touched grass yet, hasn't had reality humble him." He shut down the whole debate with one icy word, "No." Dong Vong flinched, his anger immediately crashing into awkward humiliation. He lowered his voice, "I just wanted to ask." But before Dong Vong could even finish, Truong Min ruthlessly cut him off, glaring at him with dead, icy eyes. "I already gave you my answer. You're done asking." The total disrespect made Dong Vong clench his jaw. His teeth literally ground together. He fought to swallow down the raging fury, desperately trying not to let it show. Outside, the night was dead quiet. The deep sky glittered with cold stars, a total contrast to the heavy, suffocating tension choking the meeting room. Over in another room, Van Pham was quietly packing his gear. Every move was dragging like he had a ton on his mind. He let out a heavy, miserable sigh, radiating pure exhaustion and defeat. Baodan County, Van Pham muttered to himself, "Hell no, I don't want to go. If Miss Van hadn't shown up, I could have just stayed here chilling in peace." His whining hadn't even faded before frantic knocking blew up outside, totally shattering the quiet room. He jumped quickly, getting up to swing the door open. The second the door opened, Dong Vong's punchable face was right there. Van Pham's expression instantly dropped, his voice dripping with pure annoyance. "What the hell do you want?" Before he could even finish, the guy just swaggered right into the room. Dong Vong tilted his chin up, a cocky smirk on his face. "I was personally handpicked by the uncle to back up Centurion Yun. If things go smooth, I'll be marrying into the Yun family. I'm going to be Centurion Yun's husband," saying that he threw a smug look back, acting like he already owned the place. "So basically, we're both Yun family." Yun Fan just stared at him, his eyes screaming absolute disgust. Bro didn't even try to hide it. He finally spoke up. "Did Lady Yun's uncle actually promise you that?" Dong Vong didn't even blink. "Well, obviously you don't say something like that out loud," but the hint was loud and clear. He just kept going. "It's just that for this mission, Commander Sun Changming is way too stubborn. Dude refuses to use actual talent. I'm worried his trash leadership is going to put Lady Yun in danger." That's when it clicked. Yun Fan finally figured out what this clown was actually doing here. "So, what do you want from me?" Bro stopped beating around the bush and just laid it out. "I won't clash with him directly, but if this mission goes south, I need you to back me up and clear my name. We pinned the whole mess on Sun Changming." Hearing that garbage, Yun Fan's face instantly dropped. His eyes went pitch black, completely freezing over. Yun Fan pointed straight at the door, his voice dead cold. "Get out," Dong Vong froze. For a second, he actually thought he misheard him. He scowled, looking absolutely baffled. "What did you just say?" Yun Fan completely lost it, his rage just exploding. He screamed right in Dong Vong's face. "I said get the hell out of here." In that moment, only one chilling thought crossed Yun Fan's mind. "If you want to get yourself killed, go do it alone. Don't drag me down with your dumb self." But this dude was still puffing his chest out, acting all confident. "I am Lin Dong Vong, the future husband of Centurion Yun. You better think real hard about this." Bro immediately snatched a wooden rod from the corner of the room. Gripping it tight, Yun Fan pointed it straight at the arrogant punk. "Are you going to leave? Because if you don't, I'm beating you out of here." Dong Vong stepped back. He finally realized the situation was totally out of his control. He instantly threw both hands up in the air. "Whoa, chill." Then he bolted straight for the door. But right before he dipped, he just had to look back and drop one last petty insult. Short-sighted trash. The next morning, right as the night faded, warm sunlight started peeking through the clouds. It slowly washed over the outpost, bringing this super rare, peaceful vibe. Changming stood out on the porch doing a massive stretch. His eyelids were heavy as hell after pulling an all-nighter. He'd been grinding the whole night and barely managed to finish crafting the divine Dao soldiers. Right on cue, Changyan's sweet voice called out from the kitchen door. She poked her head out her face, totally lighting up in the morning sun. "Big bro, breakfast is done. Hurry up and eat." He just smiled. "All right, Changming quickly headed into the kitchen. Changyan was already holding this massive ladle. She looked at him with big caring eyes and softly said, "Bro, let me serve yours first." The ladle tilted and a huge stacked scoop of food splashed right into his bowl, sending up a thick cloud of steam. An insane mouth-watering smell instantly filled the whole kitchen, totally wiping out whatever exhaustion he had left. Standing right by the kitchen door, Dongvong caught a whiff of it and literally gulped. He couldn't even hide how bad he wanted it. Damn, that smells good. But in that exact second, the giant ladle in her hand just flew through the air, bam, smashed right into the top of his head. Dongvong grabbed his skull, his face completely twisted in shock. He was completely freaking out in his head. That chubby little kid literally has zero cultivation. So how the hell did I fail to dodge a flying spoon? Tianyue and Danchen had this instant telepathic moment. They both turned and locked eyes for a split second. They didn't even need to say a word to know what the other was thinking. The young miss might not be able to cultivate, but her natural OP aura is already turning into a straight-up ability. Nian Ying furiously pointed right at his face and snapped, "Is this a place you're supposed to be? Get out." Right then, a bitter thought crossed Dongvong's mind. Wow. So even Lady Yun cares this much about matching social status. I completely misjudged her. Flustered, he turned around to leave. Whatever Lady Yun commands, this subordinate will naturally obey. Dongvong ground his teeth together so hard they literally creaked. A dark, toxic thought started brewing in his head. Just wait till I marry her. I'm going to settle the score with her later. Meanwhile, Changming was completely unbothered, just happily stuffing his face. Bro literally gave zero cares about the drama that just went down. A minute later, he slapped his chopsticks down on the table, sounding totally satisfied. "I'm stuffed!" Suddenly, Changming shot up from his seat. "Give me a sec, I'll be right back." Then he quickly stepped outside. He was just taking a casual stroll to digest his food. But right outside the door, Dongvong was already standing there waiting for him. The second he saw Changming walk out, he started trailing right behind him. His voice was dripping with impatience and attitude. "We need to move out immediately." "Why does the Centurion insist on delaying us?" Changming stopped in his tracks. Totally annoyed, he gave a flat order. "Someone go teach this guy a lesson." Instantly, before Dongvong could even blink, a brutal kick sent him flying backward. His whole body rattled, and a freezing voice blasted in his ear, "Know your place." Tianyue's face was absolutely radiating killer intent. "Whatever Centurion Son decides, your only job is to shut up and obey. Since when do you have the right to question the commander? You make one more sound, and you're getting dealt with by military law." Dropping that, he turned his head and coldly called out for Yunfan. He rushed out in a flash, reporting for duty. The commander's orders make sure he stays on his knees until Commander Tan gets back. If he even thinks about standing up 100 strikes with the cane and he's kicked out of the Heavenly Bureau, Van Pham barked back, "Sir, yes, sir." An hour dragged on. With him watching like a hawk, Dongvong was stuck on his knees, his legs going completely dead. A sharp, piercing pain shot all the way up to his lower back, cold sweat dripping down his spine. Right then, a subordinate came sprinting over, bowing respectfully. "The commander has issued an order. Everyone is requested at the Mang River." "The commander is already waiting." Van Pham froze. He shot a glance at Dongvong, still kneeling in the dirt, hesitating. What about Lam Dongvong?" Niaman scoffed. "Drag him along. If he acts up again, we'll just toss him into the river for the fishes." Scene shifts. The river's current was rushing wildly, the surface sparkling under the blinding sky. Avu stood his ground on the muddy riverbank, gripping a chunk of spirit jade. Without a second thought, he hurled it straight into the air. The very next second, boom. A deafening explosion shook the entire riverbank, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Truong Min spun around, yelling at Avu, "Get on the ship, let's go." Dongvong was panicking, practically begging. "Sir, please give us the spirit jade. We need to power up the ship and the defensive barriers." He tossed it over. "Here's the jade for the ship. Skip the defensive barriers." Dongvong instantly started running his mouth. "Lord Tan, even if you're pocketing that extra jade for yourself, you gotta stay alive to act." Truong Min's expression instantly darkened. Room went dead silent. "Tell me something. If I feed you to the sea monsters right now, do you think they'd still bother attacking our ship?" Hearing that ice-cold threat, Dongvong absolutely lost it. He was shaking like a leaf, his heart pounding out of his chest. Watching this trash-tier coward scurry away to hide behind the mast, Truong Min just felt completely done with him. Such an annoying brat. Suddenly, Dongvong's eyes locked onto Niaman as she stepped out onto the deck. He instantly slid right in front of her, trying to play the caring guy. "Commander, a woman looking to settle down really needs to think about the long term. You should find a man with actual potential. Niam An was livid. She pointed a finger right in his face and snapped Lam Dong Vong. I am your commanding officer, not some random drinking buddy. Know your damn place. He just stood there, frozen, watching her storm off into the distance. A smirk crept onto his face as he scoffed internally. Just another shallow woman, shortly after the massive ship cut through the waves and set sail. The heavy hull plowed through the water. Waves continuously smashed against the side of the ship, creating a steady, heavy thudding sound, whipping up a misty spray that drifted across the river. Inside the main cabin, Niam An was sitting down looking visibly depressed. My uncle actually planted this Lam Dong Vong guy here. He was supposed to be the poster boy for recruiting commoner disciples. But honestly, I think there's something mentally wrong with him. Truong Min just shrugged it off. Then just promote a few more commoners, wouldn't that solve it? Niam An closed her eyes and let out a long, heavy sigh. The Van family doesn't have that kind of resources. Getting into the Heavenly Bureau is the easy part, but trying to climb past the rank of Banner Chief, it's practically impossible. Truong Min, chilling right across from her, just waved his hand with absolute confidence. Bro, that's nothing. Just leave it to me. Niam An's eyes went wide. She whipped her head around. Wait, seriously. Truong Min smirked at her. What, you think I'd scam you? In his head, he was already doing the math. I just need to drop a word to Lord Liu. I can literally get as many spots as I want. Niam An smiled softly. Don't go making promises you can't keep. You've got a bright future ahead of you now. You need to focus on building your own faction. Truong Min raised an eyebrow, totally teasing her. Damn, since when did you get so smart? Niam An glared at him, putting her fists up in a playful threat. Little Truong Min, you're getting bold. Keep running your mouth. Suddenly, the entire ship violently lurched. The massive tremor caught her totally off guard. Out on the river, the water beneath them was churning wildly like something massive was waking up. Someone yelled out, "What the hell's going on?" Dong Vong started waving his arms frantically. Hurry, hurry. It's a high-level demonic. Red alert. Open the armory, load the spirit jades into the heavy defense arrays right now. Truong Min and Niam An stepped out of the cabin. Seeing him trying to play Captain, Truong Min frowned. Is this Lam Dong Vong guy literally acting like I don't exist? Without missing a beat, Niam An stood right behind him and barked, Everyone stand down. No one moves without my orders. Dong Vong glanced back at her, looking dumbfounded. Wait, what? She didn't give him an ounce of respect, snapping right back. There are 2 commanders and 1 venerable on this ship. Since when does a lowly banner chief like you get to call the shots? Truong Min smirked, glancing at the woman standing next to him. Looks like he just made you lose face again. Your subordinate is completely out of control. Niam An's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she replied, My bad, I didn't keep my guy on a tight leash. Sorry for the mess. But Dong Vong still wouldn't take the hint. He yelled out, We've got a massive threat right next to us. How can the Venerable just stand there? Are you afraid Lord Van's people are gonna... She completely ignored him, turning her back with a cold scoff. Realizing he was being treated like absolute trash, Dong Vong was fuming, gritting his teeth so hard they could crack. Right at that moment, another massive surge erupted from beneath the river. Water blasted everywhere. Dong Vong was freaking out, pointing right at it. Lord Tan, order the counterattack already. What are you waiting for? Are you seriously still hoarding a few spirit stones at a time like this? But Truong Min completely unfazed. He just looked right at him and declared, I am staying exactly right here. I am not moving a muscle, and I am not giving a single order. Beside him, Xia Vu and the rest of the squad stood perfectly still. Total discipline. Formations locked in, just waiting for the word. Truong Min nodded, totally satisfied. Now that looks like a real army. Dong Vong thought he was losing his mind. You guys, you are all totally insane. He whipped his head around to yell at 2 other subordinates. Screw them. Leave them be. Hurry up and unlock the armory or we are completely cooked. The 2 flunkies bowed immediately. Yes, sir. But Niam An instantly stepped up. Nobody move, she warned. Who do you take orders from, Commander Tan or this clown? The 2 guys quickly turned to run, muttering under their breath. Commander Van. Dong Vong's face twisted in panic. It is over. We are literally going to die because of you lunatics. Their ship was barreling straight toward the churning water, just when they were inches away from the impact. The massive shock waves under the surface suddenly started shrinking, and then the river went dead silent. Completely calm, Truong Min just crossed his arms. He narrowed his eyes with a smirk. Well, how is that? He thought to himself, with the Loach beast guarding us. Like hell, anything bad is going to happen to this ship. Dong Vong pointed a trembling finger at him, totally stuttering. You just got incredibly lucky. What are you acting so arrogant for? Just, you wait. I am definitely going to surpass you. Niam An shut him down immediately. Let me tell you exactly why he gets to act arrogant. Commander Ton has been cultivating for less than 1 year. He joined the Heavenly Bureau less than 6 months ago, and he is already leagues above the rank you have been grinding over 10 years to reach. Literally no comparison. Her glare turned absolutely lethal, and if we are talking background, Commander Ton started as a completely broke peasant waiting to die in Tuyet Ho village. What is your excuse? Dongvong was completely crushed by her aura. He could only choke out a single word. Truong Min flicked his wrist, shooting out a glowing golden rope that completely bound the guy. Save it. Trash like him will just keep making excuses to convince themselves they are in the right. Then he called out. Avu list out exactly how many military laws this idiot just broke. The golden rope yanked Dongvong completely down, forcing him to his knees on the wooden deck. His crimes rang out clear as day. Number 1, disobeying direct military orders, penalty, death. Number 2, cowardice in the face of the enemy, penalty, 30 lashes. Number 3, defying a superior officer, penalty, beheading. Number 4, sowing discord among the ranks, penalty, beheading. Truong Min's voice was ice cold. Well then, execute him. The 2 flunkies totally lost their minds seeing this and dropped to beg for mercy. Commander, sir, please spare his life. But the second those words left their mouths, a blinding slash ripped through the air. Swish, a splash of bright red blood stained the wooden deck. But the flunky with the middle part was not backing down. He actually dared to yell out. We literally begged you to spare him. Why the hell did you just execute him without a single word? The other flunky was screaming, Lieutenant Lamb. Avu casually sheathed his sword behind his back and scoffed. Your daddy here used to be one of the 6 cavalry generals. I served directly under Lord Lu, Tri-Commander of the Southern Prison. Now I serve Lord Ton. If Lord Ton does not say stop, I do not stop. You absolute trash. You think your pathetic begging means jack shit to me. The flunky pushed back, but Lieutenant Lamb is one of our own. If you kill him, are you not worried it is going to spark a total war between our factions? Truong Min just smirked, highly amused. Look at that. Seems Lam Dongvong's little attempt to sow discord actually worked. Niam An fiercely snapped, shut your mouth. Slap yourself 20 times. The middle-parted guy froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded by his punishment. Niam An swept her cold gaze across the entire squad standing before her. Her voice was absolute law. Everyone on this ship belongs to the Heavenly Bureau, and everyone here serves under Commander Ton. Are we crystal clear? The entire deck roared back. Yes, ma'am. Truong Min took a step forward. Do your jobs right. Commander Van and I will definitely take care of you. I guarantee every single one of you will get a very generous payout from this. The ship continued to cut through the water. He gave the final order. Dismissed. Back to your stations and stay on extremely high alert. The crew shouted back instantly. Understood. Truong Min led the way into the main cabin and stopped in his tracks. Niam An trailed right behind him. Seeing him stop, she tilted her head curiously. Why did you call me in here? Truong Min looked back at her, raising an eyebrow. You were not worried. Are you not afraid your subordinates will get brainwashed and turn against you? Niam An just shrugged, totally honest. To be real with you, you are the only reason I have made it this far. So obviously, I am going to cling to you like my life depends on it. She pumped her fist in the air, hyped up. As long as we actually survive this quest, all the backlash from today completely vanishes. People will just think I have insane scouting vision. My rep is going to skyrocket. Truong Min smirked, raising his eyebrow again. I literally just executed your little fanboy, and you are not even mad at me. Niam An looked completely clueless and asked him, pursuing what exactly. Truong Min closed his eyes and lowered his head to explain. Lin Dongwang was actually planning to marry you this whole time just to leech off the Yun family. Turns out you had no idea. Nian Ying covered her mouth with her hand, then let out a gasp. No way. She clasped her hands together and bowed to Changming. Thank you, Sir Sun, for taking care of this mess for me. Right at that moment outside the door, Ah Wu and Gu Suo were quietly eavesdropping on the drama inside the cabin. Ah Wu started whispering, do you think the commander punished Lin Dongwang for the sake of the big picture, or was it for Commander Yun? Gu Suo just replied, the commander's business, I ain't saying a word. In his head he was screaming, if you want to die, kid, don't drag me down with you. 3 days later, the ship was sailing smoothly down the river. Suddenly, a massive tail breached the surface. After a violent struggle, that long-tailed fish monster lay completely motionless in a pool of blood-red water. Changming ordered his men to haul the beast up. Divide the meat up among yourselves. You guys have been working hard lately. The subordinates cheered like crazy. Thank you, Commander. Sun Yanning leaned in and praised him. Not bad. Punishments and rewards, throwing in some spirit jades. You've got their morale locked. Changming just dropped 3 words, not enough yet. He then told her his master plan. There's a rune bone on this rank 3 beast. When the time comes, I want you to use it as a reward for the officer who performs the best. That way, they won't feel distant from you. Nian Ying hyped him up again. You're seriously cracked at this, Sir Sun. On the 5th day, a loud order echoed from the ship. Full speed ahead. We hit the Wangyun Cliff command post in exactly 1 hour. The subordinates immediately roared back, Yes, sir. 1 hour later, at the Wangyun Cliff command post, a guard rushed into the main hall in an absolute panic. Commander Sun is right outside. Yan Xixiang jerked his head up, his mind racing. Traveling by land takes at least 10 days, and the Mong River is swarming with monsters. But this son Changming actually risked the water route. Looks like he came fully prepared. He pushed himself up and signaled his subordinate, Follow me. Let's go welcome Commander Sun. Outside, Changming was already waiting. He clasped his hands and greeted him. Commander Yan Xixiang and his guard bowed in return. Commander Sun. Next he gestured to the guy standing behind him and explained, Since the higher-ups sent you here, Sir Sun, I'll hand over the origin-devouring bee case to you. I've also assigned a local officer to be your guide. The man in the back bowed respectfully. I am Chu Shanliang. Greetings, Commander Sun. Xixiang then added, Oh, right, a rank 6. Greater Ghost showed up a few days ago. I'm afraid it's going to be a massive headache for you, Sir Sun. Changming faked a startled look. How did that happen? What kind of ghost? In his head, he was smirking. Rack your brain all you want. You'd never guess I was the one who sent it. Xixiang turned and walked back into the hall, giving orders over his shoulder. Chu Shanliang escort Commander Sun and his crew to the Chow Manor. Give him the full briefing on the way. Getting his cue, Shanliang waved his hand and said, Our command post is way too cramped. It's really not fit to host you all. Not far from here, Lord Chow specifically cleared out a manor for you to stay in the Chow Manor. He pointed toward the gates. Sirs, right this way. As for that greater ghost, man, it scared the absolute life out of us. Changming's entire squad followed Shanliang and slowly headed out. Little did they know Xixiang was standing on the 2nd floor, quietly watching their every move. He called out Yansheng, Take a few guys, change your clothes, and head to the lion cave to grab the goods. Xixiang shot him a dark look and ordered, Take it to the 4th master's place first, and throw it down that ancient well. Yansheng clasped his hands. Understood. Outside, a magpie was perched on the roof, its eyes locked onto Changming's group. Who knows how much time passed, but Changming's crew finally arrived at the Chow Manor. In the courtyard, a man was already kneeling on the ground waiting for them. Seeing the group approach, he looked up and announced himself. I am Chao Zishan, humbly welcoming the imperial envoys. Please forgive our simple rural conditions. Changming leaned down and replied, You can stand up. Sorry to intrude, old-timer. Zishan slowly stood up and said, The manor has prepared a welcome banquet for you, all my lords. Changming shot that down instantly. Skip the welcome feast. We're strictly here on official business and just need a place to crash. You can relax, old man. As he walked inside, he asked, Where were those origin-devouring bees spotted? Take me there. Behind him, Shanliang closed his eyes and replied, Sir, they're at 5 Bamboo Slope. But you've traveled a long way and must be exhausted. Why not rest first? Changming rejected it again. No need. We move out right now. Next, he tilted his head to the side and gave his orders. Ah Wu, take a few men and come with me. Everyone else stay behind with Commander Yun and Senior Gu Suo. Set up 4 guard posts around the perimeter. Ah Wu replied. Got it. Shanliang followed behind Changming, ready to leave. The moment Changming wasn't looking, he turned his head and shot a wink to a subordinate. Catching the signal, the subordinate started scheming. I gotta find a way to warn Commander Yan. Nian Ying turned to look at the person behind her, asking curiously, Senior, how should we set things up? She briefed her on the plan. Everyone blend in. Let the boys keep watch, and whatever you do, do not let them send a warning. Meanwhile, Truong Min noticed that Rat Sun Luong just yapping with the crowd forever instead of moving out. He muttered suspiciously, Bro is totally stalling for time, isn't he? Screw it. I'll just use the mind-piercing melody and force the intel out of him. Truong Min brought a bamboo flute to his lips and started playing. An eerie tune hit Sun Luong's ears, making him wince hard. The old guy rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself, What the hell? My head is splitting and I'm dizzy. Did I sleep like trash last night? He thought. I wonder if our guys managed to warn the Centurion yet. Up on a massive rocky cliff, Sun Luong stood face to face with Truong Min. He pointed off into the distance. Lord Ton, it's just past that mountain over there. But Truong Min hit him with a sudden question. So Sun Luong, you're Ngo Tu Tuong's right-hand man, aren't you? Completely hypnotized by the flute's melody, the guy spilled everything. Aside from his personal guards, I'm easily the most trusted guy in the entire Centurion office. Truong Min kept pressing. Hasn't Go Tu Tuong been acting weird lately? With a deadpan blank expression, Sun Luong answered, Yeah, lately he's been locking himself in his room. He barely even shows his face anymore. Truong Min dug deeper. What's his actual background? Sun Luong's eyes glazed over from the hypnosis as he slowly rattled off the intel. A massive local noble family. They've had court officials for generations. His dad is Ngoba Kien, the Vice Minister of Rights. Rumor has it he's backing the Grand Secretary's faction. Hearing that, Avu gasped and blurted out, The Grand Secretary always acts so pure and mighty, but he's actually the biggest hater of the Ladies' New Reform faction. Right. Then, Sun Luong grabbed his head with both hands. Truong Min saw that and calculated his next move. He's breaking out of the mind-piercing melody. I gotta rush this last question. He instantly fired off, What the hell is Ngo Tu Tuong planning to do with the treasure mine? Sun Luong smacked his own head a few times and replied. He said, The treasure mine belongs to our Vong Van Nai Centurion office. No one can take it from us. Truong Min was totally baffled. Wait, isn't Ngo Tu Tuong already being controlled? Is he just feeding his men fake promises to keep them chill, or is he actually cracked enough to secure the mine? The second he finished that thought, Sun Luong completely snapped out of it. He put on a fake smile. Ah, my bad, Lord Tun. I was feeling a bit off just now. Sorry for the holdup. He turned around and kept walking. But in his head, he was smirking. It's been long enough. The intel has definitely reached the Centurion by now. Finally, they made it to Ngu Trukfa. Sun Luong pointed it out. Lord Ton, the first mining cave they found, was built right between those three massive floating boulders. Truong Min heard the report and gave the signal. Perfect. Move out, follow me. But out of nowhere, a dark shadow blitzed toward them. It flashed right past his eyes. In an instant, the three guys standing next to Truong Min dropped dead to the ground. His eyes went wide, totally stunned by what just happened. Sensing insane bloodlust, Truong Min whipped his head around and yelled, What the... Right at that deadly second, a blade slashed through the air, blocking the attack for him. A voice screamed, Watch out! Truong Min looked at his savior, totally confused. Van Neem An, what the hell are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be setting up guard posts with Senior Ko? To Neem An deflected another strike and yelled back, We need to wreck this guy first. Massive emergency. I'll explain later. Off to the side, a masked assassin, decked out in all black, was rushing them. He was moving at absolute lightning speed. Truong Min caught a glimpse and warned her, Be careful, he's a Realm 5 master. Neem An locked in. Got it. She immediately focused, chanting a spell to activate her secret transformation art. In seconds, Neemon's hair flared into a brilliant silver white. Truong Min popped the cork off his gourd and shouted, Loach, let's go! Neem An gripped her sword tight, hyping herself up. It's been a minute since we fought side by side, Truong Min ordered his summon wreck him. The Loach just gave a solid nod. The Loach launched into the air, opening its mouth to blast out an absolute barrage of jade bullets. The assassins in black had crazy reflexes, ducking and weaving through the barrage like it was nothing. But before one of the assassins could even process what was happening, Neem An was already right behind him. The dude realized he was cooked, frantically planting one hand on the ground, ready to launch himself away. But Truong Min was already waiting right in front of him. He raised the artifact high in the air. Imperial Seal suppress him. The glowing seal shot straight at the assassin, completely paralyzing him on the spot. The guy was freaking out internally. This pressure is broken. How is he suppressing me? Without missing a beat, Neem An and the Loach rushed in for the kill. Now finish him. The Loach's terrifying face got right up in the assassin's grill, making the dude sweat bullets. Boom! A massive shockwave echoed through the area. When the dust settled, the masked assassin was out cold on the ground. Truong Min grabbed him by the collar to check his face. Wait, what? Ngon Tu Tuong again. Why the hell would he ambush me? Neem An shifted back to her regular form and explained, I was actually just about to tell you about that. Lord Lu sent a secret letter. The capital is in total chaos right now. All the major factions are plotting a rebellion, including Ngon Tu Tuong's uncle, Ngon Ba Kien. Truong Min whipped his head around to look at her. Wait, what? Neem An continued. That's why Lord Lu urgently summoned us to the capital. He probably saw this coming. Didn't expect the Nan family to make their move so fast. Let's go. We're heading out to the capital right now. Truong Min looked down, reaching out a hand to pet Cha Troc on the head. So that's how it is. Never thought I'd be leaving because of something like this. But a second later, he looked up, his eyes burning with absolute determination. Bring it on then. Let's see what kind of shady plot they're really hiding. Finally, Truong Min, along with Katrash and Niam An, turned around and left Ngu Trukfa to go pick up Truong Yen. Next stop, the capital.